Maigret and the Headless Corpse. Chapter 1. The No Brothers' Discovery. The sky was just starting to lighten when Jules, the elder of the two No Brothers, appeared on the deck of the barge, first his head, then his shoulders, then his big lanky body. Rubbing his as yet uncombed flax-coloured hair, he looked at the lock, Quai de Gemap on the left, Quai de Valmy on the right. A few minutes went by, time enough to roll a cigarette and smoke it in the coolness of the early morning, before a light came on in the little bar on the corner of Rue des Récollets. Because of the dim light, the front of the bar was a harsher yellow than usual. Popol, the owner, collarless and also uncombed, came out onto the pavement to remove the shutters. No walked across the gangway and the quayside, rolling his second cigarette. When his brother Robert, almost as tall and raw-boned as he was, emerged in his turn from a hatch, he was able to see Jules leaning on the counter in the lighted bar, and the owner pouring a shot of brandy into his coffee. Robert seemed to be waiting his turn. He rolled a cigarette in the same way as his brother. When Jules came out of the bar, Robert, the younger of the two, walked off the barge, and they met in the middle of the street. "I'm starting the engine," Jules announced. There were days when they didn't exchange more than 10 sentences like that. Their boat was called the Deux Frères, the two brothers. They'd married twin sisters, and both families lived on board. Robert took the place of his elder brother in Popol's bar, which smelled of coffee laced with brandy. "Nice day," said Popol, who was short and fat. Robert merely looked through the window at the pink-tinged sky. The chimney-pots on the roofs were the first thing in the landscape to take on life and colour. On the slates and tiles, and on some of the cobbles on the quayside, the cold of the last hours of night had left a thin layer of frost that was starting to fade. The diesel engine could be heard spluttering. Puffs of black smoke emerged from the stern of the barge. Robert put some coins on the zinc counter, touched his cap with his fingertips, and walked back across the quayside. The lock-keeper had appeared in his uniform and was getting the lock ready. There was a sound of footsteps in the distance on Quai de Valmy, although nobody was yet visible. Children's voices came from the interior of the boat, where the women were making coffee. Jules appeared on deck, went to the stern, leaned over, and frowned. His brother guessed what was wrong. They had loaded some freestone at Beauval, at Post 48, along the Canal de l'Ourcq. As almost always happened, they had taken on a few tons too many, and already, the previous day, leaving the basin of La Villette and moving into the Canal Saint-Martin, they had stirred the sludge at the bottom. There's usually no lack of water in Barch, but this year it hadn't rained for 2 months, and they had to be sparing with the canal water. The lock gates opened. Jules took up his position at the wheel. His brother went back onto the quayside to cast off. The propeller started turning, and as both of them had feared, it stirred up thick mud that rose to the surface, making big bubbles. Leaning with his whole weight on the pole, Robert tried hard to move the bow of the boat away from the quayside. The propeller seemed to be turning without any progress being made. Accustomed to such things, the lock-keeper waited patiently, beating his hands together to warm himself. There was a thump, then a worrying noise of tashing gears. Robert turned to his brother, who stalled the engine. Neither of them knew what was happening. The propeller hadn't touched the bottom, protected as it was by part of the rudder. Something must have got stuck in it, perhaps an old cable, such as are often found lying at the bottom of canals. If it was that, they would find it hard to shake off. Still holding his pole, Robert headed for the stern, leaned over, and tried to reach the propeller through the opaque water, while Jules went looking for a smaller pole, and Laurence, his wife, put her head out through the hatch. "What is it?" "Don't know." In silence, they began to maneuver the 2 poles around the stalled propeller. After a few minutes, the lock-keeper, D'Ombois, whom everybody called Charles, came and stood on the quayside to watch them. He didn't ask any questions, merely puffed silently at his pipe, the stem of which had been mended with wire. A few passers-by could be seen hurrying towards the République, as well as nurses in uniform heading for the Hôpital Saint-Louis. "Have you got it?" "I think so." "Is it a cable?" "I've no idea." Jules had hooked something. After a while the object yielded, and more bubbles rose to the surface. Slowly he pulled out the pole, and as the hook broke the surface a strange package appeared, wrapped in newspaper that had burst open. It was a human arm, intact from the shoulder to the hand. In the water it had taken on a pallid colour and the texture of a dead fish. Derpoil, the sergeant from the 3rd District Police Station at the end of Quai de Gemap, was just finishing his night shift when the tall figure of the elder Nobreva appeared in the doorway. "I'm just above the Récollet lock with our boat, the Deux Frères. The propeller stalled when we cast off and we dredged up a man's arm." Derpoil, who had worked in the 10th arrondissement for 15 years, had the reaction that all the police officers informed of the case would have. "A man's?" he echoed incredulously. "A man's, yes. The hand is covered in brown hair and—" Periodically a corpse was fished out of the Canal Saint-Martin, almost always because of the movement of a boat's propeller. Most often the corpse was intact, and it would usually turn out to be a man, an old tramp, for example, who had drunk too much and slipped into the canal, or a criminal stabbed to death by a rival gang. Dismembered bodies weren't rare, 2 or 3 a year on average, but invariably, as far back as Sergeant Derpoil could remember, they were women. You immediately knew where to look. 9 times out of 10, if not more, it was a low-class prostitute, one of those you see prowling at night around patches of waste ground. A sex crime, the report would conclude. The police knew the local crowd and had up-to-date lists of all the criminals and dubious individuals. A few days generally sufficed to arrest the perpetrator of an ordinary offence, whether it was a theft from a market stall or an armed robbery, but it was rare for them to get their hands on one of these killers. "Have you brought it with you?" Derpoil asked. "The arm? Where did you leave it?" "On the quayside. Is it all right for us to go? We have to get down to Quai de l'Arsenal. They are waiting for us to unload." The sergeant lit a cigarette, began by informing a police emergency switchboard of the incident, then asked for the number of the local detective chief inspector, Monsieur Maigret. "Sorry to wake you. Some barge people have just fished a human arm out of the canal." "No, a man's arm." "That's what I thought, too." "What?" "Oh, he's here, yes, I'll ask him." He turned to Mo without letting go of the receiver. "Does it look as if it's been in the water for a long time?" The elder No scratched his head. "That depends what you call a long time." "Is it very decomposed?" "Hard to say. In my opinion, it could have been there about 2 or 3 days. The sergeant repeated this into the telephone. 2 or 3 days. Then, playing with his pencil, he listened to the inspector's instructions. "Can we go through the lock?" No asked again when he had hung up. "Not yet. As the inspector just said, it's quite possible that other pieces have got stuck to the barge, and if we let it go ahead, we might lose them. But I can't stay there forever. There are already 4 boats behind us." The sergeant who had asked for another number was waiting for the reply. "Hello? Victor? Did I wake you? Oh, you're already having your breakfast. Good. I have a job for you." Victor Cadet lived not far from there, in Rue du Chemin Vert, and a month rarely passed without his services being called for on the Canal Saint-Martin. Without any doubt, he was a man who had fished the largest number of ill-assorted objects, including human bodies, from the Seine and the canals of Paris. "Just give me time to inform my assistant." It was 7 o'clock in the morning. On Boulevard Richelieu, Madame Maigret, already washed and dressed and smelling of soap, was busy in her kitchen making breakfast, while her husband was still asleep. At the police headquarters on Quai des Orfèvres, Lucas and Joliet had come on duty at 6, and it was Lucas who took the call about the discovery made in the canal. "Strange," he grunted to Joliet. "They just fished an arm out of the Canal Saint-Martin, and it isn't a woman's. Is it a man's? What else could it be? Could be a child's." That had happened too, just once, 3 years earlier. "Are you going to let the chief know?" Lucas looked at the time, hesitated, and shook his head. "There's no rush. Let him at least have his coffee." By 7:50, a fairly large crowd had formed near the Deux Frères, and a policeman was keeping the onlookers at a distance from an object that lay on the flagstones covered with a piece of tarpaulin. Victor Cadet's boat, which had been moored upstream, had been let through the lock, and now came alongside the quay. Cadet was a giant of a man. He looked as if he'd had his diving suit made to measure. His assistant, on the other hand, was a little old man who chewed tobacco as he worked and sent long jets of brown saliva into the water. It was he who secured the ladder, primed the pump, and finally screwed the huge brass sphere onto Victor's neck. 2 women and 5 children, all with hair so blonde it was almost white, were standing in the stern of the Deux Frères. One of the women was pregnant, the other held a baby on her arm. The sunlight was beating down on the buildings along Quai de Valmy, sunlight so bright and gay that it made you wonder why that stretch of the canal had such a sinister reputation. True, the paintwork on the fronts of the buildings was faded, the whites and yellows pale and washed out, but on this March morning everything seemed as bright and clear as a painting by Guttilo. 4 barges were waiting behind the Deux Frères, with washing drying on lines and children being forced to keep quiet. The smell of tar dominated the less pleasant smell of the canal. At 8:15, Maigret, who was finishing his second cup of coffee and wiping his mouth before smoking his first pipe, took the call from Lucas. "A man's arm, you say?" He too was surprised. "Was anything else found?" "Victor, the driver, is already at work. We have to clear the lock as soon as possible to avoid a bottleneck." "Who's been dealing with this so far?" "Judel." He was an inspector from the 10th arrondissement, a dull but conscientious young man who could be relied on in the early stages of an investigation. "You going over there, Chief?" "It's not a big detour." "Do you want one of us to join you there?" "Who's in the office?" "Janvier, le maire. Oh, wait, Lapointe had just come in." Maigret hesitated for a moment. Here, too, it was sunny, and they'd been able to half-open the window. The case might be trivial and straightforward. If it was, Judel could continue to handle it. It's hard to know at the beginning. If the arm had been a woman's, Maigret wouldn't have hesitated to wager that the rest would be routine, but because it was a man's arm, anything was possible. And if the case turned out to be a complicated one, if Maigret decided to take charge of the investigation, what happened in the next few days would depend partly on the choice he was about to make, because he preferred to continue and finish an investigation with the inspector who had begun it with him. Send Lapointe. It was a while since he had last worked closely with Lapointe, whose youth entertained him, as did his enthusiasm, and his embarrassment when he thought he'd committed a blunder. "Shall I inform the Commissioner?" "Yes. I'll probably be late for the briefing." It was the 23rd of March. Spring had officially begun 2 days earlier, and you could already feel it in the air, which couldn't be said every year. It was so warm that Maigret almost went out without a coat. Out on Boulevard Châtellenois, he hailed a taxi. There was no direct bus route, and this wasn't the kind of weather for shutting yourself up in the metro. As he expected, he got to the Récollet lock before Lapointe. He found Inspector Judel leaning over the dark water of the canal. "Anything else been found?" "Not yet, Chief. Victor's busy going all around the barge to make sure nothing stuck to it." 10 more minutes went by. Lapointe was just emerging from one of the police justicière's little black cars when clear bubbles announced that Victor was about to break surface. His assistant hastened to unscrew the brass helmet. Immediately, Victor lit a cigarette, looked around, recognized Maigret, and gave him a friendly wave. "Anything else?" "Not in this area." "Can the barge go on its way?" "I'm pretty certain it won't hit anything, apart from the sludge at the bottom." Wabeno, who had heard this, yelled to his brother, "Start the engine!" Maigret turned to Judel. "Do you have their statements?" "Yes, they're both signed. In any case, they'll be spending at least 4 days unloading on Quai de l'Arsenal." That was just over 2 kilometers downstream, between the Bastille and the Seine. It took some time to get the boat moving, as its bilge was too full and kept scraping the bottom, but at last it was in the lock, and the gates were closed. Most of the onlookers were starting to move away. Those who remained had nothing to do and would probably be there all day. Victor hadn't taken off his rubber suit. "If there are other pieces," he said, "they are further upstream. The thighs, the trunk, the head, they're all heavier than an arm and are less likely to be dragged along." No current was visible on the surface of the canal, and the rubbish floating on it seemed motionless. There isn't a current like in a river, of course, but with every sluice the water moves almost invisibly all along the reach. "So we'd have to search all the way to the next lock." "The authorities pay, and you give the orders," Victor said, puffing at his cigarette. "Will it take long?" Take your pains where I find the rest of him. That's if the rest of him is in the canal, obviously. Why would part of the body have been thrown in the canal and the rest on a patch of waste ground, for example? Carry on. Cadet signalled to his assistant to moor the boat a little further upstream and got ready to put the brass helmet on again. Maigret took Simenon and Lapointe aside. They formed a little group on the quayside, and the onlookers watched them with the respect people unconsciously show to those in official positions. Just in case, you should have the waste grounds and building sites in the area searched thoroughly. I already thought of that, Judel said. I was just waiting for your instructions to start. How many men do you have? This morning 2, by this afternoon I can have 3. Try to find out if there have been any fights locally in the last few days, if anyone heard any screams, calls for help. Yes, Chief. Maigret left the uniformed officer to keep watch on the human arm that still lay on the quayside under a tarpaulin. Coming, Lapointe. He walked to Popos, the bar on the corner, which was painted a bright red, and opened a glass door. A number of factory workers from the area already in their work clothes were having a bite to eat at the counter. What can I get you? The owner hastened to ask. You have a telephone? As he spoke, he saw it. It was attached to the wall, not in a booth, but right next to the counter. Come on, Lapointe. He had no desire to make a call in public. Aren't you having a drink? Popol looked offended. Later, Maigret promised him. All along the quayside, there were one-story houses as well as apartment blocks, workshops, and big concrete buildings containing offices. We're bound to find a bistro with a phone booth. They continued on their way. On the other side of the canal, the faded flag and blue lamp of the police station came into view, with the dark mass of the Hôpital Saint-Louis behind it. They walked almost 300 meters before finding a dim-looking bistro. Maigret pushed open the door. They had to go down 2 stone steps. The floor consisted of little dark red tiles, the kind found in buildings in Marseille. There was nobody in the room, only a big ginger cat lying near the stove. It rose lazily, padded towards a half-open door, and disappeared. Is there anyone here? Maigret called. They could hear the rapid ticking of a cuckoo clock. The air smelled of brandy and white wine, brandy more than wine, with a whiff of coffee. There was movement in the back room. A woman's voice said with a touch of weariness, Just coming. The ceiling was low and smoke-dulled, the walls blackened, the room shrouded in a semi-darkness crossed by a few sunbeams, like the light through stained-glass windows in a church. There was a piece of cardboard stuck to the wall, on which were the words roughly written, Light meals throughout the day, and on another notice, Customers may bring their own food. Right now, nobody seemed tempted by this proposition. Maigret and Lapointe were probably the first customers of the day. There was a phone booth in the corner. Maigret wouldn't go to it until the woman appeared. When at last she arrived, she was just finishing sticking pins in her dark brown, almost black hair. She was thin and ageless, 40 or 45 perhaps, and she came towards him with a glum expression on her face, her felt slippers dragging over the tiles. What do you want? Maigret looked at Lapointe. Is the white wine good? She shrugged. 2 glasses of white wine. Give a telephone token. He went and shut himself in the booth and called the prosecutor's office to make his verbal report. The man at the other end of the line was a deputy, and he expressed the same surprise as everyone else on learning that the arm fished out of the canal was a man's. There's a diver searching at the moment. He thinks the rest of the body, if it's there at all, is somewhere upstream. I'd like personally for Dr. Pohl to examine the arm as soon as possible. Can I call you back where you are? I'll try to get hold of him right away and come back to you. The number was on the telephone. He gave it to the deputy and walked back to the counter, where 2 glasses had been poured. Cheers, he said, turning to the woman. She didn't appear to have heard him. She was looking at them without any friendliness, waiting for them to go so that she could return to whatever it was she'd been doing, most likely getting dressed. She must have been pretty once, at least like everyone she had been young. Now her eyes, her mouth, her whole body exuded weariness. Could it be that she was ill and waiting for her next attack? Some people who know that at a particular hour they're going to start suffering again have that expression, subdued and yet tense, like drug addicts waiting for the hour of their dose. I'm expecting a phone call, Maigret said, as if to apologize. It was a public place, of course, like all bars and cafes, a place that was somehow anonymous, and yet they both had the impression that they were intruding, that they'd arrived somewhere they didn't belong. "Hey, your wine's good." It was true. Most bistros in Paris advertise locally produced wine, but more often than not it's a doctored wine straight from the warehouses at Bercy. This one, though, had a distinctive flavour that Maigret was trying to identify. "Sancerre?" he asked. "No, it comes from a little village near Poitiers." That was why it had an aftertaste of Flint. "Do you have family there?" She didn't reply, and Maigret admired the way she was able to remain motionless, looking at them in silence with no expression on her face. The cat had come to join her and rubbed against her bare legs. "Where's your husband?" "As it happens, he's gone to get some." Get some wine was what she meant. It wasn't easy to maintain the conversation. Just as Maigret was motioning to her to refill the glasses, the telephone came to his rescue. "Yeah, speaking. Did you get hold of Paul? Is he free?" "Yeah, in an hour. Good. I'll be there." What he heard next made him pull a face. The deputy was telling him that the case had been entrusted to Judge Comeliot, almost Maigret's personal enemy, the fussiest, most conformist magistrate in the prosecutor's office. "He's expressly asked you to keep him informed." "I know." That meant that Maigret would receive 5 or 6 telephone calls from Comeliot every day, and that he would have to go to his office every morning to bring him up to date. "All right," he sighed. "We'll do our best." "It's not my fault, Inspector. He was the only judge available, and—" The sunbeam had moved slightly and now hit Maigret's glass. "Let's go," he said, taking money from his pocket. "What do I owe you?" And once they were outside, "Did you bring the car?" "Yes, it's parked near the lock." The wine had put colour in Lapointe's cheeks, and his eyes were a little shiny. From where they were, they could see a group of onlookers on the quayside watching the divers' movements. When Maigret and the inspector came level with them, Victor's assistant pointed to a package lying on the deck of the boat, a bulkier package than the first one. A leg and a foot," he said, spitting in the water. The wrapping was less damaged than with the first discovery, and Maigret didn't feel the need to examine it closely. "Do you think it's worth calling for a van?" he asked Lapointe. "There must be room in the boot." The idea didn't appeal to either of them, but nor did they want to keep Dr. Paul waiting. He was expecting them at the Forensic Institute, a bright modern building on the banks of the Seine, not far from the place where the canal joins the river. "What shall I do?" Lapointe asked. Maigret preferred to say nothing. Overcoming his revulsion, Lapointe carried the 2 packages, one after the other, to the boot of the car. "Do they smell?" Maigret asked him when he returned to the quayside, and Lapointe, who was holding his hands away from his body, wrinkled his nose and nodded. Dr. Paul was in his white coat and rubber gloves, chain-smoking. He liked to say that tobacco is one of the most reliable antiseptics, and in the course of a post-mortem, he sometimes got through 2 whole packets of cigarettes. Bent over the marble table, working with enthusiasm and even good humour, he spoke between puffs on his cigarette. "Of course, nothing I can tell you now is final. First of all, I'd like to see the rest of the body, which will tell us more than an arm and a leg. And secondly, before I express a firm opinion, I'd need to run a number of tests." "How old?" "As far as I could judge at first sight, the man must have been between 50 and 60. Closer to 50 than 60. Look at his hand." "What am I looking for?" "It's a wide, strong hand, which must have done heavy manual work at some time." "A factory worker?" "No, more likely a farm labourer. I'd wager, though, that it's been many years since this hand last held a heavy tool. The man didn't exactly look after himself, as you can see from the nails, especially the toenails." "A tramp?" "I don't think so. I repeat, I'd need to see the rest, if it's found, before I could state a firm opinion." "How long ago did he die?" "Again, this is just a hypothesis. Don't get carried away. I might tell you the opposite tonight or tomorrow. For the moment, I'd say 3 days, no more than that, and I'd be tempted to say less." "Not last night?" "No, but the night before last, maybe." Maigret and Lapointe were also smoking, avoiding looking down at the marble slab as far as possible. Dr. Paul, though, seemed to enjoy his work, handling his tools with the skill of a conjurer. He was about to get back into his everyday clothes when Maigret was called to the telephone. It was Judel from Quai de Valmy. "They found the torso," he announced, sounding quite excited. "Not the head." "Not yet. Victor says that may be more difficult. The weight will have sunk it deeper in the sludge. He also found an empty wallet and a woman's handbag." "Near the trunk?" "No, quite far. There doesn't seem to be any connection. Like he says, every time he dives in the canal, he could bring enough things up to the surface to start a stall at the flea market. Just before finding the trunk, he brought up a metal bedstead and 2 wash basins." Paul was waiting before taking his gloves off, holding his hands apart. "Something new?" he asked. Maigret nodded. Then to Judel, "Can you get it to me at the Forensic Institute?" "Possibly." "I'll wait here. Make it quick, because Dr. Paul—" They waited in the main doorway, where the air was cooler and more pleasant, and from where they could watch the constant bustle on Pont d'Austerlitz. On the other side of the Seine, some barges and a little sea-going boat were unloading goods outside the bonded warehouses. There was something young, something lively in the rhythm of Paris this morning. A season was starting, a brand-new spring, and people were optimistic. No tattoos or scars, I assume. Not on the parts I've examined, no. From his skin, I'd say he was a man who lived indoors. He seems quite hairy. Yes, I can almost describe to you the kind of person he was. Dark-skinned, not very tall, short but stocky, with bulging muscles, thick dark hair on the arms, hands, legs, and chest. The French countryside produces lots of people like that, sturdy, willful, stubborn. I'm curious to see his head. When we find it. A quarter of an hour later, 2 uniformed officers brought them the trunk. Dr. Paul was almost rubbing his hands as he walked to the marble slab like a cabinet maker to his workbench. "This confirms we aren't dealing with a professional job," he muttered. "I mean, the man wasn't cut up by a butcher or by a specialist from La Villette, let alone a surgeon. For the bones, an ordinary metal saw was used. For the rest, they seem to have used a big carving knife, the kind that's found in restaurants and in most kitchens. It must have taken a while. They had to start again several times." He paused. "Look at this hairy chest." Maigret and Lapointe merely glanced at it. "No obvious wounds. I can't see any. What's certain, of course, is that the man didn't die from drowning." It was almost funny, the idea that a man whose body parts had been found in the canal might have actually drowned. "I look at the internal organs later, in particular, so far as I can, the stomach contents. Are you staying?" Maigret shook his head. It wasn't a spectacle he particularly enjoyed, and he was in urgent need of a drink. Not wine this time, but something a lot stronger, to get rid of the bad taste he had in his mouth, a taste he thought of as a corpse taste. "Hold on a bit, Maigret. What was I saying? You see this lighter line and these small, pale spots on the stomach?" Maigret said yes without looking. "The line is the scar left by an operation performed several years ago, an operation for appendicitis." "And the spots?" "That's the oddest thing. I can't swear I'm right, but I'm almost sure they're marks left by shotgun pellets. That would confirm that the man lived in the countryside at some time in his life. A farm labourer or a gamekeeper, something like that. A long time ago, 20 years, maybe more. He must have been fired at with a shotgun. I count 8 scars of the same kind in a rainbow arc. I've only seen that once before, and it wasn't as regular. I'll have to take a photograph of it for my records. Will you phone me?" "Where will you be? At headquarters?" "Yes, in my office. And I'll probably have lunch on Place Dauphine. I'll call you and let you know what I've discovered." Once they were outside in the sun, Maigret was the first to wipe his forehead. Lapointe was unable to stop himself from spitting several times, as if he, too, had an acrid taste in his mouth. "I'll have the boot of the car disinfected as soon as we get to headquarters," he said. Before getting in the car, they went into a bistro and had a glass of marc. It was so strong that Lapointe retched and held his hand in front of his mouth for a moment, his eyes filled with anxiety, wondering if he wasn't going to vomit. At last he regained his composure. I beg your pardon," he stammered. As they were going out, The owner of the bar said to one of his customers, "More people who came to identify a body. They all react like that." Located as he was just opposite the Forensic Institute, he was used to it. Chapter 2. The Bottle Wax. For a brief moment, as Maigret entered the main corridor at Quai des Orfèvres, a gleam of gaiety played on his eyes, because today even this corridor, the greyest and grimmest on earth, was touched by the sun, at least in the form of a kind of luminous dust. Between the doors of the offices, people were waiting on backless benches, some with their wrists handcuffed. He was about to head for the commissioner's office to bring him up to date with the discoveries at Quai de Valmy, when a man stood up and touched the brim of his hat by way of greeting. With the familiarity of people who've been seeing each other every day for years, Maigret said, "Well, Viscount, what do you think of this? You're always complaining that it's only prostitutes who are cut up into pieces." The man everybody called the Viscount did not blush, even though he had probably understood the allusion. He was a homosexual, a discreet one, admittedly. He had been doing Quai des Orfèvres for more than 15 years for a Paris newspaper, a press agency, and some 20 provincial dailies. He was the last person to still dress the way people dressed in drawing-room comedies from the beginning of the century, and a monocle hung from a broad black ribbon over his chest. Perhaps it was because of that monocle, which he almost never used, that he'd been given his nickname. "So they haven't found the head yet?" "Not as far as I know." "I've just phoned Judel, who says they haven't. If you hear anything more, Inspector, don't forget me." He went and sat down again on his bench, while Maigret continued on his way to the commissioner's office. The window of the office was open, and from here 2 barges could be seen moving along the Seine. The 2 men spoke for about 10 minutes. When Maigret opened the door to his own office, a note was waiting for him on the blotting pad, and he knew immediately who it was from. As expected, it was a message from Judge Comilieu, asking him to phone him as soon as he arrived. "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret here, sir." "Hello there, Maigret. Have you just come from the canal?" "From the Forensic Institute." "Is Dr. Paul there?" "He's working on the organs as we speak." "I don't suppose the body has been identified yet?" "We can hardly count on it in the absence of the head, unless we have a stroke of luck." "Actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. In an ordinary case, where the victim's identity is known, we more or less know where we're going. Are you following me? In this case, on the contrary, we have no idea who we may be dealing with tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or in an hour. Anything is possible, even the most unpleasant of surprises, and we have to be extremely cautious." Comilieu enunciated his words carefully, as if listening to the sound of his own voice. Everything he did, everything he said, was extremely important. Most examining magistrates practically never take over a case until the police have sorted it out. Comilieu, on the other hand, insisted on being in charge of operations as soon as the investigation started, which may have been due above all to his fear of complications. His brother-in-law was a prominent politician, one of those rare parliamentarians who'd been involved in almost all the ministries. "As I'm sure you'll understand," Comilieu liked to say, "because of him, my situation is more delicate than that of any other magistrate." Eventually, Maigret got away with a promise to call him every time there was the slightest new development, even at home in the evening. He went through his mail, looked in on the inspector's office, and sent some of them off in connection with a number of current cases. "Today is Tuesday, isn't it?" "Yes, Chief." If Dr. Paul's first estimate had been correct, and the body had been in the Canal Saint-Martin for about 48 hours, that meant the murder had taken place on Sunday, or probably Saturday night, because it wasn't very likely that somebody would have thrown in those sinister packages in broad daylight, less than 500 meters from a police station. "Is that you, Madame Maigret?" he said to his wife in a jokey tone when he had her at the other end of the line. "I won't be back for lunch." "What had you made?" "Lamb and bean stew." He didn't have any regrets. It was too heavy for a day like today. He called Judel. "Anything new?" "Right now, Victor is having a bite to eat on board his boat. We now have the whole body, apart from the head. He's asking if he should continue his search." "Of course. My men are at work, but don't yet have anything specific. There was a fight on Sunday evening in the bar in Rue de l'École. Not at Popol's, further away near Faubourg Saint-Martin. There's a concierge complaining that her husband is missing, but he hasn't been home for a month, and the description doesn't match. I'll probably be over there this afternoon. On his way out to lunch at the Brasserie Dauphine, he opened the door to the inspector's office. "Coming, Lapointe?" It struck him as they were walking beside the river in silence that he didn't really need the young inspector in order to eat at his usual table in the little restaurant Place Dauphine. A smile hovered over his lips at the memory of a question he had been asked about all this. It was his friend, Parnell, the doctor in Rue Popincourt. He had got into the habit of having dinner once a month with his wife, who had asked him in a perfectly serious tone one evening, "Could you tell me, Maigret, why plainclothes policemen always go round in twos, just like plumbers?" It had never struck him before, and he had to admit that it was true. He himself rarely handled an investigation without being accompanied by one of his inspectors. He had scratched his head. "Oh, I suppose the first reason goes back to the time when the streets of Paris weren't safe, when it was better to be with someone rather than alone when you ventured into certain neighborhoods, especially at night. That remained valid in some cases, in that of an arrest, for example, or a raid on some seedy premises or other. All the same, Maigret had continued to give it some thought. There is a second reason, which also holds true for interrogations at Quai des Orfèvres. If only one police officer takes a testimony, the suspect, who might have talked reluctantly, can always deny his confession subsequently. 2 statements have more weight than one in front of a jury." That made sense, but he still hadn't been satisfied. From a practical point of view, it's almost a necessity. During a stakeout, for example, you may need to make a phone call without taking your eyes off the person you're watching, or the person may have gone into a building with several exits. Pardon, who was also smiling, had objected. "Whenever I'm given several reasons, I tend to think that none of them is sufficient by itself." To which Maigret had replied, "In that case, I'll speak for myself. The reason I almost always make sure I'm accompanied by an inspector is because if I was on my own, I'd be afraid of getting bored." He didn't tell this story to Lapointe, because you should never display skepticism in front of the young, and Lapointe still burned with zeal. The lunch was pleasant and quiet, with other inspectors and detective chief inspectors standing at the bar, 4 or 5 eating in the restaurant. "Do you think the head was thrown in the canal? Will we find it?" Maigret caught himself shaking his head. Actually, he hadn't yet thought about it. His response was instinctive. He would have been incapable of saying why he had the impression that Victor the diver would search in vain through the sludge of the Canal Saint-Martin. What could they have done with it? He had no idea. Maybe deposit it inside a suitcase in the left luggage office at Gare de l'Est, which was quite close, for example, or Gare du Nord, which wasn't much further away. Or else send it to some address in the provinces in one of those huge express lorries he'd seen parked in one of the streets leading to Quai de Valmy. He had often seen those red and green lorries crossing the city in the direction of the main roads, and he had never known where they had their home base. It was right there, near the canal, en Rue Terrage. At a certain point during the morning, he had counted more than 20 of them parked at the curb, all bearing the words Zenith Transport, Oulay, and Langlois. This indicated that he wasn't thinking about anything in particular. The case interested him without fascinating him. His interest came above all from the fact that he hadn't worked in the area of the canal for a long time. There was a period, early in his career, when every one of the streets in the neighborhood had been familiar to him, as well as a good many of the figures creeping past the houses at night. They were still at the table having coffee when Maigret was called to the telephone. It was Judel. "I don't know if I did the right thing disturbing you, Chief. It's not exactly a lead yet. About an hour ago, one of my men, Blancpain, who I put on guard duty near the diver's boat, noticed a boy on a delivery tricycle. He thought he'd already seen her in the morning, then half an hour later, and so on several times throughout the morning. Other onlookers stayed on the quayside for a while, but this one, according to Blancpain, kept his distance and seemed more interested than the others. Usually a delivery boy has his rounds to do and no time to waste." Did Blancpain question him? He intended to. He walked up to him as calmly as possible in order not to scare him. He'd only gone a few meters when the young man, giving every indication that he was scared, jumped on his tricycle and sped off in the direction of Rue de Récollet. Blancpain didn't have a car or any means of transport at his disposal, He tried in vain to catch up with the fugitive while passers-by turned to look at him, and the tricycle vanished in the traffic on Faubourg Saint-Martin. The two men fell silent. Obviously it was flimsy. It might mean nothing, but equally it might constitute a point of departure. Does Blancpain have his description? Yes, the young man was between 18 and 20, and looked like he's from the country, to judge by his ruddy face. He had long fair hair and was wearing a leather jacket over a roll-neck sweater. Blancpain couldn't read the word on the delivery tricycle, a word ending in AIL. We're just checking the list of local merchants who might use a delivery boy on a tricycle. What does Victor say? But as long as he's paid, he doesn't care if he's in the water or out of it, but he's convinced he's wasting his time. Nothing on the patches of waste ground. Not so far. I hope to have a few details on the dead man soon, when I get the pathologist's report. He received them in his office about 2:30 by telephone. Pole would send him his official report later. Are you taking notes, Maigret? Maigret drew a pad towards him. These are just estimates, but they're quite close to reality. First of all, here's a description of your man, insofar as it can be established without a head. He isn't tall, about 1 meter 67. The neck is short and thick, and I have reason to think the face is broad with a solid jaw. Dark hair, with perhaps some white hair at the temples, not much. Weight, 75 kilos. He was probably a thick-set man, more square than round, more muscular than fat, though he's put on weight recently. The liver indicates a regular drinker, though I don't think we're dealing with a drunk. More likely the sort who has a drink every hour or half-hour, especially white wine. In fact, I found traces of white wine in the stomach. Food, too? Yes. We're lucky it was something hard to digest. His last lunch or dinner consisted mostly of roast pork and beans. How long before his death? I'd say between 2 and 2.5 hours. I lifted the material under his fingernails and toenails and sent it to the lab. Mers will give you his verdict himself. What about scars? I haven't changed my opinion from this morning. The appendectomy was performed 5 or 6 years ago by a good surgeon, to judge by the quality of the work. The marks from shotgun pellets date from at least 20 years ago. And I'm tempted to double that figure. How old? 50 to 55? So he would have been fired out with a shotgun when he was a child. Oh, that's my opinion. General health satisfactory, apart from the clogging of the liver that I mentioned. Heart and lungs in good condition. The left lung bears the scar of a very old and mild bout of tuberculosis. Children or babies sometimes have a mild bout of tuberculosis without even noticing. Now, Maigret, if you want more than this, bring me the head, and I'll do what I can. They haven't found it. In that case, they won't. He confirmed Maigret in his opinion. At Quai des Orfèvres, there are a certain number of beliefs that have ended up being considered axiomatic. One is that it's almost invariably low-class prostitutes who are cut into pieces. Another is that a certain number of pieces might be found, but more rarely the head. No one can back it up, but everyone believes it. He went into the inspector's office. If anyone calls me, he said, I'm upstairs in the lab. He slowly climbed to the upper floors of the Palais de Justice, where he found Mers, bent over test tubes. Are you working on my corpse? He asked. I'm studying the specimens Paul sent us. Any results? Other specialists were working in the huge room, where in a corner stood the tailor's dummy that was used for reconstructions, for example, to check that a blow with a knife could only have been delivered from such and such an angle. I have the impression, murmured Mers, who always spoke in a low voice as if in a church, that your man didn't get out much. Why? I've examined the material extracted from the toenails, which means I can tell you that the last socks he wore were navy blue wool. I've also found traces of the kind of felt they make carpet slippers from which I conclude that the man must have spent a lot of his time in his slippers. If that's correct, Pole should be able to confirm it, because living in slippers for years ends up deforming the foot, at least if I'm to believe my wife, who's always telling me. He didn't finish his sentence. He tried the Forensic Institute, was told that Dr. Poor had left, and managed to get hold of him at home. This is Maigret. One question, Doctor, based on something Mers just told me. Do you have the impression that our man spent more time in slippers than in shoes? Congratulate Merce for me. I almost mentioned it earlier, but I thought he was a bit flimsy and might have ended up as a false lead. It occurred to me when I examined the feet that we might be dealing with a waiter. In waiters, especially head waiters, and in policemen, traffic cops in particular, the soles of the feet tend to collapse. Not because of walking a lot, but because of standing a lot. You told me the fingernails weren't well looked after. That's right. Most likely a head waiter wouldn't leave his nails in such a bad state. Or a waiter in a respectable cafe or restaurant. Has Merce discovered anything else? Not so far. Thank you, Doctor. Maigret spent almost another half an hour prowling the lab, peering over everyone's shoulders. It may interest you to know that he also had a mixture of earth and saltpeter under his nails. Merce knew as well as Maigret where such a mixture was most often found. In cellars, especially damp cellars. Is there a little? A lot? That's what strikes me. The man doesn't seem to have dirtied himself like that on only one occasion. In other words, he was in the habit of going down into a cellar. It's only a hypothesis. And the hands. I found a similar material under the fingernails, but mixed with something else. Small fragments of red wax. Like the kind used to seal bottles of wine. Yes. Maigret was almost disappointed. This was becoming too easy. In other words, a bistro, he muttered. At that moment, he wondered if the case might not be wrapped up by this evening. The image of the thin, brown-haired woman who had served them their drinks this morning came back into his mind. He had been very struck by her, and had thought 2 or 3 times about her during the day, not necessarily in connection with the dismembered man, but because she was no ordinary character. There was no lack of colourful individuals in a neighbourhood like Quai de Valmy, but he had seldom encountered the kind of inertia he had seen in that woman. It was hard to explain. When most people look at you, there is some sort of exchange, however small. A contact is established, even if that contact is a kind of defiance. With her, on the contrary, there was nothing. She had shown no surprise, no fear as she served them. Her face was unreadable, displaying nothing but a weariness that probably never left her. Unless it was indifference. 2 or 3 times while drinking his wine, Maigret had looked into her eyes, and had discovered nothing. Had provoked no flicker, no reaction. This wasn't the passivity of an unintelligent person. She wasn't drunk either, or on drugs, at least at the time. Already that morning he had vowed to go back and see her, if only to get an idea of the kind of customers who frequented the establishment. Any ideas, Chief? Maybe. You say that as if it bothered you. Maigret preferred not to insist. At 4 o'clock he summoned Lapointe, who was busy with paperwork. Do you mind driving me? To the canal? Yes. I hope they've had time to disinfect the car. The women were already wearing light-coloured hats, and this season it was red that dominated, a bright poppy red. The striped or orange awnings had been lowered on the cafe terraces, where almost all the tables were occupied, and people had more of a spring in their step than a week earlier. When they reached Quai de Valmy, they got out of the car close to where the crowd stood, indicating the place where Victor was still searching the bottom of the canal. Judel was there. Anything? No. No clothes, either. We looked at the string. If you think it's useful, I'll send some to the lab. At first sight, it's ordinary thick string, the kind used by most shopkeepers. It took quite a bit of it to make the different packages. I sent someone to question the local ironmongers. So far, no results. As for the newspaper, I put out the scraps to dry. Most are from last week. When's the last one from? Saturday morning. Do you know the bistro that just passed Rue Tirage, next to a pharmaceuticals laboratory? Callus's? I didn't look at the name above the door. A dark little room below street level with a big coal stove in the middle and a black pipe crossing almost the whole room. Yes, that's Omer Callus's place. The local inspectors knew these places better than the people from headquarters. What kind of place is it? Maigret asked, watching the bubbles that indicated Victor's comings and goings at the bottom of the canal. Quiet. I don't remember them ever being in trouble with us. Is Omer Callas from the country? Quite likely. I could check in their registers. Most bistro owners arrive in Paris as manservants or chauffeurs, marry the cook, and eventually set up in business for themselves. Have they been there for a long time? They were there before I was assigned to the neighbourhood. I've always known the place as you've seen it. It's almost opposite the police station, and I sometimes cross the footbridge and have a glass of white wine there. Their white wine's good. Is the owner usually behind the counter? Most of the time, except for part of the afternoon when he goes and plays billiards in a brasserie in Rue Lafayette. He's crazy about billiards. Does his wife serve when he's away? Yes, they don't have a maid or a waiter. I seem to remember they did have a girl who helped out for a while, but I don't know what became of her. What kind of customers do they get? Hard to say, Judel said, scratching the back of his neck. The bistros in the area all have more or less similar kinds of customers, and at the same time they each have a different clientele. Popo's, for example, near the lock, is busy all day long. A lot of drinking goes on, it's noisy, and the air's always blue with smoke. After 8 in the evening, you're sure to find 3 or 4 women there, and they all have their regulars too. And Omer's? First of all, not so many people pass by there. Secondly, it's darker. Sadder. It's not much fun in there, as you must have noticed. In the morning, they have the workers from the building sites who come in for a drink, and at midday there are a few who bring their food with them and order a bottle of white wine. The afternoon's quieter because, like I said, not many people pass that way. I suppose that's why Omer chooses that time of day to go and play billiards. Someone probably drops in from time to time. Then, just before dinner, people come in for an aperitif and things liven up again. I sometimes go in of an evening. Each time I've noticed a table with people playing cards and 1 or 2 people, no more than that, standing at the counter. It's the kind of place where if you're not a regular, you always feel you're disturbing something. Are Omer and the woman married? I've never thought about it. It's easy enough to check. We can go straight to the station and look at the registers. Tell me later. Omer Kala seems to be away right now. Did she tell you that? Yes. By now, the No Brothers barge was moored at Quai de l'Arsenal, and cranes had started unloading the freestone. I'd like a list of the local bistros, especially those where the owner or the waiter has been away since Sunday. You think? The idea came from Meurs. You may be right. I'm going to take a walk over there. To Carlos's? Yes. Are you coming, Lapointe? Shall I ask Victor to come back tomorrow? I think it'd be a waste of taxpayers' money. If he hasn't found anything today, that means there's nothing more to find. That's what he thinks, too. Tell him to knock off when he's had enough, and remind him to send in his report tomorrow. Passing Rue Terrage, Maigret glanced at the lorries parked outside a huge gate with the words Roulet and Langlois above it. I wonder how many they have, he said, thinking aloud. How many what? Lapointe asked. Lorries. Whenever I go for a drive in the country, I see some on the road. They're a nightmare to overtake. The chimney pots were no longer pink, as they had been that morning, but were verging on dark red in the rays of the setting sun, and in the sky there were now traces of pale green, the same green, or almost, that the sea turns to just before sunset. Do you think, Chief, that a woman would have been capable of doing something like that? He was thinking of the thin, brown-haired woman who had served them that morning. Or it's possible. I've no idea. Was Lapointe also thinking that would be too easy? When a case proves complicated and the problems appear impossible to solve, everyone at headquarters, starting with Maigret, becomes surly and impatient. Conversely, if a case which has seemed difficult at first turns out to be straightforward and trivial, the same men, including Maigret, are unable to conceal their disappointment. They had come to the bistro. Because it had a low ceiling, it was darker than the others, and the light had already been switched on over the counter. The same woman as in the morning, dressed in the same way, was serving 2 customers who looked like office workers. She didn't react on recognizing Maigret and Lapointe. What will it be? She asked simply, without taking the trouble to smile. White wine. There were 3 or 4 bottles of it uncorked in the zinc tub behind the counter. Presumably it was necessary to go down to the cellar every now and again and refill the bottles straight from the cask. Close to the counter, the floor wasn't covered in red tiles, and a trapdoor about 1 meter square was visible, giving access to the cellar. Maigret and Lapointe had not sat down. From the words they heard uttered by the two men standing near them, they guessed that they weren't office workers but male nurses who were about to go on night duty at the Hôpital Saint-Louis on the other side of the canal. After a while, one of them turned to the woman and asked in the familiar tone of a regular, "When's Elmer coming back?" "You know very well he never tells me." She had answered as unconcernedly, as indifferently, as when she had spoken to Maigret in the morning. The ginger cat was still by the stove and didn't seem to have moved. "Apparently they're still looking for the head," said the man who had asked the question. As he said this, he leaned forwards to look at Maigret and Lapointe. Had he seen them by the canal, or did he simply have the impression they were police officers? "Haven't found it yet, have they?" he continued, addressing Maigret directly. "Not yet." "Do you expect they will?" The other man was looking at Maigret's face and eventually asked, "You're Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, aren't you?" "Yes." "I thought as much. I've often seen your picture in the newspapers." The woman still hadn't reacted, didn't even seem to have heard. "It's funny that for once he should be a man who was cut into pieces. Are you coming, Julien? What do I owe you, Madame Callas?" They left, waving a perfunctory goodbye to Maigret and Lapointe. "Do you have a lot of customers from among the staff of the hospital?" "A few," she simply replied. "Did your husband leave on Sunday evening?" She looked at him with expressionless eyes and said in the same indifferent voice, "Why Sunday?" "I don't know. I thought I heard someone say he left on Friday afternoon." "Were there a lot of people in the bar when he left?" She appeared to think this over. She sometimes seemed so absent or so indifferent to what was being said that she came across like a sleepwalker. "There are never many people in the afternoon." "Can you recall anybody?" "There may have been someone. I don't remember. I didn't pay any attention." "Did he take any luggage with him?" "Of course." "A lot?" "His suitcase." "How was he dressed?" "He was wearing a grey suit, I think. Yes." "Do you know where he is right now?" "No." "Do you have any idea where he went?" "I know he must have taken the train to Poitiers, and from there the bus for Saint-Aubin or another village roundabout." "Does he stay at the village inn?" "Usually, yes." "Does he ever stay with friends or relatives, or with the vineyard owners who supply him with wine?" "I've never asked him." "So, if something happened, if you fell ill, for example, and needed to get hold of him urgently, you wouldn't be able to?" The thought neither surprised nor frightened her. "He always comes back in the end," she replied in a flat, monotonous voice. "Same again." The two glasses were empty, and she filled them. Chapter 3. The Young Man on the Delivery Tricycle. When all was said and done, it was one of Maigret's most disappointing interrogations. In fact, it wasn't an interrogation, strictly speaking, since the life of the little bistro went on as usual. For a long time, Maigret and Lapointe stood at the counter, drinking their wine like customers. And in reality, that was what they were, customers. Even though one of the male nurses had recognized Maigret and said his name out loud, Maigret himself, in addressing Madame Callas, made no mention of his official function. He spoke to her from time to time, with long silences between his questions. She, for her part, when he didn't ask her anything, simply ignored him. She left them alone in the room for a time, while she disappeared through a back door she left half open. It must have been the kitchen. She was putting something on the stove. While she was gone, a little old man entered and, clearly irregular, walked straight to a table in the corner and took a box of dominoes from a pigeonhole. From the back, she could hear the dominoes he was putting on the table, as if he was preparing to play by himself. When she came back in, she didn't say hello to him, simply poured a pink-colored aperitif into a glass and went and put it down in front of him. He was waiting. Only a few minutes went by before another little old man, so similar to him in type that they might have been brothers, came in and sat down opposite him. "Am I late?" "No, I was early." Madame Callas filled a glass with another kind of aperitif. All this happened in silence, like a mime. In passing, she flicked a switch which turned on a second light at the far end of the room. "Doesn't she make you nervous?" Lapointe whispered in Maigret's ear. It wasn't nervousness that Maigret felt, but interest. It had been a long time since he had last had the opportunity to show such interest in a human being. When he was young and dreaming of the future, Hadn't he imagined an ideal profession which unfortunately doesn't exist in real life? He hadn't told anyone and never uttered these words aloud, even to himself, but he would have liked to be a mender of destinies. Curiously, though, in his career as a policeman, he had quite often come across people whom the vicissitudes of life had steered in the wrong direction, and he had been able to put them back where they belonged. Even more curiously, in the course of the last 2 years, a profession had been born that somewhat resembled the one he had imagined: the psychoanalyst who tries to reveal to people their true personalities. Well, if anyone clearly wasn't where they belonged, it was this woman who came and went in silence, giving no clue as to her thoughts and feelings. Admittedly, he had already discovered one of her secrets, if you would call it a secret. Her customers probably all knew. Twice more she had returned to the back room, and the second time she did this, Maigret had clearly heard the squeak of a cork in the neck of a bottle. She drank. He would have sworn she was never drunk, never lost her self-control. Like true drunks, those for whom medical treatment can do nothing, she knew her limits and kept herself in this resolute state, this kind of somnambulistic indifference that was so intriguing at first glance. "How old are you?" he asked her when she resumed her place behind the counter. 41. She hadn't hesitated. She had replied without either pride or bitterness. She knew she looked older than that. She had probably stopped living for other people a long time ago and no longer cared about their opinions. Her face was withered, with deep circles under her eyes. The corners of her mouth sagged, and there were already weak folds under her chin. She must have lost weight, and her dress, too big for her now, hung from her body. Born in Paris? No. He was sure she guessed what was behind his questions, but she didn't try to avoid them. On the other hand, she didn't use a single word more than was necessary. Behind Maigret, the two old men were playing their game of dominoes, as they probably did at this time every afternoon. What bothered Maigret was that she should hide in order to drink. If she didn't care what people thought, what was the point of going into the back room to get a swig of brandy or wine straight from the bottle? Was it because she still retained a degree of self-respect? It seemed unlikely. When drunks get to that point, they really bother to hide, unless those around them are constantly keeping an eye on them. What was the answer to the question? There was a husband, Omer Calas. Could it be assumed that he prevented his wife from drinking, at any rate in front of the customers? Does your husband often go to the Poitiers area to buy wine? Every year. Once. Sometimes twice, it depends. On what? On the wine they're selling. Does he always leave on a Friday? I've never paid attention. Did he mention in advance that he planned to make this trip? Mention it to whom? To you. He never tells me what he plans to do. To the customers, then, or to friends? I've no idea. Were those two here last Friday? Not when Omer left. They don't get here until 5. Maigret turned to Lapointe. Can you phone Gare Montparnasse and find out the times of the afternoon trains for Poitiers? Ask for the station chief. Maigret spoke in a low voice. If she had watched his lips, Madame Calas would have guessed the words he was saying, but she didn't bother. Ask him to check with the employees, especially at their ticket offices. Give a description of the husband. The phone booth wasn't at the back of the room, as is usually the case, but near the front window. Lapointe asked for a token and took a few steps towards the glass door. It was quite dark by now, and a bluish fog hovered on the other side of the windows. Maigret, who had his back to the street, turned abruptly when he heard Lapointe's hurried steps. He thought he saw a shadowy figure running away outside, a young face that seemed pale and shapeless in the semi-darkness. Lapointe had turned the door handle and was running in his turn in the direction of La Villette. He hadn't had time to shut the door behind him, and Maigret now stepped forwards and went and stood outside in the middle of the pavement. He could just about make out 2 figures disappearing to the distance, one chasing the other, but for a time he still heard hurried footsteps on the cobbles. Lapointe must have thought he had recognized someone through the window. Although Maigret had seen almost nothing, he was sure he knew what had happened. The young man who had run away resembled the description of the young man with the delivery tricycle who, while Victor was working at the bottom of the canal, had already run away once before when a police officer approached him. Do you know him? he asked Madame Callas. Who? There was no point insisting. In any case, it was quite possible she hadn't looked towards the street at the right moment. Is it always so quiet here? It depends. On what? The day? The time? As if to prove her right, the siren sounded, indicating the end of a working day in a nearby workshop, and a few minutes later there was a sound like a procession along the street. The door opened and closed and opened again a dozen times, and people sat down at the tables while others, like Maigret, stood at the counter. In many cases, Madame Callas didn't ask them what they were having and automatically served them their usual drinks. Isn't Omer here? No. She didn't add, he's gone on a trip, or else he left for Poitiers on Friday. She simply answered direct questions but didn't go into unnecessary details. Where was she from? He didn't feel able to make even a hypothesis. The years had tarnished her, as if part of her had somehow drained away. Because of her drinking, she lived in a world apart and had only a superficial contact with reality. Have you been living here long? In Paris? No, this bistro. 24 years. Did your husband own it before he met you? No. He made a mental calculation. So, you were 17 when you met him. I knew him before. How old is he now? 47. That didn't quite match the age given by Dr. Pole, but the margin wasn't as great as all that. Maigret continued to ask questions, but without much conviction, more to satisfy his personal curiosity than anything else. Wouldn't it have been a miracle if, on the very first day, chance had led to his discovering the identity of the Headless Corpse without his having to make any effort? There was a murmur of conversation, and a thick layer of cigarette smoke began to drift over everyone's heads. People left. Others came in. The two domino players remained as imperturbable as if they were alone in the world. Do you have a photograph of your husband? No. You don't have a single picture of him? No. Or of yourself? Not of myself either, except on my identity card. Maigret knew from experience that people not having a photograph of themselves didn't happen once in 1,000 times. Do you live upstairs? She nodded. The building he had noted from outside had only one upper floor. There must be 2 or 3 rooms up there, probably 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, or a junk room. How do you get up there? There's a staircase from the kitchen. She went to the kitchen a little while later, this time to stir something that was cooking. The main door burst open, and Lapointe came in, panting, his cheeks flushed, his eyes shining, pushing a young man in front of him. Lapointe, the youngest and newest of Maigret's inspectors, had never been so proud of himself. "You really gave me a run for my money," he said with a smile, reaching for his drink, which was still on the counter. 2 or 3 times, I thought he was going to get away. It's a good thing I was a 500-meter champion at school." The young man was also panting heavily. "I haven't done anything," he proclaimed, turning to Maigret. "In that case, you have nothing to fear." Maigret looked at Lapointe. "Did you get his identity card?" "To be on the safe side, I've kept it in my pocket. He's definitely the one who rides a delivery tricycle for a firm called Pulse Mail. He's also the one who was on the quayside this morning and hurried away when he was approached." "Why?" Maigret asked the young man. The latter had a stubborn air about him. He was the kind of youth who likes to make out that he's tough. "Why don't you answer?" "I have nothing to say." "Did you get anything from him on the way back?" Maigret asked Lapointe. "We were too breathless to talk much. His name's Antoine Christin. He's 18 and lives with his mother in an apartment in Rue de Faubourg Saint-Martin." A few of the customers were looking at them, but not with any unusual degree of curiosity. It wasn't rare in this neighborhood for the police to put in an appearance. "What were you doing outside?" "Nothing." "He was looking in through the window," Lapointe said. "As soon as I saw him, I remembered what Judel told us, and I rushed outside." "Why did you run away if you weren't doing anything wrong?" The young man hesitated, made sure that at least 2 of their neighbors were listening, and said, lips quivering, "Because I don't like coppers." "But you watched them through the window." "There's no law against it." "How did you know you were here?" "I didn't." "Then why did you come?" He blushed and bit his lip, which was thick. "Answer me." "I was passing." "Do you know Omer?" "I don't know anyone." How about Omer's wife? Madame Callas was back behind the counter and watching them. Once again, it was impossible to read the slightest fear, the slightest apprehension on her face. If she had something to hide, she was stronger than any culprit or any witness Maigret ever encountered. Do you know her? By sight? Have you ever been in here for a drink? Maybe. Where's your tricycle? With my boss. I finish work at 5. Maigret signaled to Lapointe. The inspector understood, because it was one of the few agreed signals among the men of the police judiciaire. Lapointe went into the phone booth and called not Gare Montparnasse, but the police station that was almost opposite on the other side of the canal. He finally managed to get Judel on the line. The boy's here at Callas's. In a few minutes the chief will let him go, but he'd like someone to be ready to keep a tail on him. Anything new? More false leads and dead ends. Fights in 4 to 5 bars on Sunday evening. Someone who thinks he heard a body fall in the water. A prostitute who claims an Arab stole her handbag. Talk to you later. Maigret was still beside the young man, feigning indifference. What are you drinking, Antoine? Wine? Beer? Nothing. Don't you ever drink? Not with coppers. You're going to have to let me go in the end. You seem very sure of yourself. I know the law. He was big-boned, a sturdy country boy who hadn't yet lost his health in Paris. How many times had Maigret seen kids of the same kind end up knocking an old tobacconist or haberdasher senseless for a few $100 one evening? Do you have brothers and sisters? I'm an only child. Does your father live with you? He's dead. Does your mother work? She's a cleaner. Give him back his identity card, Maigret said to Lapointe. Does it have the right address on it? Yes. The boy wasn't yet sure this wasn't a trap. Can I go? Whenever you want. He didn't say thank you or goodbye, but Maigret surprised a furtive wink he gave Madame Callas. Now phone the station. He ordered 2 more glasses of white wine. The bistro had partly emptied. Apart from him and Lapointe, there were only 5 customers left, including the domino players. I don't suppose you know him? Who? The young man who just left. Yes, she replied without hesitation. It was so simple that Maigret was thrown. Does he come here often? Quite often. For a drink. He doesn't drink much. Beer and wine sometimes. Is it after his work that you see him? No. During the day? She nodded. Her unchanging calm was finally starting to exasperate Maigret. When he passes? You mean when he rides by on his tricycle? In other words, when he has deliveries in the area? Yes. Usually around what time? 3:30, 4 o'clock? Does he have a regular round? I think so. Does he stand at the bar? Sometimes he sits down. Where? At that table there, near me. Are you good friends? Yes. Why didn't he say that? Probably to act tough. Does he usually act tough? He tries to. Do you know his mother? No. Are you from the same village? No. So he just came in one day and you became acquainted? Yes. Around 3:30. Isn't your husband usually in the brasserie playing billiards? Most of the time, yes. Do you think it was by chance that Antoine chose that time to come and see you? It never occurred to me. Maigret realized the apparent enormity of the question he was about to ask, but he had a sense things were even more unreal around him. Does he flirt with you? It depends on what you mean by that. Is he in love with you? I suppose he likes me. Do you give him presents? I sometimes tip him a banknote from a till. Does your husband know? No. Hasn't he ever noticed? Now and then. Did he get angry? Yes. Did he suspect Antoine? I don't think so. When they had gone down the 2 steps from the entrance, they had entered a world in which all values were different, and where words themselves had another meaning. Lapointe was still in the booth, talking to Gare Montparnasse. Do you mind my asking you a more personal question, Madame Callas? You'll do what you want to do anyway. Is Antoine your lover? She didn't flinch. She didn't turn her eyes away from Maigret. Now and then, she admitted. You mean you had relations with him? You'd have found out in the end. I'm sure it won't take him long to talk. Has it happened often? Quite often. Where? The question was of some importance. When old Mayor Callas was absent, his wife had to be ready to serve those customers who came in. Maigret glanced up at the ceiling. From the bedroom on the first floor, would she hear the door open and close? With the same simplicity as ever, she looked towards the far end of the room, the door open on the kitchen. In there? Yes. Have you ever been caught? Not by a mayor. Who by? A customer once who was wearing shoes with rubber soles, and who on seeing nobody at the counter headed for the kitchen. Did he say anything? He laughed. Did he tell Omer? No. Did he come back? Maigret had an inkling. So far he hadn't been mistaken about Madame Callas's character, and even his boldest hypotheses had turned out to be correct. Did he come back often? He insisted. 2 or 3 times. When Antoine was here? No. It was easy to find out if the young man was in the bistro, because if he was, and it was before 5 o'clock, he would have left his tricycle outside the door. Were you alone? Yes. Did you have to go with him to the kitchen? He had the impression that there was a gleam in her eyes, a very perceptible irony. Was he mistaken? It seemed to him that in her silent language she was saying, "What's the point of asking me these questions? You already understood." She understood Maigret too. It was as if they were evenly matched, more precisely as if they both possessed the same experience of life. It was so quick that a second later Maigret would have sworn it had been a figment of his imagination. Are there many others? He asked in a quieter, almost conspiratorial voice. A few. Then, without moving, without leaning towards her, he asked a final question. Why? That was a question she was only able to answer with a vague gesture. She didn't strike a romantic pose, didn't construct a whole novel around herself. He had asked her why, and if he didn't understand it by himself, she couldn't explain it to him. But he did understand. It was only a confirmation he was looking for, and she didn't need to speak to give him that. He knew now how low she had descended. What he still didn't know was where she had started from to get there. Would she reply with the same honesty to questions about her past? He couldn't test that immediately, because Lapointe now rejoined him. There's a train for Poitiers at 4:48 on weekdays, Lapointe said, after a sip of wine. The station chief has already questioned 2 of the employees, but they didn't see anyone answering the description provided. He'll make some more inquiries and give you the result at headquarters. He did say, though, that it might be a better idea to phone Poitiers. As the train stops several times on the way and then continues southwards, fewer passengers get off there than get on at Montparnasse. Pass it on to Lucas. I'd also like him to phone Saint-Omer and the nearest villages. There must be a constabulary somewhere. Better also the inns. Lapointe asked for more tokens, and Madame Callas handed them to him with an indifferent gesture. She didn't ask any questions, seemed to find it natural to be questioned about her husband's travels, even though she knew all about the discovery made in the Canal Saint-Martin and the search that had been going on all day almost outside her windows. Did you see Antoine last Friday? He never comes on Friday. Why? Because he does a different round. But after 5 o'clock. My husband is almost always back by then. So he didn't come here in the afternoon or in the evening. That's right. And you've been married to Omer Callas for 24 years. I've been living with him for 24 years. Aren't you married? Yes, we got married at the town hall of the 10th arrondissement. But it's only been 16 or 17 years. I'd have to count. Do you have any children? A daughter. Does she live here? No. In Paris? Yes. How old is she? She's just turned 24. I had her when I was 17. Is she Omer's daughter? Yes. Definitely. Definitely. Is she married? No. Does she live alone? She has an apartment on the East Sundery. Does she work? She's an assistant to one of the surgeons at the Hôtel-Dieu, Professor Laveau. For the first time, she was saying more than was absolutely necessary. Did she still have the same feelings as everybody else, in spite of everything? Was she proud of her daughter? Did you see her last Friday? No. Does she ever visit you? Sometimes. When was the last time? About 3 weeks ago, maybe a month. Was your husband here? I think so. Does your daughter get on well with him? She has as little contact with us as possible. Is she ashamed of you? Maybe. How old was she when she left home? Her cheeks had grown slightly flushed. 15. Her voice was curter than before. Without warning. She nodded. With a man? She shrugged. I don't know. It makes no difference. Only the domino players were still left in the room. They put the dominoes back in the box and tapped the table with coins. Madame Callas knew what they wanted. She went and refilled their glasses. Isn't that Maigret? One of them asked in a low voice. Yes. What does he want? He hasn't said. She hadn't asked him either. She went to the kitchen, came back to the bar, and murmured, If you've finished, it's time I had something to eat. Where do you have your meals? There, she said, pointing to one of the tables at the back. We won't be much longer. Did your husband have appendicitis a few years ago? 5 or 6 years ago he had an operation. Who performed it? The name will come back to me. Wait. Dr. Cronvalet. That's the one. He used to live on Boulevard Voltaire. Doesn't he live there any more? He's dead. At least, that's what a customer who was also operated on by him told us. If Cronvalet had been alive, they could have found out from him if Omer Callas bore scars in a rainbow pattern on his stomach. The next day, they would have to try his assistants and the nurses. Unless, of course, Omer had been found alive and well in a village near Poitiers. Was your husband fired at with a shotgun some time ago? Not since I've known him. Has he ever gone hunting? Maybe he used to hunt when he lived in the country. You've never noticed some quite faded scars in a rainbow arc on his stomach? She seemed to think this over, frowned, and finally shook her head. Are you sure? I haven't looked at him so closely for a long time. Did you love him? I don't know. How long was he your only lover? Yes. She had given this word a particular resonance. Did you meet when you were very young? We're from the same village. Where's that? A hamlet called Boissoncourt, about halfway between Montargis and Gien. Do you ever go back there? No, never. Have you ever been back? No. Is that since you've been with Omer? I was 17 when I left. Were you pregnant? 6 months. Did people know? Yes. Including your parents? Still with the same simplicity which had something incredible about it, she replied curtly, Yes. Did you ever see them again? No. Lapointe, who had finished giving instructions to Lucas, came out of the booth, mopping his brow. What do I owe you? Maigret asked. She asked her first question. Are you going? It was his turn to answer with a monosyllable. Yes. Chapter 4. The Young Man on the Roof. Maigret had been hesitant to take his pipe from his pocket, something that happened in very few places, and when he had done so he had assumed the innocent air of someone who automatically keeps his hands busy as he speaks. Immediately after the briefing in the Commissioner's office, which hadn't taken long, and after a conversation with the Commissioner by the open window, he had passed through the little door that led from a police judiciaire to the prosecutor's office. It was the time of day when almost all the benches were occupied in the corridor where the examining magistrates had their offices, because 2 black Marias had just arrived in the courtyard. Among the prisoners waiting handcuffed between two guards, more than 3/4 were known to Maigret, and a few greeted him as he passed without any apparent rancour. Judge Camillo had telephoned his office 2 or 3 times the previous day. He was a thin, wiry man with a small brown moustache that was probably dyed, and the bearing of a cavalry officer. His first words had been, "Tell me exactly how far you got." Meekly, Maigret had granted his wish, telling him about Victor's successive discoveries at the bottom of the Canal Saint-Martin, and about the head they hadn't yet found. At this point, he'd been interrupted. "I assume the diver is continuing his search today." "I didn't think it was necessary. But surely, if the trunk and the limbs have been found in the canal, the head can't be far away." That was what made relations with him so difficult. He wasn't the only examining magistrate like that, but he was unquestionably the most aggressive. In a sense, he wasn't stupid. A lawyer who had once studied with him claimed that Camillo had been one of the brightest of his generation. It had to be assumed that his mind was incapable of grasping certain realities. He came from a very particular upper-middle-class background with rigid principles and even more sacrosanct taboos, and he couldn't help judging everything according to these principles and these taboos. Patiently, Maigret explained. "First of all, sir, Victor knows the canal as well as you know your office and I know mine. He went over the bottom, metre by metre, more than 200 times. He's a conscientious young man. If he says the head isn't there, my plumber also knows his job and is also thought of as conscientious. Nevertheless, whenever I send for him, he always starts by telling me it's impossible that anything could be defective in the pipes. In the case of a dismembered corpse, it's unusual for the head to be found in the same place as the body." Camillo was making an effort to understand, looking at Maigret with his sharp little eyes. "There's a reason for that," Maigret went on. "While it's hard to identify severed limbs, especially if they've been in the water for a while, a head is easily recognizable. As it's less bulky than a trunk, it's logical for someone who wants to get rid of it to go to the bother of taking it further away. Let's assume you're right." Without appearing to, Maigret had his tobacco pouch in his left hand, and was only waiting for a moment's inattention on Camillo's part to fill his pipe. He told the magistrate about Madame Canas and described the bar on Quai de Valmy. "What led you to her?" "Chance, I admit. I had to make a phone call. In another bar, the telephone was within earshot of everybody without a booth." "Go on." He mentioned Calas's departure, the train to Poitiers, Madame Calas's relations with Antoine Christin, the delivery boy, and the crescent of scars on Calas's body. "You say this woman claims not to know whether or not her husband had these scars. Do you think she's telling the truth?" This was beyond Camillo's understanding, and it angered him. "To be honest, Maigret, what I don't understand is why you haven't brought this woman and this boy into your office and subjected them to one of those interrogations you're usually so good at. I assume you don't believe a word of her story." "That's not necessarily the case." "Claiming she doesn't know where her husband went and when he'll be back. How could someone like Camillo, who was still living in the left-bank apartment opposite the Luxembourg where he was born, get an idea of the mentality of Monsieur and Madame Calas? The trick had worked, though. A match had flared briefly and Maigret's pipe was lit. Camillo, who hated tobacco, would glare at him as he always did whenever anyone was presumptuous enough to smoke in his office, but Maigret was quite determined to maintain his air of innocence. "It's possible," he granted, "that everything she told me is false. It's also possible it's true. We fished parts of a headless corpse out of a canal. It could be any man between 45 and 55. So far, there's nothing to identify him. How many men that age have disappeared in the past few days, and how many have gone away on a trip without saying exactly where they're going? Should I summon Madame Calas to my office and treat her as a suspect just because she's in the habit of drinking surreptitiously, or because she's having an affair with a young delivery boy who runs away when the police approach him? What would we look like if tomorrow or in a few hours' time we discover a head somewhere, and it turns out not to be Calas's? Are you keeping an eye on the building?" "Jodel from the 10th arrondissement has put a man on guard duty on the quayside. Last night after dinner I had another walk around the area." "Did you discover anything new?" "Nothing specific. I questioned a number of prostitutes I came across in the street. The neighborhood has a completely different atmosphere at night from the way it is in broad daylight. I particularly wanted to know if anyone noticed any suspicious comings and goings around the Callas bistro on Friday evening, or if anyone heard anything. And did they? No, nothing much. But one of the girls did tell me something I haven't yet been able to check. According to her, the Callas woman has another lover, a middle-aged man with red hair who apparently lives or works locally. Admittedly, the girl who told me this is filled with resentment. She claims Madame Callas is hurting all of them. If at least she got paid for it, she told me, we wouldn't mind, but with her, it doesn't cost a thing. When men want it, they know where to go. They just have to wait until Callas has his back turned. I haven't been to see her myself, of course, but I'm told she never says no. Comelior sighed painfully on hearing of all this moral turpitude. Do as you see fit, Maigret. As far as I'm concerned, it all seems quite clear, and these aren't people who need to be treated with kid gloves. I'll see her again in a while. I'll also see her daughter. Last but not least, I hope to get some information about the identity of the body from the nurses who were present 5 years ago at Callas's operation. Regarding that, there was a curious detail. The previous evening, as he was prowling around the neighborhood, Maigret had popped into the bistro where Madame Callas was sitting on a chair, half asleep, while 4 men were playing cards. He had asked in which hospital her husband had had his appendix removed. As far as they knew, Callas was a tough character, a man you wouldn't imagine to be afraid of pain, anxious about his health, obsessed with the fear of dying. He'd only had to undergo a routine operation that was neither serious nor risky. But instead of going into hospital, he had spent a fairly large sum of money in order to be operated on in a private clinic in Villejuif. Not only was it a private clinic, but it was run by nuns who served as the nurses. Lapointe was probably there right now and would soon be phoning in his report. "Don't pussyfoot around, Maigret," Comelier said as the inspector got to the door. It wasn't a question of pussyfooting, nor was it pity. But that was impossible to explain to someone like Comelier. From one minute to the next, Maigret had found himself plunged into a world so different from the everyday world that he was having to grope his way. Did the little bistro on Quai de Valmy and its denizens have anything to do with the body thrown into the Canal Saint-Martin? It was possible. Just as it was possible the whole thing was a series of coincidences. He went back to his office. He was starting to assume the glum, surly air that almost always came to him at a certain stage in an investigation. The previous day he had been making discoveries and storing them away without wondering where they would lead. Now he was confronted with pieces of the truth and had no idea how to tie them together. Madame Callas was no longer merely a picturesque character. He had encountered quite a few of those in the course of his career, but a genuine human problem. To Comelier, she was a shameless drunk who slept with just anybody. To him, she was something else. He didn't yet know what exactly, and as long as he didn't know, as long as he didn't feel the truth, he would remain prey to a vague sense of unease. Lucas was in his office, putting mail down on the blotting pad. "Anything new?" "I didn't know you were around, Chief." "I was with Comelier." "If I'd known, I would have put the call through to you. There is something new, yes. Joudel's in a real state." Maigret thought of Madame Callas and wondered what had happened to her, but it turned out not to be about her. "It's about the young man. Antoine, if I got the name correctly." "Yes, Antoine." "Has he run away?" "That's right. Apparently, you asked yesterday for an inspector to tail him. The young man went straight home to Faubourg Saint-Martin, almost on the corner of Rue Louis-Non. The inspector Joudel had assigned to the job questioned the concierge. The boy lives with his mother, who's a cleaning lady, on the 7th floor of the building. They have 2 attic rooms. There's no lift. I'm telling you all this just as Joudel told it to me. Apparently, the building is one of those awful tenements where 50 or 60 families are packed in and the kids have to pay on the stairs." "Go on." "That's pretty much it. According to the concierge, the young man's mother is a brave, deserving woman. Her husband died in a sanatorium. She's had TB as well, and claims she's cured, but the concierge doubts it. Getting back to the inspector, he phoned Joudel to ask for instructions. Joudel didn't want to take any risks and ordered him to keep an eye on the building. He stayed outside until about midnight, after which he went in with the last tenants and spent the night on the stairs. This morning, just before 8, the concierge pointed out to him a thin woman who was walking past the lodge and told him it was Antoine's mother. The inspector had no reason to stop her or follow her. It was only half an hour later, when he had nothing better to do, that he was curious enough to go up to the 7th floor. It struck him as odd that the boy hadn't also come downstairs to go to work. He stuck his ear to the door, didn't hear anything, and knocked. Eventually, noticing that the lock was a very simple one, he tried his golden key. He saw a bed in the first room, which is also the kitchen, the mother's bed, and in the next room another bed, unmade. But there was nobody there, and the skylight was open. Joudel's annoyed that he didn't think of that and didn't give orders accordingly. It's obvious that in the course of the night the boy got out through the skylight and walked over the roofs looking for another open skylight. He probably got out through a building in Rue Louis Blanc. Are they sure he isn't still in the building? They're questioning the tenants right now. Maigret could imagine Judge Camillo's ironic smile on hearing this news. Has Lapointe called me? Not yet. Has anybody shown up at the Forensic Institute to identify the body? Just the usual customers? There were about a dozen of them, especially women of a certain age, who rush to identify every unidentified body that's found. Has Dr. Paul phoned? I've just put his report on your desk. If Lapointe calls, tell him to come back here and wait for me. I'm not going far. He headed on foot for the Ile Saint-Louis, walked around the outside of Notre Dame, crossed the iron footbridge, and soon found himself in the narrow, populous Rue Saint-Louis-en-Lille. It was the time of day when the housewives were doing their shopping, and it wasn't easy to make your way through them and the little barrows. Maigret found the grocery above which, according to Madame Calas, her daughter, whose name was Roussette, had a room. He walked down the side alley to the next shop until he came to a yard with uneven cobbles and a lime tree in the middle, giving it the air of a provincial school playground or the courtyard of a presbytery. "Are you looking for someone?" a woman's voice cried through a ground-floor window. "Mademoiselle Calas." "3rd floor on the left, but she isn't at home." "Do you know when she'll be back?" "She doesn't usually come back for lunch. We don't often see her before 6:30. If it's urgent, you'll find her at the hospital." The Hôtel Dieu, where Roussette Calas worked, wasn't far. All the same, it was a complicated business getting to Professor Lavaux's department, because it was the busiest time of the day, and men and women in white uniforms, male nurses pushing stretchers, and patients with uncertain steps kept up a steady flow in the corridors, going through the doors that led God alone knew where. "Mademoiselle Calas, please." They barely looked at him. "Don't know her. Is she a patient?" Or else they would point him to the end of a corridor. "Through there." He was sent in 3 or 4 different directions, until all at once, as if reaching a safe haven, he came to a quiet corridor where a young woman was sitting at a small table. "Mademoiselle Calas? Is it personal? How did you get in?" He must have wandered into an area that wasn't accessible to ordinary mortals. He gave his name and even showed his badge, feeling that here his prestige counted for little. "I'll go and see if she can be disturbed. I think she might be in the operating theatre." He was left alone for a good 10 minutes, and didn't dare smoke. When the young woman returned, she was followed by a fairly tall nurse with a calm, serene face. "Is it you who wants to speak to me?" "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, Police Judiciaire." Because of the bright, clean atmosphere of the hospital, the white uniform, the nurse's cap, the contrast was all the more striking with the bistro on Quai de Vermy. Roussette Calas seemed untroubled, but looked at him in surprise like someone who doesn't understand. "Is it me you want to see?" "If your parents live on Quai de Vermy, yes." It was very brief, but Maigret was certain he saw something like a harder gleam in her eyes. "Yes, but I just want to ask you a few questions. The professor's going to need me there soon. He's doing his rounds right now, and it'll only take a few minutes." She resigned herself, looked around, and spotted a half-open door. "We can go in there." There were 2 chairs, an adjustable bed, and instruments that must have been surgical, but which Maigret didn't know. "When was the last time you went to visit your parents?" He noticed a shudder at the word parents, and thought he knew the reason. "I go as seldom as possible." "Why?" "Have you seen them?" "I've seen your mother." She said nothing, as if it was self-explanatory. "Do you resent them?" "I can hardly resent them, unless it's for giving birth to me." "Did you go there Last Friday. I wasn't even in Paris. It was my day off, and I was in the country with friends. So you don't know why your father's away? Aren't you going to tell me why you're asking me these questions? You come here and talk to me about people who are officially my parents, but with whom I've long felt a stranger. Why? Does something happen to them? She lit a cigarette, and as she did so said, "You can smoke here, at least at this time of day." But he didn't take advantage of the offer to get out his pipe. Would it surprise you if something had happened to one of them? She looked straight at him. No, she said. What do you think might have happened, for example? Callas might have beaten my mother so badly that she's really hurt. She hadn't said my father, but Callas. Does he often beat her? I don't know about now. In the old days it was almost daily. Didn't your mother protest? She'd bow her head and let him do it. Maybe she likes it, I don't know. What else might have happened? She might have decided to put poison in his soup. Does she hate him? All I know is that she's lived with him for 24 years and never tried to run away. Do you think she's unhappy? You know something, Inspector? I try not to think about it at all. When I was a child, my one dream was to leave, and as soon as I could, I did. You were 15, I know. Who told you? Your mother. So he hasn't killed her. She seemed to think about this, then lifted her head. Is it him? What do you mean? Has she poisoned him? It's not very likely. In fact, it's by no means certain anything has happened to him at all. Your mother claims he left on Friday afternoon for the Poitiers area, which is where he apparently buys his white wine. That's right, he was already making those trips when I was around. At the same time, a body that might be his has been fished out of the Canal Saint-Martin. Has it been identified? Not yet. What makes identification particularly difficult is that we haven't found the head. Perhaps because she worked in a hospital, this didn't even make her rich. What do you think happened to him? She asked. I don't know. I'm trying to find out. There seem to be quite a few men in your mother's life. I'm sorry to talk to you about that. So what else is new? Did your father once, when he was a child or an adolescent, get shot in the stomach with a shotgun? She looked surprised. I never heard about that. Of course, you never saw any scars. What if they're on his stomach? She said with a slight smile. When was the last time you went to Quai de Varmy? Let me see. It must have been about a month ago. Did you go on a visit the way people usually visit their parents? Not exactly. Was Callas there? I make sure I go when he isn't there. In the afternoon? Yes, he usually plays billiards somewhere near Gare de l'Est. There wasn't a man with your mother? Not that day. Did you have a particular reason to visit her? No. What did you talk about? I don't remember. This and that. Did you talk about Callas? I doubt it. You didn't by any chance go to see your mother to ask for money? You're barking up the wrong tree, Inspector. Rightly or wrongly, I have my pride. There have been times when I was short of money. I've even been hungry, but I've never knocked at their door and begged for help. And I certainly wouldn't do it now that I'm earning a decent living. Can you remember anything that was said during your last conversation with your mother? Nothing in particular. Among the men you sometimes saw there, was there an aggressive young man who rides a delivery tricycle? She shook her head. Or a middle-aged man with red hair? This time she stopped to think. Does he have a pock-marked face? She asked. I don't know. If he does, that's Monsieur Dieudonné. Who's Monsieur Dieudonné? I don't really know much more than that. He's a friend of my mother's. He's been a customer there for years. An afternoon customer. She knew what he meant. Well, it was always in the afternoon that I saw him. But it might not be what you think. I really can't say. He struck me as a quiet man, the kind you can imagine in the evening by the fire in his slippers. Actually, that's almost always where I saw him, sitting by the stove opposite my mother. They looked as if they'd known each other for a long time, as if they didn't need to put themselves out for each other anymore. You know what I mean? You could have taken them for an old couple. Do you have any idea where he lives? Once, when he stood up to go, I heard him say in a soft voice I'd recognize, I have to get back to work. so I assume he works locally, but I don't know what he does. He doesn't dress like a factory worker. I suspect he's some kind of clerk." They heard a bell in the corridor, and Lucette automatically sprang to her feet. "Oh, that's for me," she said. "You have to excuse me. It's possible I may need to see you again at home. I'm only there in the evenings. Don't come too late. I go to bed early." He saw her shake her head as she walked along the corridor, like someone who isn't yet accustomed to a new thought. "I beg your pardon, mademoiselle. How do I get to the exit?" He seemed so lost that the girl sitting at the desk smiled and led him down the corridor to a staircase. "From here on, it's plain sailing. When you get downstairs, turn left, then left again." "Thank you." He didn't dare ask her what she thought of Lucette Callas. As for what he thought of her himself, he would have found it hard to say. He stopped for a moment for a white wine opposite the Palais de Justice. By the time he got back to headquarters, Lapointe had arrived and was waiting for him. "So, what about the nuns?" "They were as nice as could be. I was afraid I'd feel uncomfortable, but they were so kind. Tell me about the scars." Lapointe wasn't as delighted with the outcome. "First of all, the doctor who performed the operation died 3 years ago, as Madame Callas said. The nun who runs the office found the file. There's no mention of scars, which is quite normal, but on the other hand, I did learn that Callas had a stomach ulcer." "Did they operate on it?" "No. Before an operation, they apparently do a complete examination and record the results." "Was there any mention of distinguishing marks?" "Nothing like that. The nun was kind enough to ask the other nuns who might have been present at the operation. None of them remembers Callas very clearly. Just one of them thinks she remembers that before he was put to sleep, he asked to be allowed time to say a prayer." "Was he a practicing Catholic?" "No. He was afraid. That's the kind of detail the nuns don't forget. They didn't notice any scars." So no progress had been made, and they were still dealing with a headless body it was impossible to identify with any degree of certainty. "What do we do?" Lapointe asked in a low voice, seeing how grouchy Maigret was. Wasn't Judge Camélia right? If the dead man in the Canal Saint-Martin was Omer Callas, then there was a good chance that if they subjected his wife to a tough interrogation, they would get some valuable information out of her. A sit-down with Antoine the delivery boy, when they could get their hands on him, would almost certainly pay dividends too. "Come. Shall we take the car?" "Yes." "Where are we going?" "To the canal." In the meantime, he would ask the inspectors of the 10th arrondissement to look locally for a red-headed man with a pock-marked face who answered to the name of Dieudonné. The car weaved its way between the buses and lorries, and had just reached Boulevard Richelieu-Lenoir, not far from Maigret's apartment, when the inspector grunted, "Go via Gare de l'Est." Lapointe looked at him as if he didn't understand. "It may not lead to anything, but I prefer to check. We're told that Callas left on Friday afternoon, taking his suitcase with him. Let's say he came back on Saturday. If it was him they killed and cut into pieces, they would have had to get rid of that suitcase. I'm convinced it's not in the house anymore, and nor are the clothes he's supposed to have taken with him on his trip." Lapointe was nodding as he followed Maigret's argument. "We haven't found any suitcase in the canal or any clothes, even though the corpse was undressed before being dismembered." "And we haven't found the head," Lapointe added. There was nothing original about Maigret's hypothesis. It was just a matter of routine. 6 times out of 10, when guilty parties want to dispose of comprising objects, they simply deposit them in a station-left luggage office. Gare de l'Est, as it happened, was not far from Quai de Valmy. Lapointe finally managed to park the car and followed Maigret into the concourse. "Were you on duty on Friday afternoon?" he asked the employee at the left luggage office. "Only until 6. "Was a lot of luggage deposited?" "No more than any other day." "Among the items deposited on Friday, are there any that haven't yet been collected?" The employee turned towards the racks on which stood suitcases and packages of all kinds. "2," he replied. "Both belonging to the same person?" "No, the numbers aren't consecutive, and the crate covered in canvas was left by a fat woman, who I remember because I noticed that she smelled of cheese." "Is there cheese in it?" "I've no idea. Actually, no, it doesn't smell any more, so maybe it really was the woman who smelled." "And the second item?" "It's a brown suitcase." He pointed to a cheap suitcase that had clearly been much used. "Does it have a name or address on it?" "No." "Do you remember the person who brought it?" "I may be wrong, but I'd swear he was a young man from the country." "Why from the country?" "The way he looked." "Because he had a ruddy face?" "Maybe." "How was he dressed?" "I think he had a leather jacket and a cap." Maigret and Lapointe looked at each other, both thinking of Antoine Christin. "What time would that have been?" "About 5. Yes, just after 5, because the express from Strasbourg had just pulled in." "If anyone comes to collect the suitcase, can you telephone the police station on Quai de Zermatt straight away?" "What if the guy takes fright and runs away?" "Even if he does, we'll be here in a few minutes." There was only one way to identify the suitcase, and that was to go and see Madame Calas and show it to her. She watched indifferently as the two men entered the bistro and walked to the counter to serve them. "We won't be drinking anything right now," Maigret said. "We've come to see you because we want you to identify an object that's not far from here. My inspector will go with you." "Do I have to shut up shop?" "There's no need. You'll be back in a few minutes. I'll stay here." She didn't put on a hat, merely swapped her slippers for shoes. "Are you going to serve the customs?" "I probably won't need to." When the car drove off, with Lapointe at the wheel and Madame Calas beside him, Maigret stood for a moment in the doorway, a curious smile on his lips. It was the first time in his career that he'd been alone in a bistro as if he were the owner, and the idea amused him so much that he slipped behind the counter. Chapter 5. The Bottle of Ink. The sunbeams formed patterns in the same places as on the morning of the previous day, including an animal-shaped one on the rounded corner of the tin counter, and another on a chromo depicting a woman in a red dress holding out a glass of foamy beer. As Maigret had already felt the day before, this little bistro, like many such places in Paris, had something of the atmosphere of one of those country inns that are empty for most of the week but suddenly fill up on market days. He might have been tempted to pour himself a drink, but it was a childish desire that embarrassed him. Hands in his pockets, pipe between his teeth, he walked to the door at the back. He hadn't yet seen what was behind that door through which Madame Calas often disappeared. As he had expected, he found a kitchen which was somewhat untidy, but less dirty than he had imagined. On a brown-painted wooden sideboard immediately to the left of the door stood an already started bottle of cognac. So it wasn't wine that Madame Calas drank throughout the day, but brandy. There was no glass beside it, which meant she was probably in the habit of drinking it straight from the bottle. A window looked out on the yard, as well as a glass door which wasn't locked, and which he now opened. There were a line of empty casks in a corner, a heap of straw cases that had been used to wrap bottles, buckets with holes in them, rusty iron hoops. The illusion of being a long way from Paris was so strong that he wouldn't have been surprised to see a pile of manure and some chickens. Beyond the yard was a blind alley with windowless walls that probably led to a side street. Mechanically, he looked up at the windows on the first floor of the bistro. They clearly hadn't been washed for a long time, and the curtains hanging at them were faded. He might have been wrong, but he had the feeling that something had moved behind those windows. He was sure he had just seen the cat lying by the stove. Unhurriedly, he went back into the kitchen and began climbing the spiral staircase that led upstairs. The steps creaked. Even the vague smell of mildew reminded him of little village inns where he had sometimes spent the night. 2 doors led off the landing. He opened one and found himself in what must be the Calas couple's bedroom. It looked out on the quayside. The walnut double bed hadn't been made that morning, and the sheets were quite clean. The furniture was the kind you would have found in any apartment of this kind. Old furniture passed down from father to son, heavy and polished smooth by time. In the wardrobe, a man's clothes were hanging. Between the windows was an armchair covered in dark red rep, and beside it an old-fashioned radio. In the middle of the room, finally, was a round table covered in a cloth of an indefinable colour, flanked by 2 mahogany chairs. He wondered what it was that had struck him as soon as he came in, and had to look around the room several times before his gaze came to rest again on the tablecloth. A new-looking bottle of ink stood on it, along with a pen-holder and one of those promotional blotting pads placed at the disposal of customers in bistros. He opened it without expecting to make a discovery, and indeed he didn't make one, finding in it only 3 sheets of white paper. At the same time, he pricked up his ears, thinking he heard a creaking. It hadn't come from the toilet, which led directly off the bedroom. Going back to the landing, he opened the second door and discovered another room as big as the previous one, which served as a storeroom and was cluttered with furniture in poor condition, old magazines, glassware, and all manner of miscellaneous objects. "Is there anybody here?" he asked in a loud voice, almost certain he wasn't alone in the room. He stood there for a moment, motionless, then silently reached out his arm to a closet and abruptly opened it. "Don't do anything stupid this time," he said. He wasn't too surprised to recognize Antoine, who sat huddled at the back of the closet like a hunted animal. "I thought we'd find you soon enough. Get out of there." "Are you arresting me?" The young man was looking in terror at the handcuffs that Maigret had taken from his pocket. "I don't know yet what I'm going to do with you, but I've no intention of letting you vanish into thin air again. Hold out your wrists." "You have no right. I haven't done anything." "Hold out your wrists." He guessed that the boy was hesitating over whether or not to chance his luck and try to get away. Moving forwards, he used his whole bulk to pin him to the wall. After the boy had struggled a little, kicking him in the legs, he managed to close the handcuffs. "Now, follow me." "What did my mother say?" "I've no idea what your mother's going to say about this, but we have a certain number of questions to ask you." "I won't answer them." "Come anyway." He made him go in front. They walked through the kitchen. When Antoine entered the bar, he was struck by the emptiness and the silence. "Where is she?" "Madame Callas, don't worry, she'll be back." "Have you arrested her?" "Sit down in that corner and don't move." "I'll move if I want to." He had seen so many young people that age in more or less similar situations that he could have predicted everything Antoine said, the way he reacted to everything. Because of Judge Camillo, Maigret wasn't sorry to have got his hands on Antoine, but nor was he expecting the boy to clear things up for him. Someone opened the street door, a middle-aged man who was surprised to find Maigret standing there in the middle of the bistro with no sign of Madame Callas. "Isn't the lady here?" "She'll be back soon." Did the man see the handcuffs? Did he realize that Maigret was a policeman? Was that why he didn't come any closer? He touched his cap and hurried out, stammering something like, "I'll be back." He couldn't have got to the corner of the street before the black car stopped outside the door and Lapointe got out first, opened the car door for Madame Callas, and took a brown suitcase out of the car. Madame Callas saw Antoine immediately, frowned, and turned anxiously to Maigret. "Didn't you know he was in your house?" "Don't answer," the young man said to her. "He has no right to arrest me. I haven't done anything. I challenge him to prove I've done anything wrong." Without further delay, Maigret turned to Lapointe. "Is this the suitcase?" She wasn't too sure at first. Then she said yes. Then she said she couldn't be certain without opening it. "Have you opened it?" "I wanted you to be present. I gave the man at the station a temporary seat. He insists we send him an official requisition application as soon as possible." "Ask Camillo for one. Is the man still there?" "I suppose so. He didn't look as if he was about to go off duty." "Phone him. Ask him if someone can replace him for a quarter of an hour. It shouldn't be impossible. Tell him to get in a taxi and come here." "Got it," Lapointe said, looking at Antoine. Was the man from the left luggage office going to recognize him? If he did, everything would get even easier. "Well, phone Meurs. I'd like him to come too and carry out a proper search, along with photographers." "Right, Chief." Madame Callas, who was standing there in the middle of the room as if paying a visit, now also asked, as Antoine had already done, "Are you arresting me?" She seemed disconcerted when Maigret simply replied, "Why?" "Can I come and go as I please?" "In the house, yes." He knew what she wanted, and indeed she walked straight to the kitchen and disappeared into the corner where the bottle of cognac was. To cover her tracks, she moved some dishes and swapped her shoes, which she wasn't used to and probably hurt her feet, for her felt slippers. When she returned, she had regained her composure. She went behind the counter. "Can I get you a drink?" "A white wine, yes, and one for the inspector. Maybe Antoine would like a glass of beer." He was behaving like a man who has plenty of time, It might even have been supposed that he had no idea what he was going to do from one moment to the next. Having sipped at his wine, he walked to the door and locked it. "Do you have the key to the suitcase?" "No." "Do you know where it is?" "Probably in his pocket." "In Callas's pocket, since he was supposed to have left the house with his suitcase. I need some kind of tool. Do you have any pliers?" It took her a while to lay her hands on a pair of pliers. Maigret placed the suitcase on one of the tables and waited for Lapointe to finish making his telephone calls before starting to force a not very strong lock. "I ordered a white wine for you." "Thank you, Chief." The metal twisted and finally snapped, and Maigret lifted the lid. Madame Callas had remained on the other side of the counter. Although she was looking in their direction, she didn't appear especially interested. The suitcase contained a grey suit of rather thin fabric, a pair of almost new shoes, some shirts, some socks, a razor, a comb, and a toothbrush, as well as a bar of soap wrapped in paper. "Is this your husband's?" "I suppose so." "Aren't you sure?" "He does own a suit like that." "Isn't it upstairs any more?" "I haven't looked." She wasn't helping them, nor was she trying to allay suspicion. Since the day before, she'd been answering questions in as few words and with as few details as possible, although without ever becoming as aggressive as Antoine, for instance. Antoine was so scared he kept getting on his high horse, whereas Madame Callas didn't seem to have anything to fear. The comings and goings of the police officers, the discoveries they might make, were a matter of indifference to her. "Do you notice anything?" Maigret said to Lapointe as he looked through the suitcase. "That everything has been stuffed in just anyhow?" "Yes. That's how men pack most of the time. There's something odder than that. Callas was supposedly going on a journey. He took a spare suit with him as well as shoes and underwear. In theory, he would have packed upstairs in the bedroom." Two men in plasterers' overalls shook the door, stuck their faces to the window, seemed to be yelling something that couldn't be heard, and walked off. "Can you tell me why, in that situation, he would have taken dirty linen with him?" One of the two shirts indeed had been worn, as had a pair of pants and a pair of socks. "You think he wasn't the one who put these things in the case?" "It might have been him. It probably was, but not when he was leaving for his trip. When he packed his bag, he was on the point of coming home." "I see." "Did you hear that, Madame Callas?" She nodded. "Do you still claim that your husband left on Friday afternoon and took this case with him?" "I have nothing to change what I said." "Are you sure he wasn't here on Thursday, and that it wasn't Friday that he came home?" She merely shook her head. "Whatever I say, you'll believe what you want to believe." A taxi stopped outside. Maigret went to open the door. The employee from the left luggage office got out of the cab. "Keep the taxi, I'll only need you for a moment." Maigret let him in. For a moment or two, the man stood there, wondering what they wanted of him, looking around to get his bearings. His gaze came to rest on Antoine, who was still sitting in the corner of the banquette. He turned to Maigret and opened his mouth. Then he examined the boy again. During all this time, which seemed long, Antoine looked him in the eyes with a defiant air. "I think," the man began, scratching the back of his neck. He was honest and was struggling with his conscience. "I have to say, seeing him like this, I'd say it's him." "You're lying," the boy cried angrily. "It might be easier if he was standing." "Stand up." "No." "Stand up." Madame Callas's voice behind Maigret's back said, "Stand up, Antoine." "Like this," the man murmured after a moment's thought. "I'm a bit surer. Doesn't he have a leather jacket?" "Have a look upstairs in the room at the back," Maigret said to Lapointe. They waited in silence. The man glanced towards the counter, and Maigret understood that he was thirsty. "A glass of white wine?" he asked. "I wouldn't say no." Lapointe returned with a jacket that Antoine had been wearing the day before. "Put it on." The young man looked at Madame Callas to ask her advice. Reluctantly, he resigned himself once the handcuffs had been removed. "Don't you see how he's trying to get in with the coppers? They're all the same. You just have to say the word police and they start shaking. Well now, are you still going to claim you've seen me before?" "I think so." You're lying." The man turned again to Maigret and said in a calm voice that nevertheless quivered with emotion, "I assume my statement's important. I wouldn't like to harm anyone for nothing. This young man looks like the one who came to the station on Sunday and deposited the suitcase. Since I had no idea anybody was going to ask me about him, I didn't look at him all that closely. Maybe if I saw him in the same place, in the same lighting—" "We'll bring him to the station today or tomorrow," Maigret decided. "I'm very grateful to you. Cheers." He walked him to the door and closed it behind him. There was a kind of indefinable slackness in Maigret's attitude that rather intrigued Lapointe, who couldn't have said when it had started. Maybe it dated from right at the beginning of the investigation, from as soon as they had got to Quai de Valmy the day before, or as soon as they'd entered the Calas bistro. Maigret was acting as he usually did, was doing what he had to do. But wasn't he doing it with a lack of conviction that his inspectors had seldom seen in him? It was hard to define. He seemed to be acting rather reluctantly. The material clues barely interested him, and he appeared to be pondering thoughts that he wasn't conveying to anyone. It was especially noticeable here, in this bistro, and even more so whenever he addressed Madame Calas or watched her out of the corner of his eye. It was as if the victim didn't count, as if the dismembered body meant nothing to him. He had barely bothered with Antoine, and he had to make an effort to think of certain professional duties. "Call Camélio. I prefer it to be you. Tell him in a few words what's happened. It's probably best if he signs a committal order for the boy. He'll do it anyway." "What about her?" Lapointe asked, indicating Madame Calas. "I'd rather not." "What if he insists?" "He'll do what he wants. He's in charge." He didn't take the precaution of speaking in a low voice, and the other two were listening. "You ought to have a bite to eat," he advised Madame Calas. "They may be taking you away soon." "For a long time?" "For as long as the magistrate sees fit to keep you at his disposal." "Will I spend the night in prison?" "In the cells at headquarters first, probably." "What about me?" Antoine asked. "You too," Maigret replied, adding, "not in the same cell." "Are you hungry?" Madame Calas asked Antoine. "No." She nevertheless headed for the kitchen, but only to knock back a swig of brandy. When she returned, she asked, "Who'll mind the store while I'm away?" "Nobody. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on it." He couldn't stop looking at her, still in the same way, as if for the first time he was dealing with somebody he didn't understand. He had met some clever women in his career, and some had stood up to him for a long time, but he'd always known from the start that he would eventually gain the upper hand. It was a matter of time, patience, and determination. With Madame Calas it wasn't the same. He couldn't put her in any category. If someone had told him that she had murdered her husband in cold blood and cut him into pieces on the kitchen table, he wouldn't have objected. But nor would he have objected if someone had asserted that she had no idea what had happened to her husband. There she was in front of him in the flesh, thin and faded in her dark dress, which hung on her body like an old curtain hanging at a window. She was quite real, with a gleam of an intense inner life in her dark eyes, and yet there was something immaterial, something elusive about her. Did she know she produced that impression? You might have thought so from the calm, perhaps ironic way in which she, too, looked at Maigret. That was the source of the unease Lapointe had felt earlier. This was less a police investigation to discover a culprit than a personal matter between Maigret and this woman. Whatever didn't relate directly to her was of lesser interest to Maigret. Lapointe was to have proof of that a moment later when he came out of the phone booth. "What did he say?" Maigret asked, referring to Camélio. "He'll sign an order and have it brought to your office." "Does he want to see him?" "He assumes you'll want to question him first." "What about her?" "He'll sign a second order. You can do what you want with it, but in my opinion—" "I understand." Camélio was expecting Maigret to go back to his office, summon Antoine and Madame Calas in turn, and question them for hours until they spilled the beans. The head still hadn't been found. There was no positive proof that the man whose remains had been fished out of the Canal Saint-Martin was Omer Calas. At least now, because of the suitcase, there was a strong presumption of guilt, and many interrogations, started with fewer advantages than this one, had ended after a few hours in a complete confession. Not only was that Judge Camillo's thought, it was also Lapointe's, and he could barely conceal his surprise when Maigret said, "Take him to headquarters. Go with him to my office and question him. Don't forget to bring him up something to eat and drink." "Are you staying here?" "I'll wait for Meurs and the photographers." Embarrassed, Lapointe motioned to the young man to stand up. Before leaving, Antoine yelled at Maigret, "I warn you, you'll pay for this." At almost the same moment, the Viscount, who had been prowling the various offices of the police judiciaire as he did every morning, was continuing his rounds in the examining magistrate's corridor. "Nothing new, Monsieur Camillo? Haven't they found the head yet?" "Not yet, but we have an almost positive identification." "Who is he?" For 10 minutes, Camillo gladly answered questions, not sorry that for once it was he and not Maigret who had the attention of the press. "Is the inspector over there?" "I imagine so." And so the search of the Calas residence and the arrest of a young man, known so far only by his initials, were announced 2 hours later in the afternoon newspapers, then on the 5 o'clock bulletin on the radio. Alone now with Madame Calas, Maigret had gone to fetch a drink from the counter and had carried it over to a table and sat down. For her part, she hadn't moved, remaining behind the bar in the classic pose of the bistro owner's wife. They heard the factory sirens announcing midday. In less than 10 minutes, more than 30 people came and stuck their noses against the closed door. Some, seeing Madame Calas through the window, gesticulated, as if trying to argue with her. "I saw your daughter," Maigret said suddenly, breaking the silence. She looked at him without saying a word. "She confirmed that she came to visit you about a month ago. I wonder what the two of you talked about." It wasn't a question, and she didn't see fit to answer. "I got the impression she's a well-balanced person who's been clever enough to do well for herself. I don't know why, but it crossed my mind that she's in love with her boss and may even be his mistress." She still didn't react. Did any of this interest her? Did she have any feelings for her daughter? It can't have been easy for her at first. It's hard for a girl of 15 to get by alone in a city like Paris. She looked at him with eyes that seemed to see through him. "What is it you want?" she asked in a weary voice. Yes, what was it he wanted? Wasn't Camillo right? Shouldn't he be grilling Antoine right now, and wouldn't a few days in the cells at headquarters change Madame Calas's attitude? "I wonder why you married Calas and why, later, you didn't leave him." It wasn't a smile that came to her lips, but an expression that might pass for mockery or pity. "You did it deliberately, didn't you?" Maigret continued, without clarifying what he meant. He had to get there in the end. There were moments like now when it seemed to him that it would only take a slight effort not only for him to understand everything, but for that invisible wall between them to disappear. Find the word that had to be said, and then she would be simply human towards him. "Was the other man here on Friday afternoon?" This time he obtained a result. She gave a start. "What other man?" she finally asked reluctantly. "Your lover. The real one." She would have liked to appear indifferent and not ask any questions, but she finally yielded. "Who?" "A middle-aged man with red hair and a pock-marked face whose first name is Dieudonné." She had completely withdrawn back into her shell. There was nothing more to read in her features. At that moment a car drew up outside, and Meurs got out with 3 men and their equipment. Once more Maigret went and opened the door. No, he hadn't succeeded, but he didn't think he had completely wasted the time he had just spent alone with her. "What do you want us to look at, Chief?" "Everything. The kitchen first, then the 2 rooms and the toilet on the first floor. There's also the courtyard, and last but not least the cellar, which is probably under this trapdoor." "Do you think this is where the man was killed and dismembered?" "It's possible." "What about this suitcase?" "Examine it as well as its contents." "That could take all afternoon. Are you staying?" "I don't think so, but I'll probably drop by later." He went into the booth, called Junel at the police station opposite, and gave him instructions for the house to remain under surveillance. "You'd do better to come with me," he announced to Madame Callas. "Shall I take some clothes and toiletries?" "That might be wise." On her way through the kitchen, she stopped for a long swig. Then they heard her walking about in the bedroom on the first floor. "Aren't you afraid of leaving her on her own, Chief?" Maigret shrugged. If there were traces to wipe out, compromising objects to get rid of, that must have been taken care of a long time ago. He was surprised, however, that she was away for so long. They could still hear her moving about, and there were sounds of water running and drawers being opened and closed. In the kitchen, she stopped again. She was probably telling herself that this was the last brandy she would have a chance to drink in a while. When she finally appeared, the three men looked at her with the same surprise, a surprise that in Maigret was mixed with a touch of admiration. In less than 20 minutes, she had undergone an almost complete transformation. She was now wearing a black dress and coat that made her look very elegant. With her hair done and a nice hat on, it was as if the features of her face themselves had become firmer, her gait more distinct, her bearing resolute, almost proud. Had she been expecting the effect she produced? Was it an element of flirtatiousness? She didn't smile, didn't seem amused at their surprise, merely made sure she had what she needed in her bag, put on her gloves, and said, "I'm ready." She gave off an unexpected smell of eau de cologne and cognac. She had powdered her face and painted her lips. "Aren't you taking a case?" She said no, as if defiantly. Taking a change of clothes and underwear would be tantamount to admitting guilt, or at least to admitting that there might be good reasons to detain her. "See you later," Maigret said to Mers and his colleagues. "Are you taking the car?" "No, I'll find a taxi." It made a curious impression on him to find himself with her on the pavement and to walk in step with her in the sunshine. "I suppose we have more chance of finding a taxi if we walk down Rue de Récollet." "I suppose so." "I'd like to ask you a question." "You haven't been shy so far." "How long is it since you last dressed like that?" She took the trouble to think this over. "At least 4 years," she said at last. "Why do you ask?" "No reason." What was the point of telling her, since she knew as well as he did? Just in time, he raised his arm to stop a passing taxi. He opened the door for his companion and let her get in first. Chapter 6. The Threads of String. To tell the truth, he didn't yet know what he was going to do with her. It was quite likely that with another examining magistrate he wouldn't have acted as he'd done so far, and would have taken more risks. With Camellia, that was dangerous. Not only was the magistrate finicky, anxious to observe the formalities, worried about public opinion and the reaction of the government, but he'd always viewed Maigret's methods with suspicion, finding them unorthodox. Several times in the past the two men had clashed openly. Maigret knew that the magistrate had his eye on him, ready to make him bear responsibility for the slightest mistake, the slightest imprudent move. He would have much preferred to leave Madame Callas at home on Quai de Valmy until he'd built up a clearer idea of her character and the role she might have played. He would have put 1 or 2 men to keep watch on the bistro, but had Joudel's officer stopped young Antoine escaping from the building on Faubourg Saint-Martin? Antoine was nothing but a boy, with not much more intelligence than a child of 13. Madame Callas was quite another matter. As they passed the newsstands, he could see that the papers were already announcing the search of the bistro. In any case, the name Callas was in all the headlines. He imagined how it would be if, next day, for example, the morning newspapers announced, "Madame Callas has disappeared," and he had to go in and see the magistrate. Without turning his head to her, he was watching her out of the corner of his eye. She didn't seem to notice. She was holding herself very upright on her seat, not without dignity, and there was curiosity in the way she looked out at the city. She hadn't dressed up for at least 4 years, she had admitted earlier. She hadn't said in what circumstances, on what occasion she had last worn her black dress. Had it been even longer since she had last gone to the centre of town and seen the crush of people on the boulevards? Since he couldn't do exactly what he wanted, because of Camellia, he was forced to go about it differently. As they neared Quai des Orfèvres, he opened his mouth for the first time. "I don't suppose you have anything to say?" She looked at him with a hint of surprise. "What about?" "About your husband." She shrugged imperceptibly. "I didn't kill Callas," she said. She called him by his surname, the way the wives of some peasants and shopkeepers are in the habit of calling their husbands. That struck Maigret as if, coming from her, it didn't sound natural. "Shall I drive into the courtyard?" the driver asked, opening his window. "If you like." The Viscount was there at the foot of the grand staircase with 2 other journalists and some photographers. They'd had wind of what was happening, and it was pointless trying to hide the prisoner from them. "One moment, Detective Chief Inspector." Did she think it was Maigret who had asked him to come? She walked past them very stiffly, while they took photographs and followed her up the stairs. They must have photographed young Antoine, too. Even upstairs in the corridor, Maigret still hesitated. He opened the door to the inspector's office. Lucas wasn't there. He spoke to Janvier instead. "Can you take her into an empty office for a few minutes and stay with her?" She had heard. There was still a silent reproach in the gaze she brought to bear on Maigret. Or was it more disappointment than reproach? He walked out without adding anything and went into his own office, where Lapointe, who had taken off his jacket, was sitting in his place. Opposite the window, Antoine was sitting upright on his chair. He looked very red, as if he was too hot. Between them, on a tray that had been brought up from the Brasserie Dauphine, could be seen the remains of sandwiches and 2 glasses with dregs of beer at the bottom. As Maigret's eyes came to rest on the tray, then on him, Antoine seemed upset at having yielded to his appetite, presumably having previously vowed to punish them by refusing all food. They were used to that kind of attitude here, and Maigret couldn't help smiling. "How's it going?" he asked Lapointe. With his eyes, Lapointe made it clear that he had obtained nothing so far. "Carry on, boys." He walked upstairs to see Camillo and found him in his office, ready to go to lunch. "Have you arrested both of them?" "The young man's in my office. Lapointe is questioning him." "Has he talked?" "Even if he knows something, he won't say anything until we wave the evidence right under his nose." "Is he bright?" "That's just it. He isn't. You usually end up by getting the better of someone intelligent, if only by demonstrating that his answers don't stand up. An idiot simply denies everything in spite of the evidence." "What about the woman?" "I've left her with Janvier." "Are you going to interrogate her yourself?" "Not now. I don't know enough yet." "When are you planning to do it?" "Tonight, perhaps, or tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow." "And in the meantime?" Maigret appeared so meek, so good-natured, that Camillo wondered what he was up to. "I've come to ask you what you've decided." "You can't keep her in an office indefinitely." "You're right. It's difficult, especially with a woman." "Don't you think it's wise to put her in the cells?" "That's for you to say." "Personally, would you release her?" "I'm not sure what I would do." Frowning, Camillo thought this over. He was angry. He finally said to Maigret like a challenge, "Send her to me." Why was Maigret smiling as he walked along the corridor? Was he imagining the conversation between Madame Callas and the exasperated magistrate? He didn't see her again that afternoon. He merely went back into the inspector's office and said to Torrance, "Judge Camillo is asking to see Madame Callas. Will you ask Janvier to deal with it?" When the Viscount saw him on the stairs and tried to grab hold of him, he got away by saying, "Go and see Camillo. I'm certain that he has, or will soon have, news for the press." He walked to the Brasserie Dauphine and stopped at the bar for an aperitif. It was late. Almost everyone had finished lunch. He picked up the telephone. "Is that you?" he said to his wife. "Aren't you coming home?" "No." "I hope you have time to have some lunch." "I'm at the Brasserie Dauphine right now, and I'm just about to." "Will you be here for dinner?" "Maybe." Among the smells still hovering in the air, there were 2 that dominated the others: Pernod around the bar and coq au vin wafting in from the kitchen. Most of the tables were free in the dining room, where a few colleagues had got to the coffee and Calvados stage. He hesitated, then finally remained standing, and ordered a sandwich. The sun was as bright as it had been in the morning, the sky as clear, but a few white clouds were racing across it, and a breeze that had just risen raised the dust in the streets and stuck the women's dresses to their bodies. The owner, who was behind the counter, knew Maigret well enough to know that now was not the time to engage him in conversation. Maigret ate distractedly, looking outside with the same gaze as the passengers of a boat watching the sea roll past, monotonous and hypnotic. "Same again?" He said yes, perhaps without knowing what he had been asked, ate his second sandwich and drank the coffee they'd served him, even though he hadn't ordered it. A few minutes later, he was in a taxi taking him to Quai de Valmy. He stopped it on the corner of Rue des Récollets, opposite the lock, where 3 barges were waiting. In spite of the dirtiness of the water, with dubious-looking bubbles occasionally bursting on the surface, a few anglers, as always, were attaching their floats. As he passed the yellow-painted facade of Popol's, the owner recognized him. Maigret saw him through the window, pointing him out to a group of customers. A line of heavy goods lorries bearing the name Oulet and Langlois were parked at the curb. Maigret passed a few shops, the kind found in all the working-class neighborhoods of Paris. A fruit and vegetable display overflowed into the middle of the pavement. A little further on, there was a butcher's shop, empty of customers. Then, very near Callas's bistro, a grocer's shop so dark it was impossible to make out anything inside. Madame Callas had to leave home sometimes, even if only to do her shopping, and it was likely that she frequented these shops in her slippers with that thick black woolen shawl around her shoulders that he'd noticed in the bistro. Judel must have dealt with these people. The local police knew them and were trusted by them more than anyone from Quai des Orfèvres could ever be. The door of the bistro was locked. Sticking his forehead to the window, he could see nobody inside. In the kitchen, though, a figure occasionally caught a beam of sunlight. He knocked. Had to knock again 2 or 3 times before Mers appeared, recognized him, and rushed to the door. "Sorry, we were making noise. Have you been waiting long?" "It doesn't matter," Maigret said, turning the key in the lock. "Have you been disturbed a lot?" "Some customers try to open, and then go away. Others knock at the door and wave their arms insistently, demanding that we open up." Maigret looked around him, then went behind the counter to search for the kind of blotting pad he had seen on the table in the bedroom. Most bistros kept several of these, and he was surprised not to find a single one, whereas there were 3 boxes of dominoes, 4 or 5 baize covers, and half a dozen packs of cards. "Carry on," he said to Mers. "I'll speak to you later." He wormed his way between the equipment the technicians had set up in the kitchen and climbed to the first floor, from which he returned with the ink and the blotting paper. Sitting at a table in the bistro, he wrote in capital letters, "Closed temporarily." He had hesitated before writing the second word, thinking perhaps of Camille, who right now was alone with Madame Callas. "Have you seen any drawing pins anywhere?" "On the left-hand shelf under the counter," Mers replied from the kitchen. He found them and went and stuck his notice to the crossbar of the door. When he turned, he felt something alive brushing against his leg and recognized the ginger cat, which turned its head towards him, looked at him, and meowed. It hadn't occurred to him, if a house was to stay empty for a while, the cat couldn't be left alone in it. He went to the kitchen and found some milk in an earthenware jug and a cracked soup plate. "I wonder who I can get to look after the cat." "Don't you think a neighbor would do it? I noticed a butcher's shop not far from here." "I'll ask them later. What have you found so far?" They were combing the house, leaving no corner, no drawer unexplored. Mers would go first, examining objects with a magnifying glass, using, if need be, a portable microscope he had brought with him, and the photographers came after him. "We started with the yard, which is the untidiest part of the house. It occurred to me they might have tried to hide something in all that mess." "I assume the dustbins have been emptied since Sunday?" "Monday morning. We examined them anyway, looking for bloodstains, for instance." "Anything?" "No. Nothing," Mers said, although he seemed hesitant. That meant he had an idea, but wasn't sure of it. "What is it?" "I don't know, Chief, just an impression. All 3 of us had the same thought. We were talking about it when you arrived." "Go on." "At least as far as the yard and kitchen are concerned, there's something strange. This isn't the kind of house where you'd expect to find everything spick and span. We just have to look in the drawers to see how untidy the place was. All sorts of things were stuffed in there, and most of them are covered in dust." Maigret, who was looking around him, thought he knew what Mers was getting at. "Carry on," he said with growing interest. "Next to the sink, we found dishes from 3 days ago and saucepans that hadn't been cleaned since Sunday. It's reasonable to assume this was normal unless the wife had been neglecting the housework while the husband was away. Mers was right. The untidiness, even a degree of dirt, was probably customary. Logically, we should have found a 5 or 10-day layer of dirt everywhere. And yes, in some drawers, in some corners, there's dirt that's even older than that, but almost everywhere else, it looks as if a lot of cleaning has been done recently. Sombois found 2 bottles of bleach in the yard. One of them's empty, and to judge by the state of the label, it was bought recently. When do you think this cleaning might have been done? 3 or 4 days ago. I'll be more specific in my report. Before that, I'd have to run a few tests in the lab. What about fingerprints? They confirm our theory. In the drawers and cupboards, we found some of Callas's. Are you sure? They certainly match the prints from the body fished up from the canal. They finally had evidence that the dismembered man was indeed the owner of the bistro on Quai de Valmy. Are there similar prints upstairs? Not on the furniture, only inside it. Dubois has studied the first floor in detail. We'll go back there later. What struck us is that there isn't a speck of dust on the furniture, and the floor has been carefully cleaned. As for the bed sheets, they haven't been used in the past 3 or 4 nights. Have you found any dirty sheets anywhere? I thought of that. No. Did they do the washing at home? I haven't seen any machine or any tub. So they took dirty washing to a laundry. Almost certainly, yes. Now, unless the launderer came round yesterday or the day before, I'm going to find out which laundry it is. Maigret was about to go and question one of the local shopkeepers. Stopping him, Mers opened a drawer in the kitchen sideboard. You have the name here. He showed him a wad of receipts, among which there was some from the Récollet laundry. The most recent was from 10 days earlier. Maigret went to the phone booth, dialed the number, and asked if any laundry had been collected from the bistro on Quai de Valmy that week. We only collect on Thursday morning, he was told. It was the previous Thursday that the last collection had been made. Mers was right to be surprised. 2 people couldn't have lived in the house since Thursday without producing some dirty linen, and it should have been somewhere, at least a few sheets, since those in the bedroom were almost clean. Pensively, Maigret went back to the team. What were you saying about the prints? So far, in the kitchen, we found 3 sets, not counting yours and Lapointe's, which I know by heart. The most frequent are a woman's. I assume they're Madame Callas's prints. That'll be easy to check. Then there are the prints of a man I think is probably quite young. There are only a few of them, and they're the freshest ones. Antoine, presumably, whom Madame Callas must have given something to eat in the kitchen when he had arrived during the night. Finally, there are 2 prints from another man, including one partly erased. Plus Callas's prints in the drawers. Yes. So, to sum it up, it looks as if quite recently, on Sunday, for example, the house was thoroughly cleaned, but nobody bothered about the inside of the furniture. Is that it? They were all thinking of the dismembered body that had been dragged up piece by piece from the waters of the canal. That dismemberment hadn't been carried out in the street or on a patch of waste ground. It had required time, because each piece had been carefully wrapped in newspaper and tied with string. In what condition would a room be in after an operation like that had been performed in it? Maigret now regretted having delivered Madame Callas into Judge Comelia's far from gentle clutches. Have you been down to the cellar? We had a quick look everywhere. At first glance, there's nothing unusual in the cellar, but we'll be going back down there too. He left them to get on with their work. For a while he walked up and down the bistro, and the ginger cat started following him. The sun lit the bottles lined up on the shelf and cast soft reflections on a corner of the counter. Passing the big stove, he realized that it had gone out. He opened it, saw that some of the ashes were still glowing, and mechanically stirred them. A moment later, he went behind the counter, dithered over the bottles, chose the bottle of Calvados, and poured himself a glass. The till was half open in front of him with a few banknotes and some small change in it. On the wall to the right near the window hung a list of the drinks with their respective prices. He took the price of a Calvados from his pocket and put the money in the till. He jumped as if caught out when he saw a figure looming outside the window. It was Inspector Maigret, who was trying to see inside. Maigret went and opened the door. I thought I'd find you here, Chief. I phoned headquarters and they told me they didn't know where you were. Judel looked around him with a touch of surprise, presumably searching for Madame Callas. "Is it true you arrested her?" "She's with Judge Camelio." With his chin, Judel gestured towards the kitchen, where he could see the technicians. "Have they found anything?" It's still too early to know. And above all, too long to explain. Maigret didn't feel up to it. "I'm glad I've got hold of you. I don't want to do anything without your opinion. I think we found the red-headed man." "Where is he?" "If my information's correct, not far from here, unless he's on night shift this week. He works as a timekeeper at Zenith Transport, the company that— Oh, désolé, I know. Ole and Langlois." "I thought you'd prefer to question him yourself." Mers's voice reached them from the kitchen. "Do you have a moment, Chief?" Maigret walked to the back of the bistro. Madame Callas's black shawl was spread on the table, and Mers, who had first examined it with a magnifying glass, was focusing his microscope. "Want to have a look at this?" "What am I looking for?" "Do you see brownish lines on the wall that look like twigs? Actually, it's hemp. Our tests will confirm it, but I'm pretty sure they're threads that are almost invisible to the naked eye and have come off a piece of string." "The same kind of string that—" Maigret was referring to the string that had been used to wrap the parts of the dismembered body. "I'd almost be prepared to swear it. Madame Callas probably didn't do a lot of wrapping. We haven't found a single piece of string like that in the house. There are pieces of string in a drawer, but it's either thinner string or fiber string or red string." "Many thanks. I assume you'll still be here when I get back?" "What will you do with the cat?" "Take him with me." The cat let itself be picked up, and Maigret was holding it under his arm as he left the house. He hesitated as he was about to enter the grocery, and told himself that the animal would be better off in a butcher's shop. "Isn't that Madame Callas's cat?" the butcher's wife asked as he approached the counter. "Yes. Would it bother you to keep him for a few days?" "As long as he doesn't fight with mine." "Is Madame Callas a customer of yours?" "She comes in every morning." "Is it true that it was her husband who—" Instead of expressing herself in words on such a morbid subject, she preferred to glance towards the canal. "Yes, it looks like it's him." "What have they done with her?" And as Maigret was searching for an evasive answer, she went on, "I know that not everybody agrees with me, and that there's a lot to be said about her, but as far as I'm concerned, she's an unhappy woman who's not to blame." Within a few minutes, the two men were waiting for the procession of lorries to pass, so they could step safely into the big yard of the Roulet and Langlois depot. A glass cage on the right bore the word "Office" in black lettering. The yard was surrounded by raised platforms that looked like the platforms in a railway freight yard, from which packages, sacks, and crates were loaded into the lorries. There was an incessant rough and tumble of activity, and the noise was deafening. "Chief!" Judel cried just as Maigret was reaching out for the door handle. Maigret turned and saw a red-headed man standing on one of the platforms with a slim ledger in one hand, a pencil in the other, looking at them fixedly. He was of medium height and wore grey overalls. His shoulders were broad, and the skin of his face, bright, ruddy, and pockmarked, looked like orange peel. Men loaded with packages passed in front of him, each yelling a name, a number, and the name of a town or village. But he didn't seem to hear them any longer, his blue eyes still fixed on Maigret. "Don't let him get away," Maigret told Judel. He went into the office where a young girl asked him what he wanted. "Are either of the owners here?" She didn't have to reply because a man with close-cropped grey hair now came up to him, a questioning look on his face. "Are you one of the owners?" "Joseph Langlois. I get the feeling I've seen you somewhere before." He had probably seen his photograph in the newspapers. Maigret gave his name, and Langlois waited suspiciously for what was to come next. "Who's the red-headed man I can see on the other side of the yard?" "What do you want with him?" "I don't know yet. Who is he?" "Dieudonné Pap, who's been working for me for more than 25 years. I'd be surprised if you found anything on him." "Is he married?" "He's been a widower for years. Actually, I think his wife died only 2 or 3 years after they got married." "Does he live alone?" "I suppose so. His private life is none of my business." "Do you have his address?" "He lives in Rue des Écluses Saint-Martin, not far from here. Do you know the number, Mademoiselle Beate?" 56. Does he work all day? He does his 8 hours like everybody else, but not necessarily during the day. The depot is open day and night. Lorries are loading and unloading constantly. Because of that, we have 3 shifts, and the rota changes every week. What shift was he on last week? Langlois turned to the girl he had called Mademoiselle Berthe. Can you have a look? She checked in a file. The early shift. Langlois explained what this meant. In other words, he came on at 6 in the morning and finished at 2 in the afternoon. Is your depot open on Sundays, too? Yes, but with only 2 or 3 men on duty. Was he one of them last Sunday? The girl again checked in her files. No. What time is he due to finish today? He's on the 2nd shift. That means he'll knock off at 10 this evening. Could you get someone to take his place? Can't you at least tell me what you want with him? I'm sorry, I can't. Is it something important? Probably very important. What do you suspect him of? I prefer not to answer that. Whatever you're thinking, I can tell you right now that you're barking up the wrong tree. If all my employees were like him, I'd never have anything to worry about. He wasn't pleased. Without telling Maigret what he was going to do and without asking him to follow him, he left the office, walked across the yard, and went up to Dieudonné Tap. Tap didn't react while his boss was talking to him, merely continued staring at the glass cage. Langlois turned to the far end of the yard and seemed to be calling someone. A little old man soon appeared, also in overalls, a pencil behind his ear. They exchanged a few words, and the newcomer took the ledger from the hands of the red-headed man, who followed his boss across the courtyard. Maigret hadn't moved. The 2 men came in, and Langlois announced, "This is a detective chief inspector from a police judiciaire. Apparently he needs to speak to you." "I have a few questions for you, Monsieur Pape, if you don't mind coming with me." Dieudonné Tap pointed to his overalls. "Can I change?" "I'll go with you." Langlois didn't say goodbye to Maigret, who followed Pape into a kind of corridor that had been turned into a cloakroom. Pape didn't ask any questions. He must have been over 50, and gave the impression of a calm, meticulous man. He put on his coat and hat, and walked out into the street with Judel on his right, and Maigret on his left. He seemed surprised that there was no car outside, as if he had expected to be taken immediately to Quai des Orfèvres. When they got to the corner of the street, opposite the yellow-painted bar, and they made him turn left instead of down towards the centre of the city, he opened his mouth to say something, but stopped in time. Judel had realized that Maigret was taking them to Calas's bistro. The door was still locked, and Maigret knocked. Meurs came and opened up for them. "Go in, Pape." Maigret turned the key in the lock. "You know this place well, don't you?" The man was disorientated. While he might have foreseen that he would be questioned by the police, he was surprised by the way things were happening. "You can take your coat off. The fire's on. Sit down in your place. I assume you have a regular seat." "I don't understand." "You know this place pretty well, don't you?" "I'm a customer." He was trying to figure out what the men were doing in the kitchen with their equipment, and must also be wondering where Madame Calas was. "A very good customer." "A good customer?" "Did you come here on Sunday?" He looked like an honest man, and there was both gentleness and shyness in his blue eyes, which were like the eyes of some animals which always seem to be wondering why human beings treat them so badly. "Sit down." Intimidated, he did as he was told. "I wasn't here on Sunday." He had thought before answering. "Did you stay at home all day?" "I went to see my sister." "Does she live in Paris?" "No, in Nogent-sur-Marne." "Does she have a telephone?" "Nogent 317. Her husband's a building contractor." "Did you see anyone else, apart from your sister?" "Her husband, her children. Then at about 5, some neighbours who were in the habit of coming to her house to play cards." Maigret signalled to Judel, who knew what he wanted, and walked over to the phone booth. "What time did you leave Nogent?" "I took the 8 o'clock bus." "Did you drop by here before going home?" "No." "When did you last see Madame Calas?" "On Saturday." "What shift were you on last week?" "The morning shift." "So it was after 2 in the afternoon that you came here?" Yes. Was Calas here? He had to think about this. Not when I arrived. But he did come back. I don't remember. Did you stay here for a long time? Quite a long time. How long? More than 2 hours, I don't know exactly. What did you do? I had a drink and chatted. With other customers. Mostly with Aline. He blushed as he uttered the name, and hastened to explain, I think of her as a friend. We've known each other a long time. How long? More than 10 years. So you've been coming here every day for more than 10 years? Almost every day. Preferably when her husband is away. This time he didn't reply, but bowed his head in a preoccupied manner. Are you her lover? Who told you that? It doesn't matter. Are you? Instead of replying, he asked anxiously, What have you done with her? Maigret replied openly, Right now she's with the examining magistrate. Why? To answer some questions about her husband's disappearance. Haven't you read the newspapers? As Dieudonné Pape didn't react but remained lost in thought, Maigret called out, Mers, can you take his prints? Pape let him take them. He seemed more concerned than scared, and his fingers didn't shake as they rested on the paper. Now compare them. With which ones? The two in the kitchen, including the one that's partly erased. When Mers walked away, Dieudonné Pape said in a soft but reproachful tone, If you want to know if I went in the kitchen, you only had to ask me. I often go there. Were you there last Saturday? I made myself a cup of coffee. You don't know anything about the disappearance of Omer Calas. He still seemed to be thinking things over, like a man faced with a crucial decision. You don't know that he was murdered and his body dismembered and thrown in the canal? There was something quite impressive about it. Neither Judel nor Maigret had expected it. Slowly, the man turned to look at Maigret, appeared to scrutinize his face, and at last said, still in the same soft but slightly reproachful voice, I have nothing to say. Did you kill Calas? Maigret insisted with equal gravity. Dieudonné Pape shook his head. I have nothing to say, he repeated. Chapter 7. Madame Calas's Cat. Maigret was eating his dessert when he became aware of the way his wife was looking at him, a slightly sardonic but maternal smile on her lips. He pretended not to notice it at first, looked back down at his plate and ate a few more spoonfuls of egg custard before raising his eyes again. Do I have a mark on the end of my nose? He grunted. No. Then why are you laughing at me? I'm not laughing. I'm smiling. It's as if you're making fun of me. Am I so comical? You're not comical, Jules. It was unusual for her to call him that, and it only happened when she was in a tender mood. What am I, then? Do you realize you haven't said a single word since you've been sitting here? No, he hadn't realized. Could you even tell me what you've been eating? Lamb's kidneys, he replied in an artificially grouchy tone. And before? Soup. What kind of soup? I don't know. Vegetable, I suppose. Is that woman bothering you so much? Most of the time, and it was true of this case too, Madame Maigret knew nothing of the cases her husband dealt with apart from what she read in the newspapers. Do you think she killed him? He shrugged, like a man trying to rid himself of an obsession. I have no idea. Or do you think Dieudonné Pape did it, and she's his accomplice? He felt like telling her that it didn't matter. And indeed, as far as he was concerned, it didn't. What mattered was to understand. The fact was, not only did he not yet understand, the better he knew the people involved, the more in the dark he was. The very reason he had come home for dinner instead of working away at his investigation was to clear his head, to plunge back into everyday life, as if to see the protagonists of the Quai de Valmy drama from another angle. Instead of which, as his wife had remarked teasingly, he hadn't opened his mouth throughout the meal, and had never for a moment stopped thinking about Madame Calas, Pape, or, to a lesser degree, young Antoine. It was unusual for him to feel so far from the solution to a problem, or more precisely, for a problem to be posed in such an untechnical way. There aren't many different types of crime. They can usually be put into 3 or 4 broad categories. The crimes of professionals are merely a matter of routine. But a criminal from the Corsican gang should kill a member of the Marseille gang in a bar in Rue de Douai is an almost mathematical problem for the men of the police judiciaire, and can be solved with the help of an established procedure. An attack by 1 or 2 young delinquents on a tobacconist or a bank cashier leads to a manhunt that also has its rules. With a crime of passion, you know immediately where you're going. Last, but not least, with a crime committed for financial gain, one involving an inheritance, a life insurance policy, or some more complicated plan to get hold of the victim's money, you're on safe ground as soon as you've discovered the motive. That was how Judge Camillier saw this case, perhaps because he couldn't admit that the private lives of people belonging to a world different from his, especially the inhabitants of Quai de Valmy, could be at all complicated. If Dieudonné Pape was Madame Callas's lover, then Dieudonné Pape and Madame Callas had got rid of her husband, both to be free and to get their hands on his money. They've been lovers for more than 10 years, Maigret had retorted. Why would they have waited all this time? The judge dismissed the objection with a gesture. Callas might have received a large sum of money from somewhere, or else the lovers had been waiting for the right opportunity. Or else Madame Callas and her husband had quarrelled, and Madame Callas had decided she'd had enough. Or else... What if we discover that apart from his bistro, which isn't worth much, Callas didn't have any money? Then there's still the bistro. Dieudonné had enough of working for Zenith Transport and decided to spend the rest of his days putting his feet up in the warm atmosphere of a little place like that. That was the one objection that had swayed Maigret a little. What about Antoine Christin? It was true. The judge now had 2 possible culprits to consider, rather than 1. Christin was also Madame Callas's lover, and he was more likely than Pape to have needed money. The other 2 used him. You'll see, we'll discover that he was their accomplice. That was what the story had become in moving from Quai de Valmy to an examining magistrate's office, and until the truth came to light, all 3 of them were under lock and key. What made Maigret even surlier, even angrier with himself, was that he hadn't tried to resist Camillier, had given in immediately, out of laziness or fear of complications. Ever since the start of his career, he had learned from his elders, then from his own experience, that you should never question a suspect in depth before you've built up a clear picture of the case. An interrogation is not about throwing out hypotheses haphazardly, constantly telling someone he's guilty and hoping that after hammering away at him for a certain number of hours, he'll confess. Even the most short-sighted of suspects has a kind of sixth sense, and can immediately sense if the police are making random accusations or have something solid to go on. Maigret had always preferred to wait. Sometimes in difficult cases, when he didn't feel sure of himself, he actually preferred to leave a suspect at large for as long as was necessary, even if that meant taking a bit of a risk. It had always worked. Contrary to what people might suppose, he liked to say, a suspect feels a kind of relief when he's arrested because now he knows where he stands. He no longer has to wonder if he's being followed, if he's being watched, if he's under suspicion, if a trap is being set for him. He's accused and he defends himself. And now he benefits from the protection of the law. In prison he becomes an almost sacred person, and everything that's done to build up a case against him will have to be done according to a number of specific rules. Aline Callas had been a good example of this. Once in the magistrate's office, she had hardly opened her mouth. Camillier hadn't got anything more from her than from one of the stones transported by the Node brothers. "I have nothing to say," she kept saying in a neutral voice, adding when he bombarded her with questions, "You have no right to interrogate me without a lawyer present." "Then tell me the name of your lawyer." "I don't have one." "Here's a list of members of the Paris bar. Choose a name." "I don't know them." "Choose one at random." "I don't have any money." They were forced to appoint a lawyer, which entailed various formalities, and took some time. Camillier had had young Antoine brought in late in the afternoon. Having withstood Lapointe's questioning for hours, he wasn't going to be any more forthcoming with the magistrate. I didn't kill Monsieur Callas. I didn't go to Quai de Valmy on Saturday afternoon. I didn't leave a suitcase in the left luggage office at Gare de l'Est. The man's either lying or mistaken." Meanwhile, his mother was waiting in the corridor of the Police Judiciaire, red-eyed, holding a handkerchief rolled into a ball. Lapointe had spoken to her, and so had Luca. She insisted on waiting, repeating that she wanted to see Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. That often happened with simple people, who assume they won't get anywhere with subordinates and are determined to talk to the boss. Maigret couldn't have seen her at that moment because he was just leaving the bistro on Quai de Valmy with Judel and Dieudonné Pape. "Will you close up and bring the key to headquarters?" he said to Meurs. All three had crossed the footbridge to Quai de Jemappe. Eau de l'Écluse Saint-Martin was not far, in a quiet area behind the Hôpital Saint-Louis that had something of a provincial air about it. Pape hadn't been handcuffed. Maigret had judged that he wasn't the kind of man who'd try to run away. He was calm and dignified, as calm in his way as Madame Callas. He didn't seem so much defeated as sad, with a hint of what looked like resignation. He didn't talk much. He probably never talked much. He answered questions in as few words as possible and occasionally didn't answer at all, merely looking at Maigret with his lavender blue eyes. He lived in an old 5-story building with a comfortable lower-middle-class air to it. As they passed the lodge, the concierge stood up and watched them through the window. They didn't stop, but climbed to the second floor, where Pape opened the door on the left with his key. His apartment consisted of 3 rooms, a dining room, a bedroom, and a kitchen, as well as a kind of junk room that had been turned into a bathroom, and in which Maigret was quite surprised to find a bathtub. Although not modern, the furniture was less old-fashioned than in the Callas house, and everything was remarkably clean. "Do you have a cleaning lady?" Maigret had asked with surprise. "No." "Do you do the cleaning yourself?" Dieudonné Pape couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, proud of his home. "Doesn't the concierge ever come up and lend you a hand?" Beyond the kitchen window hung a well-stocked food safe. "You'll also make your own meals." "Always." Above the chest of drawers in the dining room hung an enlarged photograph of Madame Callas in a gilded frame, so similar to those found in most households that it gave the apartment a cosy, conjugal feel. Remembering that he hadn't found any photographs in the Callas house, Maigret had asked, "How did you get hold of this?" "I took it with my camera and had it enlarged on Boulevard Saint-Martin." The camera was in a drawer in the chest. In a corner of the bathroom was a little table covered in glass tubs and flasks filled with products used for developing. "Do you do a lot of photography?" "Yes, especially landscapes." It was true. Searching the furniture, Maigret had found a batch of photographs depicting different parts of Paris and a smaller number of countryside views. Many showed the canal and the Seine. For most of them, Dieudonné Pape must have had to wait a long time in order to obtain certain quite striking lighting effects. "Which suit did you wear to visit your sister?" "The navy blue." He owned 3 suits, including the one he was wearing now. "Take them with you," Maigret had said to Judel. "The shoes, too." And finding dirty washing in a wicker basket, he'd had it added to the rest. He had noticed a canary hopping in a cage, but it wasn't until they were on their way out that he thought about what might happen to it. "Do you know anyone who will agree to have him?" "I'm sure the concierge will be glad to." Maigret had taken the cage and stopped outside. He didn't even need to knock. "Don't tell me you're taking him away," the concierge had exclaimed angrily. She wasn't talking about the canary, but about her tenant. She had recognized Judel, who was local. She might well have recognized Maigret, too, and she had read the newspapers. "To treat a man like him, the best man in the world, like a common criminal." She was short, dark, and slovenly-looking, with a shrill voice. She was so angry it looked as if she might scratch. "Could you look after the canary for a while?" She'd literally torn the cage from his hands. "Just wait and see what the tenants and neighbours say, and don't worry, Monsieur Dieudonné. We'll all visit you in prison." Once past a certain age, working-class women often worship bachelors or widowers like Dieudonné Pape, admiring their well-ordered lives. When the 3 men walked away, she was still on the pavement, weeping and waving goodbye. Maigret had said to Judel, "Take the clothes and shoes to Meurs. He'll know what to do with them. And I want the house on Quai de Valmy kept under surveillance." He was ordering this surveillance for no specific reason, more to avoid any possible reproach in the future than for anything else. Meekly, Dieudonné Pape waited at the curb. Then he fell into step with Maigret, and the two of them walked along the quayside in search of a taxi. In the cab, he said nothing, and Maigret for his part avoided asking any questions. Filling his pipe, he held it out to Pape. "Do you smoke a pipe?" "No." "Cigarettes?" "I don't smoke." He did ask one question, though, one that seemed to have no connection with Callas's death. "Do you drink?" "No." It was a further anomaly. Maigret found it hard to fit that in with everything else. Madame Callas was an alcoholic and had started drinking years ago, probably even before meeting Pape. It's quite rare for someone who has a craving for drink to stand the presence of a teetotaler. Maigret had known couples quite similar to the one formed by Madame Callas and Dieudonné Pape. In every case he could remember, both the man and the woman were big drinkers. He had been pondering all this over dinner, unconsciously, while his wife watched him without his realizing it. He had thought of many other things, too. Antoine's mother, for instance, whom he had found waiting in the corridor of the police judiciaire and admitted to his office. He had already handed Pape over to Lucas with the words, "Tell Camillo he's here. If he asks to see him, take him there. Otherwise, take him to the cells." Without reacting, Pape had followed Lucas into one of the offices, while Maigret walked away with the woman. "I swear to you, Inspector, my son can't possibly have done that. He wouldn't harm a fly. He tries to act tough because that's the fashion with young men these days, but I know him. I know he's only a child." "I believe you, madam." "So, if you believe me, why won't you let me have him back? I promise you I won't let him go out in the evening any more, and I'll stop him seeing women. When I think that woman is almost the same age as me and has no shame about taking up with a boy who's young enough to be her son. I'd sensed for a while that there was something going on when I saw him buying products for his hair, cleaning his teeth twice a day, and even putting on scent. I told myself, is he your only child? Yes, and I take particular care of him because his father died of TB. I've done everything for him, Inspector. If only I could see him, talk to him. Do you think they'll let me? They can't stop a mother from seeing her son, can they?" All he could do was send her to see Camillo. It was a bit cowardly, he knew, but he had no choice. She must have waited on another bench in the corridor upstairs, and Maigret didn't know if the magistrate had finally agreed to see her. Meurs had got back to headquarters just before 6 o'clock and handed over the key to the Callas house, the big old-fashioned key that Maigret now had in his pocket, along with the key to Pape's apartment. "Did Judel let you have the clothes, the shoes, and the linen?" "Yes, I have them in the lab. I assume I should be looking for bloodstains." "That in particular. Tomorrow morning I may send you to his apartment." "I'll come back here and work this evening after I've had a bite to eat. I assume it's urgent." It was always urgent. The more time you take on a case, the less fresh the leads, and the more time people have had to prepare their defense. "Will you call up this evening?" "I don't know. When you leave, drop a note on my desk." Now he stood up from the dining table and filled his pipe like a man who doesn't know what to do with himself, then looked uncertainly at his armchair. "How about getting your mind a rest for just one evening?" Madame Maigret ventured. "Stop thinking about your case, read something, or if you'd like, let's go to the cinema, and tomorrow morning you'll wake up with a clear head." He gave her a sardonic look. "You want to go to the cinema? There's quite a good film playing at the Moderne." She served him his coffee, and, if he'd had a coin to hand, he would have been tempted to toss it to decide what to do with his evening. Madame Maigret took care not to hurry him, to let him sip at his coffee. He strode up and down the dining room, stopping every now and again to stare at the carpet. "No," he said at last, resolutely. "Are you going out?" "Yes." Before putting on his coat, he poured himself a little glass of sloe gin. "Will you be back late?" "I don't know. It's unlikely." Perhaps because he didn't have the impression that what he was going to do was important enough, he didn't take a taxi, nor did he call Quai des Orfèvres and ask for one of the police cars. He walked to the metro, took a train, and got out at Chateau Landon. The neighborhood had put on its unsettling nighttime face, with shadowy figures hugging the buildings, women motionless at the curb, and murky lighting in the bars that made them look like fish tanks. A man, standing not far from the Callas door, rushed forwards when Maigret stopped, and shone a torch in his face. "Oh, sorry, Inspector, I didn't recognize you in the dark." It was one of Judel's officers. "Anything to report?" "No, or rather yes. I don't know if it's of any importance. About an hour ago, a taxi came along the quayside and started slowing down about 50 meters away. It kept going, slowing even more as it got to the house, but didn't stop. Did you see who was inside? A woman. When the cab passed the street lamp, I saw that she was young. She had a grey coat on, no hat. Then the taxi sped up again and turned left into Old Louis Law. Was it Lucette, Madame Callas's daughter, who would come to check that her mother hadn't been released? She knew from the newspapers that she'd been taken to Quai des Orfèvres, but so far the press hadn't said anything more. Do you think she saw you? It's quite likely. Judel didn't say anything about having to hide. Most of the time I walk up and down to keep warm. There was another possibility. Had Lucette Callas intended to go inside the house if it wasn't being watched? To get what, if that was the case? He shrugged, took the key from his pocket and turned it in the lock. He couldn't immediately find the light switch, not having had occasion to use it before. A single light came on that he had to go to the bar, where there was another switch in order to turn on the light at the far end. Mers and his men had tidied everything before they left, so there was nothing changed in the bistro, except that the stove had finally gone out and the place felt colder. As he was walking towards the kitchen, Maigret jumped, because something had just moved noiselessly near him. It took him a few seconds to realize that it was the cat he had earlier left with the butcher's wife. The animal now rubbed against his leg, and Maigret bent down to stroke it. "How did you get in here?" he muttered. It bothered him. The door that led from the kitchen to the yard was locked. The window was also closed. He went upstairs, switched on the light on the first floor, and found a half-open window. Now he understood. There was a shed in the yard of the neighbouring house, a shed with a zinc roof, and it was from there that the cat had jumped a distance of more than 2 meters. Maigret went back downstairs. As there was a little milk left in the earthenware jug, he gave it to the cat. "What now?" he said aloud, as if talking to the cat. What must they look like, the two of them, there in the empty house? He had never realized how solitary and desolate a bistro could look, without the owner behind the counter, without customers. Yes, this was how the room looked every night once the last customers had gone, and Callas had put up the shutters and turned the key in the lock. They were both there then, he and his wife, and there was nothing left to do but turn out the lights, walk through the kitchen, and go upstairs to bed. Madame Callas was most often in a state of dazed lethargy from all the swigs of cognac she'd taken during the day. Did she have to hide from her husband to drink? Or else, pleased with the outside recreations he himself enjoyed every afternoon, did he treat his wife's passion for the bottle with indulgence? It suddenly occurred to Maigret that there was one person about whom they knew almost nothing, and that was the dead man. From the first, for everyone, he had been the dismembered man. An odd thing, which Maigret often noticed, was that people don't have the same reactions, the same pity, for example, or the same revulsion, faced with scattered limbs, as opposed to an intact corpse. It is as if the dead person becomes more anonymous, almost comical, and you're lucky if they don't smile when they talk about it. He hadn't seen Callas's head, which still hadn't been found and might never be found, or a photograph of him. The man was from a peasant background, short and thick-set. Every year he went to buy wine from vineyards around Poitiers. He wore quite thin woolen suits and played billiards in the afternoon somewhere near Gare de l'Est. Apart from his wife, was there a woman in his life? Were there several? Was he unaware of what happened in his own house when he was away? He must have met Pape, and, if he had even the slightest insight, had surely guessed at the relationship that had developed between that man and his wife. Both gave the impression not so much of a couple of lovers, but rather of an already old relationship, people united by a deep, calm feeling founded on mutual understanding and indulgence, that particular tenderness only encountered in couples of a certain age who have a lot to forgive each other for. If he knew that, was he resigned to it? Did he turn a blind eye, or on the contrary, did he quarrel with his wife? What was his reaction to the others, those like young Antoine, who sneaked in and took advantage of Eileen Callas's weakness? Did he know about that, too? Maigret had finally headed for the bar, and his hand hesitated among the bottles of spirits, finally grabbed a bottle of Calvados. It struck him that he mustn't forget to put some money in the till. The cat had gone and sat down near the stove, and instead of falling asleep, was restless, surprised at feeling no warmth. Maigret could understand the relationship between Madame Callas and Pape. He could understand Antoine, too, and the ones who merely passed through. What he didn't understand was Calas and his wife. How and why had they got together, been married, lived together for so many years, and even had a daughter whom they seemed to have lost interest in, as if she had nothing in common with them? There was no photograph to enlighten him, no correspondence, none of those things in a house that make it possible to get an idea of the state of mind of those living in it. He finished his drink and poured himself another. He was in a bad mood. Glass in hand, he went and sat down at the table where he had seen Madame Calas sit, as if it was her usual place. He knocked his pipe against his heel, filled another, lit it, his eyes fixed on the counter, the glasses, the bottles. He wondered now if he wasn't in the process of finding the answer to his question, or at least part of his question. When it came down to it, what did the house consist of? A kitchen where nobody ate because the couple had their meals at the table at the far end of the bistro, and a bedroom where they did nothing but sleep. Whether it was Calas or his wife, it was here that they lived, in the bistro, which for them was what the dining room or living room is in an ordinary household. When the couple had arrived in Paris, hadn't they almost immediately settled on Quai de Valmy, never to move from it? Maigret even had the impression that this, too, shed a new light on the relationship between Madame Calas and Dieudonné Pape, and he smiled. It was still quite vague, and he would have been unable to express his thoughts in clear sentences. All the same, he was losing the sluggishness that had been affecting him for the last few hours. Finishing his drink, he went to the phone booth and dialed the number of the cells. "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret here. Who am I speaking to?" "Joyce. How's your new customer?" "Yes, the Calas woman, as you call her. What?" "And what did you do?" He felt sorry for her. She had called the guard twice. Both times she had tried to persuade him to bring her a little brandy, promising to pay him any amount of money. It hadn't occurred to Maigret how much she would suffer from being deprived of it. No, of course not. He couldn't tell Joris to give her some in spite of the regulations. Maybe he would bring her some himself tomorrow morning, or give her some in his office. "I'd like you to look in the papers that were taken from her. Her identity card must be there. I know she comes from somewhere near Gien, but I can't remember the name of the village." He had to wait quite a long time. "What?" "Boissoncourt. Near Saint-Andre. Boissoncourt with an A." "Thanks, my friend. Good night. Don't be too hard on her." He called directory inquiries and gave his name. "Would you be so kind, mademoiselle, as to find me Boissoncourt near Saint-Andre, between Montargis and Gien, and read me out the list of subscribers?" "Will you stay on the line?" "Yes." It didn't take long. The woman was excited at the thought of assisting the famous Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. "Are you taking this down?" "Yes." "Arrivard, Route de Chêne, unemployed." "Go on." "Arcelin Victor, butcher." "Don't you want the number?" "No." "Honoré de Boissoncourt, Château of Boissoncourt." "Go on." "Dr. Camuset." "Give me his number." 17. "Next." "Calas, Aubert, cattle merchant." "Number?" 21. "Calas, Julien, grocer. His number is 3. "Any other Calases?" "No, there's a Luchet who's unemployed, a Pierre Booth who's a blacksmith, and a Simenon who's a grain merchant." "Could you call me the first Calas on the list, then probably the second one as well?" He heard the telephone girls talking to each other down the line, then a voice announced, "Saint-Andre on the line." Number 21 was rung. The ringing went on for a long time until a woman's voice was heard. "What is it?" "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret here from the Police Judiciaire in Paris. Are you Madame Calas? Is your husband at home?" He was in bed with flu. "Are you related to a man named Omer Calas?" "What's he been up to? Has he done something wrong?" "So you know him?" "Actually, I've never seen him, because I'm not from here. I'm from the Artois, and he'd already gone when I married." "Is he a relative of your husband's?" "His first cousin. He still has a brother around here, Julien, who's a grocer." "Do you know anything else about him?" "About Omer? No, but I've no desire to know anything more." She must have hung up, because another voice asked, "Do you want me to put the second call through, Inspector?" This time the answer came more quickly. The man who came on the line was even more reticent. "I hear what you're saying, but What exactly do you want of me? Was Omer Callas your brother? I had a brother named Omer. Is he dead? I've no idea. I haven't heard from him in 20, almost 25 years. A man named Omer Callas has been murdered in Paris. I heard that earlier on the radio. Did you also hear his description? Does he sound like your brother? After so long, it's hard to say. Did you know he lived in Paris? No. Or that he was married? Silence. Do you know his wife? Listen, I've nothing to tell you. I was 15 when my brother left, but I haven't seen him since. I've never had a letter from him. I have no desire to know. If you want information, you should call Maître Canonge. Who's he? The lawyer. When he finally got hold of Canonge's number, the man's wife exclaimed, Well, that's a coincidence. What is? That you should be phoning now. How did you know? Earlier, after hearing the news on the radio, my husband wondered if he should phone you or go to see you. In the end, he decided to go to Paris. He took the 8:22 train. He be at Gare d'Austerlitz just after midnight. I don't know the exact time. Where does he usually stay? In the old days, the train arrived at Gare d'Orsay. He still stays at the Hôtel d'Orsay. What does your husband look like? A handsome man, tall, strong, with grey hair. He's wearing a brown coat, a brown suit, and apart from his briefcase, he took a pigskin suitcase with him. I'm still wondering what it was that made you think of him. When Maigret hung up, he had a smug smile on his face in spite of himself, and almost poured himself another drink. And he told himself he would have plenty of time for a drink at the station. All that remained was to telephone Madame Maigret and tell her he would be back quite late tonight. Chapter 8. The Lawyer from Saint-André. Madame Canonge hadn't exaggerated. Her husband really was a handsome man of about 60, who looked more like a gentleman farmer than a country lawyer. Standing by the gate at the end of the platform, Maigret immediately recognized him from a distance as he strode among the passengers from the 12:22 train, towering over the others, a pigskin suitcase in one hand, his briefcase in the other, and it was clear from his self-confident demeanor that he was a regular in this station, and even on that train. Tall and strong, he was the only one to be dressed with an almost overly studied elegance. His overcoat wasn't just any brown, but an unusual soft chestnut color that Maigret had never seen, and the cut bore the mark of a high-class tailor. His complexion was ruddy beneath his silvery hair, and even in the bad light of the station forecourt, Maigret could tell this was a man who took good care of himself. He was closely shaven and probably wore a discreet eau de cologne. Some 50 meters from the gate, he had spotted Maigret among the people waiting, and had frowned, like a man trying to remember something. He, too, must often have seen the inspector's photograph in the newspapers. Coming closer, he was still unsure whether or not to smile and hold out his hand. It was Maigret who took 2 steps forward. Maître Canonge? Yes. Are you Detective Chief Inspector Maigret? He put his suitcase down at his feet and shook the proffered hand. You're not going to tell me you're here by chance? No, I phoned your house this evening. Your wife told me you'd taken the train and that you'd be staying at the Hôtel d'Orsay. To be on the safe side, I thought it best to come here. I'll wait for you. There was still one thing the lawyer didn't understand. Did you read my ad? No. Strange. Before anything else, I think we should get out of here. Will you come with me to the Hôtel d'Orsay? They took a taxi. I came to Paris to see you and was planning to phone you first thing tomorrow. Maigret had not been mistaken. His companion gave off a slight aroma of eau de cologne and good cigars. Have you put Madame Callas in prison? Judge Camillieu has signed an arrest warrant. It's a remarkable story. They drove along the river. A few minutes later they pulled up outside the Hôtel d'Orsay, where the doorman greeted the lawyer like an old guest. I don't suppose the restaurant's still open, Alfred? No, Monsieur Canonge. Before the war, when all the Paris-Orléans trains arrived here, Canonge explained to Maigret, who knew it perfectly well, the station restaurant stayed open all night. It was practical. I don't suppose you really want to talk in a hotel room, do you? How about go for a drink somewhere? They had to walk quite some way along Boulevard Saint-Germain to find a brasserie still open. What are you drinking, Inspector? A beer. Could you bring me your finest brandy, waiter? Both of them, having taken off their coats and hats, sat down in the banquette. While Maigret lit his pipe, Canonge cut the end off his cigar with a silver pocket-knife. I don't suppose you've ever been to Saint-André? No, never. It's off the main road, and there's nothing to attract tourists. If I understood correctly what the radio announced this afternoon, the dismembered man from the Canal Saint-Martin is none other than that rascal Cass. His fingerprints match those found in the house on Quai de Valmy. When I read the few lines the newspapers devoted to the discovery of the body, I had a feeling it was him, and I almost phoned you. Did you know Calas? I used to. I knew the woman who became his wife rather better. Cheers. What I'm wondering now is where to begin. It's a more complicated story than you might think. Has Aline Calas mentioned me? No. Do you believe she's mixed up in the murder of her husband? I don't know. The examined magistrate is convinced she is. What has she said in her defense? Nothing. Has she confessed? No, she refuses to say a word. I think, Inspector, that she's the most extraordinary person I've ever met in my life. And yet the countryside is full of eccentric characters, I can assure you. He must have been used to being listened to, and he clearly liked the sound of his own voice. He held his cigar between his well-tended fingers, in a pose that must have been personal to him, one that displayed his gold signet ring. I'd better begin at the beginning. Obviously, you've never heard of Honoré de Boissancourt. Maigret shook his head. He is, or rather he was, until a month ago, the richest man in our region. Apart from the Chateau of Boissancourt, he owned about 15 farms, comprising 2,000 hectares in all, plus a good 1,000 hectares of woods and 2 lakes. If you're familiar with the provinces, you probably get the idea. I was born in the country. Not only had Maigret been born in the country, but his father had been the manager of a similar estate. Now, it's useful for you to know who this Boissancourt was. For that, I have to go back to his grandfather, whom my father, who was also a lawyer in Saint-André, already knew. His name wasn't Boissancourt, but Dupuy, Christophe Dupuy. The son of a tenant farmer, he first established himself as a cattle merchant, and was tough and crafty enough to quickly amass a fortune. I suppose you know that kind of man, too. Listening to him, Maigret felt somewhat as if he was reliving his own childhood. In the region he came from, there had been someone like Christophe Dupuy, who had become one of the richest men in the country, and whose son was now a senator. After a while, Dupuy started buying and selling corn. His speculating made him a lot of money. With his profits he bought land, 1 farm at first, then 2, then 3, so that by the time he died, the Chateau of Boissancourt, which used to belong to a widow without children, had passed into his hands along with its outbuildings. Christophe had married the daughter of a cavalry officer, and they had 1 son and 1 daughter. When he died, his son, Alain, started to call himself Dupuy de Boissancourt. Gradually he dropped the Dupuy, and eventually, when he was elected to the departmental council, he obtained a decree legalizing his new name. This, too, brought many memories back to Maigret's mind. So much for the older generations. Honoré de Boissancourt, the grandson of Christophe Dupuy, who could be called the founder of the dynasty, died a month ago. He'd married Emily d'Espessac from an old local family that had fallen on hard times. After giving him a daughter, she died in a riding accident when the child was still very young. I knew her well, a charming woman, who bore her own ugliness with melancholy, and who had let herself be sacrificed by her parents without protest. It was claimed that Boissancourt gave them $1 million to buy her, so to speak. As the family lawyer, I can tell you the figure is exaggerated, but it's true all the same. That old Comtesse d'Espessac received a large sum the day the contract was signed. What kind of man was the last Boissancourt? I'm getting to that. I was his lawyer. For years I dined at the chateau once a week, and I've always hunted on his lands, so I knew him well. First of all, he had a club foot, which may partly explain why he was so gloomy and touchy. No doubt the fact that everybody knew the history of his family and most of the chateaux in the region were closed to him didn't help to make him any more sociable. His whole life he had the impression that people despised him and were conspiring to rob him, so he was always on the defensive in anticipation of being attacked. He took over a turret in the chateau and turned it into a kind of study, where for days on end he'd go over the accounts, not only those of his tenant farmers and gamekeepers, but every one of his suppliers, correcting the butchers' and grocers' figures in red ink. He'd often go down to the kitchen when the servants were having their meals to make sure they weren't being served expensive dishes. I don't suppose there's anything wrong in my betraying what were professional confidences between us, Anyone in Saint-Andre could tell you the same thing. Is Madame Calas's daughter. You guessed it. And Omer Calas? He worked at the chateau for 4 years as a manservant. He was the son of an alcoholic day labourer who didn't amount to much. This all goes back 25 years. He signalled to a passing waiter and said to Maigret, "This time, will you have a brandy with me? 2 brandies, waiter." Obviously, he went on as soon as he turned back to Maigret, you couldn't have surmised all this just from visiting the bistro on Quai de Vermy. That wasn't entirely correct, and Maigret wasn't in the least surprised by what he was learning. I sometimes talked about Aline with old Dr. Pétrel, who's sadly dead now and has been replaced by Camuset. Camuset never knew her and won't be able to tell you anything about her. As for me, I'm incapable of describing her case to you in technical terms. Even when she was a small child, she was different from the other little girls. There was something disturbing about her. She never played with anyone else, didn't go to school either, because her father was determined for her to have a private tutor. She didn't have just one, but a dozen at least, because the child saw to it that she made life impossible for them. Did she hold her father responsible for the fact that she led an existence different from other people? Or was it much more complicated than that, as Pétrel claimed? I have no idea. Most girls, it seems, love their fathers, sometimes to an exaggerated extent. I have no experience of that because my wife and I don't have children. Can that kind of love turn to hate? Be that as it may, she seemed to take a delight in being the bane of Boissoncourt's life. At the age of 12, she was caught trying to set fire to the chateau. Fire was her obsession for quite a while, and they were forced to keep a close eye on her. Then there was Omer, who was 5 or 6 years older than her, and was then what the peasants call a strapping lad, sturdy, tough, with an insolent gleam in his eye as soon as his employer had his back turned. "Did you see what happened between them?" Maigret asked, looking absently around the almost empty brasserie where the waiters were waiting for the last customers to leave. Not at the time. Again, it was Pétrel who told me this. According to him, she must have started taking interest in Omer when she was no more than 13 or 14. That happens to other girls that age, but it usually stays quite vague and more or less platonic. Was it any different with her? Did Calas, who wasn't exactly scrupulous, take advantage more than men usually do in such cases? Whatever the truth of it, Pétrel was convinced that they conducted a dubious relationship over a long period of time. He put it down largely to Aline's need to defy her father, yet to disappoint him. It's possible. It's not my field. The only reason I'm going into all these details is to make the rest more comprehensible. One day, when she wasn't yet 17, she went to see the doctor in secret and asked to be examined. He confirmed that she was pregnant. How did she take it? Maigret asked. Pétrel told me she looked him straight in the face and said between her teeth, "All the better." What you should know is that in the meantime Calas had married the butcher's daughter because she was pregnant too, and she'd given him a child a few weeks earlier. He was still working as a manservant at the chateau because he had no other trade, and his wife was living with her parents. One Sunday, the village learned that Aline de Boissoncourt and Omer Calas had disappeared. According to the servants, there'd been a dramatic scene the previous evening between the girl and her father. For more than 2 hours they'd been heard arguing loudly in the small drawing-room. To the best of my knowledge, Boissoncourt never tried to find his daughter, and as far as I know, she never wrote to him either. As for Calas's first wife, she became a depressive. She survived for another 3 years until she was found swinging from a tree in the orchard. The waiters had piled up the chairs on most of the tables, and one of them was looking at Maigret and Canonge and holding a big silver watch in his hand. "I think we ought to let them close," Maigret said. Canonge insisted on paying for the drinks, and they left. The night was cool, the sky starry, and they walked for a while in silence. It was Canonge who said, "Maybe we could find another place open for one last drink." Each deep in his own thoughts, they walked along much of Boulevard Raspail until they spotted a little nightclub in Montparnasse. The lights outside were blue, and music could be heard wafting out from inside. "Shall we go in?" Instead of letting themselves be led to a table, they sat down at the bar where 2 girls were hard at work on a fat man who was more than half drunk. "Same again?" Canonge asked, taking another cigar from his pocket. A few couples were dancing. 2 girls left the other end of the room and came and sat down next to him, but Maigret gestured them away, and they didn't insist. "There are still Calasses in Boissoncourt and Saint-André," Canonge said. "I know, a cattle merchant and a grocer." Canonge gave a little laugh. "It would be funny if the cattle merchant became rich enough in his turn to buy the chateau and the land. One of the Calasses is Omer's brother, the other his cousin. He also has a sister who married a gendarme in Gien. When Boissoncourt had a brain hemorrhage a month ago, just as he was sitting down to eat, I went to see all 3 of them to find out if they'd heard from Omer." "Hold on," Maigret cut in. "Didn't Boissoncourt disown his daughter?" "Everyone in the area was convinced he had. People were wondering who was going to inherit the property, because in a village like that, everyone more or less depends on the chateau." "I assume you knew?" "No. In his last years, Boissoncourt made several wills, all of them different, and never gave them to me for safekeeping. He must have torn them up one by one, because none of them were found." "In other words, his daughter inherits his property." "Automatically." "So you put an ad in the newspapers?" "Yes, as is usual in such cases. I couldn't put the name Calas in it, since I didn't know if they were married. Not many people read those kinds of ads. I didn't think it'd lead to anything." He had finished his brandy, and was looking at the barman in a particular way. If his train had had a restaurant car, he must have already had 2 or 3 drinks before arriving in Paris, because his face was red and his eyes glistened. "Same again, Inspector." Could it be that Maigret, too, had drunk more than he thought? He didn't say no. He felt fine, physically and mentally. He even had the impression that he was endowed with a sixth sense that allowed him to enter the skin of the people being talked about. Would he have been capable of reconstructing the story without Canonge's help? He hadn't been so far from the truth a few hours earlier, which was proved by the fact that he had thought of phoning Saint-André. If he hadn't guessed everything, the idea he had got of Madame Calas nevertheless matched the one he might have of her now that he knew. "She started drinking," he murmured with a sudden desire to talk in his turn. "I know. I saw her." "When?" "Last week." On this point, too, he had sensed the truth, but Canonge wouldn't let him speak. In Saint-André, he probably wasn't used to being interrupted. "Let me take things in the order they happened, Inspector. Don't forget I'm a lawyer, and lawyers are meticulous people." That made him laugh, and the girl sitting 2 stools away from him took advantage to ask him, "Can I order a drink, too?" "If you wish, my dear, provided you don't butt into our conversation. It's more important than you might think." Smugly he turned to Maigret. "Anyway, for 3 weeks my ad produced no results, apart from a few letters from crazy women. In the end, it wasn't the ad that led me to Eileen, but pure chance. A week ago, a hunting rifle I'd sent to Paris to be repaired was returned to me by express service. I was at home when it was delivered, and so I was the one who opened the door to the lorry driver." "A lorry from Zenith Transport?" "You know that." "That's right. I offered the driver a glass of wine, as is the custom in the country. The Calas grocery is just opposite my house on the church square. As he was having his drink, the man looked through the window and said, 'I wonder if that's the same family that owns the bistro on Quai de Vermy.' 'Is there a Calas on the Quai de Vermy?' I asked. 'A funny little bistro where I'd never set foot before last week. It was one of the timekeepers who took me there.'" Maigret would have sworn that the timekeeper was none other than Dieudonné Pape. "Did you ask him if the timekeeper had red hair?" "No. I asked him the first name of this particular Calas. He started searching in his memory, vaguely remembering reading the name on the front of the bistro. I suggested Omer, and he said that was it. To be sure, I took a train to Paris the next day." "The evening train?" "No, the morning one." "What time did you arrive at Quai de Vermy?" "Just after 3 in the afternoon. In the bistro, which was quite dark, I saw a woman I didn't recognize immediately. I asked her if she was Madame Calas, and she said she was. Then I asked her her first name. She gave me the impression she was half drunk. She does drink, doesn't she?" He too drank, not in the same way, but enough to now have watery eyes. Maigret wasn't sure their glasses hadn't been filled once again. The woman, who had changed stools, was leaning over Canonge and holding his arm. If she was following his story, nothing showed on her expressionless face. "You were born Eileen de Boissoncourt, weren't you?" I asked her. She looked at me and didn't deny it. I remember she was sitting near the stove with a big ginger cat in her lap. "Have you heard that your father has died?" I continued. She said she hadn't, but didn't show any surprise or emotion. "I was his lawyer and am now handling his estate. Your father didn't leave a will, Madame Callas, which means that the chateau, the land, and his entire fortune passed to you." "How did you get my address?" she asked. "I got it from a lorry driver who came here by chance." "Does anybody else know it?" "I don't think so." She stood up and went to the kitchen. To have a drink from a bottle of cognac, obviously. When she came back, she looked like someone who'd made up her mind. "I don't want that money," she declared in an indifferent voice. "I assume I have a right to give up the inheritance." "Anyone has the right to refuse an inheritance. All the same." "All the same what?" "I advise you to think it over and not come to a hasty decision." "I have thought it over. I refuse. I assume I also have the right to demand that you don't tell anyone where I am." As she spoke, she occasionally threw an anxious glance outside, as if she was afraid of seeing someone walk in, maybe her husband. At least that's what I assumed. I insisted, as was my duty. "I haven't found any other inheritors of Boissoncourt." "It's probably best if I come back another time," I suggested. "No, don't come back. Omer absolutely mustn't see you here. That would be the end of everything." She seemed terrified. "Don't you think you should consult your husband? Especially not him." I argued with her for a while longer, then got up to leave. I gave her my card and suggested she phone or write to me if she changed her mind over the next few weeks. A customer came in who looked as if he was quite at home there. A red-headed man with a pockmarked face. "I think so, yes." "What happened?" "Nothing. She put my card in the pocket of her apron and walked me to the door." "What day was this?" "Last Thursday." "Did you see her again?" "No, but I saw her husband." "In Paris?" "In my office in Saint-André." "When?" "Saturday morning. He arrived in Saint-André on Friday afternoon or Friday evening. The first time he came to see me was on Friday at about 8. I was at the doctor's house playing bridge, and the maid told him to come back the next day." "Did you recognize him?" "Yes, even though he put on weight. He must have been staying at the village inn, where of course he'd heard about Boissoncourt's death. He must also have been told that his wife would inherit the family fortune. It didn't take him long to throw his weight around, claiming that as the husband he was entitled to accept the inheritance on behalf of his wife. They married without a contract, in other words, under the convention of common assets." "Meaning one of them couldn't do anything without the other?" "That's what I told him." "Did you have the impression that he'd had a conversation with his wife about this?" "No. At first he didn't even know she'd refused the inheritance. He seemed to think she'd got hold of it without his knowledge. I won't tell him the whole conversation, it would take too long. I think his wife must have left my cards lying about, probably forgetting I'd given it to her, and he'd found it. What could have brought a lawyer from Saint-André to Quai de Valmy, unless it was something to do with the Boissoncourt inheritance? It was only gradually, in my house, that he discovered the truth. He left in a rage, telling me that I'd be hearing from him and slamming the door." "Did you see him again?" "No, and I didn't hear from him either. This happened on Saturday morning, and he took the bus to Montargis, where he caught the train for Paris." "Which train would that have been?" "Probably the one that gets into the Gare d'Austerlitz just after 3. That meant he had got home about 4, a little earlier if he'd taken a taxi. When I read that parts of a dismembered body had been found in the Canal Saint-Martin, on Quai de Valmy to be precise, I admit I was struck by the coincidence. As I told you earlier, I almost phoned you. Then I told myself you might laugh at me. It was only when I heard the name Callas on the radio this afternoon that I made up my mind to come and see you." "May I?" the girl next to him asked, pointing to her empty glass. "Yes, of course, my dear. What do you think of that, Inspector?" That word was enough for the girl to let go of his arm. "I'm not surprised," murmured Maigret, whose head was starting to feel heavy. "Admit you never suspected a story like this. It's only in the country that you encounter such bizarre characters. And even I confess—" Maigret wasn't listening to him. He was thinking about Aline Callas, who had at last become a complete person in his mind. He could even imagine her as a little girl. And this person didn't surprise him. He would have been hard put to explain it in words, especially to a man like Judge Camillo, and he fully expected the latter's incredulous reaction the next day. "The fact is," Camelia would reply, "she committed a murder with the complicity of her lover. Omer Callas was dead, and he obviously hadn't killed himself. Someone must therefore have struck the fatal blow and then cut up his body." Maigret thought he could hear Camelia's shrill voice. "I call that cold blood, don't you? You're surely not going to tell me it's a crime of passion. No, Maigret, I do sometimes agree with you, but this time—" Canonge held up a full glass. "Cheers." "Cheers." "What are you thinking about?" "Aline Callas." "Do you think she followed Omer just to annoy her father?" Even with Canonge, and even after a few glasses of brandy, it was impossible to express what he thought he understood. It was necessary, first of all, to admit that everything the girl had done at the Boissancourt chateau was already a protest. Dr. Petrel would no doubt have presented the case better than he could. Her arson attempts, first of all, then her sexual relations with Callas, finally her departure with Callas while others in her situation would have provoked an abortion. Perhaps it was also a kind of defiance or disgust. Maigret had often tried to get other people, including men of experience, to admit that those who fall, especially those who have a morbid determination to descend ever lower and take pleasure in disgracing themselves, are almost always idealists. It was pointless, Camelia would reply. Let's just say she's always been depraved. On Quai de Valmy, she had started drinking. That fitted in with the rest, as did the fact that she had stayed without ever being tempted to run away and had clung to the atmosphere of the bistro. He thought he understood Omer, too. Omer, who had realized the dream of so many country boys, to earn enough money as a manservant or a chauffeur to become the owner of a bistro in Paris. Omer led a lazy life there, dragging himself from the counter to the cellar, going once or twice a year to buy wine in the Poitou, and spending his afternoons in a brasserie near Gare de l'Est playing belote or billiards. They hadn't had time to investigate his private life. Maigret vowed to do so in the coming days, if only for his own satisfaction. He was convinced that apart from his passion for billiards, Omer had brief opportunistic affairs with young maids and female workers in the neighborhood. Had he been expecting the inheritance? It was unlikely. Like everyone else, he must have thought that Boissancourt had disowned his daughter. It had taken the lawyer's business card to give him hope. "What I can't understand," Canonge said, "what's beyond me, my dear Maigret, and I've seen all kinds of heirs in my time, is that she could have refused a heaven-sent fortune." For Maigret, on the other hand, it was only natural. What would the money have brought her at this stage in her life? Would she have moved to the chateau with Omer? Would they have started leading, either in Paris or elsewhere, on the Riviera, for instance, a life modelled on that of the upper middle classes? She had preferred to stay in her place, a place she had made for herself rather like an animal in its burrow. There she would spend days that were all alike, with swigs of cognac behind the kitchen door, and a visit from Dieudonné Tap in the afternoon. He too had become a habit, more than that perhaps because he knew and she wasn't ashamed in front of him, and they could sit together by the stove, in silence. "Do you think she killed him?" "I don't think so." "What about her lover?" "That's quite likely." The musicians were putting away their instruments. Here, too, they were about to close. Maigret and Canonge found themselves back out on the streets and set off in the direction of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. "Do you live far?" "Boulevard Richard-Lenoir." "I'll walk part of the way with you." Why did her lover kill Omer? Was he hoping to persuade her to accept the inheritance? They were both unsteady on their feet, but they felt good walking the streets of Paris, where the only thing to disturb them every now and again was a passing taxi. "I don't think so." The next day he would have to talk to Camelia in another tone, because he realized there was something sentimental in his voice. "Why did he kill him?" "What do you think Omer's first concern was when he got back from Saint-Andre?" "I don't know. I assume he was angry and ordered his wife to accept the money." An image came back to Maigret's memory. A bottle of ink and a blotting pad containing a few sheets of white paper on the table in the bedroom. That's in his character, isn't it? Very much so. Let's suppose Omer tried to force her to sign a paper saying she accepted, and she dug her heels in. He was the kind of man who'd have given her a thrashing. I know our peasants." He did occasionally beat her. "I'm trying to see what you're getting at." When he comes back, he doesn't bother to change. It's Saturday afternoon about 4. He gets Aline to come upstairs, orders her about, threatens her, hits her. And then her lover arrives? That's the most plausible explanation. Dieudonné Pap knows the house. Hearing the noise on the first floor, he crosses the kitchen and goes upstairs to rescue Aline. "And kills the husband," Canonge concluded humorously. "He kills him, deliberately or accidentally, by hitting him on the head with some instrument or other, after which he cuts him up into pieces." That drew laughter from Canonge, who was in a jovial mood. "Priceless. And what really strikes me as priceless is the idea of cutting Omer up in pieces. I mean, if you'd known Omer—" Instead of sobering him up, the fresh air merely accentuated the effects of the alcohol. "Will you walk back with me a little way?" They both retraced their steps, then turned and did the same thing again. "He's a curious man," Maigret sighed. "Who? The mayor?" "No, Pap." "To top it all, his name's Pap." "Not just Pap, but Dieudonné Pap." "Oh, priceless." "He's the quietest man I've ever met." "Is that why he cut Omer up into pieces?" It was true. It took a man like him, solitary, patient, meticulous, to so successfully erase the traces of a murder. Even Mers and his men, with all their equipment, had found nothing in the house on Quai de Valmy to prove that a crime had been committed there. Had Aline Calas helped to clean everything thoroughly and dispose of the linen and any objects that might have borne incriminating stains? Pap had made only one mistake, a hard one to avoid as it happened. He hadn't foreseen that Maigret would be surprised at the lack of dirty washing in the house, and would think of asking the laundry. What had the couple hoped? That weeks or months would pass before parts of Calas's remains would be found in the canal, and that by then these remains would be impossible to identify? That was what would have happened if the No Brothers' barge hadn't been transporting a few tons of freestone too many, and hadn't scraped the sludge at the bottom of the canal. Had the head been thrown in the Seine, or in a sewer? Maigret might know in a few days. He was convinced he would know everything in the end, yet that no longer aroused anything in him but a technical curiosity. What mattered was the drama that had played itself out among the three protagonists, and about that he was convinced he wasn't wrong. He would have sworn that once all trace of the crime had been erased, Aline and Pap had entered the hope of a new life, not very different from the previous one. For a time, Pap would have continued, as he had in the past, to spend an hour or two every afternoon in the little bistro. Gradually, his visits would have grown longer until, with the husband forgotten by the customers and the neighbors, he moved in for good. Would Aline have continued to let Antoine Christin and others have their way with her? It was possible. Maigret didn't dare venture into such deep waters. "This time, I say good night." "May I phone you tomorrow at the hotel? I'll need you for a certain number of formalities." "You won't need to phone. I'll be at your office at 9 o'clock. Of course, at 9 o'clock, Canonge hadn't arrived, and Maigret had forgotten that he had promised to be there. He himself didn't feel too lively, and it was with a sense of guilt that he'd opened his eyes when his wife, after putting his coffee down on the bedside table, had touched his shoulder. She had an odd smile, more maternal than usual, but quite tender. "How do you feel?" He couldn't remember ever having such a bad headache on waking, which meant that he had drunk a lot. He had seldom come home drunk, and what most annoyed him was that he hadn't been aware of drinking. It had happened gradually, one glass after another. "Do you remember everything you told me last night about Aline Calas?" He preferred not to remember, because he had the impression he had become more and more sentimental. "You sounded as if you were in love with her. If I were a jealous woman—" He blushed, and she hastened to reassure him. "I'm joking. Are you going to tell all this to Camillo?" So he told her about Camillo, too. That was indeed what remained for him to do. Only he wouldn't talk to him in the same terms. "Anything new, Lapointe?" "Nothing, Chief." "Can you put an ad in this afternoon's newspapers asking the young man someone asked to deposit his suitcase at Gare de l'Est on Sunday to make himself known to the police?" "Wasn't it Antoine?" "I'm convinced it wasn't. Pap wouldn't have asked someone who was a regular. The man at the left luggage office says he saw a young man about the same age as Antoine wearing a leather jacket. There are plenty of people around here to answer that description. Do you have any evidence against Pap? He'll confess. Are you going to interrogate them? I think at this point in the investigation, Maigret will want to deal with that himself. It has become easy. It is no longer a question of asking questions haphazardly, fishing as they called it at headquarters. Maigret wasn't even sure he was all that determined to force a confession out of Aline Calas and Dieudonné. They would both struggle to the end until they could no longer keep silent. He spent more than an hour upstairs in the magistrate's office. From there he called Maître Canonge, who must have woken with a start when the telephone rang. Who is it? He asked, in such a strange way that Maigret smiled. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. What time is it? 10:30. Judge Camilio, the examining magistrate in charge of the Calas case, would like to see you in his office as soon as possible. Tell him I'll be right there. Shall I bring the Boisson-Court papers? If you like. I hope you didn't get to bed too late because of me. Canonge must have gone to bed even later. God alone knew where he had wandered when Maigret left him. At the end of the line, the inspector heard a woman's voice ask lazily, What time is it? Maigret went back down to his office. Is he going to interrogate them? Lapointe asked. Yes. Starting with a woman? I advised him to start with Pap. Will he come clean more easily? Yes, especially if, as I assume, he's the one who struck the fatal blow. Are you going out? I have something to find out at the Hôtel Dieu. It was only a point of detail. He had to wait for the end of an operation in progress to see Lucette Calas. I suppose you read in the newspapers about your father's death and your mother's arrest. Something like that was bound to happen. When you went to see her the last time, was it to ask her for money? No. Why, then? To tell her I'm going to marry Professor Laveau as soon as he gets his divorce. He may be curious to meet my parents, and I would have liked her to be presentable. You didn't know that Boisson-Court was dead? Who's he? Her surprise was genuine. Your grandfather. He added in a neutral tone as if announcing some unimportant news. Unless she's convicted of murder, your mother inherits a chateau, 18 farms, and I don't know how many millions. Are you sure? You can see Maître Canonge, the lawyer who's handling the estate. He's staying at the Hôtel d'Orsay. Will he be there all day? I assume so. She didn't ask him what would happen to her mother, and he left her, shrugging his shoulders. Maigret didn't have lunch that day because he wasn't hungry, but 2 glasses of beer more or less settled his stomach. He spent the whole afternoon shut up in his office. He had put the keys to the bistro and Pap's apartment down on a desk in front of him, and he seemed to take a wicked pleasure in polishing off the bureaucratic chores he usually hated. Whenever the telephone rang, he would pick it up more briskly than usual, but it wasn't until a few minutes after 5 o'clock that he recognized Camillia's voice at the other end of the line. Maigret. Yes. The judge could hardly contain a quiver of triumph. I was right to have them arrested? All 3 of them? No, I've just released young Antoine. Have the others confessed? Yes. Everything? Everything we assumed. I had the good idea of starting with the man. When I'd finished giving a detailed account of what must have happened, he didn't deny any of it. What about the woman? Pap repeated his confession in her presence. There was no way she could deny it. Did she add anything? As she left my office, she simply asked me if you'd taken care of her cat. What did you tell her? That you had other things to do. For the rest of his life, Maigret would resent Judge Camilio for that remark. Maigret and the Ghost, Chapter 1. Inspector Lognon's Strange Nights and Solange's Ailments. It was just after 1 o'clock in the morning when the light went out in Maigret's office. Puffy-eyed with tiredness, Maigret pushed open the door to the inspector's office, where young Lapointe and Bonfils were on duty. "Good night, boys," he grunted. In the vast corridor, the cleaning women were sweeping the floor, and he gave them a little wave. As always at that hour, there was a draught, and the staircase, he descended in the company of Janvier, was damp and freezing. This was mid-November, and it had rained all day. Maigret hadn't left the stiflingly hot atmosphere of his office since 8 o'clock the previous morning. Before crossing the courtyard, he turned up the collar of his overcoat. "Shall I drop you off somewhere?" A taxi, ordered by telephone, was stationed in front of the entrance to Quai des Orfèvres. "At any metro station, Chief." It was pouring down, the rain bouncing off the pavements. Janvier got out of the car at Châtelet. "Good night, Chief." "Good night, Janvier." It was a moment like so many others they had shared, and they both felt the same slightly weary sense of satisfaction. A few minutes later, Maigret noiselessly climbed the stairs up to his apartment in Boulevard Michel-Lenoir, fumbling in his pocket for his key. He turned it quietly in the lock, and almost at once heard Madame Maigret stir in bed. "Is that you?" She had asked that same question sleepily hundreds if not thousands of times when he came home in the middle of the night, groping for the bedside light and then getting up in her nightdress and glancing at her husband to gauge his mood. "Is it over?" "Yes." "Did the boy talk in the end?" He nodded. "Are you hungry? Do you want me to make you something to eat?" He had hung up his wet overcoat on the coat stand and was loosening his tie. "Is there any beer in the refrigerator?" He had almost stopped the car at Place de la République to down a beer in a brasserie that was still open. "Did it turn out to be what you thought?" "A run-of-the-mill affair. As much as a case implicating several people can be described as run-of-the-mill. The newspapers had dubbed them the bike gang. The first time, 2 motorbikes had pulled up in front of a jeweller's in Rue de Vannes in broad daylight. 2 men had jumped off one and a third off the other, their faces masked with red bandanas. All 3 had dashed into the shop and emerged minutes later brandishing guns, with jewels and watches snatched from the window and the counter. In the heat of the moment, the bystanders had been numb with shock, and when motorists eventually reacted and thought to give chase to the thieves, it had caused such a traffic jam that the culprits were able to get away. "They'll strike again," Maigret had predicted. The haul was meagre because the jewellers owned by a widow only sold cheap goods. They wanted to perfect their technique. This was the first time that motorbikes had been used in a hold-up. Maigret was not mistaken, because 3 days later the scenario was repeated, this time in a luxury jeweller's in Faubourg Saint-Honoré. The result was the same, only this time the bandits had looted jewelry worth several million old francs, 200 million according to the newspapers, 100, said the insurance company. But as they made their getaway, one of the robbers had lost his bandana, and he had been arrested 2 days later at the locksmith's where he worked in Rue Saint-Paul. By that evening, all 3 were behind bars, the eldest aged 22 and the youngest, Jean Boche, nicknamed Jeannot, just 18. He was blond, his hair too long, and was the son of a cleaning woman in Rue Saint-Antoine. He too worked in a locksmith's. "Janvier and I took turns all day," an irritable Maigret told his wife, "drinking beer and eating sandwiches. Listen, Jeannot, you think you're a tough guy. They had you believe you were, but it was neither you nor your little friends who planned those robberies. There's someone behind you, someone who orchestrated the whole thing, taking care not to get his hands dirty. He was released from Fresnes 2 months ago and isn't keen to go back to prison. Admit he was at the scene in a stolen car and that he covered your getaway by faking a clumsy maneuver and holding up the traffic." Maigret undressed, taking the occasional sip of beer, bringing his wife up to date in terse sentences. "Those kids are the toughest. They have a very strong code of honor instilled into them." He'd had 3 repeat offenders arrested, including a certain Gaston Nouveau. As was to be expected, he had a watertight alibi. 2 people had stated that at the time of the heist, he'd been in a bar in Avenue du Terme. For hours, the questioning had stalled. Plump Victor Sidon, nicknamed Granny, the eldest of the 3 bikers, looked at Maigret contemptuously. Saugier, known as Banger, cried, swearing he knew nothing. Janvier and I concentrated our efforts on young Boche. We had his mother brought in, and she begged him, "Talk, Jeannot. You can see that these gentlemen aren't after you. They know you let yourself be led astray." 20 unpleasant hours, relentlessly pushing a kid to the limits of human resistance. It wasn't pleasant either to see him suddenly crack. "All right, I'll tell you everything. Yes, it was Nouveau who approached us at the Lotus and who got us involved in a racket." A little bar in Rue Saint-Antoine, where young boys and girls went to listen to the jukeboxes. "Because of you, when I get out of prison, he'd have me killed by his friends." That was all. Another day done. Maigret went to bed, his head throbbing. "What time do you have to be at the office?" 9 o'clock. "Can't you sleep in a little?" "Wake me up at 8. There was no transition to speak of. He didn't feel as if he'd slept. No sooner had he closed his eyes, it seemed, than the doorbell was ringing, and his wife slipping out of bed to go and answer it. There was whispering in the hallway. He thought he recognized the voice, told himself he must be dreaming, and buried his head under the pillow. Again his wife's footsteps, padding towards the bed. Was she going to go back to sleep? Had someone rung the wrong bell? No. She touched his shoulder, drew back the curtains, and without needing to open his eyes, he was aware that it was daylight. He asked in a slurred voice, "What time is it?" 7 o'clock. "Is someone here?" "Lapointe's waiting for you in the dining room." "What does he want?" "I don't know. Stay in bed for a minute while I make you a cup of coffee." Why was his wife talking to him as if she'd just been given bad news? Why had she been loath to answer his question? It was a filthy grey day and the rain was still coming down. Initially, Maigret thought that Jean Boche, thrown into a panic by his confession, had hanged himself in his police cell. He got up without waiting for his coffee, pulled on his trousers, ran a comb through his hair, and opened the dining-room door, still groggy from too deep a sleep. Lapointe stood by the window, wearing a black overcoat and holding a dark-coloured hat, his cheeks covered in stubble after a night on duty. Maigret merely gave him a quizzical look. "I apologize for waking you up so early, Chief. Something happened last night to someone you're fond of." "Janvier?" "No, not someone from Quai des Orfèvres." Madame Maigret brought in 2 large cups of coffee. "Lognon. Is he dead?" "Seriously wounded. He was taken to Bichat, and Monsieur Mangot, the consultant, has been operating on him for the last 3 hours. I didn't want to come sooner or telephone you because after the day you'd had yesterday you needed some rest. Besides, at first they didn't think there was much chance that he'd live." "What happened to him?" 2 bullets, one in the stomach, the other just below his shoulder." "Where?" "Avenue Junot, on the pavement." "Was he alone?" "Yes. For the time being, it's his colleagues from the 18th arrondissement who were investigating." Maigret sipped his coffee without experiencing the usual satisfaction. "I thought you'd want to be there if he regains consciousness. The car's downstairs." "Do they know anything about the attack?" "Almost nothing. They don't even know what he was doing in Avenue Junot. A concierge heard the shots and called the emergency services. A bullet went through her shutter, smashed the window pane, and lodged itself in the wall above her bed." "I'll get dressed." He went into the bathroom, while Madame Maigret set the table for breakfast, and Lapointe, having removed his overcoat, waited. Inspector Lognon didn't belong to Quai des Orfèvres, even though he was keen to, but Maigret had worked with him often, almost every time there was a major case in the 18th arrondissement. He was a civvy, as they said, one of the 20 plainclothes inspectors whose office was in the Montmartre town hall on the corner of Rue Ordonnay and Rue de Montcenis. Some called him Inspector Hard Done By because of his sullen expression, but Maigret called him Inspector Luckless, and it did indeed seem as if poor old Lognon had a talent for attracting misfortune. Short and scrawny, he had a permanent cold which gave him a red nose and the watery eyes of a drunkard, even though he was probably the soberest man in the police force. He was afflicted with a sick wife, who dragged herself from her bed to an armchair by the window. When he was off duty, Lognon had to manage the housework, the shopping, and the cooking. He could just about afford to pay a woman to come once a week to do the heavy cleaning. On 4 occasions, he had sat the police judiciaire entrance exam, and he'd failed each time because of careless mistakes, whereas he was in fact an outstanding police officer, a sort of bloodhound who, once on a trail, would not give up. Obstinate, meticulous, the type who could immediately smell something suspicious, passing someone in the street. Do they hope to save him? At Bichat they reckon he has a 30% chance, apparently. For a man named Inspector Luckless, that was not encouraging. Has he been able to speak? Maigret, his wife, and Lapointe ate the croissant which the baker's boy had just left outside the door. His colleagues didn't tell me, and I didn't want to press them. Lorgnon wasn't the only one to suffer from an inferiority complex. Most of the neighborhood inspectors coveted a post at Quai des Orfèvres, and when they had an interesting case likely to make the headlines, they hated the big boys taking it away from them. "Let's go," sighed Maigret, putting on his overcoat, which was still damp. His gaze met his wife's, and he understood that she wanted to speak to him, guessing that the same idea had just occurred to both of them. "Do you expect to be back for lunch?" "It's unlikely." "In that case, don't you think—" She was thinking of Madame Lorgnon, helpless and alone at home. "Get dressed quickly. We'll drop you off at Place Constantin-Piqueur." The Lorgnons had lived there for 20 years, in a red brick apartment building with yellow bricks surrounding the windows. Maigret had never been able to remember the street number. Lapointe took the wheel of the little police judiciaire car. This was the second time in so many years that Madame Maigret had got into one of these with her husband. They drove past crammed buses. On the pavements, people walked fast, leaning forward, clutching their umbrellas, which the wind was trying to snatch from their hands. They reached Montmartre, Rue Colincourt. "It's here." In the middle of the square was a stone couple, one of the women's breasts emerging from the folds of her robe, and the statue was black on the side exposed to the rain. "Telephone me at the office. I hope to be there by late morning." One case was barely over, when another was beginning, about which he knew nothing yet. He was fond of Lorgnon. Often in his official reports, he had highlighted his merits, even crediting him with successes he personally had achieved. But it hadn't helped. Inspector, luckless. To be sure first. A staircase, corridors, rows of beds glimpsed through open doors, the gaze of their occupants following them as they passed. They were sent the wrong way, and had to go back down to the courtyard and up another staircase before reaching at last a door marked surgery. It was being guarded by an inspector from the 13th arrondissement whom they knew, a certain Créac, who had an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth. "I think you'd better put out your pipe, Inspector. There's a dragon here who'll go for you the way she did me when I tried to light my cigarette." Nurses went past with bedpans, pitchers, trays of files, and nickel instruments. "Is he still in there?" It was 8:45. "They set to work on him at 4 o'clock. "You don't have any news?" "No, I tried to inquire at this office on the left, but the old witch—" It was the office of the matron, whom Créac had called the Dragon. Maigret knocked on the door. A disagreeable voice bade him enter. "What is it?" "I apologize for disturbing you, madame. I am the head of the crime squad at the police judiciaire." The woman's frosty glare seemed to say, "So what?" "I'd like to know whether you have any news of the inspector who's being operated on at the moment." "I'll have some when he's out of surgery. All I can tell you is that he's not dead, because the consultant hasn't come out." "Was he able to speak when he was brought in?" She gave him a withering look for asking such an idiotic question. "He had lost almost half his blood, and we had to give him an emergency transfusion." "When do you think he's likely to regain consciousness?" "You'll have to ask Monsieur Mango." "If you have a private room, I'd be grateful if you would reserve it for him. It is important. An inspector will keep watch at his bedside." She pricked up her ears, because the operating theatre door had just opened and a man had appeared in the corridor, a skull-cap on his head and a blood-stained apron over his white coat. "Monsieur Mango, this is someone who—" "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." "Pleased to meet you." "Is he alive?" "For the time being. Barring any complications, I hope to save him." His forehead was beaded with sweat, and his eyes betrayed his exhaustion. "Oh, one more thing. It is important for him to be put in a private room." "See to that, Madame Grasse. Excuse me." He strode towards his office. The door opened again. A nurse was pushing a gurney on which the form of a body could be made out beneath the sheet. That of Lorgnon, stiff and pale, with only the top half of his face visible. "Take him to 218, Bernard." "Yes, madame." She followed the gurney, Maigret, Lapointe, and Créac behind her. In the wan light coming from the high windows, they walked past wards lined with beds. It was like being in a bad dream. A junior doctor came out of the operating theatre and joined the mournful procession. "Are you family?" "No, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." "Oh, it's you." He darted him a curious look, as if to reassure himself that Maigret resembled his mental image of him. Monsieur Maigret says there's a chance he'll pull through. This was a world apart, where voices didn't sound the same as elsewhere, and questions did not find answers. If he told you so? You have no idea how long it'll take him to come round. Was Maigret's question so ridiculous that they had to gaze at him in that way? The matron stopped the police officers in front of the door. No, not now. They had to settle the wounded patient in, probably administer treatment, because 2 nurses brought in equipment including an oxygen tent. Wait in the corridor if you must, although I don't like that. There are visiting times. Maigret glanced at his watch. I think I'll leave you, Kirk. Try to be there when he regains consciousness. If he's able to talk, note down exactly what he says. No, he didn't feel humiliated. All the same, he felt uncomfortable because he wasn't used to being brushed off like that. Here his renown did not impress people for whom life and death meant something different to what he did to the average person. Out in the courtyard he was relieved to be able to light his pipe, while Lapointe lit a cigarette. As for you, you'd better go to bed. Just drop me at the town hall of the 18th arrondissement first. Won't you let me stay with you, Chief? You spent the night. At my age, you know. They were just around the corner. In the inspector's office, they found 3 plainclothes officers hunched over their typewriters writing reports like conscientious clerks. Hello, gentlemen. Which one of you is up to date? He knew them too, if not by name, then at least by sight, and all 3 had risen to their feet. All of us and no one. Has someone been to talk to Madame Lognon? Duhontel's taking care of it. There were wet footprints on the floor, and the air smelled of stale cigarette smoke. Was Lognon on a case? They exchanged hesitant glances. Finally, one of them, a short, plump officer, began, That's precisely what we were wondering. You know Lognon, sir. When he was following up a lead, he would sometimes behave mysteriously. It wasn't unusual for him to work on a case for weeks without talking to us about it. Because poor Lognon was used to others getting the credit instead of him. He'd been acting secretive for at least a fortnight, sometimes coming back to the office with the air of someone who's planning a big surprise. He didn't give any hints. No, except that he nearly always chose to be on night duty. Does anyone know which sector he was working in? The patrol spotted him several times in Avenue Junot, not far from the place where he was attacked, but not recently. He would leave the office at around 9 p.m. and come back at around 3 or 4 a.m. Some nights he didn't come back at all. He didn't keep a written record. I checked the logbook. He simply wrote, Nothing to report. Have you got men on the scene? 3, led by Chanquier. The press? It's hard to keep an attack on a police inspector from them. Don't you want to see the superintendent? Not now. Maigret had Lapointe drive him to Avenue Junot. The trees were shedding their last leaves, which were plastered to the damp pavements. It was still raining, but that didn't stop around 50 people from gathering halfway down the avenue. Uniformed officers had cordoned off a square of pavement in front of a 4-story apartment building. When Maigret alighted from the car and had to push his way through the curious onlookers and the umbrellas, the photographers caught sight of him. One more, Inspector! Take a few steps forward into the crowd! He glared at them in the same way that the matron had glared at him at Bichat. On the area of empty pavement, the rain hadn't been enough to wash away a pool of blood, which was slowly being diluted, and since it wasn't possible to draw with chalk, the police had formed the outline of a body as best they could, using twigs. Inspector Delio from the 18th arrondissement police station removed his sopping hat to greet Maigret. Chanquier is with the concierge, Inspector. He was the first on the scene. Maigret walked into the old-fashioned but very clean and well-maintained building and pushed open the glass door of the lodge just as Inspector Chanquier was putting his notebook back in his pocket. I thought you'd come. I was surprised not to see anyone from Quai des Orfèvres. I dropped into Bichat first. The surgery? It seems to have been successful. The consultant thinks there's a chance he'll pull through. The lodge, too, was clean and tidy. The concierge, who must have been around 45, was an affable woman with pleasing curves. Have a seat, gentlemen. I've just told the inspector everything I know. Look at the floor. The green linoleum was strewn with shards of glass from the smashed window pane. And here, she pointed to a hole about a metre above the bed at the back of the room. Were you alone at the time? Yes. My husband is a night porter at La Palace, Avenue des Champs-Élysées, and doesn't get home until 8 in the morning. Where is he at the moment? In the kitchen. She pointed to a closed door. He's trying to rest because he'd have to go back to work this evening, in spite of all this. I presume, Jonquier, that you have asked all the necessary questions. Please don't be annoyed if I ask some myself as well. Do you need me? Not right away. In that case, I'll go upstairs for a minute. Maigret frowned, wondering where he was going, but didn't press the matter, not wishing to offend the neighborhood inspector. Apologies, Madame Sauquet. The residents call me Angèle. Do please sit down. I'm so used to being on my feet. She went over to draw the curtain which hid the bed during the day, turning the room into a little sitting room. You don't want anything to drink? Cup of coffee? No, thank you. So, last night you were in bed? Yes. I heard a voice saying, "Door, please." Do you know what time that was? My alarm clock has phosphorescent numbers. It was 2:20. Was it one of your residents on their way out? No. It was that gentleman. She spoke with the awkwardness of someone forced to be indiscreet. What gentleman? The one who was attacked. Maigret and Lapointe looked at one another in amazement. Do you mean Inspector Lognon? She nodded, adding, We have to tell the police everything, don't we? I don't usually talk about my residents, about what they do or who visits them. Their private life is none of my business. But after what's happened... Have you known the inspector long? Yes, for years. Ever since my husband and I have lived here. But I didn't know his name. I saw him go past, and I knew he was in the police because he came into the lodge several times to carry out identity checks. He's not very talkative. How did you get to know him better? When he started seeing the young lady on the 4th floor. This time, Maigret was left speechless. As for Lapointe, he was completely stunned. Policemen aren't necessarily saints. Maigret was not unaware that in his own department some officers did not shy away from extramarital affairs. But Lognon, that hard done by, should pay nocturnal visits to a young lady 200 meters from his own home. Are you sure it's the same man? He's quite recognizable, isn't he? How long has he been going up to see this person? About 10 days. So one night, I presume, he came home with her? Yes. Did he hide his face as he passed the lodge? I think so. Did he come back often? Almost every night. Did he leave very late? Initially, I mean the first 3 or 4 days, he left just after midnight. Then he stayed later until 2 or 3 in the morning. What's this woman's name? Marinette Augier. Very pretty girl of 25, a nice young lady. Is she in the habit of receiving gentlemen visitors? I think I can answer because she's never made a secret of her behaviour. For a year, she received 2 or 3 visits a week from a good-looking young man she told me was her fiancé. Did he spend the night with her? You will find out sooner or later. Yes, and when he stopped coming, I thought she looked sad. One morning, when she came to collect her post, I asked her whether the engagement was off, and she replied, "Don't talk to me about it ever again, Angèle. Men are worth crying over." She can't have fretted over him for long, because she soon recovered her good spirits. She's a very jolly girl, robust. Does she work? She's a beautician, from what she told me, in a salon on Avenue Matignon. That explains why she's always so well-groomed, tastefully dressed. What about her boyfriend? The fiancé who never came back. He was around 30. I don't know what he did for a living. I only know his first name. I called him Monsieur Henri, the name he gave when he passed the lodge at night. When did they break up? Last winter, around Christmas time. So for nearly a year, this young lady, what did you say her name is? Marinette Augier. For nearly a year, then, she didn't have any visitors. Only her brother from time to time. He lives in the suburbs with his wife and their 3 children. A couple of weeks ago, she came home one night accompanied by Inspector Lognon. Like I told you. And since then, he's been back every day. Except Sunday, unless I didn't see him come in or leave. He never came during the day. No, but you've just reminded me of a detail. One night he arrived at around 9 o'clock, as usual. I ran after him before he started going up the stairs to say, "Marinette's not home." "I know," he replied. "She's at her brother's." He went upstairs all the same, with no explanation, so I assumed she'd given him the key. Maigret now understood why Inspector Jonquier had gone upstairs. Is Mademoiselle Augier home at the moment? No. Did she go to work? I don't know, but when I want you to tell her what had happened and break it to her gently—" "At what time?" "After phoning the police." "So before 3 o'clock in the morning?" "Yes." I said to myself that she must have heard the shots. All the residents did. Some were leaning out of their windows, others came down in their dressing gowns to find out what was going on. On the pavement, it was not a pretty sight, so I ran upstairs and knocked on her door. No one answered. I went in and found the apartment empty." She looked at Maigret with a certain smugness, as if to say, "You might have come across some strange things in the course of your career, but admit you weren't expecting this." It was true. Maigret and Lapointe could only exchange nonplussed glances. Maigret was thinking that meanwhile his wife was with Madame Lognon, whose first name was Solange, consoling her and probably doing her housework. "Do you think she left the building when he did?" "I'm positive she didn't. I have keen hearing, and I'm sure that only one person, a man—" "Did he shout his name in passing?" "No. He was in the habit of yelling 'Forth.' I recognized his voice. Besides, he was the only one who used that word." "Could she have left before him?" "No. I only opened the door once last night at 11:30 to the people from the third floor who came back from the cinema." "Could she have gone out after the shooting?" "That's the only explanation. When I saw the body on the pavement, I raced in here to telephone the emergency services. I wasn't sure whether to close the main door. I didn't dare. It felt as if he would be abandoning the poor man." "Did you lean over him to find out whether he was dead?" "It was hard, because I hate the sight of blood. But I did." "Was he conscious?" "I don't know." "He didn't say anything?" "His lips moved. I could tell he wanted to speak. I thought I made out a word, but I must have got it wrong, because it makes no sense. Maybe he was delirious." "What word?" "Ghost." She blushed, as if she were afraid that Maigret and Lapointe would laugh at her or accuse her of making things up. Chapter 2. Lunch at Chez Meunier. It was as if the man had chosen that particular moment for dramatic effect. Maybe he'd been listening at the door. The word ghost had barely been uttered when the knob turned, the door opened a fraction, and a head appeared, while the rest of the body remained unseen. His face was pale, his features drawn, his eyelids and mouth drooping, and it took Maigret a few seconds to realize that what gave the newcomer his mournful expression was the absence of dentures. "Aren't you asleep, Raoul?" And, as if it were necessary, she introduced the man. "Oh, my husband, Inspector." Much older than her, he was wearing an unsightly purple dressing gown over his pyjamas. Behind his desk at La Palace, in his gold-trimmed livery, he must have cut a fine figure. But here, unshaven, his body weary, with the scowl of someone who can't get to sleep, he was both ridiculous and pathetic. Holding a cup of coffee, he vaguely greeted Maigret. Then his gaze turned to the lace curtains on the other side of which dark shapes were still clustered in the driving rain, despite the police officer's efforts to keep them at bay. "Is this going to go on for long?" he groaned. He was being deprived of his much-needed sleep, the sleep he was entitled to, and from a look on his face, anyone would have thought that he was the real victim. "Why don't you take one of those pills the doctor prescribed?" "They give me a stomachache." He sat down in a corner to drink his coffee, his feet bare inside felt slippers, opening his mouth only to sigh during the rest of the interview. "Madame, I'd like you to try and remember what happened almost second by second from the moment when you were asked to open the door." Why this delectable woman had married a man at least 20 years her senior was none of his business, and she probably hadn't seen him without his dentures at the time. "I heard, 'Door pull, please,' and the voice, which I recognized, shouted, 'Forth.' As I've already told you, I automatically glanced at the clock. It's a habit. The time was 2:20. I reached out to press the button, because nowadays there isn't a door pull anymore with an electric button that opens the door. Just then, I thought I heard the sound of an engine, as if a car was parked not right outside, but further along, with the motor still running. I even said to myself that it was probably the Arsan, a couple who live in the next building, who often come home in the small house. All that only lasted a few seconds. I also heard Monsieur Lognon's footsteps in the corridor, then the door slammed. Immediately afterwards the sound of the engine grew louder, the car pulled away, and a shot rang out. Then another, and a third. They might as well have taken aim at the lodge itself for that last one, because it hit the shutter, broke the window, and there was a strange sound above our head." "Did the car carry on driving? Are you sure there was a car?" The husband looked from one to the other, his head bowed, stirring the spoon in his cup. "I'm positive. The street is on a slope. To drive up it, cars accelerate. That one went full throttle in the direction of Rue Nova." "You don't recall hearing a shout?" "No. At first I stayed put because I was frightened. Women always want to know, to find out what's going on. I switched on the light, grabbed my dressing gown, and rushed into the corridor." "Was the front door closed?" "I told you, I heard it slam. I pressed my ear to it and could only hear the rain, so I opened it a fraction and I saw the body, barely 2 meters from the doorway." "Facing the top of the street, or the bottom?" "More as if he'd been heading towards Rue Colincourt. The poor man was touching his stomach with both hands and blood was streaming over his fingers. His open eyes were staring at me." "You leaned over and that's when you heard or thought you heard the word ghost?" "I'd swear that's what he whispered. Windows opened. Residents don't have their own telephones and have to use the one in the lodge. 2 of them have applied for a phone and have been on the waiting list for over a year." I came back inside and looked up the emergency services number in the directory. You should know these things, but you don't think about it, especially in a quiet building like ours. "Was the light on in the corridor?" "No, only in my lodge. The operator on the other end asked me questions, thinking it was a hoax, so it took a while." The telephone was wall-mounted. From where it was positioned, you could see into the corridor. Residents came down. I told you all that. After hanging up, I thought of Marinette and I dashed up to the 4th floor. "Thank you. May I use your phone?" Maigret called the police judiciaire. "Hello, is that you, Luca? You must have found a note from La Pointe about an Orient." "No, I'm not at the hospital anymore." "They don't know if you'll pull through yet. I'm at Avenue Junot. I'd like you to go over to Bichat." "Yes, yourself. Put on your most official manner because those people don't much care for outsiders. Try to see the junior doctor who was present during surgery, because Monsieur Margot's probably unavailable at this hour. I presume they've found the bullet, too, most likely. Yes, I'd like to have as many details as possible while I'm waiting for the official report, and take the bullets to the laboratory." In the past, this job was given to a civilian expert, Gastine Annette, but now they had a ballistics expert in the police judiciaire laboratories in the eaves of the Palais de Justice. "I'll see you soon, or early this afternoon." Maigret turned to La Pointe. "Do you really not want to go home to bed?" "I'm not sleepy, Chief." The night porter from La Palace shot him a look that was a mixture of envy and disapproval. "In that case, go over to Avenue Matignon. There can't be so many beauty salons that you won't be able to find the one where Marinette Augier works. It's highly unlikely she'll be there. Try to discover as much as you can about her." "Understood, Chief." "And I'll go upstairs." Maigret was a little annoyed not to have thought of the bullets when he was at the hospital, but this was no ordinary investigation. It was as if, because it involved Noyon, it had taken on a less professional character. At Bichat, he had been thinking first and foremost about the inspector, and had allowed himself to be intimidated by the matron, the consultant, and the wards where the rows of patients followed him in their eyes. The building on Avenue Junot had no lift. There was no carpet on the stairs either, but the wooden treads, shiny from wear, were well polished, the handrail smooth. There were 2 apartments on each floor, and some doors had brass nameplates. On the 4th floor, he pushed the half-open door, crossed the dark hallway, and found himself in a living room where Inspector Maigret was sitting in a floral chintz-covered armchair, smoking his cigarette. "I was waiting for you. Did she tell you everything?" "Yes." "Did she mention the car? That's what I found most striking. Look at this." He stood up and pulled from his pocket 3 shiny cartridge cases which he'd wrapped in a piece of newspaper. "We found them in the street. If the gun was fired from a moving car, which is likely, the shooter had his arm out of the door. You'll notice that it's a 7.63. Jonquier was a conscientious police officer who knew his job. The weapon was probably an automatic Mauser pistol, a heavy weapon that can't be slipped into a handbag or a trouser pocket. You see what I mean? It appears to be the work of a professional who had at least one accomplice at the wheel, because he didn't shoot while driving. Generally, a jealous lover doesn't enlist his friends to help him kill his rival. What's more, he aimed at the stomach. It is more certain than aiming at the chest, because a man rarely survives when his intestines have been perforated in a dozen places by a high-caliber bullet. Have you looked around the apartment? I'd like you to see for yourself. This investigation presented another distinctive characteristic that made Maigret feel uncomfortable. It had been launched by the neighborhood police force. Now, although they readily laughed at Lognon when he was on both feet, it was still their colleague who had been gunned down. Under the circumstances, Maigret could hardly sideline them and take over the case on his own. This room's not bad, is it? With a little sunshine, it would be even more pleasant. The walls were a vibrant yellow, and the floor varnished with a light yellow rug in the center. The modern furniture had been tastefully chosen, creating a lounge dining room, and there was both a television and a record player. On the central table, Maigret had immediately noticed an electric coffee maker, a cup with coffee dregs, a sugar bowl, and a bottle of brandy. Only one cup, he grunted. You haven't touched it, Junkie. You should call Kidder's Offre and ask them to send the lab team. He did not remove his overcoat and had put his hat back on. One of the armchairs was facing a window close to a pedestal table, and an ashtray contained 7 or 8 cigarette ends. 2 doors opened into the living room. The first led to the kitchen, which was clean and tidy and resembled one of those model showroom kitchens, rather than the kind usually found in old Parisian apartment buildings. The second door led to the bedroom. The bed was unmade. The pillow, the only pillow, still had a dent made by one head. A pale blue silk dressing gown had been slung over the back of a chair. A woman's pajama jacket of the same color lay on the floor, and the bottoms at the foot of a wardrobe. Jonquier was already coming back up. I got Mers on the phone. He's sending the team over right away. Have you had a chance to look around? Have you opened the wardrobe? Not yet. He opened it. 5 dresses on hangers, a fur-trimmed winter coat, and 2 suits, one beige and the other navy blue. Suitcases were stacked on the top shelf. You see what I mean? It doesn't look as if she took any luggage. In the chest of drawers you'll find her underwear neatly arranged. The window had a view of a part of Paris, but mainly, especially today, of the grey sky from which the rain continued to pelt down. Past the bed, a door led into the bathroom, where nothing was missing either, not the toothbrush or the beauty creams. Judging from her apartment, Marinette Augier was a person with taste who spent a good deal of time at home and liked her comfort. I forgot to ask the concierge whether she cooked or whether she ate in restaurants, admitted Maigret. I did. She nearly always eats here. The refrigerator contained half a cold chicken, butter, cheese, fruit, 2 bottles of beer, and a bottle of mineral water. In the bedroom on the bedside table, another bottle had been opened. On the same bedside table, Maigret was more interested in the ashtray, which contained 2 lipstick-stained cigarette butts. She smokes Virginia tobacco, whereas in the living room, someone was smoking Gauloise, correct? The 2 men exchanged a look, because the same thing had occurred to both of them. Judging by the state of the bed, there are no signs that last night was spent love-making. Despite the tragedy, it was hard not to smile at the thought of Inspector Hard-Done-By in the arms of a pretty young beautician. Had they argued, had a sulking Lognon taken refuge in the next room, sunk in an armchair and chain-smoked while his mistress was in bed? Something wasn't right, and Maigret realized once again that from the start he had not handled this case with his usual clear-headedness. I'm sorry to ask you to go downstairs again, Jonquier, but there's one more question I forgot to ask. I'd like to know whether the concierge found a light on in the living room when she came upstairs. I can tell you. There was a light in the bedroom, whose door was open, but not in the other rooms. They went back together into the living room, whose full-length windows opened onto a balcony running the entire length of the facade, as is common on the top floor of old apartment buildings in Paris. Despite the greyness, it was just about possible to make out the Eiffel Tower, the church bell towers, and on hundreds of roofs glistening in the rain, smoking chimney stacks. In the early days of his career, Maigret had known Avenue Journal when it was still a building site with only a few apartment blocks amid the patches of wasteland and gardens. A painter had been the first to build a sort of private mansion, which at the time was considered very modern. Others had followed his example, a novelist, an opera singer, and Avenue Journal had become a fashionable address. Through the French windows, Maigret could see several private residences which had ended up adjoining each other. From its style, the one opposite must have been around 15 years old, and it had 2 stories. Yet it belonged to a painter, as the almost entirely glazed second floor seemed to suggest. Dark curtains were drawn, leaving only a 30 to 40 centimetre gap between them. Had Maigret been asked what he was thinking about, he would have had difficulty answering. He was taking it all in no particular order, randomly. At times he looked outside, at times inside the apartment, knowing that at a given moment some images would connect up and make sense. A noise was heard coming from the street. Heavy footsteps on the stairs, voices, banging. The team from Criminal Records had arrived with all their equipment, and Mears had taken the trouble to come in person. "Where's the body?" he asked, his blue eyes always seeming a little startled behind the thick lenses of his glasses. "There's no body. Didn't Chanquier tell you?" "I was in such a rush," apologized the latter. "It's Lognon, who was shot as he was leaving the building." "Is he dead?" "He's been taken to Bichat. He may pull through. He spent part of the night in this apartment with a woman. I'd like to know if there are any of his fingerprints in the bedroom or only in this room. Take all the prints you can find. Are you coming downstairs with me, Chanquier?" He waited until they were in the corridor downstairs before saying to him quietly, "It might be useful to question the residents and neighbours. There's not much likelihood anyone was at their window given the weather at the time of the shooting, but you never know. It's also possible that young Marinette took a taxi, and if she did, it won't be hard to find the driver. She probably went down to Place Constantin-Pecqueur, where there are more cars than up on Montmartre. You know the area better than me, so do your colleagues." Shaking Chanquier's hand, he sighed, "Good luck." And he pushed open the glass lodge door. The concierge's husband had decided to go to sleep in his bed because his regular breathing could be heard coming from behind the curtain. "Do you need anything else?" whispered Angèle Sauvé. "No, I wanted to make a telephone call, but I'll go elsewhere. I'd rather not disturb him." "Don't be annoyed with him. When he doesn't get enough rest, he's impossible. I gave him a sleeping tablet, which is beginning to work. If you remember any further details, please do telephone the police judiciaire." "I'd be surprised, but I will, I promise. If only those journalists and photographers would go away. They're the ones attracting the gawkers." "I'll try to move them on." As he expected, the minute he stepped outside, they mobbed him, despite the police presence. "Listen, gentlemen, right now I don't know any more than you do. Inspector Lognon was attacked while on duty by persons unknown." "On duty?" shouted a mocking voice. "I said while on duty, and I repeat it. He was severely wounded and was operated on by Monsieur Maigret at Bichat, but he probably won't be able to talk for some hours, if not days. In the meantime, we can only surmise. In any case, there's nothing more to see here, but it is possible that this afternoon at Quai des Orfèvres, I'll have some news for you." "What was the inspector doing in this building? Is it true that a young woman has disappeared?" "See you this afternoon." "Don't you want to comment?" "I don't know anything." And his overcoat collar upturned and his hands thrust in his pockets, he walked off down the street. The sound of a few clicks told him he was being photographed for lack of anything else, and when he looked around, the reporters were beginning to disperse. In Rue Colincourt, he went into the first cafe he saw and ordered a grog, since he'd felt shivery earlier. "Give me 3 phone tokens, would you?" 3? He took a big swig of his grog before going into the telephone booth, and his first call was to the hospital. As anticipated, he was transferred to several departments before he was put through to the matron on the surgery ward. "No, he's not dead. A junior doctor is with him right now, and one of your inspectors is waiting in the corridor. It's still too early to say. That's it. Now, another one of your men is coming into my office." Resigned, he hung up and called Quai des Orfèvres. "Is Lapointe back?" "He just tried to reach you at Avenue Junot. I'll put him on." Through the glass wall of the booth, Maigret could see the pewter counter, the bar owner in his shirt sleeves, and 2 builders being served large glasses of red wine. "Is that you, Chief? I found the beauty salon straight away because it's the only one in Avenue Matignon. It's a luxury establishment run by a certain Marcelin. The ladies speak very highly of him. Marinette Augier didn't turn up today, and her colleagues are surprised because they say she's very punctual and hard-working. She hasn't told anyone about her relationship with Lognon. She has a married brother who lives in Vanves, but no one knows his address. He's in insurance, and Marinette occasionally telephoned him at the office. The company's called La Fraternelle. I looked it up in the phone book. It's in Rue Le Pelletier. I didn't want to go there without talking to you first." Is Janvier with you? He's typing out a report. Ask him if it's urgent. I insist you go to bed so that you'll be available when I need you. The silence at the other end. Then Lapointe's resigned voice. He says it's not urgent. Then fill him in. Tell him to go to Rue Le Pelletier and see if he can find out where Marinette might be hiding. Other customers came into the little cafe, regulars who were served without having to be asked what they wanted to drink. People had recognized Maigret and were darting inquisitive glances over at the glass telephone booth. He had to look up Lognon's number, and surprisingly, it was Madame Maigret who picked up the phone. "Where are you?" she asked. "Shh. Whatever you do, don't tell her I'm around the corner." "How is she?" He understood his wife's hesitation. "I imagine she's in bed and that she feels worse than her husband." "Yes." "Have you made her something to eat?" "After going to the local shops." "So you can leave it on her own?" "She won't be happy." "Whether she likes it or not, tell her I need you and come and meet me as quickly as possible at Chez Manière." "Are we having lunch together?" She couldn't believe her ears. Although they sometimes went out to eat on a Saturday evening or a Sunday, they almost never had lunch out together, particularly in the middle of an investigation. Maigret finished his grog at the bar, the voices around him sounding artificial. That was the price he paid for the unwanted publicity the newspapers gave him, which often hindered his work. Someone said, without looking at him, "Is it true that our Dunbar was shot by gangsters?" And another ominously, "If they really are gangsters." There were rumors in the neighborhood about the relationship between Lognon and Marinette. Maigret paid and left, with everyone staring after him, and made his way to Chez Manière. Located next to a flight of stone steps, the restaurant was a favorite haunt of local celebrities, and you could still rub shoulders with actresses, writers, and painters. It was too early for the regulars, and most of the tables were free, with only a handful of customers at the bar. He removed his wet overcoat and his hat, and sank down onto the banquette by the window with a contented sigh. He had the time to smoke a pipe, a dreamy look in his eyes, before spotting Madame Maigret as she crossed the road, holding her umbrella like a shield. "It feels funny meeting you at this restaurant. It's at least 15 years since we last ate here. One evening after the theatre, do you remember?" "Yes. What will you have?" He held out the menu. "I already know that you'll choose the Henriette. Can I be a bit extravagant and order cold lobster with mayonnaise?" They waited until the starter and the Loire wine were on the table. There was no one next to them. The misted-up window made the atmosphere cozy. "I feel a bit like one of your team. When you phone me to say you won't be home for lunch, this is how I picture you, with Lucas or Janvier. Unless I'm in my office making do with sandwiches and a beer. So, tell me. I don't want to be unkind. Be honest. You've often talked to me about her and her husband. He was the one you felt sorry for, and I was close to thinking you were being unfair. And now, I no longer pity her as much, even though it's probably not her fault. I found her in bed, and the concierge was there with her, along with an elderly neighbour who sits telling her beads all day long. They'd called the doctor because she looked as if she was at death's door." "Was she surprised at your visit?" "Do you know what her opening words were? 'In any case, your husband won't be able to persecute him any more. He'll be sorry he never let Charles join Quai des Orfèvres.' At first I felt uncomfortable. Luckily the doctor arrived, a calm little old man with a wry expression. The concierge went downstairs. The old woman followed me into the dining room, still clutching her rosary. Poor woman, we're such fragile creatures. When you think about everything that's going on around us, it makes you afraid to go out into the street. I asked her if Madame Lognon was seriously ill, and she told me that her legs could barely carry her, and that it was probably her bones. I couldn't help smiling, both of them relishing the intimacy of this meal in an ambience that was different from that of Boulevard Richelieu-Noir. Madame Maigret especially was thrilled. Her eyes were brighter than usual, and her face was flushed as she spoke. When they ate lunch or dinner at home, it was chiefly Maigret who did the talking because she had nothing much to tell. This time she was conscious of being useful to him. "Does it interest you?" "A great deal." "Go on." When the consultation was over, the doctor signalled to me to follow him into the hallway, and we spoke in hushed tones. First of all, he asked me if I was indeed the wife of Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, and he seemed taken aback to find me there. I explained, well, you can guess what I said to him. I understand your sentiments, he said. It's very kind of you. But let me warn you, without claiming that she has an iron constitution, I can tell you that she's not suffering from any serious illness. I've been treating her for 10 years, and I'm not the only one. She regularly calls on one or another of my colleagues, wanting them at all costs to discover a major ailment. But when I talk to her about seeing a psychiatrist or a neurologist, she becomes angry, swearing she's not mad, and telling me that I don't know my job. Is she disappointed in her marriage? In any case, she's furious at her husband for remaining a mere neighborhood inspector, so she takes her revenge by passing herself off as sick, forcing him to care for her and do the housework, and making his life impossible. I understand why you came this morning, but if you are too accommodating, she'll keep you here using every means she can. I telephoned Bishar in front of her, and I was able to inform her that her husband had a good chance of pulling through. I exaggerated a little. It doesn't really matter because it's not her husband she feels sorry for, but herself. The waiter brought the andouillette and chips, and half a lobster dressed with mayonnaise. Maigret filled their glasses. When you phoned me and I told her I had to leave her for a couple of hours, she said bitterly, "Your husband needs you, of course. All men are the same." Then, abruptly changing the subject, "When I'm a widow, my allowance won't be enough to allow me to keep this apartment where I've lived for 25 years. She didn't mention the existence of a woman in Lognon's life. She simply said that being a policeman is a vile job where you mix with all sorts of people, including prostitutes. Did you try to find out whether his behavior had changed recently?" She replied, "Ever since I made the stupid mistake of marrying him, he's forever been telling me that he's working on the big case that will bring him glory and force his superiors to promote him to the rank he deserves. At first I believed him and was thrilled for him. In the end, the big case would fizzle out, or someone else would take the credit for it." Madame Maigret added, cheerful in a way her husband had rarely seen her, "I have to confess that the way she looked at me when she said that, it was clear that the person who took all the credit was no other than you. She complained recently that he was being asked to do night duty more often than was fair. Is that right?" "He was the one who requested it." "He didn't brag about it in front of her. 4 or 5 days ago, he announced that soon there'd be some news and that this time the newspapers would be publishing his photo on the front page, whether they liked it or not. She didn't try to find out any more. She didn't believe him, and I imagine she laughed at him. But wait, she did add something that struck me. He told her, people aren't always what they seem, and if we could see through walls, there would be some strange surprises." They were interrupted by the owner, who came over to greet them and offer them a liqueur. When they were alone again, Madame Maigret asked a little anxiously, "Have I been any help to you? Will that be useful?" He didn't reply immediately because, as he lit his pipe, he was mulling over an idea that was still half-formed. "Did you hear?" "Yes. What you've just told me will probably change the direction of the investigation." She looked at him, still incredulous, but delighted. That lunch at Chez Manière would be one of her most treasured memories. Chapter 3. Marinette's Love Affairs. The rain was beginning to ease up, no longer slanting down furiously and drenching those out and about, and Maigret, looking out of the window, prolonged this exceptionally delightful lunch. Had Lognon been able to see them, it would have given him yet another reason to vent his bitterness. While I lie injured in a hospital bed, others are treating themselves to a romantic lunch at Chez Manière, and talking about my poor wife as if she were a shrew or a Batwoman. An idea occurred to Maigret, not necessarily original or profound. It's curious how people's susceptibility generally complicates our lives more than their actual faults or their lies. This was especially true in his profession. He recalled investigations that had dragged on for several days, if not weeks, because he hadn't dare ask the person in front of him a blunt question, or because they were loath to talk about certain matters. "Are you returning to your office?" "I'm going to have an déjeuner first. What about you?" "You don't think that if I leave her on her own, she'll accuse you of abandoning her with no one to care for her while her husband lies dying as a result of his devotion to the police?" It was true. Madame Lognon, whose ill-suited first name, Solange, meant Angel of the Sun, was capable of complaining to the reporters who would soon be knocking at her door, and goodness knows what they'd end up printing in the newspapers. But you can't spend your days and nights at her place until he's better. See if the old spinster with a rosary can help out. Her name's Mademoiselle Papin. For a little money, she's bound to agree to spend a few hours in the apartment, or you could perhaps hire a nurse. By the time they left the restaurant, the rain had eased up, and they went their separate ways at Place Constantin-Pecqueur. Maigret walked slowly up Avenue Junot, and spotted Inspector Chantier coming out of one building and ringing the bell of the one next door. That, too, was a task that was both delicate and disheartening. You disturbed people who were going quietly about their business at home, and who were either worried or annoyed by the mere mention of the police. May I ask you whether last night they were all aware that an attempted murder had taken place in the street? Did they feel they were under suspicion? And is it not sometimes disagreeable to tell a stranger what one was doing the previous night? Even so, Maigret would have liked to be in Chancier's shoes, to become better acquainted with the street, its residents, its inner life, which would have helped him understand the context, if not the tragedy itself. Unfortunately, it was a job that a divisional chief inspector cannot allow himself to do in person, and Maigret was already criticized for being out and about too often instead of managing his men from his office. There was only one officer left on duty outside Marinette's building. The faint blood stain on the pavement was still visible. A few passers-by stopped for a moment without forming a crowd, and the reporters had vanished. Nothing new. Nothing, Inspector. Things have calmed down. In the lodge, the Sauguets were lingering at the table, the night porter at Le Palace still in his unsightly dressing gown and still unshaven. Don't let me disturb you. I'm going up to the 4th floor for a minute, but I'd like to ask you 1 or 2 questions first. I presume Mademoiselle Auger doesn't have a car. She bought herself a scooter 2 years ago and sold it to her 3 months later after a minor accident. Where does she usually spend her holidays? Last summer she went to Spain and came back so tanned that I didn't recognize her at first. Alone? With a female friend, so she told me. Did she often have visits from female friends? No, other than the fiancé I told you about and the inspector, who has been coming to see her recently. She lived quite a solitary existence. What about Sundays? She would often go away on Saturday evenings, because she worked on Saturday afternoons, and come back on Monday morning. Salons are closed on Monday mornings. So she couldn't have gone very far. What I know is that she went swimming. She would often talk about spending hours in the water. He climbed up the 4 flights of stairs, spent a good 15 minutes opening drawers and cupboards, examining the clothes, underwear, and knickknacks that reveal a person's character and taste. Although nothing was particularly expensive, everything had been chosen with care. He found a letter postmarked Grenoble that he'd missed that morning, in a man's handwriting, the tone affectionate and cheerful, and it was only on reading the closing words that Maigret realized that it came from Marinette's father. Your sister is pregnant again, and her engineer husband is prouder than if he'd built the biggest dam in the world. As for your mother, she's still struggling to keep some 40 brats under control, and comes home in the evening fragrant with a smell of infant wee. A wedding photograph, of her sister's marriage most likely, dating from a few years earlier. Surrounding the couple were the parents, stiff and awkward, as always in these photos, a young man and his wife with a little boy of 3 in front of them, and finally a woman with lively shining eyes, who must have been Marinette. He put the photograph in his pocket. A little later he took a taxi to Quai des Orfèvres, where he went back to his desk, which he'd left at 1 o'clock in the morning after persevering for hours and hours to try to solve the hold-up case. He hadn't had the time to remove his overcoat when Janvier knocked on his door. I saw the brother chief. I found him in his office in Rue Le Pelletier, where he holds a fairly senior position. Maigret showed him the wedding photograph. Is that him? Without hesitation, Janvier pointed at the father of the little boy. Had he heard about what happened last night? No, the newspapers have only just come out. At first he insisted it must be a mistake, that it wasn't his sister's nature to run away or hide. She's so outspoken that I sometimes reprimand her, because not everyone likes it. You didn't get the feeling that he was keeping something from you? Maigret had sat down and fiddled with his pipes before selecting one, which he filled slowly. No, he seemed like a very decent type. He answered all my questions about the family without hesitation. The father is an English teacher at the Grenoble Lycée, and the mother is head of a nursery school. There's another sister in Grenoble, married to an engineer who gives her a baby every year. I know. Maigret didn't add, but he had learned this from the letter he had found in a drawer. After her baccalaureate, Marinette decided to live in Paris, where she worked at first as a shorthand typist for a lawyer. Office life didn't suit her, and she trained to become a beautician. Her dream, according to her brother, is to open a beauty salon one day. What about the fiancé? She really was engaged. The young man, whose name is Jean-Claude Ternel, is the son of a Paris industrialist. Marinette introduced him to her brother. There was talk of taking him to Grenoble to meet her parents. It is demoralizing in a criminal case to be confronted only with normal people, because you wonder why and how they have come to be mixed up in a tragedy. Does the brother know that Jean-Claude often used to stay overnight? He didn't dwell on that point, but he gave me to understand that while as a brother he couldn't approve, he was modern enough not to criticize his sister. A model family, in other words, grumbled Maigret. I found him very pleasant. The apartment in Avenue Junot, which must have reflected Marinette's personality, was pleasant too. All the same, I'd like to track her down as soon as possible. Has her brother seen her lately? Not last week, but the week before. When she didn't go to the country, she spent Sunday afternoons with her brother and sister-in-law. They live in Vanves, next to the park, which, as François Augier says, is very handy for the children. She didn't mention anything to them. She told them in passing that she'd met an extraordinary man, and that soon she'd have an astonishing story to tell them. Her sister-in-law teased her, a new fiancé. Janvier seemed embarrassed to be reporting such mundane details. She swore that once was enough. Why did she break up with Jean-Claude? She eventually realized that he was spineless, incapable of effort, and that deep down he wasn't so thrilled to be committed. He failed his baccalaureate twice. Then his father sent him to England to stay with a friend, where things went wrong. Finally, he was given an office job in Paris, but he didn't make a success of it. Will you find out what time, either last night or this morning, there was a train for Grenoble? That proved fruitless. If she'd taken the first train, Marinette could have been at her parents' house by now. Neither her father, whom they managed to get hold of at school, nor her mother had seen her. Once again, they had to give tactful explanations so as not to worry those good people. But no, I'm sure nothing's happened to her. Don't worry, Madame Auger. It so happens that last night your daughter witnessed a murder. No, not at her place. It simply took place on Avenue Junot. For reasons that I do not know yet, she has chosen to disappear for a while. I thought she might have taken refuge at your house. Maigret hung up and turned to Janvier. What on earth could I say to her? Lapointe questioned the girls from the beauty salon this morning, and none of them knows where Marinette spent her Sundays. She went off without any luggage, without a change of clothes, in the pouring rain. She'd know that in a hotel she'd immediately be spotted. Either she's staying with a girlfriend she trusts, or she's gone somewhere she knows well, a discreet place, a guest house in the suburbs, for example. She's a keen swimmer. It's highly unlikely that she could afford to go to the seaside every week. There are hundreds of possible spots by the Seine, the Marne, or the Oise. Go and see this Jean-Claude, and try to find out where they used to go. Meurs, in the adjacent office, was waiting for his turn, carrying a little cardboard box containing the bullets and the 3 cartridges. The expert agrees, Chief. It's definitely a 7.63 caliber, and the gun used is almost certainly a Mauser. Fingerprints. I wonder what you'll think. They found Inspector Maigret's all over the living room, including on the wireless knobs, not on those of the television. No, in the kitchen he opened the refrigerator and a tin of ground coffee. His prints were also found on the electric coffee maker. Why are you smiling? Am I saying something stupid? No, go on. Lorient used the glass and the cup. As for the bottle of brandy, it has both Lorient and the young woman's prints on it. What about the bedroom? No trace of Lorient. Not one of his hairs on the pillow, but a woman's hair. Not the slightest trace of mud either, even though, from what I was told, Lorient arrived at Avenue Junot in the pouring rain. With Meurs and his team, no detail was neglected. He seems to have stayed sitting in the armchair in front of one of the French windows. I suppose that's when he turned the radio on. At another moment, he opened that window, leaving a perfect set of prints on the handle, and I picked up one of his cigarette ends on the balcony. You're still smiling. Because that confirms the hunch I had earlier. while listening to my wife talk. Did not everything suggest that hard done by, reduced to slavery by his wife, had finally allowed himself a love affair, and that he consoled himself at Avenue Junot for the dismal hours spent in the apartment in Place Constantin-Percœur? I'm smiling, murs my friend, at the idea that his colleagues suddenly think he's a Don Juan. I'd swear, you see, that there was nothing going on between them, and I'm almost sad for him that there wasn't. He spent his evenings in the front room, the living room, generally by the window, and young Mademoiselle Marinette trusted him sufficiently to go to bed, despite his presence. You didn't find anything else? A little sand in the young woman's shoes, flat shoes that she must have worn in the countryside. It's river sand. We have hundreds of different samples up there, but it will take hours and a lot of luck to identify where that sand comes from. Keep me posted. Is anyone else ready for me next door? An inspector from the 18th. With a little brown moustache? Yes. That's Jonquier. Tell him to come in as you go past. It was starting to rain again, a fine drizzle, a sort of fog that softened the light. The clouds in the sky were barely moving, and gradually turning into a dense grey canopy. Well, Jonquier? I haven't finished with the street, and my men are still making door-to-door inquiries. Luckily, there are only 40 or so numbers on each side. That's still some 200 people to be questioned. What interests me most of all are the buildings opposite. If you'll allow me, sir, I'll come to that in a minute, because I think I know what you're driving at. I began with the residence the building Paul Mognon came out of. On the ground floor there's only an elderly couple, the Guerbe, who have been in Mexico for a month visiting their married daughter who lives there. From his pocket he produced an old notebook, several pages of which were covered with names and sketches. With him, too, you had to take things slowly to avoid upsetting him. The other floors all have 2 apartments. On the first floor is your widow, Madame Faison, who's a sales assistant in a fashion house, and a couple of independent means, the Lanier, who rushed over to the window immediately after the shooting. They saw the car drive off, but they weren't able to make out the number plate. His eyes half closed, Maigret listened vaguely to the inspector's meticulous report, as if to a Hun, occasionally drawing on his pipe. He began to pay attention when he heard the name of a certain Mackley, who occupied the 2nd floor of the building next door. According to Jonquier, he was a cantankerous old man who had shut himself away once and for all, content to watch the world from his window with a cynical expression. He's crippled with rheumatism and drags himself around with 2 sticks, in a filthy apartment where no cleaning woman is allowed to cross the threshold. Each day he places a note on his doormat to order food, which the concierge leaves outside his door. He doesn't have a wireless, doesn't read the newspapers. The concierge claims he's rich, even though he lives almost like a pauper. He has a married daughter who's tried several times to have him put away. Is he really mad? You'll see. I had a terrible job getting him to open his door to me, and I had to threaten to come back with a locksmith. When he finally made up his mind, he looked me up and down for ages, sighing, "You're a bit young for this job, aren't you?" I replied that I was 35, and he repeated 2 or 3 times, a boy, what does a person know at 35? How much is a person capable of understanding?" Did he tell you anything new? He spoke to me mainly about the Dutchman opposite. It's the building we saw this morning from the balcony, the little private mansion with the 2nd floor glazed like an artist's studio. That house was built 15 years ago by a certain Norris Jonker, who is now 64, and whose wife, a beauty by all accounts, is much younger than him. Once again, Maigret wished he could have carried out these door-to-door inquiries himself. He would like to have met this rheumatic old misanthrope, who had withdrawn from the world in the middle of Paris, in the middle of Montmartre, and spent his time spying on the people across the road. All of a sudden he became talkative, since he has a habit of jumping from one idea to another and slipping commentaries into his speech. I'm worried I might leave something out. I saw the Dutchman later, and it would be best if I told you about him straight away. He's a charming, elegant, and cultured man who belongs to a very well-known and very wealthy family in Holland. His father was the head of the Jonker, Haag and Company Bank in Amsterdam. He himself has never been interested in finance, and he spent years travelling the world. When he realized that the only place where he was happy was Paris, he had this mansion built in Avenue Junot, while his brother Hans has taken over the running of the bank since their father's death. Norris Jonker is content to receive the dividends and convert them into paintings. Paintings? Echoed Maigret. He's said to own one of the most beautiful art collections in Paris. Just a moment. You rang the bell. Who opened the door? A very fair-haired, rosy-cheeked manservant, quite young. Did you say you were from the police? Yes. He didn't seem surprised, and he showed me into the entrance hall, where he offered me a seat. I don't know anything about art, but I deciphered the signatures of painters even I've heard of. Doga, Cézanne, Renoir, lots of nude women. Did you wait for long? About 10 minutes. The double door between the hall and the drawing room was open, and I saw a young woman with black hair walk past, still in her bathrobe, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I could be wrong, but I had the impression that she had come to inspect me. A few minutes later, the manservant invited me to cross the drawing room, and I was shown into a study, lined with books from floor to ceiling. I was greeted by Norris Jonker, dressed in flannel trousers, an open-neck silk shirt, and a black velvet jacket. His hair is very white, his complexion almost as rosy as that of his servant. There was a tray with a decanter and glasses on the desk. "Have a seat. How can I help?" he asked, without the trace of an accent. It was clear that Inspector Maigret had been overwhelmed by the opulence of the paintings as much as by the Dutchman's distinguished air. I confess I didn't know where to begin. I asked him whether he'd heard the shots, and he replied that no, his bedroom was on the other side of the house from Avenue Junot, and that you couldn't hear much through the thick walls. "I hate noise," he told me, before offering me a glass of a liqueur that was new to me, a very strong liqueur, with an aftertaste of orange. "But you must be aware of what happened last night, across the street from your house. Carl spoke to me about it when he brought me my breakfast at around 10. He's my manservant, the son of one of our farmers. He told me that Avenue Junot was in turmoil because a police officer had been attacked by gangsters." "How did he sound?" asked Maigret, fiddling with his pipe. "Calm, smiling, unexpectedly polite for a man who's been disturbed without warning. If you wish to question Carl, I would gladly put him at your disposal. But he also sleeps on the garden side of the house, and he stated that he hadn't heard anything either." "Are you married, Monsieur Jonker?" "I most certainly am. My wife was shocked to hear what had happened a few meters from our home." At this point in his report, Jonker displayed a slight awkwardness. "I don't know if I did the right thing, Chief. I would have liked to ask him a lot of other questions. I didn't dare, telling myself that ultimately it was more urgent to update you. So, let's go back to the elderly invalid." "Exactly. It's because of him that I'd have liked to talk to the Dutchman about certain things. One of the first things Maigret said, in fact, was, 'What would you do, Inspector, if you were married to one of the most beautiful women in Paris?' Aha, you're not answering. And you're a long way off 64 or 65. Right. Let's put it another way. What does a man of that age do who has a magnificent creature available to him day and night? Well, the gentleman opposite must have very particular ideas on the subject. I sleep little. I'm not interested in politics or the disasters that the radio and the newspapers talk about. I entertain myself by thinking. You understand? I look out of the window and I think. Few people realize how amusing it is to think. For example, about that Dutchman and his wife. They don't go out much, once or twice a week, her in an evening gown, him in a dinner jacket, and they rarely come home after 1 o'clock in the morning, which means that they are content to have dinner with friends or go to the theatre. They themselves never have dinner parties, nor do they have guests for luncheon, and what's more, they rarely eat before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You see, a person entertains himself as best he can. He watches, he guesses, he puts 2 and 2 together, so when a couple of times a week he sees a pretty girl ring the doorbell at around 8 o'clock in the evening and not leave until very late at night, if not at dawn." Maigret most definitely regretted not having questioned that eccentric old man. "And that's not all, Mr. Police Inspector. Admit that my ramblings are beginning to interest you, especially if I tell you that it is never the same young lady. They usually arrive by taxi, sometimes on foot. From my window I see them looking at the numbers on the buildings, which means something too, don't you agree? It means they've been asked to come to a particular address. You know, I haven't always been an old sick animal shut away in his lair, and I know a thing or two about women. And you can also recognize those who live on the edge, so to speak. Cabaret dancers, theatre or film extras who won't say no to the chance to earn a bit of cash." Maigret sprang to his feet. "I say, Jonker, do you get it?" "Get what?" "How it all started for Lognan. At night, he often walked down Avenue Junot, where he knew most of the residents. If, on several occasions, he saw the women you describe going into the Dutchman's house, I thought of that too, but there's no law against a man, even of a certain age, enjoying variety." True, that wasn't a sufficient reason for Hard-Done-By to seek and find a way of staking out a private residence. There must be an explanation. What? That he was waiting for one of these visitors to leave. It's even possible that he came across a prostitute he'd had dealings with before. I see. Even so, everyone is free to... It depends what went on in the house, or on what the woman saw there. What else did this charming old man tell you? Because Maigret felt increasingly drawn to the strange fellow at his window. I asked him all the questions that occurred to me and wrote down all his replies. Jonquier consulted his black notebook again. Question. Did these women not come for the servant? Reply. First of all, the manservant is in love with the dairymaid at the bottom of the street, a plump little thing who's always bursting out laughing. She comes and waits for him several nights a week. She stays in the shadows about 10 meters from the house. I could show you the exact spot. And he soon appears. Question. At around what time? Reply. At around 10. I suppose he waits at table, and the Yonkers tend to eat late. The pair go for a stroll arm in arm, stop to kiss, and before parting, cling to each other for a good while in the recess you see to the right. Question. He doesn't walk her home? Reply. No. She walks down the street alone, happy, skipping. She sometimes looks as if she's about to start dancing. There's another reason why it is impossible that the women I told you about would be seeing the manservant. On several occasions, they have rung at the door in his absence. Question. Who opened the door? Reply. Precisely. Here's another very funny peculiarity. Sometimes it's the Dutchman, and sometimes his wife. Question. Do they have a car? Reply. Yes, a big American car. Question. A driver? Reply. Carl puts on chauffeur's livery and drives. Question. Are there other live-in servants? Reply. A cook and 2 maids. The maids often don't stay long. Question. Do they receive many visitors apart from the ladies in question? Reply. A few. The one who drops by most often in the afternoons is a man of around 40, American-looking, who drives a yellow sports car. Question. Does he stay long? Reply. An hour or 2. Question. He never comes in the evening or at night? Reply. I've seen him in the evening twice, around a month ago at around 10 o'clock, in the company of a young woman. He simply went in and came straight out, leaving his companion in the house. Question. Was it the same woman both times? Reply. No. Maigret imagined the sardonic, almost sensual smile of the old man who revealed these small mysteries. Reply. There's also a man who's bald, even though he's still young, who arrived by taxi after dark, and who leaves carrying packages. Question. What kind of packages? Reply. They could be paintings. They could also be just about anything. That's more or less everything I know, Inspector. I haven't talked so much for years, and I hope I don't have to do so again for a long time. I warn you, there's no point summoning me to a police station or to an investigating magistrate's chambers. And above all, don't count on me to testify in court if this case gets that far. We've had a chat. I've told you my little ideas. Now they're yours, and I refuse to put myself out for any reason whatsoever. Immediately afterwards, Jonquier was to prove that the local inspectors knew their job. Later, as I was coming out of the Dutchman's house, I wondered whether the fellow opposite had been making fun of me. I thought that if I could check one of the things he'd told me, that would make the rest credible. So I stopped by the dairy. I waited outside until the girl was alone in the shop. She was indeed the plump little thing the old fellow had described, a girl recently arrived from the country, and who was still thrilled to find herself in Paris. I went in and asked her, "Do you know a certain Carl?" She blushed and turned anxiously towards an open door, whispering, "Who are you? What's it got to do with you?" "A simple piece of information. I'm from the police." "What's he done?" "Nothing. It's a routine check." "Are you engaged?" "We may get married one day, but he hasn't asked me yet." "Do you see him several evenings a week?" "Whenever I can." "Do you wait for him a few meters from the house on Avenue Junot?" "Who told you?" Then a large woman appeared from the back room, and she had the presence of mind to say loudly, "No, monsieur, we don't have any gorgonzola left, but we do have some Roquefort. They're very similar." Maigret smiled. "Did you buy some Roquefort?" "I said that my wife only liked gorgonzola." "That's all, Chief. I don't know what my colleagues will bring me this evening. Any news of poor old Lognon?" "I had one of my men call the hospital earlier. The doctors still won't comment, and he hasn't regained consciousness. It's feared that the second bullet, which hit him below the shoulder, might have damaged the top of his right lung, but it's impossible to X-ray him in his present condition. I wonder what he found out to get himself shot. You'll be as surprised as me when you've seen the Dutchman. I can't imagine that a man like him— There is one thing I'd like you to do, Chouquier. When your men are back, and especially when the night shift comes on duty, have them all deal with the women. Some of them, you said, arrived at Avenue Junot on foot, so they may be local. Have them go over the nightclubs with a fine-tooth comb. From our invalids' descriptions, I don't think we need to look on the streets, if you get my drift. Sooner or later we'll come across one who's been to Avenue Junot. It would probably have been more useful to find Marinette Augier. Would Meurs and the laboratory team with their sand samples give him a lead at last? Chapter 4. The Visit to the Dutchman. Hello, this is the Dutch Embassy. The young, cheerful voice with a slight accent made him think of the windmills on certain cocoa tins. I'd like to speak to the first secretary, mademoiselle. Who's calling? Detective Chief Inspector Maigret of the Police Judiciaire. One moment. I see if Mr. Boudecamp is in his office. The voice was back after a little while. Mr. Boudecamp is in a meeting, but I'll put you through to the second secretary, Mr. de Vries. Please hold the line. A man's voice this time, less cheerful naturally, and with a stronger accent. Hubert de Vries speaking, second secretary of the Dutch Embassy. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, head of the crime squad. How can I help you? De Vries, on the other end of the line, was probably starchy and suspicious, young most likely, because he was still only second secretary. Fair-haired, perhaps, slightly overdressed in the manner of people from Northern Europe. I'd like some information about one of your citizens who has lived in Paris for a long time, and whose name is probably very familiar to you. Where are you at the moment, Monsieur Maigret? I'm in my office at Quai des Orfèvres. Please don't be offended if I call you back shortly. 5 minutes went by before the phone rang. My apologies, Monsieur Maigret, but all sorts of people telephone us and claim to be someone they are not. You wanted to talk to me about a Dutch subject who lives in Paris? About Norris Jonker. Why did Maigret have the feeling that the invisible second secretary was suddenly on his guard? Yes. Do you know him? Jonker is a very common name in Holland, rather like Durand in France. Norris isn't an unusual first name either. This Norris Jonker is related to the Amsterdam banking family. The Jonker Hagen Company Bank is one of the longest established in the country. Old Kees Jonker died around 15 years ago, and his son Hans, unless I'm mistaken, is at the helm of the firm. What about Norris Jonker? I don't know him personally, but you are aware of his existence. Definitely, I think he's a member of the St. Cloud Golf Club, where our paths may inadvertently have crossed. Is he married? To an Englishwoman, so I've been told. May I ask you now, Monsieur Maigret, why you are interested in Norris Jonker? Only very indirectly. Have you seen him? Not yet. Do you not think it would be simpler to obtain the information you require from the man himself? I should be able to give you his address. I know it. Norris Jonker has little to do with the embassy. He belongs to a family that is both prominent and respectable, and I have every reason to believe that he himself is an upstanding man. He is reputed above all for his art collection. You don't have any information about his wife, either? I would feel more comfortable replying if I knew the reason for your questions. Madame Jonker, from what I've heard, is from the south of France and was married to an Englishman, Herbert Muir, from Manchester, a ball bearings manufacturer. They don't have any children. Not to my knowledge. Maigret understood that he would not glean any more information, so he then called another number, that of an auctioneer he'd been in touch with on several occasions, and who was often called upon as an expert witness in court. Monsieur Manessi, Maigret here. Just a moment while I close the door. Right, what can I do for you? Are you interested in art these days? I'm not sure. Do you know a Dutchman by the name of Norris Jonker? The one who lives in Avenue Junot? Not only do I know him, but I've done valuations for him. He owns one of the finest collections of late 19th century and early 20th century paintings. That suggests he's very wealthy. His father was a banker and an art lover. Maurice Jonker was brought up surrounded by Van Goghs, Pissarros, Manets, and Renoirs. It's not surprising that he had no interest in the bank. He inherited a good share of the paintings, and the dividends that the bank, managed by his brother, give him the means to expand his collection. Have you met him in person? Yes. Have you? Not yet. He's more like an English gentleman than a Dutchman. If I remember correctly, after studying at Oxford, he lived in England for many years, and I've heard that he ended the last war as a colonel in the British Army. What about his wife? A stunning creature who was married very young to an Englishman from Manchester. All bearings, I know. I wonder why you're interested in Jonker. I hope he hasn't been a victim of a painting theft. No. Now it was Maigret's turn to be evasive. Do they go out much? Not that I'm aware of. Does Jonker socialize with other art lovers? He keeps his eye on the auctions, naturally, and he knows when an important painting is being sold at Uo, Galliera, Sotheby's, or in New York. Does he travel? You're asking me too much. He has travelled extensively, but I don't know if he still does. Collectors don't necessarily bother to attend in person to buy a painting at the public auction. On the contrary, the major buyers usually send a representative. In short, he's a man you can trust. Sure as can be. Thank you. That did not make things any easier, and Maigret rose without enthusiasm to fetch his overcoat and hat from the cupboard. The better known, important, and respectable people are, the more delicate it is to ring at their door to question them, and it is not rare for them to complain to those at the top, which bodes ill for the police officer. Maigret was loath to take one of his inspectors with him, and decided to go to Avenue Junot alone, so as to make his visit less official. Half an hour later, a taxi dropped him off in front of the private residence, and he handed his card to Karl, the manservant in a white jacket. He was shown into the entrance hall, like Inspector Jonker before him, but perhaps because of his rank, he was kept waiting only 5 minutes, instead of 10. If you would follow me. Karl preceded him across the drawing-room, where Maigret did not have the opportunity of meeting the beautiful Madame Jonker, and opened the door to the study. The Dutchman had not changed his clothes, or, so it appeared, his position. Sitting at an Empire-style desk, he was studying some etchings with the help of a giant illuminated magnifying glass. He rose at once, and Maigret was able to note that the description he'd been given was accurate. With his grey flannel trousers, soft silk shirt, and black velvet jacket, he was the quintessential English gentleman at home. He also had the stiff upper lip. Neither surprised nor perturbed, he said, "Monsieur Maigret?" He indicated a leather armchair on the other side of the desk, and sat down. "I am very flattered, believe me, to meet a man of your renown." He spoke slowly, as if after so many years he was still thinking in Dutch and had to translate every word. "I am a little surprised to receive a second visit from the police." He waited, gazing at his plump, manicured hands. He wasn't fat, but had what used to be called an imposing bearing, and could have been a model for a drawing in La Vie Parisienne, circa 1900. His face was a little flabby, his blue eyes visible behind frameless glasses with thin gold sides. Maigret began, not without a certain embarrassment. "Inspector Jonker did indeed inform me of his visit. He's a neighborhood inspector, and does not work directly for our department. Should I understand that you need to verify his report?" "Not exactly, but perhaps he didn't ask all the questions he should have asked." The Dutchman, who was toying with a magnifying glass, looked directly at Maigret, and there was a mixture of mischief and a hint of innocence in his blue eyes. "Listen to me, Monsieur Maigret. I am 64 years old, and I have lived in many countries. I have been settled for a long time in France, where I am so happy that I have built my home here. I have no criminal record, and I have never set foot in a courtroom or a police station. Apparently, some shots were fired in the street last night, opposite my home. As I told the inspector, neither I nor my wife heard anything, because our bedrooms are on the other side of the house. Tell me, what would you think if you were in my shoes and I in yours?" "I would certainly view these visits as disagreeable, because it is never pleasing to have people you don't know come into your home." I'm sorry, I'm not complaining at having you sitting here. On the contrary, it is an opportunity to meet someone about whom I have heard a great deal. I look at things, as you know, from a different perspective. Your inspector asked me some rather indiscreet questions, but not too many, ultimately given his job. I don't know what you plan to ask, but I am surprised that such a high-ranking official should take the trouble to come in person. If I were to reply that it is out of deference, I would be flattered, while unwilling to believe you, and perhaps it would be wiser of me to find out whether your presence here is lawful. I would have no objection, Monsieur Jonker, and you are free to telephone your lawyer. Let me add that I have come without a warrant, and it is your right to ask me to leave. All the same, it is clear that a lack of cooperation on your part would likely be interpreted as hostility, or even the wish to hide something. The Dutchman smiled in his armchair and reached for a box of cigars. You smoke, I think. Only a pipe. Feel free. He himself selected a cigar, holding it to his ear and rustling it. Then he clipped one end with a gold cigar cutter and slowly lit it with an almost ritual gesture. One more question, he said between two puffs of pretty blue smoke. Am I to understand that I am the only person in Avenue Junot to have the honor of your visit? Or is this case so important that you will be going from house to house in person to question the residents? Maigret, too, was choosing his words carefully. You are not the first person in the street that I am questioning. My inspectors are going from house to house, as you say, but as far as you are concerned, I believed it was my duty to take the trouble. Jonker appeared to be thanking him with a nod, but he didn't believe a word. I will try to answer you, so long as you do not intrude into my private life. Maigret was about to open his mouth when the telephone rang. May I? Jonker picked up the receiver and replied in English briefly, frowning. Maigret's schoolboy English was not that good, and had not been much use in London, and even less during his 2 trips to the United States, although people had taken great pains to try to understand him. But at least he knew that the Dutchman resented not being free, and that in answer to a question asked by the invisible caller, he said, From the same firm, yes. I'll call you back later. Presumably, that meant that he was busy with someone from the same profession as the inspector who'd been there earlier. Excuse me, I am all yours. He settled into a comfortable pose, reclining slightly in his chair, his elbows on the armrests, sometimes glancing at the white ash on his cigar, which was gradually growing longer. You asked me, Monsieur Jonker, what I would do in your shoes. I would like to ask you what you would do in mine. When a crime is committed in this district or another, there are always neighbors who remember odd details they hadn't noticed before or which they hadn't thought were of any importance. I believe you call that gossip, don't you? If you like. The fact is that it is our duty to check, because although many of these people are fantasists, some give us valuable leads. So, let us hear this gossip. But Maigret had no intention of getting straight to the point. He still couldn't make up his mind whether Jonker was a mischievous but decent man, or whether, on the contrary, he was someone very clever who remained on his guard while acting the innocent. You are a married man, Monsieur Jonker. Does that surprise you? No, I have been told that Madame Jonker is a very beautiful woman. I am asking you again, does that surprise you? Admittedly, I am a man of a certain age, many would say an old man, perhaps adding that I am fairly well preserved. Whereas my wife is only 34, which makes an age difference of exactly 30 years. Do you think we are the only ones in this situation in Paris or elsewhere? Is it so shocking? Is Madame Jonker French? I can see you have done your research. She was born in Nice, yes, but I met her in London. Was she married previously? Jonker displayed some impatience, which could have been that of a gentleman, outraged at having his private life raked over, and above all at being asked about his wife. She was Mrs. Muir before being Madame Jonker, he snapped. He added, after staring at his cigar for a while, You should know, too, since you insist on raising the subject, that she didn't marry me for my money, because she was already what is called independently wealthy. You go out fairly little for a man of your situation, Monsieur Jonker. Is that a criticism? You know I spent most of my life going out, either here in London, in the USA, India, Australia, or elsewhere. When you are my age, I'm not so far off. When you are my age, I was saying, you will probably prefer being at home to society gatherings, clubs and nightclubs. I understand you all the better because you must be very much in love with Madame Yonker. This time, the former British colonel tensed, and his only reply was a jerk of his head which made the ash fall from his cigar. The delicate moment, which Maigret had put off as long as possible, was approaching, and he gave himself a little more time by lighting his pipe, which had gone out. You used the word gossip, and I am prepared to believe, if you say it is so, that certain intelligence that we have received belongs in that category. Was not the Dutchman's hand trembling slightly? All the same, he reached for the crystal decanter and poured himself a glass. Do you like Curaçao? No, thank you. Do you prefer whiskey? Without waiting for the reply, he pressed a bell. Carl appeared at once. Scotch, please. Still or sparkling water? Sparkling. During this interval, they were silent, and Maigret glanced at the bookshelves lining the walls. They contained mainly art books, not only on painting, but on the architecture and sculpture of antiquity, and there were also bound catalogues from the major auctions of the past 40 years. Thank you, Carl. Have you informed Madame that I am busy? Out of politeness, he had chosen to speak to his manservant in French. Is she still upstairs? Yes, monsieur. And now, Monsieur Maigret, I drink to your health, and am ready to hear this gossip you mentioned. I don't know what it is like in Holland, but in Paris a lot of people, especially the elderly, even more in Montmartre than anywhere else, spend a deal of their time at their window. One such person told us that frequently, often 2 or 3 times a week, young women ring at your door in the evening and are let into the house. The Dutchman's ears had suddenly turned red, and without answering he puffed on his cigar. I might have thought that these women were friends of Madame Yonker's if they did not come from a particular milieu, which would be insulting to her. Rarely had he chosen his words with such care. Rarely, too, had he felt so uncomfortable. Do you deny that these visits took place? If you have troubled yourself to come here, Monsieur Maigret, it is because you are certain of your facts. Admit it. Admit that if I were to have the unfortunate idea of contradicting you, you would put me in front of one or several witnesses. You haven't answered my question. What have you been told about these young women? I asked you a question and you have replied with another. I am in my own home, aren't I? If I were in your office, we would both be in a different position. Maigret preferred to give in. Let us suppose that these persons belong to the category of what is called loose women. They do not simply come in and leave, but spend part of a night, if not a whole night, in the house. That is correct. He did not look away. On the contrary, but the blue of his eyes had clouded to grey. To pluck up the courage to continue, Maigret had to think of Rognon in his hospital bed, and of the stranger who had viciously aimed one of the deadliest weapons at his stomach. Yonker wasn't helping him. He sat there as impassive as a poker player. If I am mistaken, please stop me. At first I thought that these young ladies were coming to see your manservant. Then I learned that he has a girlfriend and that he is sometimes outside with her at the time of the visits I mentioned. May I ask you where your servant's bedroom is? On the 2nd floor, near the studio. Do the maids and the cook sleep on the 2nd floor as well? No, there is an annex in the garden where the 3 women sleep. Do you often happen to open the door to these nocturnal female visitors? He answered neither yes nor no, but continued to stare into Maigret's eyes. I'm sorry to add that according to my source, Madame Yonker showed them into the house on several occasions. We are kept under close watch, aren't we? You people are even worse than the old women in our little Dutch villages. Would you tell me now what connection you have established between these visits, alleged or real, and the shots fired in the street? Because I refuse to accept that I am being targeted personally, and that, for a reason that escapes me, someone is trying to make me persona non grata. That is out of the question, and I'll try to put all my cards on the table. The way last night's tragedy unfolded, the weapon used, and some other details which I'm not at liberty to reveal, give me reason to believe that the marksman was a professional. And you think I am in contact with these people? I'm going to make a completely gratuitous supposition. You are considered to be a very wealthy man, Monsieur Jonker. This house contains more artworks than a lot of provincial museums, and their value is probably priceless. Does the building have an alarm system? No. The real professionals, as you call them, make a mockery of the most sophisticated systems, as has proved recently in your very own country. I prefer to be properly insured. Have you ever been the victim of an attempted break-in? Not to my knowledge. Can you vouch for your household staff? Carl and the cook, who have been with me for over 20 years, yes. I don't know the maids so well, but my wife didn't hire them without requesting reliable references. You still haven't explained the connection between what you call my female visitors and I'm leading up to it. So far, Maigret hadn't done too badly, and he rewarded himself with a sip of whiskey. Supposing a gang of art thieves, of which there are a number in this world, were planning to rob you. Supposing a local police inspector got wind of it, but too vaguely to take direct action. Supposing that last night, as on previous nights, that inspector had been stationed opposite your house so as to catch the thieves red-handed. That would have been imprudent of him, don't you think? In our profession, Monsieur Jonker, we are often obliged to be imprudent. I'm sorry. Although the gangs that specialize in art theft sometimes hire a hitman, they are generally made up of intelligent, cultured people who do not act without doing their homework. Since you can vouch for your staff, all I can think of is that one of these young ladies. Did Jonker believe Maigret's line of reasoning, or did he smell a rat? It was impossible to tell. The young women who work in nightclubs tend to hobnob with the crime world. Have you come to ask me for a list? Names, addresses, and telephone numbers of the girls who have come here? His irony was becoming acerbic. That would perhaps be useful, but most of all I would like to know what they came to do in your house. He was almost there. Jonker, stock still, his cigar between his fingers, continued to stare at him without batting an eyelid. Right, he said at length, rising to his feet, and after putting his cigar end down in a blue ashtray, he took a few steps forward. I told you at the beginning of this interview that I would answer all your questions so long as they didn't concern my private life. You, very skillfully, and I congratulate you, put this private life on the table by linking it to the events of last night. He stopped in front of Maigret, who had also got to his feet. You have been a member of the police for a long time, I think. 28 years. I presume you haven't only investigated the underworld. Is this the first time you have seen a man of my age and in my situation give in to certain instincts? And do you consider that reprehensible? Paris is not considered a puritanical city, Monsieur Maigret. In my country, people would point at me and my family would perhaps disown me. A lot of foreigners who live here or on the Riviera have chosen France purely for the freedom enjoyed in these things. May I ask whether Madame Jonker? Madame Jonker is not a Puritan and knows about life. She is not unaware that some men of my age need change to stimulate them. You have forced me to speak of very private things, and I hope you're satisfied now. From the way he was looking at the door, he appeared to consider the interview over. Maigret, however, ploughed on, softly, in an undertone. Earlier, you mentioned names, addresses, and telephone numbers. I hope you aren't asking me for them. These individuals may not be leading exemplary lives, but they are not accountable to the police, and it would be improper of me to put them in an awkward situation. You told me that you went out seldom and that you don't go to nightclubs. So how did you meet your female visitors? Further silence, further hesitation. Do you not know how these things work? He sighed at last. There are pimps and madames, but their activity constitutes an offence. And does their client's activity constitute an offence too? They could possibly be accused of complicity, but generally Generally, the clients are left in peace, is that not so? In that case, Monsieur Maigret, I don't think I have anything more to say to you. But I do have one more request for you. Is it really a request? Is that not a euphemism? It was now almost open war between the two men. Well, if you were to refuse, I might have to resort to legal means. So what is this request? I would like a tour of your house. Isn't the word to search? You are forgetting that until now I have been working from the hypothesis that you were a potential victim. And you wish to protect me. Maybe. Come, then. There was no longer any question of offering Maigret a cigar or pouring him a drink. Jonker's manner had suddenly become very superior, if not lordly. You have seen the room where I spend most of my day. Do I have to open the drawers? No. For your information, the one on the right contains an automatic pistol, a Luger which I brought back from the war. He took it out, adding, It is loaded. I have another one, a Browning, in my bedroom, also loaded. I'll show it to you later. This is the drawing room. I know you're not here to admire the paintings, but I do advise you to have a look at this Gauguin, which is considered one of his finest works and which I bequeath to the Amsterdam Museum. This way. Do you know anything about carpets? Never mind. Here we are in the dining room, and the painting to the left of the chimney breast is Cézanne's last work. This door leads into a little room which I designed to be intimate, very feminine, and is my wife's small parlour. The scullery. Carl busy cleaning the silverware. It is 17th century English silverware, whose only drawback is that it is unwieldy. The kitchen is in the basement. The cook, too. Do you really want to go down there? Whether intentional or not, there was something insulting in his easy manner. Now let us go upstairs. The staircase comes from an old castle near Utrecht. To the left, my apartment. He opened the doors like an estate agent, showing a prospective buyer around a house. Another study, you see, like on the ground floor. I love books, and they are very useful to me. These files on the left contain the history of several thousand paintings, with a list of their successive owners and the price they sold for at each auction. My bedroom. In the bedside table drawer, the automatic I mentioned, a common 6.5 that wouldn't be much use if I were threatened. Everywhere, even on the walls of the staircase, the paintings were almost touching each other, and the best ones were not in the drawing-room, but in the Dutchman's bedroom, a very understated room with English furniture and deep leather armchairs. My bathroom. Now let us go over to the other side, but allow me to check that my wife isn't in her room. He knocked, opened the door a fraction, and took a few steps into the room. You may follow me. Her boudoir, for which I found these two Fragonard. The wing chairs belong to Madame de Pompadour. If you were here as an art lover, Monsieur Maigret, and not as a detective, I would be delighted to talk to you about each piece. The bedroom, all draped in crushed strawberry satin. The bathroom. Maigret did not go in, but glimpsed a bathtub that was more like a black marble pool, with several steps down. Let us go up to the next floor. You are entitled to see everything. Isn't that so? He opened another door. Carl's bedroom, and beyond the bathroom, you will note that he has a television. He prefers black and white images to art masterpieces. He knocked at the door opposite, a heavy, ornately carved door, which must have come from some castle too. May I, darling? I am showing Monsieur Maigret around the house. He is head of the crime squad. That is correct, isn't it, Detective Chief Inspector? Maigret had just received a shock. In the middle of the glazed studio, standing at an easel, was a white shape that reminded him of the words Lognon had said. The ghost. It wasn't a traditional painter's smock that Madame Jonker was wearing, more of a Dominican monk's habit, the fabric as thick and soft as a bathrobe. The Dutchman's wife also wore a white turban of the same fabric around her head. She was holding a palette in her left hand, a brush in her right, and her black eyes lighted on Maigret with curiosity. I've heard a lot about you, Monsieur Maigret, and I'm delighted to meet you. Oh, forgive me for not shaking hands. She put the brush down and wiped her hand on the white robe where it left green smears. "I hope you're not an art connoisseur. If you are, please, don't look at what I'm doing." Maigret was surprised, after walking past so many masterpieces on the walls, to find himself standing in front of a canvas on which there was nothing but daubs. Chapter 5. The Room Covered in Graffiti. In that instant, something happened that Maigret would have been incapable of defining. A change of tone, or rather a sort of shift that suddenly lent more weight to gestures, words, and attitudes. Did this stem from the presence of a young woman still draped in her strange costume, or from the atmosphere of the room? Logs were burning and crackling in the vast white stone fireplace, and the flames seemed to be leaping sprites. Maigret now understood why the studio curtains that could be seen from Mavinette Augier's windows were nearly always drawn. The studio wasn't only glazed on one side, but two, which made it possible to choose the light required. These curtains were made of thick black hessian, faded to grey in the wash, and had shrunk, so they no longer closed. On one side, rooftops were visible as far as Saint-Ouen. On the other, with the sails of the Moulin de Galette in the foreground, lay Paris in almost its entirety, scored by the boulevard, the wider gap of the Champs-Élysées, the curves of the Seine, and the gilt dome of Les Invalides. It was not this panorama that fascinated Maigret, whose senses were sharpened. It is difficult when suddenly plunged into an unknown milieu to grasp it fully, and yet that was what seemed to be happening to him. Everything struck him at once. The two bare walls, for example, painted a glaring white, the dancing flames in the fireplace in the centre of one wall. Madame Jonker had been busy painting when the two men had come in. Would it not have been natural for there to be canvases on the walls? And also, as in all artists' studios, other canvases stacked against each other? But the varnished wooden floor was as bare as the walls. Near the easel was a box full of tubes of paint on a pedestal table. On another table further away, a white wood table, the only everyday object seen so far in the house, was a jumble of pots, tin cans, bottles, and rags. The rest of the furniture comprised two empty cupboards, a chair, and an armchair whose brown velvet upholstery had begun to fade. Something was not quite right. It was only a hunch, but he was on the alert, and the Dutchman's words only struck him more forcefully. He said, addressing his wife, "Inspector Maigret isn't here to admire my paintings, but, strange as it may seem, to give a lecture on jealousy. He appears surprised that not all women are jealous." That could have passed as an unremarkable comment with a hint of sarcasm, but Maigret understood it as a warning Jonker was giving his wife, and he could have sworn that she acknowledged the message by batting her eyelids. "Is your wife jealous, Monsieur Maigret?" "I confess, madame, that she has not yet given me the occasion to ask myself the question." "But many women must visit your office." Was he mistaken? He thought he detected some sort of signal, but a signal that was for his benefit this time. So much so that he racked his brains and asked himself if he had ever seen the woman now in front of him at Quai des Orfèvres. Their eyes met. Her lovely face still wore the vague, polite smile of the mistress of a house receiving a guest. But could he not read something else in her huge brown eyes, with long, fluttering eyelashes? "Please, don't stop working on my account," he muttered, because she put the palette down on the pedestal table, removed the white fabric wound round her head like a turban, and tossed her head to give her black hair back its shape. "You are French-born, I believe." "Norris told you so?" The question was natural, ordinary. Was he wrong to perceive a hidden undertone? "I knew it before coming here." "So you made inquiries about us?" Jonker was less nonchalant than when he had been in his downstairs study, and when, his manner slightly sardonic, he had hurried Maigret around the various rooms like a museum or chateau guide. "Are you tired, darling? Do you want to go and lie down?" Another signal? An order? She removed the white hooded robe enveloping her and emerged in a tight-fitting black dress. Suddenly she looked taller, revealing a curvaceous figure that had reached a delightful maturity. "Have you been painting for long, madame?" Instead of replying directly, she explained, "It's hard to live in a house full of artworks with a husband whose only passion is paintings without being tempted to wield a brush. Since I can't compete with the masters I see in front of me from morning till night, I had to content myself with abstract painting. Whatever you do, don't ask me what my daubs represent." The years spent in England and Paris had not completely eradicated her southern accent, and Maigret was increasingly attentive to the slightest nuances. "You were born in Nice. You were told that as well?" Looking her straight in the eye, it was his turn to send her a signal. "I'm very fond of the Cathedral of Saint-Réparat." She didn't blush, but gave an imperceptible sign that she had got the message. "I see you know the city." With those words, he had just evoked the old town of Nice, the poorest neighbourhood with narrow streets where the sun rarely penetrated, and washing was strung between the buildings all year round. He was almost certain now that that was where she had been born, in one of those decrepit houses into which 15 or 20 families were crammed, and whose staircases and courtyards teemed with hordes of brats. It even seemed to him that she was implicitly admitting it by her attitude, and that the two of them had just exchanged something akin to a Masonic gesture in front of a husband who was oblivious to these subtleties. Maigret may well have been divisional chief inspector and head of the police judiciaire crime squad, but he was still of the people. She may well be living surrounded by paintings worthy of the Louvre, be dressed by the top couturier, have appeared at society events in Manchester and London, adorned with diamonds, rubies, and emeralds. But she had still grown up in the shadow of Saint-Réparat, and he wouldn't have been surprised to learn that she had sold flowers on the café terraces of Place Massena. Now they were both playing their parts, as if beneath the words they spoke were others which were no business of the Dutch banker's son. "Did your husband build this magnificent studio for you?" "Oh, no. When he built this house he didn't know me. He had a very dear woman friend who was a real painter unlike me, and who still exhibits in art galleries. I wonder why he didn't marry her. She probably wasn't young enough. What do you say, Norris?" "I don't remember. You see how polite and tactful he is?" "I asked you earlier if you had been painting for long." "I don't know. A few months." "Do you spend part of your days in the studio?" "This is a real interrogation," she joked. "It's obvious from your question that you aren't a woman and mistress of a house. If you were to ask me, for example, what I did yesterday at such and such a time, I would probably find it hard to reply. I am lazy, and I'm sure that for lazy people the days go faster than for others, even though others would claim the opposite. I get up late, I linger, I chat to my maid, the cook needs my instructions. Lunchtime comes round, and I don't even feel I've begun to live." "You're talking a lot, darling." And Maigret, "What I didn't know was that it was possible to paint at night." This time there was no doubt that the Yonkers exchanged a look. The husband answered first. "Perhaps that applied to the Impressionists, because what interested them was the play of sunlight. That I know modern painters who consider that artificial light intensifies the colours by several tones." "Is that why you paint at night, madame?" "I paint when I feel like it." "And you feel like it after dinner, remaining at your easel until 2 o'clock in the morning?" She tried to smile. "Well, you certainly seem to know everything there is to know." He pointed to the black curtain across the bay window overlooking Avenue Junot. "That curtain, as you can see, does not close completely. I have noticed that in every street there's at least one person suffering from insomnia. I was talking to your husband about it earlier. The more cultured read or listen to music. Others gaze out of the window." Jonker now left his wife in charge of operations, as if he were no longer on his own territory. Anxious, he pretended to be only half listening to the conversation, and 2 or 3 times went to stand in front of the panorama of Paris. The sky was growing paler and paler, turning an increasingly luminous white, especially in the west, where it was almost possible to see the sun going down. "Are your paintings in these cupboards?" "No. Do you want to check? I don't mind your being nosy. After all, you're doing your job." She opened one of the cupboards, which contained a jumble of rolls of drawing paper, tubes of paint, more bottles and tin cans like those on the table. In the second cupboard, there was nothing but 3 blank canvases with the label of a shop in Rue Lepic. Are you disappointed? Did you hope to find a skeleton? She was alluding to the English saying that every family has a skeleton in the cupboard. It takes a long time for a body to become a skeleton, he replied with a frown. For the time being, Lognon is still in a hospital bed. Who are you talking about? What a funny name. An inspector. The one who was attacked last night. Are you certain, madame, that you were in your bedroom when the shot was fired? The 3 shots, to be exact. Monsieur Maigret, Jonker broke in, I think that now you're going too far. In that case, answer me yourself. Madame Jonker spends part of her time painting, especially in the evenings and often late into the night, but I find her in a studio that is almost empty. Is there a French law that makes it obligatory to furnish a studio? One might expect at the very least to find a certain number of paintings here, finished or unfinished. What do you do with your works, madame? Did not the signal she sent her husband mean that she was leaving it up to him to reply? Mirella has no pretensions of being an artist. He heard her first name for the first time. In the past, she must have been called Mireille. She generally destroys her works as soon as they're finished. One moment, Monsieur Jonker. I apologize once again for appearing finicky. I've spent some time with painters. If they destroy a painting, how do they do it? They cut it up, burn it, or throw it in the dustbin. But before that, I don't understand. I'm surprised, given that you are such a great art lover. Are you saying they throw away the frame as well? Now there are 3 frames in that cupboard, all of them new. My wife sometimes gives the paintings she's the least dissatisfied with to friends. Are they the ones that someone comes and collects in the evenings? In the evenings or during the day? If it is a question of your wife's works, then she is more prolific than she led me to believe. There are others. Do you still need me? Asked Madame Jonker. Why don't we go downstairs? I'll have some tea served. Not right away, madame. Your husband was kind enough to show me around the house, but he hasn't shown me what is behind that door yet. A solid, dark oak door at the back of the studio. Who knows, we might at last find some of your paintings. There was a tension, electricity in the air. Their voices became more muted, more trenchant. I'm afraid not, Monsieur Maigret. Why are you so certain? Because that door hasn't been opened for months, if not years. It used to be the bedroom of the person my wife mentioned, let us say the room where she would rest between painting bouts. And you preserve it like a sanctuary, after all these years. He attacked deliberately to make his adversary lose his cool. He felt the moment had come to drive home his advantage, and this time, exceptionally, the scene was not taking place in his office at Quai des Orfèvres, but in an artist's studio with a panoramic view of Paris. Jonker's fists were clenched, but he still maintained his composure. I am convinced, Monsieur Maigret, that if I were to turn up at your home unannounced, if I were to search high and low, if I asked your wife question upon question, I would find many details of your private life strange, if not inexplicable. You see, each one of us has our own way of thinking and behavior which others find incomprehensible. This house is fairly large. I devote myself almost entirely to my paintings. Our social life is very limited, and my wife, as she told you, casually occupies herself by painting. Is it surprising that she does not attach a great deal of importance to what happens to her canvases, whether she burns them, throws them in the dustbin, or gives them to friends? What friends? I am obliged to answer your question, as I already did in my study. It would not be very gentlemanly of me to be indiscreet and expose others to the unpleasantness we have been caused by shots fired in our street by strangers. To go back to that door. I don't know how many rooms your apartment has, Monsieur Maigret. This house has 32. 4 servants come and go. It has happened that a maid has been fired for dishonesty. That a key should get lost under these conditions would not surprise anyone. In our circles? And you didn't have a new one made? It didn't occur to me. Are you certain that the key is not in the house? Not to my knowledge. If it is, one of these days we will find it in the most unexpected place. May I use this telephone? Because there was a handset on the table. Maigret had noticed that there was one in most rooms, probably for both external and internal communications. What do you intend to do? Call a locksmith. I don't think I would agree to that, because it seems to me that you are going beyond your remit. Then I shall call the public prosecutor, who will send me an official search warrant. The husband and wife exchanged glances again. It was Mirella who went over to the cupboard, carrying the stool she had taken from next to the easel. She clambered onto it, swept her hand across the top of the cupboard, and when she withdrew it, she was holding a key. You see, Monsieur Jonker, there was one detail that struck me, or rather two connected details. The door to this studio has a lock, but unusually, this lock is on the outside. Earlier, while you were speaking, I noticed that it is the same with this door. You are at liberty to be surprised, Monsieur Maigret, and you have been continually since you entered this house. Your lifestyle and ours are too different for you to be able to understand. I am making an effort, you see. Maigret took the key that Madame Jonker was holding out to him and walked over to the locked door. While the couple stood rooted to the spot in the vast studio like two waxworks, he jiggled the lock. How long did you say it is since this door has been opened? It doesn't matter. I'll allow you to keep your distance, madame, and you can imagine why, but I would like your husband to come here. Jonker walked towards the door, trying to keep up appearances. You will notice first of all that this floor is clean, without a trace of dust, and if you touch it you will see that in places the wood is still damp, as if it had been recently thoroughly scrubbed. Who cleaned this room? This morning or last night? He heard Mirella's voice behind him reply, It certainly wasn't me. You can ask the maids, unless Carl was given instructions by my husband. The room was not large. Like the bay window in the studio, the window afforded a panoramic view of Paris, and the old floral curtains were paint-stained. In places, it even looked as if someone had wiped their hands on them after painting with their fingers. In a corner was an iron bedstead with a mattress but no sheets or blankets. The most striking thing was what can only be described as graffiti. On the grubby white walls were obscene drawings of the kind found on the walls of some urinals. The difference was that instead of being drawn in pencil, they had been done with paint, green, blue, yellow, and purple. I won't ask you, Monsieur Jonker, if you attribute these drawings to your former friend, but there's one that makes this hypothesis indeed impossible. It was, in a few thick brushstrokes, a portrait of Mirella, more animated than many of the paintings in the drawing-room. Do you expect an explanation? I think that would be normal. Our lifestyles, as you said, may be very different. It is possible that I find your behavior a little hard to understand. All the same, I am convinced that even your friends, people from your world, would be very surprised to discover these, shall we call them frescoes, beneath your roof. Not only were there very detailed depictions of the parts of the human body that are usually concealed, but there were scenes of unbridled eroticism. In contrast, close to the bed, vertical strokes reminded Maigret of the ones that prisoners drew to keep track of time. Was the person living here counting the days with such impatience? I don't understand. You were not unaware of the existence of these graffiti? I glanced around this room a long time ago. How long? Several months, I told you. I was shocked by what I saw, and after double-locking the door, I threw the key on top of the cupboard. In front of your wife? I don't remember. Do you know what is on the walls of this room, madame? She nodded. How did you feel when you saw your portrait? I don't call that a portrait, but a vague sketch, like any painter can hastily draw. I am waiting for you two to agree on what to tell me. There was a silence, and Maigret took his pipe from his pocket without being invited to do so. I wonder, muttered Jonker, whether it might not be better for me to call my lawyer. I am not familiar enough with French law to know whether you have the right to question us like this. If, instead of giving me a plausible reply straight away, you call your lawyer, tell him to come to Quai des Orfèvres, because in that case, I'm taking you there, this instant. Without a warrant. With or without a warrant. If necessary, the warrant will be here in half an hour. Maigret went over to the telephone. We'll wait. Who occupied that room? It is ancient history. Do you not want to go downstairs and continue this conversation over a drink? I wouldn't mind smoking a cigar, and I don't have any on me. On condition that Madame Jonker accompanies us. She walked ahead with a weary step, as if resigned. Then came Maigret with Jonker close behind. Here? Asked Mirella when they reached the drawing-room. I prefer my study. What can I offer you, Monsieur Maigret? Nothing for the time being. She saw the glass he had drunk from earlier, which was still on the desk with her husband's. Did Maigret's refusal not indicate that the situation had changed? It was darker in the room, and Jonker switched on the lamps, poured himself some curacao, and shot his wife a questioning look. No, I'd rather have a whiskey. He was the first to sit down, replicating almost exactly the pose he'd adopted an hour earlier. His wife remained standing, holding her glass. 2 or 3 years ago, began the art lover, cutting off the end of his cigar. Maigret broke in. Have you noticed that you are never precise? Since I've been here, you have not once given a date or a name other than names of long-dead painters. You speak of a few weeks, a few months, a few years, early or late evening. Maybe because I do not concern myself with time. Remember, I don't have to keep office hours, and until today, I have never had to give an account of myself to anyone. He was becoming aggressive again, his exaggerated disdain ringing force. Maigret caught on his wife's face an expression of anxiety, of disapproval. You, my dear, he thought, you know from experience that there's no point playing that little game with the police. Was it in Nice in her youth that she'd had dealings with the law, or was it in England, or elsewhere? You are free to believe me or not, Monsieur Maigret. I repeat that 2 or 3 years ago I was told about a talented young painter who was living in such dire straits that he sometimes slept in the street and rummaged through the dustbins for food. You say you were told about this young man. Was it by a friend or by an art dealer? Jonker made as if brushing away a fly. What does it matter? I don't remember. The fact was, I was ashamed to have this studio that served no purpose. So your wife didn't paint at the time? No, I wouldn't have invited him here. What is the name of this graffiti artist? I only ever knew his first name, which is... A pause. Pedro. He was visibly lying. A Spaniard? An Italian? Do you know, I didn't bother to find out. I allowed him to use the studio and the bedroom. I gave him money to buy paints and canvases. And at night, you locked him in to stop him gallivanting? I didn't lock him in. Why, in that case, the external locks? They were fitted when the house was built. For what reason? A very simple reason. It hasn't occurred to you because you're not a collector. For a long time in that studio I stored the paintings I had no room for on the walls. It made sense to lock them in from outside, since it wasn't possible to do so from the inside. I thought the studio had been built for your painter girlfriend at the time. Let us say that the locks were fitted once she no longer lived here, including on the bedroom door. I am not even certain I told the locksmith to fit one on that door. To return to Pedro. He lived in the house for several months. Several, emphasized Maigret, whereas Mirella couldn't help smiling. Jonker was growing impatient, and he must have had extraordinary self-control not to let his anger erupt. Was he talented? Very. Did he make a career? Did he become famous? I don't know. I went up to the studio a number of times, and I admired his paintings. Did you buy any? How could I buy paintings from a man I was providing with board and lodging? So you do not own a single one of his works? It didn't occur to him to give you one before he left? Have you seen any paintings in the house that are less than 30 years old? An art lover is often a collector, and each collector confines himself to a specific period. I, for instance, start with Van Gogh and end with Modigliani. Did Pedro have his meals up there? I suppose so. Did Carl take them up to him? My wife deals with those details. It was Carl, she replied in a hollow voice. Did he go out a lot? Like all young men of his age. How old was he, as a matter of fact? 22 or 23. He ended up finding male and female friends. At first, he only brought 1 or 2 to the studio at a time. Then he went too far. Some nights there were 20 or so of them, making a great disturbance just above my wife's apartment, which kept her awake. You never had the curiosity to go up and find out what was going on, madame. My husband took care of it. And the result was? He threw Pedro out, not without giving him some money. Was that when you discovered the graffiti? Yonka nodded. You too, madame. In that case, your portrait must have revealed that Pedro was in love with you. Did he ever make a pass at you? If you continue in this vein, Monsieur Maigret, I will regretfully have to inform my ambassador of your way of going about things, said Yonka harshly. Will you also tell him about the people who slip into the house at night and spend part or all of the night here? I thought I knew the French. I thought I knew the Dutch. Mirella interrupted. Why don't you two stop arguing? I understand that my husband is annoyed at being asked certain questions, especially when they're about me. I also understand the difficulty for Inspector Maigret to accept our lifestyle. As regards those women, Monsieur Maigret, I've always known about them, even before we were married. You would be surprised at the number of husbands in the same situation. Most of them keep it secret, especially in conventional circles. Norris prefers to be open, and I see it as a tribute to my intelligence and my affection. He noted that she did not say love. I think the fact that he has nothing to hide explains why some of his replies have been vague and the apparent contradictions. So I am going to ask you a very precise question. Until what time did you stay in the studio last night? I need to think because I don't bother with wearing a watch when I work, and you will have noticed there is no clock up there. At around 11 o'clock I sent my personal maid to bed. You were on the 2nd floor. Yes. She came and asked me if she should wait up for me to help me get ready for bed. Were you working on the painting that is still on the easel? I spent a long time, charcoal in one hand, a rag in the other, trying to think of a subject. What is the subject of this work? Let's call it a harmony. Abstract painting isn't haphazard. Maybe it demands more reflection and trial and error than figurative painting. We were talking about times. It could have been 1 o'clock in the morning when I went downstairs to my apartment. Did you switch the studio light off? I think so. It's a reflex. Were you wearing the same white garment and turban as you're wearing today? To be honest, it's an old bathrobe and a terry towel. Since I only paint to amuse myself, it would have felt ridiculous buying a professional artist's smock. Was your husband in bed? Did you not go and wish him good night? I don't normally do that when I go to bed after him. For fear of finding him in the company of one of his female visitors. If you like. I think we're getting to the end. He felt the atmosphere in the room relax, but this was an old trick of his. He slowly relit his pipe and appeared to be racking his brains to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything. Early, Monsieur Yonka, you pointed out, not without tact, that I know nothing about the thinking and actions of an art lover. I see from your bookshelves that you follow the major auctions, and you buy a lot because at one point you had to store in the studio paintings for which you had no space anywhere else. Should I infer that you sell the works you no longer like? I am going to try once and for all to explain. I inherited a certain number of paintings from my father, who was not only a renowned financier but also one of the first to discover artists whose works the museums now vie with one another to purchase. My income, although substantial, did not permit me to buy the paintings I fancied ad infinitum. Like all collectors, I began with second-best pieces. Let us call them minor works by great artists. Gradually, as they gained in value and my taste developed, I sold some of these works to buy more important ones. I'm sorry to interrupt you. You continued until recently. I intend to continue until I die. These paintings that you sell, do you send them to the Drouot auction house or do you entrust them to an art dealer? I have on rare occasions put a painting or two up for public auction. However, the works sold at auction generally come from an estate. A connoisseur prefers to go about things differently. Meaning, he knows the market. He knows, for example, that such and such a museum in the USA or in South America is looking for a Renoir, a Picasso from the Blue Period. If he wants to sell a painting of that kind, he makes contacts. That would explain why neighbors saw paintings leaving your house. Those and my wife's. Can you, Monsieur Jonker, provide me with the names of some of your buyers? Let's take only the past year, for example. No. It was a cold, emphatic no. Must I conclude that it is a matter of smuggling? I don't like that word. Operations of this kind are carried out with discretion. Most countries, for example, regulate the export of artworks to protect their national heritage. Not only do the museums have a right of preemption, but an export license is often refused. In the drawing room, you can see one of the first works of de Chirico, which was smuggled across the Italian border, as well as a Manet, which, unbelievable as it may seem, came from Russia. Do you understand why I cannot give names? Someone buys a painting from me, I deliver it to the purchaser, he pays me, and I don't have to worry about what happens to it. You don't know? I don't want to know. It's none of my business, any more than it is to find out about the provenance of a painting that I buy. Maigret rose. He felt as if he'd been in that house forever, and the muffled, almost unreal atmosphere was becoming oppressive. What was more, he was thirsty. But given the point he and Jonker had reached, he was no longer entitled to accept a drink. I apologize, madame, for having interrupted your work and ruined your afternoon. Did Morella's eyes not contain a question? It's not over, is it? She seemed to be saying, I know police methods. You're not going to let go of us, and I wonder what trick you've got up your sleeve. Turning towards her husband, she hesitated, opened her mouth, and went back over to Maigret to murmur tritely, Delighted to have met you. Jonker, on his feet, crushing the end of his cigar in the ashtray, said, I am sorry I didn't always keep my cool. One should never forget one's duties as a host. He didn't ring for Karl to show him out, but Jonker preceded him in person to the front door, which he opened. Outside, the cool air had a taste of damp and dust. A halo was beginning to form around the street lamps. On the opposite side of the street, Marinette d'Augier's windows were dark. There was no light on the first floor of the neighboring building either, but an old man's face was pressed to the window pane. Maigret nearly gave a friendly wave to old Maclay, stalwartly keeping watch. He was even tempted to go and knock on his door, but more urgent matters awaited him. That did not stop him before climbing into a taxi on the corner of Rue Colincourt from going into the bar he'd been in that morning and downing 2 beers in quick succession. Chapter 6. The Barefoot Drunkard. Habits form quickly in neighborhood bars. Because he had drunk a grog that morning, the owner, in his shirt-sleeves, looked surprised when his customer ordered a beer, and when Maigret requested a telephone token, he asked, Just one? The person who had used the booth before Maigret had drunk a serious amount of Calvados, because the air reeked of it, and even the handset smelled of apple brandy. Hello, who's that? Inspector Maigret. Is Luca not in the office? I'll call him, just a moment. He's on another line. Maigret waited patiently, gazing absently at the soothing decor of the little cafe, its pewter counter and its familiar bottles and labels. The newspapers talked with complacency or anxiety about a world that was changing at breakneck speed, but here, before his eyes, after all these years and a world war, were the same bottle labels that he used to see in the village inn as a child. Sorry, Chief. I want the house of a certain Norris Yonker in Avenue Junot put under surveillance as soon as possible. It's opposite the building Longyon came out of when he was shot. Put at least 2 men and a car there. I'm not sure there are any left in the yard. I fear there aren't. Find one. Not only must the Yonkers be followed if they leave the house, but visitors must also be tailed. Get a move on. In the taxi, weaving through the lights, he felt in a strange mood. He should have been pleased with himself, because he hadn't been intimidated by the Dutchman's arrogance and wealth, or by Mirella's dazzling beauty. Rarely had he gathered so many details in a single day about a case he'd had no inkling of on getting up that morning. Not only had the art lover's house come alive and yielded a number of little secrets, but Avenue Junot, which he thought he knew, had taken on a new countenance. Why did he feel dissatisfied with himself and vaguely worried? He asked himself the question and tried to answer it, but it was only as the taxi was crossing a pont au change and he glimpsed the familiar outline of the old Palais de Justice that he believed he'd identified the cause of his unease. Although he had spent most of his time in Norris Yonker's study, had visited the house from top to bottom, and the most dramatic scene had taken place in the second-floor studio, his strongest memory was not of those places. The image that stayed with him, as obstinate as a tune on the brain, was that of the little bedroom with an iron bedstead, and he suddenly understood the reason for his concern. Like in a film close-up, he saw those obscene images again, drawn on the white walls with broad brushstrokes in red, black, and blue. When he tried to picture Mirella Yonker, it was her portrait in a few hastily drawn lines that stood out most in his mind. Was not the person who had created that image in a frenzy, surrounding it with wild sexual symbols, mad? Did not the drawings of lunatics that he'd had the occasion to see exude the same energy and evocative power? The room had been occupied recently, that was beyond doubt. Why otherwise would it have been thoroughly scrubbed down in the past few hours, and why had they not dared repaint the walls white? He lumbered up the main staircase of the police judiciaire. Instead of going directly to his office, he first dropped into the inspector's room, as was his habit. Under the globe lights, each person was working at their desk, like students at an evening class. He didn't look at anyone in particular, but he found it comforting to be back in touch with headquarters and its professional atmosphere. They did not raise their eyes any more than pupils do when the teacher walks past, yet they all knew that he was grave and anxious, that his face bore signs not just of weariness, but of exhaustion. "Aye, wife hasn't called?" "No, Chief." "Phone her at home. If she's not there, try Lognon's number." Perhaps not an actual madman, not someone who should be locked up in a psychiatric hospital, but someone violent, unable to control his instincts. "Hello, is that you?" She was back at their apartment and was probably busy cooking dinner. "Have you been home long?" "Over an hour. To be honest, I don't think she particularly wants me there. She was flattered that I took the trouble, but she doesn't feel comfortable with me. She far prefers the company of the old dear with a rosary. The pair of them can complain to their heart's content and count their endless woes. I went and bought a few treats from the local shops. I slipped a banknote into the hand of the old woman, who didn't bat an eyelid, and I promised to drop in tomorrow. What about you? Do you plan to be here for dinner?" "I don't know yet. I doubt it." "How's Lognon?" "The last I heard, he was alive, but I've only just got back to the office." "See you tonight, I hope." "See you tonight." He didn't call her by her first name, nor she him. They didn't call one another darling. What would be the point, since they felt almost like one and the same person? He hung up and opened the door. "Is Janvier there?" "Coming, Chief." And Maigret sitting on his desk, on which he kept his pipes. Lognon first. "I telephoned hospital 10 minutes ago. The matron is losing patience. Condition stable. The doctors aren't expecting any change before tomorrow at the earliest. He's in a coma, and even if his eyes open, he doesn't know where he is, who is beside him, or what happened to him." "Have you seen Marinette Augier's ex-fiancée?" "I found him at his office, and he seemed frightened at the thought that his father might have found out I was from the police. The father apparently is a harsh man who terrifies his staff. Jean-Claude, on the other hand, is a spineless fop, a weakling. He dragged me outside and put on an act in front of a young lady in reception, passing me off as a client." "What do they manufacture?" "Metal pipes of I don't know what, copper, iron or cast iron. It's a big sinister place, of the sort you find around Avenue de la République and Boulevard Voltaire. He took me to a cafe, a long way from the office. The afternoon papers are full of the shooting and Lognon's injuries, but don't mention Maigret. Young Claude hadn't read them, incidentally. Was he cooperative? He's so frightened of his father and in general of anything that might complicate his life that he would have confessed all his youthful sins. I told him that Maigret had suddenly left her home and that we urgently needed her witness statement. You were engaged for nearly a year? Engaged? Well, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Or an understatement, since you used to spend 1 or 2 nights a week at her place. It really annoyed him that we knew. Anyway, if she's expecting a baby, it can't be mine, because we haven't seen one another for over 9 months. You see the type, Chief? Asked him about their weekends. You must have had favourite places where you used to go? Do you have a car? Of course. Did you go to the seaside, or did you stay in the Paris region? In the Paris region. Not always the same spot. We choose an inn, nearly always by the river, because Marinette was crazy about swimming and canoeing. She didn't like hotels, elegant and sophisticated places. To be honest, her tastes were very common. I managed to get 6 addresses out of him, those of the spots where they went several times. The Auberge du Clou in Courcelles, in the Chevreuse Valley, chez Mélanie in Saint-Fargeau, between Corbeil and Merle, Félix et Félicie in Pompon. It's beside the Marne, not far from Lagny. She was especially fond of that bistro, because it's just a rural cafe with 2 guest rooms and no running water. Then Crédit near Meaux, an open-air dance hall whose name he can't remember and whose owner is deaf. The Piquet Danse in the middle of the countryside between Moulins and Acremont. They ate only once at the Coq-Arty in Bougival. Have you checked? I thought I'd do better staying here and gathering the intelligence. I could have phoned the local police in the various villages, but I was afraid they might give the game away and cause the young ladies to run away. It's not very regular, given that these places are outside our patch, but I understood you were in a hurry. Well, I sent a man in each direction, Lourty, Jamin, and Lagraume. Did they each take a car? Yes, admitted Janvier anxiously. Is that why Lucas just told me that there are probably no cars available? I'm sorry. You did well. No results here. Only from the Auberge du Clou. Nothing there. The others will be reporting back soon. Maigret smoked his pipe in silence, as if he'd forgotten Janvier's presence. Do you still need me here? Not for the time being. Well, don't go off without informing me, though. Tell Luca to stay as well. He wanted to move fast. After his long visit to the Dutchman that afternoon, he felt that someone was in danger, while remaining incapable of saying who was at risk. Of course, they'd contrived to show him a facade. While the paintings on the walls were authentic, wasn't everything else he'd seen and heard false? Get me immigration. It only took 10 minutes or so for him to obtain Madame Yonka's maiden name. Her first name wasn't Muet, as he had thought because of Mirella and her southern roots, but the very ordinary Marcel, and her surname had been Maillon. Get hold of the Nice Police Judiciaire, will you? Preferably Detective Chief Inspector Bastiani. Unable to remain idle, he was casting around at random in all directions. Hello, Bastiani. How are you, my old friend? I like the weather. Here it's been raining for the past 3 days, and it's only let up since midday, but the sky's still grey. Listen, I'd like your men to search through some old paperwork quickly. If you've got nothing, they could try at the Palais de Justice. It's concerning a certain Marcel Maillon, born in Nice, probably in the old town, in the Saint-Réparat neighbourhood. She's 34. After her marriage to an Englishman by the name of Muir, who manufactures ball bearings in Manchester, she lived in London for a number of years, where she married a wealthy Dutchman, Maurice Jonker, and she currently lives in Paris. A magnificent woman, the kind who turns heads in the street. Tall, dark-haired, elegantly dressed. Very much a woman of the world, but with a little something that needles me. Do you know what I mean? Something not quite right. I don't know what, but the way she looked at me confirms it. Yes, it's really urgent. I'd swear that something ugly is going to happen, and I'd like to prevent it. By the way, did you ever meet Lognon when you were at the Sûreté? Old hard done by, that's right. He was shot last night. He's not dead, but no one can be sure he'll recover. It's to do with this case, yes. I'm not sure how or to what extent she's mixed up in it, but your intelligence may shed some light. I'm staying in my office all night if I have to. He knew that on learning that the investigation concerned a colleague who had been shot, Bastiani and his men would pull out all the stops. For them, it was a point of honor. For a good 5 minutes, he appeared to be daydreaming, dozing. Then his arm reached out for the telephone. "I'd like to be put through to Scotland Yard, as a matter of urgency." "Inspector Pike." One moment. "No, Chief Inspector Pike." They had met in France, where the worthy Inspector Pike had come to study the methods of the police judiciaire, and of Maigret especially, and had been surprised to discover that Maigret had no method at all. They had seen one another twice more in London, and had become good friends. A few months earlier, Maigret had learned that Pike had earned more stripes. Although he was put through to Scotland Yard in 3 minutes, it took another 10 before Pike was on the other end, and a few more to exchange congratulations in bad English on Maigret's part, and in bad French on Pike's. "Maillon, yes. M for Maurice, A for Andre." He had to spell out the names. "Muir. M for Maurice again. U for Ursula." "I know that name. Is it Sir Herbert Muir, of Manchester? The Queen knighted him 3 years ago." "Second husband, Norris Yonker." He spelled out the name again, mentioning the Dutchman's stint in the British Army, his rank of colonel. There were perhaps other men between the two. Apparently she lived for a while in London, where I doubt she remained alone. Maigret took care to add that it was a case of a police officer being attacked, and Mr. Pike declared gravely, "Here the culprit will be hanged, man or woman. Those guilty of killing police officers are always hanged." Like Bastiani, he promised to call back. It was 6:30. When he opened the communicating door, Maigret found only 4 or 5 inspectors left in the big office. "Nothing at Chez Melanie in Saint Fargo, Chief. Nothing either at the Coquardie, as I expected, or at the Piquidons. There's just the Marne left, since I drew a blank with the Chevreuse Valley and the Seine areas." Maigret was about to go back into his office when Inspector Chanquier came into the room in a state of great agitation. "Is the Chief here?" He spotted Maigret before the words were out of his mouth. "I've got news. Rather than phoning you from the office, I'd prefer to dash over myself." "Come in." "I've left a witness in the waiting room in case you want to question him." "First, sit down and tell me." May I remove my coat? I've raced around so much today that I'm drenched in sweat." "Oh, that's better." "As you requested, the men from the 18th have gone through Avenue Junot and the surrounding streets with a fine-tooth comb. For hours apart from old Maclay, it proved fruitless. Then suddenly I was given some information that seemed to me to be of the utmost. We'd already been to that apartment building in the early afternoon and questioned the concierge and those residents who were at home. Not many, mainly women, because the men were at work. It's an investment property located at the top of the avenue. Just when one of my colleagues returned there, less than an hour ago, a man went into the lodge to collect his post, a certain Longeron, who was a door-to-door vacuum cleaner salesman. I brought him in. He's a rather morose man, or used to being kicked out and welcomed with open arms. He lives alone in an apartment on the 3rd floor and works irregular hours, always in the hope of catching people at the right moment. He generally cooks his own meals, but when he makes a sale, he treats himself to dinner at a restaurant. That's what happened yesterday. Between 6 and 8, when people are usually at home, he sold 2 vacuum cleaners, and after drinking a brasserie on Place Clichy, he dined copiously in a little restaurant in Rue Colincourt. Shortly before 10 o'clock, he was walking up Avenue Junot carrying his demo vacuum cleaner. Outside the Dutchman's house, a car was parked, a yellow Jaguar, whose number plate struck him because it was marked TT in red letters. He was just a few meters away when the front door opened. Is he certain that he was the door of the Yonkers mansion? He knows all the buildings at Avenue Junot inside out because, of course, he tries to sell vacuum cleaners there. Listen carefully. 2 men came out, supporting a third, who was so drunk that he could no longer stand at his own feet. When the 2 individuals, who were virtually carrying the third one to the car, spotted Longeron, they made as if to go back into the house. But one of them rebuked the drunk one. "Come on, walk, idiot. What a disgrace you are, getting yourself into such a state." Did they take him away? Wait, that's not all. First, my vacuum cleaner salesman states that the man who spoke had a strong English accent. Secondly, the drunkard was wearing neither shoes nor socks. Apparently his bare feet were being dragged over the pavement. They put him on the rear seat with one of the men who'd been supporting him, while the other took the wheel. The car roared off. Do you want me to call my man in? Maigret hesitated, convinced that there was less and less time to lose. Make him comfortable next door and take down his statement. Make sure he leaves nothing out. A detail can prove important. Then what do I do? Let's talk about it again when you've finished. The previous day, at the same time, he had been grilling young Boche, nicknamed Jeannot, and at 1 o'clock in the morning he had wormed the confession out of him that had enabled him to lock up Gaston Nouveau. He was beginning to wonder whether again tonight the lights in his office would be on until goodness knows what hour. That really happened twice in a row. Between cases there was nearly always a pause, and paradoxically, if this pause went on too long, Maigret became bad-tempered and restive. Vehicle registration, quick. He didn't recall Emma having seen a yellow Jaguar, an unusual colour for an English car. The TT indicated that the car had entered France with a foreign driver who would only be staying in the country for a short time and was exempt from customs duty. Who deals with the TTs in your department? Oh, Heave. He's not in the office? Everyone's gone home? What about you? You're there, aren't you? Listen, young man, you'll simply have to manage. Either go into O'Eve's office and look for the information I need, or phone him and tell him to come at once. It doesn't matter if he's in the middle of having dinner. Understood? It's about a Jaguar. Jaguar, yes. It was still driving around Paris last night. It's yellow and has a TT plate. No, I don't know the number. That would be a fine thing. But I presume there aren't dozens of yellow Jaguars with TT plates in Paris. Get a move on one way or another, and call me at Quai aux Fers with the information. The owner's name, his address, date of arrival in France. Hurry up. My apologies to O'Eve if you have to disturb him. I'll return the favour. Tell him it's about finding the guy who shot Magnon. Yes, the inspector from the 18th. He went and opened the door a fraction to call Janvier. Still nothing from the Marne? Not yet. Maybe Le Groom has broken down. What time is it? 7 o'clock. I'm thirsty. Have some beers sent up. Oh, while you're about it, I think it might be a good idea to order some sandwiches. For how many? I don't know. A heap of sandwiches. He paced up and down, his hands behind his back, then ended up reaching for the phone again. My wife, please. To tell her that he definitely wouldn't be home for dinner. He had barely hung up when it rang, and he hurried over to pick it up. Hello? Yes, Bastiani. So it was easier than you expected. Luck? Right. Go on. He sat at his desk, pulled over a notepad and grabbed a pencil. What name did you say? Stanley Hobson. What? It's a long story. Make it as short as possible without leaving anything out. But not at all, my friend. I'm a bit on edge this evening. I'm convinced we've got to move fast. There's a barefoot drunkard who's niggling me. Right. I'm listening. The case went back 16 years. A certain Stanley Hobson had been arrested in Nice in a luxury hotel on the Promenade des Anglais. He had a record at Scotland Yard as a jewellery thief. Several jewellery robberies had just been committed in villas in Antibes and Cannes, another in a room at the hotel where Hobson was staying. At the time of his arrest, he was with a girl who was not quite 18 and who had been his mistress for several weeks. She'd been taken to the police station with him, and they'd both been questioned for 3 days. The room had been searched. The police had also searched the home in the old town of Nice of the girl's mother, who worked at the flower market. No jewellery was found. For lack of proof, the pair were released, and 2 days later they crossed over into Italy. There was no further news in Nice of either Hobson or Marcel Maillon, because she was indeed the girl in question. Do you know what became of the mother? For the past few years, she'd been living in a comfortable apartment in Rue Saint-Sever, and she has a private income. I sent one of my men over to her place, but he's not back yet. She probably receives money orders from her daughter. Thank you, Bastiani. We'll speak later, I hope. The wheels were beginning to turn, as Maigret described it, and at these times he wished all the offices were open day and night. Come here for a moment, Lucas. Go down to the hotel agency. With any luck, someone will still be there. Note down the name. Stanley Hobson. According to Bastiani, he'd be between 45 and 48 by now. I don't have a description, but over 15 years ago, Scotland Yard circulated his details to all the police forces as an international jewellery thief. I'll go up to records if necessary. There's a chance they'll have something on him. With Lucas gone, Maigret looked at the telephone reproachfully, as if he was annoyed with it for not ringing every second. Choquier knocked on his door. "There you are, sir. The statement is typed up and Nogent has signed it. He's asking if he may go and have dinner. You really don't want to see him?" Maigret contented himself with a glance through the half-open door. The individual was ordinary, unassuming. Let him go and eat and then come back, just in case. I don't know yet whether I'll need him or when, but too many people have already vanished into thin air. What do I do? Aren't you hungry? Don't you ever eat? I try to make myself useful. It would be best if you went back to the 18th and kept me posted on what's happening in the neighborhood. Are you hoping for something? If I weren't, I'd go home and have dinner with my wife in front of a television. The waiter from the Brasserie Dauphine was still in Maigret's office, where he delivered a tray full of glasses of beer and sandwiches, when the telephone rang. Good. Well done. Ed? Just Ed? An American? I understand. Even their presidents have nicknames. Ed Golan. Double L? You have your address. What? Maigret was becoming gloomy. It was about the owner of a yellow Jaguar. Are you sure it's the only one there is in Paris? Good. Thank you, my friend. I'll see where this leads, but I'd have been happier if he weren't a guest at the Ritz. He went into the inspector's office again. I need 2 men to get ready to take cars. I hope there are some left down there. 2 have just come back. A moment later, he was on the phone again. The Ritz. Put me through to the concierge, please, mademoiselle. Hello. Is that the concierge? Ah, is that you, Pierre? Maigret here. He had carried out several investigations in the hotel on Place Vendôme, one of the most exclusive, if not the most exclusive in Paris, and each time he had done so with appropriate discretion. The detective chief inspector, yes, listen carefully and don't say any names. At this hour the lobby must be full of people. Do you have a certain Golan among your guests? Ed Golan. Just a moment, if you don't mind. I'm going to transfer the call to one of the booths. Shortly after he confirmed, he is staying here, yes, he's a regular guest. He's an American, born in San Francisco, who travels a lot and comes to Paris 3 or 4 times a year. He usually stays around 3 weeks. How old? 38? Not the businessman type at all, but the intellectual type. According to his passport, he's an art critic, and so I've been told an internationally reputed expert. He's entertained the director of the Louvre several times, and major art dealers come and see him. Is he in his suite right now? What time is it? 7:30. It's highly likely to be in the bar. Could you discreetly check? Another wait. Yes, he's there. Alone. But a pretty woman. A hotel guest? She's not quite the sort. He's had a drink with her before, and later they'll go and have dinner in the centre. Will you let me know if they look as if they're about to leave? Only I can't prevent them. Just ring me, and thank you. He called Luca. Listen carefully. This is important and delicate. You're going to go over to the Ritz with an inspector. Ask the concierge from me whether Ed Golan is still in the bar. If he is, as I hope he will be, leave your partner in the lobby and go up to Golan and his companion unobtrusively. No need to have your badge visible or to say the word police out loud. Tell him that it's about his car, that we need to ask him for some information, and insist that he follows you. Well, what about the woman? Do I bring her too? Unless she's tall with dark hair, very beautiful, and called Mirella. Luca squinted at the beers. The glasses still misted, then made to leave without a word. The main thing is be quick. Drive at top speed. Although the beer was good, Maigret couldn't finish his sandwich. He was too restless to eat. Nothing stacked up in this case. He'd barely come up with a hypothesis when the facts contradicted it, and with the exception of the mysterious Stanley Hobson, they kept encountering individuals who appeared to be respectable. He ended up calling Menessi, the auctioneer at home. It's me again. I hope I'm not interrupting our cocktail party. I am. Then I'll be brief. Does the name Golan mean anything to you? One of the top American experts? He sighed several times as he listened to what Menessi was saying on the other end of the line. Yes. Yes, I should have expected it. One more question. I was told this afternoon that true art lovers buy and sell their paintings under the counter. Is that right? I'm not asking you for names, of course. No, I'm not involved in an art case, or if I am, it's unwittingly. One last thing. Is it possible that a man like Norris Yonker has fakes in his collection? The reply was a guffaw. If he has, then so does the Louvre. It is true that some people claim that the Mona Lisa is a forgery. The door burst open. An excited, beaming Janvier waited impatiently for Maigret to finish his call to trumpet his news. Thank you. Go back to your guests. I might be wrong, but I think I may need you again. Janvier blurted out, This is it, Chief. We found Mavinette? Yes. The groom is bringing her back. He didn't break down, but apparently it's hard to find the Felix et Felicie Inn in the dark. It's outside Pompon, at the end of a mud track that's a dead end. As she talked. She swears she has no idea what happened. On hearing the shots, she immediately thought of Lognon. She was afraid they'd try to shoot her, too. Why? She didn't explain. She made no objection to following that groom, except she asked to see his badge. She would be at Quai des Orfèvres within an hour at most. Meanwhile, if all went well, Ed Gollin would be there too, furious no doubt, threatening to call his embassy. It's crazy the number of people who invoke their embassy. Hello? Yes? Speaking, dear Mr. Pike. The newly appointed Chief Inspector of Scotland Yard delivered his news without hurrying, apparently reading from a document in front of him and repeating each important piece of information. Because there were some very important items. For example, concerning Mirella's divorce from her first husband after only 2 years of marriage. It had been found that the fault lay with the young woman, on the grounds of adultery with no other than a certain Stanley Hobson. Not only had the couple been caught in the act in an insalubrious district of Manchester where Hobson had lodgings, but it had been established that the pair had been seeing one another throughout the 2-year marriage. I could find no trace of Stanley in London during the following years. I hope to have that information for you tomorrow. 2 of my men are contacting the people in Soho who know what's going on in those circles. But one detail I almost forgot. Hobson is better known as Bald Stan. He lost his hair and his eyebrows at the age of 23 or 24 as a result of some disease. Feeling hot, Maigret went to open the window a little, and he was busy draining one of the glasses of beer when he heard in the corridor someone speaking French with an American accent. He couldn't make out the words, but the tone of voice made it clear that the reluctant visitor was not happy. That was why he put on his friendliest, most welcoming smile, and as he opened the door said, Do come in, Monsieur Gollin, and forgive me for disturbing you. Chapter 7. Mirella's Choice. Ed Gollin had brown hair in a crew cut. Despite the cold, grey weather, he did not bother with an overcoat, and his lightweight suit without shoulder pads gave him an even more elongated shape. He spoke in correct French without fumbling for words, even though he was angry. This gentleman, he said, pointing to Luca, intruded on me in a particularly disagreeable manner, not only on me, but on a lady who was with me. Maigret signalled to Luca to leave the office. I apologize, Monsieur Gollin. If she is the person you're concerned about, you should know that inconveniences of this kind are part of her profession. His remark hit home. I presume this is about my car? You are the owner of a yellow Jaguar, is that right? I was. What do you mean? That I went to the police station at the first arrondissement this morning to report that it had been stolen. Where were you last night, Monsieur Gollin? At the residence of the Mexican consul on Boulevard des Italiens. Did you have dinner there? In the company of a dozen people. Were you still there at around 10 o'clock? Not only at 10 o'clock, but at 2 in the morning, as you will be able to verify. Spotting the tray with the beer and sandwiches, he looked surprised. I'd like you to tell me straight away. One moment. I'm in a hurry too, more than you believe me, but it is vital to proceed in an orderly manner. You left your car on Boulevard des Italiens. No. You know better than I do that it's impossible to park there. Where was the last time you saw it? Place Vendôme, where there are a number of parking spaces reserved for Ritz guests. I only had to walk a few hundred meters to my friend's residence. You didn't leave his apartment? No. Did you receive a telephone call? He hesitated, taken aback by what Maigret knew. From a woman? Yes. A woman whose name you can't reveal, I presume. Would it not be Madame Yonker? It could have been her, as a matter of fact. I do know the Yonkers. When you returned to the hotel, did you notice that your car was no longer in its parking spot? I used the Rue Cambon entrance like most of the guests. Do you know Stanley Hobson? I'm not inclined to be subjected to an interrogation, Monsieur Maigret, before being told what it is you believe I am mixed up in. It so happens that some of your friends are in trouble. Which friends? Norris Yonker, for example? You have bought paintings from him and sold him paintings, I imagine. I am not an art dealer. Museums and private collectors sometimes tell me they're looking for a painting by a specific artist, of special importance from a specific period. If during the course of my travels I hear that such a painting is for sale, I merely mention it. You don't take a commission? That is none of your business. It is a matter for the tax authorities of my own country. You have no idea, of course, who could have stolen your car. Was the key on the dashboard? In the glove box. I'm absent-minded, and it's the only way for me not to lose it. Maigret strained to hear the noises coming from the corridor, and seemed to be conducting the interview reluctantly and without conviction. This struck Gordon as somewhat surprising. I assume I can go now and rejoin the lady I've invited to dinner? Not right away. I'm afraid I will need you again, a little later. Maigret had heard footsteps, a door open and close again, and a woman's voice in the adjacent office. It was the evening of opening and closing doors, as they would later dub it. Would you pop into my office for a moment, Janvier? It would be rude to leave Monsieur Gordon alone. We'd made him miss his dinner, so if he wants a sandwich. The few inspectors who had been kept behind, including Lagroume, proud of his coup, darted curious looks at a charming young lady dressed in a blue suit, who sat watching the goings-on around her. You're Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, aren't you? I've seen your photo in the newspapers. Tell me quickly whether he's dead. No, Mademoiselle Auger. He has been seriously wounded, but the doctors hope to save him. Was it he who told you about me? He's in no condition to talk and won't be for some hours, if not for 2 or 3 days. Would you follow me? He showed her into a small office and shut the door. You'll understand, I think, if I tell you that we have little time. That's why I'm not asking you to go into details about what you know. I'll ask you all that later. For the moment, I have some questions for you. Was it you who informed Inspector Longyon that there were strange activities in the house opposite? No, I hadn't noticed anything other than at night there was often a light on in the studio. Where did he meet you? In the street as I was coming home. He told me that he knew which apartment I lived in, and that he needed to spend 2 or 3 evenings at the window in order to watch someone. He showed me his police badge and his ID. I wasn't too happy about it. I almost called the police station. What convinced you? He looked unhappy. He told me that he had never had any luck, but that if I helped him, all that would change, because he was on to a very big case. Did he say what it was? Not the first evening. Did you stay with him the first evening? For a while, yes, in the dark. The curtains of the studio over the road didn't quite meet, and from time to time you could see a man walk past holding a palette and brushes. Dressed in white with a towel around his head? Yes. I joked that he looked like a ghost. Did you see him painting? Once. That evening he had his easel in a part of the studio that we could see, and he was painting furiously. What do you mean by painting furiously? I don't know. I thought he seemed possessed. Did you see other people in the studio? A woman. She took her clothes off, or rather, he almost tore them off her. Tall, with dark hair. It wasn't Madame Yonker, whom I know by sight. Did you see Monsieur Yonker as well? Not in the studio. In the studio I once saw a bald man of a certain age. What happened last night? As on the other evenings, I went to bed early. I have a tiring job, and the salon sometimes stays open very late, especially when there's a big ball or a gala. Was Lognon in the living room? Yes. We ended up becoming friends, the 2 of us. He never made a pass at me, and he was very kind to me, like a father. He'd bring me chocolates or a bunch of violets to thank me. Were you asleep at 10 o'clock? I was in bed, but I wasn't asleep yet. I was reading the newspaper. He knocked on my door. He was all worked up and told me that there was a development, that the painter had just been taken away, that it had all happened too quickly for him to have time to go downstairs. I'd better stay a little longer. It's likely that one of the men will return. He went back to the window, and I fell asleep. The shots woke me. I looked outside. When I leaned out, I saw a body on the pavement. I had no idea what I was going to do yet, but I began to get dressed. The concierge came up and told me. Why did you run away? I thought that if the gangsters knew who he was and what he was doing in the building, they'd shoot me too. I still had no idea where I was going. I didn't think. Did you take a taxi? No. I walked down to Place Clichy and sat for a while in a cafe that was still open, where prostitutes looked me up and down. I remembered an inn I'd been to several times with a friend. Jean-Claude, yes. It was through him. Look, mademoiselle, I am interested in everything that happened to you, and I'd be delighted to hear the details of your escapade, but I have the feeling that there are more urgent matters. May I ask you, while you wait for me, to sit quietly in my inspector's office where I'm going to take you now, and while you're there, Janvier will take down your statement in writing. Lognon wasn't mistaken? No. Lognon knows his job and is rarely mistaken. As he told you, he's been unlucky. Either someone pulls the rug from under him or he gets shot just as he was about to win the game. Come. He left her in the office next door and went back to Janvier in his own office. Take down the young lady's statement. Golan, who was sitting down, leapt up. Have you brought her here? It's not your lady friend, Monsieur Golan, but a real lady. You still deny knowing Stanley Hobson, known as Bald Stan? I do not have to reply. As you wish. Sit down. You will perhaps learn something from the telephone conversation I'm about to have. Hello? Put me through to Monsieur Yonker, please. Norris Yonker, Avenue Junot. Hello, Monsieur Yonker. Maigret speaking. Since I left you, I have found the answer to a lot of questions I asked you. The true answer, you understand? For example, in my office I have Monsieur Golan, who is not pleased to have been inconvenienced and who has still not found his car. A yellow Jaguar, the one that was parked outside your house at 10 o'clock last night and that took away, among others, your lodger. I'm saying your lodger, yes. In a sorry state, apparently, without any socks or shoes. Now listen to me, Monsieur Yonker. I could, later today or tomorrow morning, have you legally arrested for certain trafficking offences about which you know more than I do. I'm warning you that your house is under police surveillance, just in case. Please come here now with Madame Yonker to continue our conversation of this afternoon. If your wife were to make a fuss, tell her that we know her entire story. It is possible that as well as Monsieur Golan, she will meet here a certain Bald Stan. Be quiet, Monsieur Yonker. I'm doing the talking. It will be your turn to speak in a moment. It is unpleasant being mixed up in a forgery case, but it would be even more serious to be accused of being an accessory to murder, would it not? I am convinced that Inspector Lognon was shot without your knowledge and probably without that of Monsieur Golan, but I'm very much afraid that another crime is being planned in which you would be more closely involved, because it concerns the man you kept locked up in your house. Where is he? Tell me where he was taken and by whom. No, not when you get here, not in half an hour. Now, do you hear me, Monsieur Yonker? He heard the murmur of a woman's voice. Mirella must have been leaning over her husband. What was she advising him to do? I swear, Monsieur Maigret, and I repeat the time is of the essence. Oh, wait, I don't know the number off the top of my head. I need to look it up in my address book. Then Mirella interrupted. He's going to give you the address, Monsieur Maigret. He is Mario de Lucia, and he has a studio near the Champs-Élysées. Here's my husband. Yonker read, Mario de Lucia, 27A, Rue de Berry. He was the person who dealt with Frederico. And Frederico is the painter who was working in your studio. Yes, Frederico Palestri. I'm expecting you, Monsieur Yonker. Don't forget to bring your wife. Maigret did not even look at the American critic. He was already picking up the phone again. Get me the police station of the 9th. Hello? Who's speaking? Dubois. Take 3 or 4 men with you. And I mean 3 or 4 armed men, because the individual is dangerous. Get yourself over to 27A, Rue de Berry, and go up to the studio of a certain Mario de Lucia. If he's home, which is likely, arrest him. Yes, despite the late hour. You will find a man who's being held captive there. Federico Palestri. I want both of them here as soon as possible. Once again, be careful. Mario de Lucia is armed with a Mauser 7.63. Find the weapon if he doesn't have it on him. He turned to Ed Golan. You see, monsieur, that you are wrong to protest. It took me a long time to understand because I am hardly familiar with the trafficking of artworks, genuine or fake. Furthermore, your friend Jonker is a gentleman who does not easily lose his cool. Once more he grabbed the phone, which had just rung. Yes. Hello, Ruka, where are you? Quai de la Tournelle. Hotel de la Tournelle, I understand. Is eating in the cafe next door? No, not on your own. Ask 2 neighborhood inspectors to accompany you. After all, he could be the one who's playing with a large caliber automatic. I'd be surprised, but what happened to Buron Mognon is quite enough. He walked over to the door of the inspector's office. Get me a cold beer, would you? He came back and sat down at his desk and filled a pipe. There you are, Monsieur Klein. I hope your painter is still alive. I don't know, Maria de Lucia, but it is likely that he has a criminal record under one name or another. Otherwise, we'll contact the Italian police. We'll know in a few minutes. Admit that you are as anxious as I am. I will only speak in the presence of my lawyer, Mr. Spangler. His number is Odeon 1824. No, I'm mistaken. It doesn't matter, Monsieur Gollin. At this point, I'm in no hurry to question you. It is a pity that a man like you should be mixed up in this case, and I hope that Maître Spangler will find some robust arguments in your defense. The beer still hadn't arrived when the telephone rang. Yes? Dubois. He listened for a while without saying anything. Good. Thank you. It's not your fault. Make your report directly to the public prosecutor. I'll drop by there later. Maigret stood up, refusing to respond to the American's questioning look. Godden was pale. Has something happened? I swear that if— Sit down and shut up. He went next door and signaled to Janvier, who was typing out Marinette Augier's statement, to follow them into the corridor. Something wrong, Chief? I don't know exactly what happened yet. The painter has been found hanged from the chain of the toilet in the bathroom where he was being held prisoner. Mario de Lucia has disappeared. You'll probably find his record upstairs. Put out a general alert to the stations, airports, and borders. Oh, what about Marinette? She can wait. A couple was coming up the stairs, followed at a distance by a police officer from the 18th arrondissement. Please go into that room and wait for me, Madame Jonker. The 2 women, who knew one another by sight, had never found themselves in such close proximity, and they eyed each other with curiosity. And you, Monsieur Jonker, follow me. He took him into the small office where he had interviewed Marinette Augier. Have a seat. Have you found him? Yes. Alive? The Dutchman no longer had his rosy complexion or his assurance. In the space of a few hours he had become an old man. Did de Lucia kill him? He was found hanged in the bathroom. I've always said it would end badly. For whom? For Marilla? For the others? Especially my wife. What do you know about her? It was hard to admit it, but he managed to, bowing his head. Everything, I think. Niece and Stanley Hobson. Yes. What led up to the divorce from Herbert Muir in Manchester? Yes. Did you meet her in London? At a country house on the outskirts of London, at the home of friends. She was very popular in certain social circles. And you fell in love with her. Were you the one who suggested getting married? Yes. Did you already know? It may sound unbelievable to you, but a Dutchman would understand. I hired a private detective to get information about her. I learned that she had lived with Hobson, known as Bald Stan, for several years, whom the British police had only managed to lock up once for 2 years. He met up with her again in Manchester when she was Mrs. Muir. He didn't live with her in London, but came to see her every so often to extort money from her. There was a knock at the door. You wanted a beer, Chief? You would probably rather have a brandy, Monsieur Jonker. I'm sorry I can't offer you the tipple you drink at home. Someone, bring me the bottle of brandy that's in my cupboard. They found themselves facing one another, and the brandy, downed in one, brought a little colour back into the Dutchman's cheeks. You see, Monsieur Maigret, I can't live without her. It is very dangerous to fall in love at my age. She told me that Hobson was blackmailing her, that she could get rid of him with a certain amount of money, and I trusted her. I paid up. How did the paintings business begin? You'll find it hard to believe me because you're not a collector. I collect people. I wonder how you'd classify me in your collection. Perhaps under fools. Since you have investigated me, you have doubtless been told that I am a real expert on paintings of a certain period. When one has been passionate for so many years about a single thing, one ends up knowing a lot about it, doesn't one? I am often asked for my opinion of a painting, and it is enough for a work to have been part of my collection for its value to be undisputed. To authenticate it, in other words. That's what happens for all the great art lovers. As I told you, when you came to my home, I sold some works in order to buy others, always rarer and more exquisite. Once you start, it is hard to stop. One day, I made a mistake. He spoke in a doleful voice, indifferent to what his fate might be, even though it was a Van Gogh, not one of those I had inherited from my father. A painting bought through a dealer, and which I would have sworn was genuine. I kept it in my drawing-room for a while. A South American art lover offered me a sum that allowed me to purchase a work I had been wanting for a long time. The deal was made. A few months later, a certain Golan, whom I knew only by name, came to see me. How long ago was that? About a year. He spoke to me about the Van Gogh, which he'd had the opportunity to see at the home of my Venezuelan buyer, and he proved it was a skillful forgery. I haven't said anything to your purchaser, he added. It would be very unpleasant for you, would it not, if it became known that you'd sold a fake painting? Others who have bought paintings from you might become worried. Your entire collection would be under suspicion. You are not a collector, I repeat. You have no idea what a blow this business was to me. Golan came back to see me. One day he told me he had discovered the author of the forgery, a brilliant boy, he claimed, just as capable of imitating a Manet as a Renoir or a Vlaminck. Was your wife present during that conversation? I don't recall. Perhaps it was I who told her about it afterwards. Perhaps she encouraged me to accept what was being offered. Perhaps I agreed of my own accord. People say I am a wealthy man, but the word wealth is relative. While I can afford certain paintings, I don't have the means to buy others, no matter how tempting the opportunity. Do you understand? What I think I understand is that there was a need for the forged paintings to pass through your hands so as to authenticate them beyond a doubt. That's pretty much right. I displayed one or two fakes among my paintings, and— Just a moment. When were you introduced to Palestri? A month or two later. Through Golan, I had sold two of his works. Golan preferred to sell them to South American art lovers or to small, little-known museums. Palestri was giving him cause for concern because he was a kind of mad genius, and a sex maniac to boot. You guessed it on seeing his bedroom, did you not? I began to understand when I saw your wife standing at the easel. We had to pull the wool over people's eyes. When and how did you find out that the goings-on in your house were being watched? It wasn't me who noticed, it was Hobson. Because Hobson had come back into your wife's life. They both swear not. Hobson was a friend of Golan's. He was the one who discovered Palestri. Are you managing to follow me? Yes. I was caught in the spiral. I agreed to let him work in the studio where no one would think to come looking for him. He slept in the bedroom you saw. He didn't ask to go out on condition we'd procured women for him. Painting and women were his only passions. I've been told he painted furiously. Yes, we would place 2 or 3 masterpieces in front of him. He would circle them like a matador around a bull, and a few hours or a few days later, we would find a painting whose inspiration and execution was so identical that no one could distinguish between the two. He was a very unpleasant lodger, because of his demand for women, and his coarseness even towards my wife. Did he stop at just being crude? I'd rather not know if he went too far. Perhaps. You saw the portrait he did of her with a few brushstrokes. One passion, Monsieur Maigret, is already a lot for a man, and I should have contented myself with my love of art and remained a reasonable collector. But I was fated to meet Mirella, although none of this is her fault. What were you asking me? Oh, yes. Who found out we were under suspicion? It was a woman whose name escapes me, a striptease artist in a cabaret on the Champs-Élysées, I think, who De Lucia had brought for Palestri. The next day she telephoned De Lucia to tell him she had been followed on leaving my house, then accosted by a strange man who had asked her all sorts of questions. De Lucia and Stan kept a watch on the neighborhood. They noticed that at night a short, thin character prowled around Avenue Junot. Later they saw him go into the building opposite with a young woman. He sat there in the dark by the window, believing he couldn't be seen, but since he couldn't stop himself from smoking the occasional cigarette, the glow gave him away. It didn't occur to anyone that he was from the police. Stan Hobson said that if it was the police, the lookouts would work shifts, but it was always the same one, and he concluded that the man belonged to another gang or that he was trying to find out enough to blackmail us. It became vital for Palestri to disappear from the house. De Lucia and Hobson dealt with it last night using Gollan's car. Gollan knew about it, I presume? Palestri refused to leave, convinced that having been used for nearly a year, he was going to be killed. He had to be knocked unconscious. He had already thrown his shoes into the garden. Were you present? No. Your wife? No. We were waiting for him to be gone so we could clean up the studio and the bedroom. Stan had already taken away the frames and the painting he was doing the day before. What I can tell you, if I'm still permitted to ask you to believe me, is that I was unaware of their intention to shoot the inspector. I only realized when I heard the gunfire. There was a long silence. Maigret was weary, and he gazed with helpless sympathy at the aged man in front of him, who was reaching tentatively for a brandy bottle. "May I?" Once the glass was empty, Yonka tried to smile. "In any case, it's all over for me, isn't it? I wonder what I'll miss most." His paintings, which had cost him so dear? His wife, about whom he had never had any illusions but needed so badly? "You'll see, Monsieur Maigret, people won't believe that such an intelligent man can be so naive," he added after a moment's thought. "Except, perhaps, collectors." In another office, Luca had begun interrogating bored Stan. For another 2 hours, there were comings and goings from room to room, questions, replies, the tacking of typewriters. It was nearly 1 o'clock, like the night before, when the lights went out. "I'll give you a lift home, mademoiselle. Tonight you can sleep in your bed without fear." They were in the rear of the taxi. "Are you angry with me, Monsieur Maigret?" "About what?" "If I hadn't panicked and run away, wouldn't your job have been a lot easier?" "We would have gained a few hours, but the result is the same." He did not seem so happy with that result, and even Mirella, when she was taken to the central police cells, had been the recipient of a look that was not devoid of sympathy. Lognon left Bichat a month later, thinner than ever but with shining eyes, because at the police station of the 18th arrondissement he was a sort of hero. What was more, it was his photo, not Maigret's, that was in the newspapers. The same day, he and his wife left for a village in the Ardennes, where the doctors had ordered him to convalesce for 2 months. 2 months which, as Madame Maigret had foreseen, he spent taking care of Madame Lognon. Mario de Lucia had been arrested at the Belgian border. Hobson and he had been sentenced to 10 years hard labor. Gollan denied all knowledge of the shooting in Avenue Junot and got off with a 2-year prison sentence for fraud. Yonka only received 1 year, also for fraud, and because the months already spent in detention counted double, he walked away from the court a free man, on the arm of his wife, because Mirella had been acquitted for lack of proof. Maigret, standing at the back of the courtroom, slipped away quickly to avoid meeting them, especially since he had promised to telephone Madame Maigret to tell her the verdict. The case was already history, because now it was June, and all people could talk about were the holidays. This has been an Audible Studios production. Maigret and the Loner, Chapter 1. It was only 9 in the morning, and it was already hot. Maigret, who had taken off his jacket, was lazily going through his mail and occasionally glancing through the window. There was no quiver from the foliage of the trees on Quai des Orfèvres, and the Seine was as flat and smooth as silk. It was August. Lucas, Lapointe, and at least half the inspectors were on holiday. Janvier and Torrance had taken theirs in July, and Maigret was planning to spend much of September in his house in Meung-sur-Loire, which looked like a presbytery. For nearly a week, every day, late in the afternoon, a brief but violent storm had broken out, and rain pattered down, forcing the people in the streets to hurry on, as close to the buildings as possible. It was the end of a heatwave, and it cooled the air for the night. Paris was empty. Even the street noises were not the same as usual, and there were intervals of near silence. What you saw the most were the coaches of all colours and all nationalities, invariably stopping at the same places: Notre Dame, the Louvre, Place de la Concorde, Place de l'Étoile, Sacré-Cœur, and inevitably the Eiffel Tower, to discharge their loads of tourists. When you walked in the streets, you were surprised to suddenly hear French being spoken. The commissioner was on holiday too, which meant that the chore of the daily briefing had been dispensed with. There wasn't much mail, and purse-snatching was the most common crime. The ringing of the telephone startled Maigret out of his lethargy. He picked up the receiver. "The chief inspector from the first arrondissement is on the line. He wants to speak to you personally. Shall I put him through?" "Please do." Maigret knew him well. He was a somewhat affected man, always immaculately dressed, a highly cultivated man too, who had been a lawyer for several years before joining the police. "Hello, Ascan. I hope I'm not disturbing you." "I have all the time in the world. I'm calling you because I thought the case I was landed with this morning might interest you." "What is it?" "A murder, but not an ordinary murder. It'd take too long to explain. When will you be free?" "I'm free now." "I hope you don't mind my asking you to meet me in my office. This thing happened in an almost unknown dead-end street on the edge of Les Halles." It was 1965, and Les Halles, Paris's central food market, had not yet been transferred to Rungis. "I'll be at the station in a few minutes." He indulged in a few grunts, like a man who is being disturbed, but the fact was he wasn't upset to get away for a while from the routine of the last few days. He went into the inspector's room. Usually he would have taken Janvier with him, but he needed somebody he could trust, somebody who could take the initiative to stay at Quai des Orfèvres in his absence. Come with me, Torrance. Take one of the cars in the courtyard." The police station of the first arrondissement wasn't far, in Rue des Prouvaires. Maigret went straight to Chief Inspector Ascan's office. "You're about to see one of the most appalling sights I've ever witnessed. I'd rather not say too much in advance. Torrance, it's best to leave the car here. It's only round the corner." They walked round the outside of the market, from which in this heat the smell was very strong, and which wasn't closed even though it was August. They passed through narrow little streets lined with shops and rooming houses of varying degrees of seediness. There were a few tramps about, including a completely drunk woman holding onto the walls in order not to fall. "This way." They came to Rue de la Grande Tronnerie, and Ascan plunged into a dead-end street so narrow that a lorry wouldn't have been able to get through. "On passe du Vieux Feu," he announced. There were no more than 10 or so old buildings, and halfway along a gap left by one that had already been demolished. The others were also due for demolition and had been cleared of occupants. Timber supports had been put up against some of them in order to stop the walls collapsing. The one outside which Ascan stopped had lost its window panes, and part of the frames had also been removed. The front door had been replaced with planks, and Ascan pulled away 2 of them from which the nails had been removed. Behind it, they found a wide corridor. "Be careful on the stairs. There are steps missing, and the ones that are left aren't very stable." There was a smell of dust and decay, in addition to the lingering odour from Les Halles. They climbed 3 floors. A boy of about 12, sitting against the cracked wall, sprang to his feet, bright-eyed, when he saw the 3 men coming in. "You're Inspector Maigret, aren't you?" "Yes." "If anyone had told me I'd see you in the flesh one day. I have a scrapbook of all the photographs of you they publish in the papers." "This is young Nicolier," Ascan explained. "Your first name is Jean, isn't it?" "Yes, monsieur." "His father's a butcher in the Rue Saint-Denis, the only one in the neighbourhood not to have closed in August. Tell us your story, Jean." It happened just like I said. Most of my friends are at the seaside. I can't pay on my own, so I wander around. I look for places I don't know, even though I was born around here. This morning, I noticed this building. I tried to move the planks across the door and realized they weren't nailed on. I walked in. I called out, "Is anyone here?" And my voice just echoed. I wasn't looking for anything. I kept going, just to see what there was. I pushed open that broken door you see there, on the right, and that was where I found the man. I ran downstairs and rushed to the police station. By the time I got there, I was out of breath. Do I have to go back into that room? I don't think that'll be necessary. Shall I stay here? Yes. It was Maigret who opened the door, which was so rotten that it wasn't even good for making firewood. He stopped in the doorway and realized why Ascan had wanted to surprise him. The room was quite large, and in the 2 windows the panes had been replaced with cardboard and thick paper. The uneven floor, with gaps several centimeters wide between the boards, was cluttered with an incredible jumble of totally useless objects, most of them broken. What particularly drew the eye was a man lying fully dressed, and obviously dead, on an iron bedstead covered with an old straw mattress. His chest was covered in caked blood, but his face had retained a serene expression. The clothes were those of a tramp, in marked contrast to the dead man's face and hands. He was quite old and had long silvery hair with bluish streaks. His eyes, too, were blue, but their fixed stare made Maigret uncomfortable, and Ascan closed them. He had a white moustache which was slightly turned up at the ends, and an equally white Richelieu-style goatee beard. Apart from that, he was clean-shaven, and Maigret had another surprise on discovering that the dead man's hands had been carefully manicured. "He looks like an old actor playing the part of a tramp," he murmured. "Did he have any papers on him?" "No, nothing. No identity card, no old letters. My inspectors who know the neighborhood came and had a look at him. None of them recognized him. Just one thinks he may have spotted him going through the dustbins." The man was very tall and exceptionally well built. His trousers were too short for him and had a hole in the left knee. An old jacket, a real rag, lay on the dusty floor. "Has the pathologist been?" "Not yet. I'm expecting him any minute. I wanted you to be here before anything was touched." "Torrance, phone from the nearest bistro and ask for the men from criminal records to get here as soon as possible. Also, ask for the prosecutor's office to be informed." That face on the warped iron bedstead continued to fascinate him. The moustache and beard had been trimmed with care, and there was every sign that this had been done the previous day at the latest. As for the well-tended hands and their polished nails, it was hard to see them sifting through rubbish bins. And yet the man must have been doing that for a long time now. The whole room was cluttered with the most unexpected objects, broken almost all of them, an old coffee grinder, badly chipped enamel mugs, buckets with dents or holes, a kerosene lamp without a wick and without kerosene, unmatched shoes. I'll have to make an inventory of all this. There was a wash basin on the wall, and Maigret went and tried the tap. As he had expected, the water had been cut off. So had the electricity and the gas, as in all these buildings marked down for demolition. For how long had the man been living here? Long enough to have accumulated all these old things. It was impossible to question the concierge and the neighbors, since there weren't any. Ascan went back out on the landing and spoke to young Nicolier. "Do you want to make yourself useful? Wait downstairs in the street, and when a group of gentlemen arrive, which will be in a few minutes, bring them up here." "Yes, monsieur." "Don't forget to point out the steps that are missing." Maigret was coming and going, touching some of the objects, which was how he discovered a candle end and a box of matches. The candle had been stuck to the bottom of a chipped cup. It was the first time in his career that he had seen a sight like this, and the surprises kept coming. How was he killed? "From several bullets in the chest and the belly." "High caliber?" "Medium, probably .32. "Is there anything in the pockets of his jacket?" He could imagine the disgust with which the elegant, fastidious Ascan had searched these grubby rags. "A button, some pieces of string, a crust of stale bread. No money. 2 25-centime coins. And in the trouser pockets, a dirty cloth he must have used as a handkerchief, and a few cigarette ends in a tin of cough drops. No wallet. No. Even the tramps on the riverbanks who slept under the bridges had papers in their pockets, even if it was just an identity card. Torrance, who had returned, was no less dumbfounded than Maigret. They're just coming. And indeed, Mers and his men from Criminal Records were following young Nicolier up the stairs. They looked around them in amazement. Murder? Yes, there's no way it could be suicide. There's no weapon in the room. Where should we start? With his fingerprints. We need to identify him before anything else. It's a pity to spoil such well-tended hands. They took the prints all the same. Photographs? Of course. Well, what a good-looking man. He must have been quite a strong fellow. The next thing they heard were the cautious footsteps of the deputy prosecutor, examining Magistrate Cassure, and the court clerk. All three were looking in amazement at the sight offered by the room. When was he killed? The deputy prosecutor asked. We'll soon know. Here's Dr. Largodinek. The doctor was young and lively. He shook hands with Maigret, nodded to the others, and walked over to the bed with its twisted feet. Another piece of junk the man had found in the street or on a patch of waste ground. Have you identified him? No. They were looking anxiously at the floor. Now that there were so many of them in the room, it was moving so much that there was a likelihood it could collapse. But we might end up on the floor below, the young doctor remarked. He waited until photographs had been taken before he approached the body and began his examination. The chest was uncovered, and they saw the black holes made by the bullets. 3 shots were fired from less than a meter away. The murderer aimed carefully, and it's likely his victim was asleep, for the bullets wouldn't have been so close together. Was death instantaneous? Yes, the left ventricle was hit. Do you think the bullets went through the body? I'll tell you that when I turn him over. One of the 2 photographers helped him. Only one of the bullets had gone right through the strange tramp's chest, and would probably be found in the straw mattress. Is there water in the room? No, it's been cut off. I wonder where he washed himself so carefully. His body is clean. Can you establish the approximate time of death? Between 7 and 11 p.m., I'm sure I'll be a bit more precise when I've done the post-mortem. Has he been identified? Not yet. We'll be giving his photograph to the papers. By the way, when will we have the first photographs? In an hour. Is that okay? The photographer left. The other technician searched for fingerprints on all the objects. I assume you don't need me anymore, the deputy prosecutor said. Or me, examining Magistrate Cassure added. Maigret was slowly smoking his pipe with a distracted air. It took him a few seconds to realize they'd been talking to him. No, I'll keep you informed. And to the pathologist, do you think he was drunk? I'd be surprised if he was. The stomach contents will tell us for sure, but at first sight I don't think this man was a drinker. A tramp who doesn't drink, Ascan said. That's quite rare. What if he wasn't a tramp? Torrance said. But Maigret said nothing. It was as if his eyes were somehow photographing every last object and tiny detail of the room. Less than a quarter of an hour had gone by, and the technicians were still at work, when a van from the Forensic Institute drew up in the street. Young Nicolier went down to show the stretcher-bearers the way. You can take him away, yes. Again, the man was seen face up, with his aristocratic head and his well-trimmed goatee. God, he's heavy, one of the carriers said. It wasn't easy for them to get down the stairs with their load because of the missing steps. Maigret called the boy over. Tell me, young man, is there a hairdressing school in the neighborhood? Yes, Monsieur Maigret, in Rue Saint-Denis, 3 doors down from our shop. More than 10 years earlier, on the hunt for a criminal, Maigret had been called to one of these hairdressing schools. There were presumably more luxurious ones in Paris, but you couldn't expect first-class premises around Les Halles. It was quite likely that the one in Rue Saint-Denis, like the others, called on tramps and beggars to endure the clumsy efforts of their novice pupils. Both men and women attended these schools, including aspiring manicurists. But before going there, Maigret needed the photographs. For the moment, all he could do was wait for what the fingerprints showed. He left Mers and 2 of his men to continue their work in the room and walked back downstairs with Torrance and Ascan. It was a relief to breathe the relatively clean air of the cul-de-sac. Why do you think he was killed? I don't have the slightest idea. There was a courtyard through the entrance arch. It was cluttered with old crates and refuse, but it did reveal to Maigret the answer to one of the pathologist's questions. Against one of the walls was a pump, with a bucket in a fairly good state next to it on the cobbles. He tried the pump. Nothing happened at first, but then it started up, and the water began flowing. Wasn't it here that the unknown man washed? Maigret could picture him bare-chested, splashing water on himself. He took his leave at Ascam and headed for Rue de la Grande Truanderie, then to Les Halles. It was getting hotter and hotter, and he took advantage of the fact that he needed to make a telephone call to go into a bistro that looked decent enough and order a draft beer. Torrance did the same. Put me through to criminal records. Then he asked for Inspector Lebel, who had been dealing with the man's fingerprints. Hello, Lebel. Did you have time to check in the records? I've been doing just that. There are no prints matching the dead man's. Another anomaly. Most tramps have been in trouble with the law at some time in their lives. Thanks. Do you know if the photographs are ready? They will be in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, Mestro? Let's say 15. The headquarters of the police judiciaire at Quai des Orfèvres wasn't far, and it took the two men only a few minutes to get there. Maigret went upstairs to the laboratory, where he had to wait for the photographs to dry. He had left Torrance in the inspector's room. He took 3 copies of each of the photographs, went back down to the police judiciaire offices, and gave Inspector Lourti the task of taking them to the newspapers, especially those that come out in the afternoon. Come, Torrance, we still have an hour before lunch. Let's do the door-to-door. Maigret passed a set of photographs to Torrance. Show them to the owners of shops and little bars around Les Halles. We'll meet back at the car. He himself headed for Rue Saint-Denis. It was narrow and still bustling despite the holidays, the working-class locals not being the kind you see often at the seaside. Maigret checked the numbers. The one he had been given corresponded to a seed merchant's shop. To the left of the window was an alley leading to a courtyard. Halfway along it was the bottom of a staircase, and 2 enamel nameplates were fixed to a wall that had once been painted green but had become an indefinable hue. Joseph, School of Hairdressing and Manicure. And an arrow pointed to the staircase beside the word mezzanine. Immediately below was another nameplate, Madame Cordier, Artificial Flowers. Here, too, an arrow pointed to the staircase but was accompanied by the words, second floor. Maigret mopped his brow, walked up to the mezzanine, opened a door, and found himself in quite a large room, barely lit by 2 half-windows. What dim light there was came from tarnished globes hanging from the ceiling. There were 2 rows of chairs, apparently one for men and the other for women. Young trainees, male and female, were moving about under the direction of older men, and a small, thin, almost bald character, his moustache dyed in inky black, supervised all of them. I assume you're in charge here. I'm Monsieur Joseph, yes. He could have been 60, he could have been 75. Maigret looked mechanically at the men and women sitting in the chairs, which had definitely been bought second-hand. It was like being at the Salvation Army or under the bridges, seeing that it was only tramps on whom the young people were exercising their combs, scissors, and razors. It was all quite impressive, especially in the dim light. Because of the heat, the 2 half-windows were open, letting the street noises in, which made the atmosphere of the school even more unreal. Before Monsieur Joseph could lose patience, Maigret took the photographs from his pocket and held them out to the little man. What am I supposed to do with these? Look at them. Then tell me if you recognize him. What has he done? You're police, aren't you? He was visibly mistrustful. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, Police Judiciaire. This didn't impress Monsieur Joseph. Are you looking for him? No, unfortunately we found him. He'd been shot 3 times in the chest. Where did this happen? At home, if we can call it that. Do you know where he lived? No. He'd moved into a building that was due for demolition. A young boy who was wandering in the building found him and alerted the local police. Do you recognize him? Yes. We all called him his lordship. Did he come here often? It varied. Sometimes we didn't see him for a whole month. Then for a few weeks he'd come 2 or 3 times a week. Do you know his name? No. Not even his first name? No. Did he talk much? He didn't talk at all. He'd sit down in the first chair he found, half-close his eyes, and let us do whatever we wanted. I was the one who asked him to let his moustache and goatee beard grow. They're coming back into fashion, and young hairdressers have to learn how to cut them, which is harder than you might think. How long ago was this? 3 or 4 months. Before that he was clean-shaven. Yes, he had wonderful hair, the kind you can do anything you like with. Had he been coming here long? 3 or 4 years. You only use tramps, I see. Almost exclusively. They know that at the end of the morning or afternoon I'll give them each a 5-franc coin. Did you give him 5 francs too? Of course. Did he know any of your regulars? I never saw him talk to any of them, and whenever anyone talked to him, he pretended not to hear. It was nearly midday. The scissors were clattering more quickly now. In a few minutes, there would be a stampede to get out, just like in school. Do you live locally? I live with my wife on the first floor of this building, just above where we are now. Have you ever bumped into him in the street? I don't think so. If it did happen, I didn't notice. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time. He went and pressed a button, then sat down behind a kind of counter in front of which a queue formed. Maigret slowly went back downstairs. After so many years in the police judiciaire, including stints on the beat and in the railway police, he thought he knew all the Parisian fauna. But he did not recall having ever met a man like the one who had been nicknamed his lordship. He walked slowly back to the car, which was parked on the corner of Rue Rambuteau. Torrance got there almost at the same time, mopping the sweat from his brow. Did you find anything? First of all, the baker's in Rue de Seine, where he bought his bread. Did he go there every day? Pretty much, most often late in the morning. Do they know anything about him there? No, nothing. He barely opened his mouth to place his order. Did he ever buy anything else? Not there, but in Rue Coquillière he'd buy slices of sausage or a saveloy. On one corner of the street there's an open-air fries store that also sells hot sausages, especially at night. He'd sometimes buy a bag of fries and a sausage about 3 in the morning. I also showed the photographs in 2 or 3 bistros. They did see him, but not very often, and then he'd only order a coffee. He never drank wine or spirits. The picture of this man was growing increasingly strange. His lordship, to use the name Monsieur Joseph had given him, seemed to have had no contact with other human beings. Apparently he worked in the Halles at night, whenever they hired him to unload a lorry of vegetables or fruit. I have to telephone the Forensic Institute, Maigret said, remembering. That gave him the opportunity to have his second beer of the morning. Could you put me through to Dr. Lagordinec, please? Hold on, I'll call him back. He's just on his way out. Hello, Lagordinec, Maigret here. I don't suppose you've done the post-mortem yet? I'm doing it first thing this afternoon. Could you make sure you don't spoil the face? I'm going to need more photographs. That's easy. Oh, when will you send the photographer? Tomorrow morning, along with a hairdresser. What will he do to him? Shave off his moustache and beard. Torrance dropped Maigret off in Boulevard Vichy-Lenoir, opposite his apartment. Shall I carry on this afternoon? He asked. Yes. In the same neighborhood? Maybe try the riverbank, too. He may have slept there at some time. Madame Maigret could see immediately that he was worried, and pretended not to notice. Are you hungry? Not very. He was the one who wanted to talk about his morning. I've just encountered one of the most surprising characters imaginable. A criminal? No, a victim. The man's dead. He'd set up home in an empty building that had been marked for demolition for years. He only used one room that was still more or less inhabitable, and in it he put together the most incongruous collection of objects found in dustbins and on waste ground. A tramp, in other words. Except that he looked quite aristocratic. He told her about the hairdressing school and showed her the photographs. Of course, it's hard to judge from the photographs of a dead man, but surely people in the neighborhood must know him. Nobody knows his name, not even his first name. At the hairdressing school they called him his lordship. Photographs will appear in the afternoon papers. Maybe some of the readers will recognize him. True to his word, he ate without much appetite. He didn't like it when he couldn't understand, and right now he understood nothing about that morning's discovery. By 2 o'clock, he was sitting in his office. After filling his pipe, he looked through his mail. When he was shown the newspapers, he saw that 2 of them had put the photograph on the front page. "Do you know this man?" one asked. The other had the headline, "A dead man with no name." There were reporters in the corridor, and Maigret let them in. He had almost nothing to tell them, except that he was making every effort to identify the man found in Impasse du Vieux Four. "Could he have committed suicide?" "There was no weapon in the room or anywhere in the building." "Can we go there and take photographs?" "The body's not there anymore, of course." "Just to capture the atmosphere?" "If you like. There's an officer guarding the door. Tell him you have my permission." "You seem worried." "I'm trying to understand, and I hope that'll happen quite soon. This time I'm not keeping anything under wraps. I've told you all I know. The more it's talked about, the better." About 4 o'clock, they started to receive telephone calls. Some came from practical jokers, others from the kind of fanatics who muscle in on every case. One young girl asked, "Does he have a wart on his cheek?" "No." "Then he's not the person I was thinking of." 4 or 5 people came to headquarters. Patiently, Maigret admitted them and showed them the various photographs. "Do you recognize him?" "He looked a bit like an uncle of mine who's already run away several times. But no, it's not him. This man was tall, wasn't he? About 1.80 meters. My uncle was very short and very thin." For the first time that week, the storm didn't break, and the air was stifling. At about 5, Tonos got back. "Find anything?" "Nothing much. An old tramp on the Pont Marie vaguely remembers our man, but I don't know how far we can trust him. Apparently, several years ago, the unknown man used to sleep under the bridges. He wasn't very sociable. They suspected that he spent part of his nights in the Owl, but that was all they knew about him. No name, no nickname even." "One nickname, yes. A quiet one. Nothing else. From time to time he'd buy a candle." At last, at 6 o'clock, he received some more specific information. It was Dr. Lagodinic calling him after performing the post-mortem. "I'll send you my report tomorrow morning, but I can tell you roughly what I know. In my opinion, the man isn't as old as he seems." "How old would you say he was, Maigret?" 65, 70. Judging by the state of his organs and arteries, he's 55 at the most." "He obviously had a hard life. What did you find in his stomach?" "Let me tell you first of all that he was killed between 2 and 5 in the morning, closer to 3 than to 5. His last meal, which was half digested, consisted of sausage and fries. He must have eaten around 2 o'clock, just before going home to bed." "And the killer took advantage of his being asleep to—" "To do what?" the doctor objected. "It may have been someone he trusted, someone he didn't have any suspicion of." "I find it hard to see him trusting anyone that much." "Did he have any diseases?" "No, no infirmities either. He was a strong man, very tough." "Thanks, doctor. I'll wait for your report. If you like, I can send someone for it tomorrow morning." "Not before 9, please." 9 is fine by me." What had most struck Maigret was his lordship's age. He seemed to have been a tramp for several years, perhaps many years, and tramps are generally older. They also tend to become quite close. From one end of the river banks of Paris upriver to the other end downriver, they all knew each other, more or less, and a newcomer would immediately arouse curiosity among the veterans. "What else did you find, Torrance?" "That's pretty much it. Apart from the old man under Pont Marie, the others don't remember him. And yet there are some who've been tramps for more than 10 years. I went to the tobacconist's closest to where he lived. He sometimes bought matches there." "What about cigarettes?" "No. As far as cigarettes went, he'd just pick up cigarette ends from the pavement." The telephone rang. "Hello? Monsieur Maigret?" It was a woman's voice, still young from the sound of her. "Yes. Who am I speaking to?" "My name wouldn't mean anything to you. Did the man whose body you found this morning have a scar on his scalp?" "To be honest, I don't know. If he does have one, I hope the pathologist will mention it in his report, which I'm expecting tomorrow morning." "Do you have any idea who he might be?" "No, not yet. I'll phone you tomorrow during the day." She hung up without saying anything more. It suddenly struck Maigret that he didn't need to wait until the next day to have an answer to the young woman's question. He called the hairdressing school. It was Monsieur Joseph who answered. Maigret here, there's a question I forgot to ask you this morning. Did you ever do his lordship's hair yourself? To show some pupils, yes. Did you notice a scar on his scalp? Yes. I didn't dare ask him what kind of accident he'd had. A large scar, about 6 centimeters long. It hadn't been stitched up, which meant the scar was quite wide. Was it noticeable through his hair? Not when his hair had been done. He had a wonderful head of hair, as I think I told you. Thank you very much. So a first contact had been established, at least for a few moments. Somewhere in Paris there was a young woman who had known his lordship, given that she knew about his scar. She had been careful to hang up before Maigret could ask her any questions. Would she call back the next day, as she had said? Maigret was impatient. He couldn't wait to put a name to this unknown man and find out the reason why he had lived as he had. The heterogeneous collection of objects cluttering the room in Impasse du Vieux Fort suggested a madman or an obsessive. Why gather and put together things he could never sell, and which were of no use to him? Maigret couldn't accept the idea that the man was mad. The telephone rang again. Since the publication of the photographs, Maigret had been expecting it, and it was what he wanted. Hello? Inspector Maigret? Yes. Who am I speaking to? Like his earlier caller, this one, also a woman but clearly not young, did not answer him, but as if by chance, she asked the same question. Does he have a scar on the top of his skull? Do you know someone like that who looks like him? Silence at the other end of the line. Why don't you answer? You haven't answered my question, either. He does have a scar about 6 centimeters long on the upper part of his head. Thank you. She too hung up, just like the first woman. So there were 2 women who had known his lordship, but weren't in communication with each other. If they were, a single telephone call would have sufficed. How to track them down in a population of 5 million? And why were they both determined to remain anonymous? It put Maigret in a bad mood, and he left the police judiciaire muttering to himself. And yet he had learned something. His loner hadn't always been quite such a loner. 2 women had known him, 2 women remembered him, but didn't want to be questioned. Why? It was a little cooler now, even though the storm hadn't broken. A light wind had sprung up, pushing little pink clouds across the sky, as if in an opera set. He indulged in a glass of beer. He had promised Dr. Parnor he wouldn't overdo it from now on, but could it be called excessive to drink 3 glasses of draught beer in a whole day? He was trying his best to stop thinking about his lordship. He wondered who could have discovered the strange place where he had sought refuge, and why that person had killed him. He shrugged bad-temperedly. He was wrong, he knew, as in every investigation, to want to know everything immediately. Each time he would grumble, as if fate was being unfair to him. Then, in the days that followed, the truth came to light. Would that happen this time too? He made an effort to whistle as he climbed the stairs of his apartment building. Chapter 2. The following morning, Maigret had shed his bad mood, and once again walked from home to Quai des Orfèvres. The municipal sweepers travelled down the almost empty streets in slow motion, leaving behind them wide strips of wetness, and a warm mist rose from the Seine. He was climbing the staircase to the police judiciaire when he saw a photographer waiting, laden with cameras. He knew him well. He was always here when there was a case on. He worked for an agency and often waited hours for something to happen. He had red hair and looked like an overgrown schoolboy. If you threw him out of one door, he'd come back in through another, or through the window. His colleagues called him Coco. His name was Marcel Cohn. Just in case, he took a photograph of Maigret on the stairs. It might have been the 200th he had taken of him. Have you summoned any witnesses? No. There's one waiting in the corridor. First I've heard of it. There was indeed a man on a bench. He was very elderly, but still held himself erect and stood up briskly. Might I have a few words with you, Inspector? Is it about what happened in Les Halles? Yes. The murder in Impasse du Vieux Fort. I'll see you in a moment. First, as he always did, he popped his head round the door of the inspector's room. They were all in their shirt sleeves, and the window was wide open. Torrance was there, glancing through a newspaper whose headline read, "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret on the trail." The truth was, he didn't yet have a trail to follow. "Anything new, boys?" "The usual anonymous letters, a couple of letters from madmen too. Regulars." From his office, Maigret telephoned the hairdressing school. "Monsieur Joseph, I'd like to ask you a favor. Could you send one of your young people to the Forensic Institute to shave his lordship's moustache and goatee? Naturally, I'll pay for the work." "I'd rather go myself. It's a delicate task." He next called Criminal Records and got Mers on the line. "Is Mestral there?" "He's just arrived." "Could you send him to the Forensic Institute? There he'll find a barber shaving our unknown man's moustache and beard. As soon as that's been done, I'd like a few good photographs taken from different angles. It's quite urgent." He had only just hung up when the telephone rang. "Hello, Inspector Maigret." He thought he recognized the voice. "I'm the person who called you yesterday about the murder in the Halles." The young voice, not the other. "I assume you want to ask me the same question." "Yes." "You're not the only one." "Oh, another woman called me and said precisely the same thing as you." "What did you tell her?" "I'll tell you if you come and see me, or if you give me your name and address." "I'd rather not." "That's up to you." This time it was Maigret who hung up, muttering, "Little cow." Basically, at least 3 people knew the identity of his lordship, the 2 women who had telephoned about the scar, and, of course, the murderer. Maigret went and opened the door. His visitor, who was short and thin, leapt to his feet and came towards him. "I was a little afraid you wouldn't see me." In the way he walked, held himself and spoke, there was something that struck Maigret, although he didn't know what. "My name's Émile Hugon, and I live in Rue Lepic in the same apartment my parents were living in when I was born. Please, sit down. You may not think so by looking at me, but I'm 85 years old." He seemed very proud to have reached that age in such good condition. "I came down here from Montmartre on foot, and every day I walk at least 2 hours. Maigret could see there was no point in bombarding him with questions. "Locally they call me the Colonel. Not that I was ever a colonel, only a captain. When war broke out in 1914, I was in training as a non-commissioned officer. I was at Verdun and Chemin des Dames. I got through Verdun unscathed, but on the Chemin des Dames I got a piece of shrapnel in my leg, which still makes me limp. When the Second War started, I was too old. They didn't want me." He seemed very pleased with himself, and Maigret summoned his patience, hoping the Colonel wasn't going to tell him his whole life story. Instead of which, the man asked abruptly, "Have you identified him?" "Not yet. Unless I'm mistaken, though that would surprise me, his name is Marcel Vivien." "Did you know him personally?" "He had his workshop in the courtyard just below my apartment. Whenever I went out, I'd always go and say hello to him." "When was this?" "Almost immediately after the Second War, in 1945. "How old was he then?" "About 35. He was a tall, strong young man with an intelligent, open face." "What was his profession?" "He was a cabinet maker. He'd also done classes in decorative arts. His speciality was restoring old furniture. I saw some really excellent furniture there, full of inlay work." "Did he live in the same building as you?" "No. All he had was the glass-fronted workshop. He'd come in the morning and leave again in the evening." "Did he really look like the photograph you saw in the papers?" "Well, he didn't have a beard or moustache in those days, but I'd swear it's him." "Do you know if he was married?" "Oh, yes. A woman the same age as him, who'd sometimes come and meet him when he'd finished for the day. He had a little girl of 7 or 8 who often came in to say hello to him on her way home from school." "When did you last see him?" "At the end of 1945 or the beginning of 1946. One fine morning he didn't come to the workshop, or the next day, or the days after that. At first I thought he was ill. Then his wife came. She had the key. She went to the workshop and stayed there for a very long time, as if she was making an inventory." "Have you seen her since?" "She still lives in the neighbourhood and quite often does her shopping at the market in Rue Lepic. For several years I saw her daughter in the street. She'd grown up. I assume she got married." "What happened to the furniture that was in the workshop?" "An upholsterer got it. A locksmith eventually took over the space. Maigret showed the different photographs he had of the man in En Passe du Vieux Fort. The colonel inspected them carefully. My opinion hasn't changed. I'm almost certain it's him. I retired a long time ago. In the summer, I like to sit on a park bench or a cafe terrace and watch people passing by. I try to guess what job they do, what kind of life they lead. It's made me observant. As far as you know, did the man ever have an accident? He didn't own a car. There are other kinds of accidents. Did he ever hurt his head? The colonel struck himself on the forehead. Yes, of course. It was the middle of summer, very hot, just as it is now. He was in the courtyard, working on a chair that was missing a leg. I was watching him from my window, and I saw a pot of geraniums fall on his head. Mademoiselle Blanche, the tenant on the 3rd floor, had accidentally knocked it over while watering her flowers. He didn't want to go to hospital or see a doctor. He disinfected the wound and went to the pharmacy opposite to have it bandaged. Was the scar visible? He wore his hair quite long and very thick, so it was hidden. Do you remember anything else? Did you ever see him again in the neighborhood? No, never. But you say his wife and daughter still lived there, so they didn't move out with him. Precisely. Do you know if he drank? Definitely not. Every morning at 10 o'clock, he'd close his workshop for a few minutes to go to the little bistro next door for a coffee. Are there still any tenants in your building who were there in 1945? Let me think. The concierge, yes, she's still the same. Her husband was a policeman. He's dead now. She's aged a lot. Mademoiselle Blanche, whom I mentioned, is still alive, but she can't leave her wheelchair. Apparently she's no longer in her right mind. On the other floors, the trebuchet's on the 3rd floor. He used to work for the tax office. He's retired, too. Everyone's older, of course. Do you think they'd recognize Marcel Vivien? It's possible, but the trebuchet's windows look out on the street. They didn't have the opportunity I had to see what was happening in the courtyard. Thank you for coming, Monsieur Rougon. I think your statement will be very useful to us. I have one of my inspectors take you to a small office at the end of the corridor. I'd like you to repeat to him what you've just told me. Will I be called as a witness when the case comes to trial? He was already quite excited. Hold on. We have to get our hands on the murderer first and establish the identity of the victim. Maigret opened the door to the inspector's room and chose Loti, who was the fastest typist. He told him what he expected of him, and Loti came and took charge of the colonel. They seemed to have a lead now. Maigret was waiting for the photographs before going to Le Pic. He knew that Mestral was a fast worker, and he killed time by going through his mail. At 10:30, the photographer was there with a whole batch of proofs in his hand. It makes him look younger, don't you think? Yes, though apparently he wasn't very old. The pathologist reckons 55 at the most. How many copies did you print? Look, there are 5 of each pose, if you can use that word talking about a dead man. By the way, that barber of yours was so upset. I expected him to pass out. Thanks. I'd like you to make some more prints. We need them for all the newspapers. Maigret stuffed 2 copies of each photograph in his pocket and took another which he gave to Coco, the most stubborn photographer in Paris. Here, we've done part of your work for you. These are pictures of our man with his beard off. Your agency can reproduce them and send them to whichever newspapers you choose. Maigret also gave 2 to Leduc, one of the youngest inspectors. Take these to the 2 main evening papers. We just about have time. They go to press early in the afternoon. Make sure you hand them over to the editor or his secretary. Last but not least, he walked to the end of the corridor where Loti was typing up what the colonel was telling him. As before, the old man sprang to his feet. It's all right, don't get up. I just wanted to show you these. And he held out the new photographs. From the very first glance, the ex-officer's face lit up. It's him. Now I'm sure I wasn't mistaken. Obviously he's older here, but that's definitely Vivien. Maigret made a sign to Loti to continue and walked back to the inspector's room. Get your hat, Torrance. Are we going far? Montmartre, or Le Pic, to be precise. He showed Torrance the photographs. I see you had him shaved. Yes, this morning. I've just had a visit from a retired army captain who's now 85, and who claims to recognize him even though he hasn't seen him for 20 years. Who is he? Apparently a cabinet maker who used to have his workshop in Rue Pique, and who disappeared overnight. 20 years ago? Yes. Did he have family? It seems he had a wife and daughter. Did they also go missing? No, they still lived in the neighborhood for some years. They took one of the police judiciaire's little black cars and drove straight to Rue Pique, which was filled with market stalls selling fruit and vegetables. 65A was at the top of the street, on the left. Try to find a parking space and then join me. I'll probably be with the concierge. The concierge was still young and appealing. She looked at Maigret through the glazed door of the lodge. He knocked, and she opened. What can I do for you? Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, Police Judiciaire. Is it about one of my tenants? She said, surprised. It's about someone who used to be your tenant. So I was right. What do you mean? Yesterday, when I saw the photograph in the paper, I immediately thought of Monsieur Vivien. I even told the dairy woman, but then I said, it can't possibly be him. Such a nice young man, so hard-working, I can't believe he ended up as a tramp. Maigret showed her the new photographs just as Torrance came into the lodge. One of my inspectors. Take a good look at these photographs. Oh, I don't need to look long. It's him. What confused me a bit yesterday was the moustache and beard. You've had him shaved. She added, staring at the photographs. I'm still flabbergasted. Do you remember the way he left here? Did he give notice? Did he send back to his customers the items of furniture he was working on? It wasn't like that at all. He just didn't show up one day and nobody around here ever saw him again. Wasn't he reported missing? I don't know if his wife did that. She didn't often come to see him during the day. His daughter, yes, almost every day. She'd drop by and say hello. They lived not far from here in Rue Colincourt. I don't know the number, but it was next door to a dry cleaner's. Have you seen his wife since? Quite often in the market. She still does her shopping in Rue Pique. Her hair's grey now and she's very thin. She used to be quite plump. Have you ever spoken to her? She looked at me a few times, but didn't seem to recognize me. Is it a long time since you last saw her? A good few months, maybe a year. And what about the girl? She must be 28 by now. Somebody told me, I can't remember who, that she was married with children. Does she live in Montmartre? Apparently. I don't know where. Could I have a look at the workshop? Just go along the corridor and open the door to the courtyard. Monsieur Benoit, the locksmith, works there now. He was a very affable man, in his 30s. How can I help you? Maigret told him who he was. I assume you're here because of the man who was shot 3 times in the chest. They were talking about this morning in the bistro where I have a drink every day. Did you know him? Of course not. I was 10 when he left here. An upholsterer took his place. He was here for about 15 years. He wasn't all that young anymore and decided to retire to the country. That's when I rented the workshop. Did anyone ever come and ask you for information about Marcel Vivien? No, nobody. But since yesterday, people who've been here a long time have been talking about him. This morning, when I was having my coffee and croissant, it was all they were talking about. The old folks, even the middle-aged people, remember him and can't understand how he could have become a tramp. Apparently he was a good-looking man, tall and strong, who had a good trade and made a very decent living. And yet he vanished overnight without saying a word to anyone. Not even to his wife. So they say. I don't know if it's true. I'm just repeating what I heard. They say he'd been missing for several days, maybe even a week, before she came here to ask after him. That's all I know. But if you want to hear people talk about him, just go to the bistro next door. Thank you. He and Torrance went back out into Rue Pique. The identity of the dead man was becoming clearer. They both went into the little bar next door. It was obvious from the start that all those at the counter, which was still of the old-fashioned kind, were regulars. What can I get you? A beer. Me too, Torrance said. A pleasant smell of fruit and vegetables filled the air, wafting in from the barrows lined up on the pavement. The owner served them. Aren't you Inspector Maigret? Yes, I am. I assume you're here about the man whose picture was in the papers yesterday afternoon. Now everyone was looking at them, and it was just a question of who would be the first to speak. In the event, it was a powerful-looking man with huge arms in a white blood-stained apron, a butcher, who spoke first. Who's to say he didn't run off with some young thing, and then when she dumped him, he couldn't face going back to his old lady? I had an assistant for almost 10 years. He was the quietest boy you could imagine. All the same, one morning he vanished without saying a word. He'd run off with an 18-year-old girl. He was 45. 2 years later, we'd heard he'd shown up at the unemployment office in Strasbourg. The others nodded in approval. This was a typical bistro in a densely populated neighborhood. Most of those who were here were artisans, small shopkeepers, and retired men who popped in for a quick drink in the middle of the morning. Is there anyone here who saw him again after he disappeared? They all looked at each other. A thin man in a leather apron conveyed the general opinion. He wasn't stupid enough to come back to the neighborhood. Did you know his wife? No, I don't even know where he lived. I only ever met him here when he'd come in for his coffee. He wasn't a big talker. You mean he was stuck up? No, not stuck up. He just didn't like talking. Maigret drank his beer, the first of the day. He was keeping count. When he saw Pardon again, he would quote figures to him, not without pride. Admittedly, when it came to tobacco, his record wasn't so impressive, and he still smoked as many pipes a day as before. They couldn't take away all his pleasures just because he was nearing 55. I think I bumped into him in Rue de la Cochonnerie one day, but his hair was all white and he was dressed like a beggar. I told myself it couldn't be him and I went on my way. This was said by a little old man drinking an aperitif of a brand that had been fashionable 40 years earlier, but that nobody ordered these days. How long ago is this? Maybe 3 months, no more. Spring was late this year and hadn't started yet. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Didn't mention it. At your service. I hope you get your hands on the lowlight who shot him in the belly. They set off for Rue Caulaincourt. Would they ring every doorbell and question every concierge to track down Vivian's wife, assuming she still lived in the neighborhood? Maigret couldn't face it in this heat, and he headed for the local police station in Rue Lambert. He had once known a man who had vanished in similar circumstances to Vivian, although it was hard to know if it was for the same reasons. He was a Parisian industrialist, well-to-do, without any apparent problems. He was over 50, with a wife and 2 children, including a 21-year-old son who was studying at university. As for his daughter, who was 3 years younger, no one had a bad word to say about her. One morning, he had left at his usual time for his factory in Levallois. He drove himself. That was the last anyone had heard of him for several years. His car had been found not far from Rue du Temple. He didn't have a mistress as far as anyone was aware. His doctor stated that he had no serious illness and could expect to live many more years. The police had looked everywhere, except where he actually was. The reality was that overnight he had chosen to become a tramp. He had sold his clothes to a second-hand dealer in Rue des Blancs-Manteaux and swapped them for what were basically rags. From that point on, he had stopped shaving. 3 years later, one of his suppliers had recognized him in Nice, his face hidden beneath a thick beard. He was selling newspapers on café terraces. The supplier had seen fit to inform the police and telephone his wife, but although they had combed the city, they hadn't found him. Maigret often thought about him. You should stop searching for him, madame. You know now that he's alive and well. He's chosen to live the life he liked. Are you telling me he deliberately became a tramp? She hadn't understood. The man had kept his identity card, and they had been able to inform his family when he had died 15 years later in the old quarter of Marseille, which still existed at the time. Hello, Dubois, Maigret said to the officer behind the counter. Miraculously, or because of the season, the station was empty. The chief has just gone out, but he'll be back soon. I'm not here to see him. I'd just like you to look in your registers and tell me if a Madame Vivian, Madame Marcel Vivian, is still living in the neighborhood. Do you have her last known address? It's in Rue Caulaincourt, but I don't know the number. Recently? No, she was there 20 years ago. The officer opened several large black books and ran his forefinger down some of the pages. After a quarter of an hour, he had found it. Is her first name Gabrielle? That's right. She's still registered at 67 Rue Caulaincourt. Thanks, Dubois. You've saved me at least an hour's door-to-door. Rue Caulaincourt's a long street. The 2 men took the car, even though they only had 300 meters to go. Number 67 was quite close to Place Constantin-Piqueur. Shall I come in with you? It's best if I'm alone. Two of us might alarm her. I'll wait for you at Menier's. The famous brasserie was just along the street. Maigret knocked at the door of the concierge's lodge, where he could see a fairly young woman arranging fruit on a dish. Come in. He opened the door. How can I help you? I need to know if Madame Vivian still lives here. Yes, on the 4th floor. Is it the same apartment she was living in when her husband was still around? I wasn't concierge then. I was too young. But I think she changed floors to have a smaller apartment. 2 rooms and a kitchen looking out on the courtyard. Do you know if she's in? It's quite likely she is. She only goes out early in the morning to do her shopping, and even then not every day. Maigret headed for the narrow lift. The concierge caught up with him to say, It's the door on the left. Thank you. Maigret was more impatient than ever. He had the impression he was reaching his goal, that in a few minutes he would know everything about the man in En Passe du Vieux Four. He pressed a button and heard a bell ringing behind the door. Then the door opened, and a hard-faced, middle-aged woman looked at him with a frown. Madame Vivian? What do you want? Are you a reporter? No, I'm Detective Chief Inspector Maigret of the Police Judiciaire. And I think you phoned me yesterday. She didn't say either yes or no, and didn't invite him to enter. They looked at each other without coming to a decision, and it was Maigret who at last made up his mind to push the door open and walk into the hall. I have nothing to say, she said, as if her mind too was made up. All I ask is for you to answer a few questions. A door was open, the door to a kind of sitting room that served rather as a dressmaker's workshop. The sewing machine was on a little table, and the big table was covered in unfinished dresses. You've become a dressmaker, I see. We all have to earn a living. The chairs were as cluttered as the table, and Maigret remained standing. The woman did not sit down either. What was most striking about her was the hardness of her face, the stiffness of her body. You sensed that she had suffered a lot and had become somehow frozen, withdrawn. She must have been pretty once, must have dressed in bright colors, but now she seemed unconcerned about her appearance. 2 people, 2 women, phoned me yesterday. They both asked me the same question, and then immediately hung up as if they didn't want to be identified. I assume the second one was your daughter. She didn't reply. Is she married? Does she have children? What business is that of yours? Can't we be left in peace? If this goes on, we'll be getting reporters and photographers soon. I can promise you I won't give them your address. She shrugged, as if she were resigned. Your husband has been identified by several people. There's no doubt about it now. Did you know what had become of him? No. What did he tell you when he left 20 years ago? Nothing. Did you notice anything different about him before he left? He had the impression she shuddered at this, but he wasn't sure. He was the same as usual. Were you and he on good terms? I was his wife. We sometimes see a husband and wife who constantly quarrel and make each other's life difficult. That wasn't the case with us. Did he ever go out alone in the evenings? No. Whenever he went out, I went with him. What kind of places did you go? To the cinema, or else we'd go for a walk in the neighborhood. In the days before he left, did he seem worried? No. Maigret had the impression she was lying, and that was the reason she was mostly answering in monosyllables. Did you have friends come to visit you? No. Relatives? Neither of us had relatives in Paris. Where did you meet him? In the shop where I worked. She had the pale, dull complexion of someone who lives indoors all the time, and her body had lost all its suppleness. That's all. Do you have a photograph of him? No. I can see one, on the mantelpiece. A young, good-humoured, cheerful Marcel Vimier. I'm not taking that one out of its frame. You'll get it back as soon as we've had copies made. And I say no. At least, don't deprive me of what I have left. He took a step towards the door. May I have your daughter's address? Where did you get mine? At the local police station. She almost told him that he could find her daughter's address in the same way, then shrugged again. She was barely 8 when he left. She's married, isn't she? On the mantelpiece, there was also a photograph of 2 children who looked about 6 and 4. She's married, yes. Her name's Odette de Laveau now, and she lives at 12 Rue Marcadet. Now I'd like you to leave. I have a customer who's coming for a fitting this afternoon, and her dress too needs putting together." "I'm very grateful to you," Maigret said, not without irony. "You're welcome." He still had a lot of questions to ask her, but sensed it would be futile. It would take a lot longer to tame her, if he ever could. He found Torrance on the terrace of Manières. "How about a beer?" Torrance said. Maigret gave in to the temptation. This was the second one. What's she like? Tough. He somewhat resented the fact that she was making things harder for him with her reticence, but deep down, he understood her. Would she demand her husband's body so that she could give him a proper funeral? Had she been thinking about that before Maigret tracked her down in Rue Colincourt? It was as if Torrance had read his thoughts. He's going to need a funeral all the same. Yes. And there'll be reporters and photographers there. Take me to Rue Marcadet, number 12. It's just round the corner. I know. In Montmartre, everything's just round the corner. It was also one of the parts of Paris where people lived the longest in the same place. Some of them almost never went down into town. Are we going to the daughter's place? Yes. The building was identical to the one in Rue Colincourt, except that it was a little more recent, and the lift was bigger. Shall I let you go up? Yes, I don't think I'll be there long, judging by how her mother received me. He inquired of the concierge. This one was quite old. Second floor on the right. She got back with the children just a quarter of an hour ago. Does her husband come back for lunch? No, he wouldn't have time. He has an important position. He's head of a department at the Bon Marché store. Maigret went up to the second floor and rang at the door on the right, behind which he could hear children's voices. The apartment was bright, and at this hour flooded with sunlight. The young woman who had opened the door looked at him suspiciously. You're Inspector Maigret, aren't you? Yes, I am. Who gave you my address? Your mother. I just left her. She agreed to see you? Yes. She has nothing to feel ashamed of. Or has she? No, she has nothing to feel ashamed of, but she hates anyone to talk to her about the past. And yet she keeps a photograph of your father on the mantelpiece. The two children were on their knees playing with a little electric train. What I don't understand is why you hung up when I still had questions to ask you. I didn't want anyone in the neighborhood pointing their finger at me. What do people think? That my father died 20 years ago and my mother's a widow. I assume she'll go and identify the body and ask if she can give him a decent funeral. I hadn't thought about it. Would you both have let him be put in a mass grave? Like I said, I hadn't thought about it. Do you remember your father? Yes, I remember him very well. Don't forget I was 8 when he left. What kind of man was he? A handsome man, very strong, almost always cheerful. He'd often take me out for a walk, just the two of us. He'd buy me ice cream and let me do whatever I wanted. Not your mother. Mother was stricter. She was always afraid I'd get dirty. How did you find out that your father wouldn't be coming back? Did he send you a letter? If he did, Mother never told me. I don't think he wrote to me. We didn't know a thing. My mother spent her time watching out for him. She'd go every day to his workshop in Europeek to see if he was there. Had you noticed anything unusual in the days before he left? No. Did Mother tell you anything? All I got from her were one-word answers. Do you think she has something to say? I don't know. I never asked her, but I have the impression she's always hidden something from me. Now that you're not a little girl anymore, I can ask you if you ever heard about your father having another woman. She blushed. It's funny. I thought about that too. But given the life he led, it's not very likely. He wouldn't have left us for a woman, or else he would have done it openly. Did he have any friends? I never knew of any. Nobody ever came to the house. He wasn't the kind of man who'd spend the evening playing cards in a cafe. Did he and your mother ever argue? I never saw them argue. Do you have any idea why he might have become a tramp? None at all. And before yesterday I would never have believed it. Was he a Catholic? No, he didn't have any religion and never taught me about it. Not that he was against religion, he was indifferent to it, that's all. What about you? I'm the same. And your mother? In her youth she was quite mystical, but she dropped all that by the time she got married. All the same, they had a church wedding, I suppose, to follow traditions. Do you often go to see your mother? No, but she comes here almost every Sunday to see the children. Does she bring them sweets? That's not her style. Does she try to entertain them? No. She just sits stiffly on her chair. She refuses to sit in an armchair and watches them play. My husband and I sometimes take advantage of her being there to go to the cinema. Thank you for your help. Do you have anything else to tell me? No. I'd like to avoid the reporters and photographers. I'll do my best, but when your mother goes to identify the body, it'll be hard to stop the papers from mentioning it. But you will try, won't you? Just as he was reaching out for the door handle, she said, Is it possible to see him? Yes. I'd like to. Unlike her mother, she had lost her stiffness. She had very likely been the kind of daughter who worshipped her father. Chapter 3. At 2:30, Maigret knocked at the door of the examining magistrate's office. In the long corridor, people were waiting on all the benches, some between two gendarmes, a few handcuffed. A monastic silence prevailed. Come in. Examining Magistrate Cassure's office was located in the part of the building that had not yet been modernized. It was like being in a novel by Balzac. The black-painted desk had gashes on it, just like in an old school, and files were piled up on the floor in a corner of the room. The clerk may not have been wearing black oversleeves, but he still appeared to have been there since the previous century. Take a seat, Maigret. Cassure was no more than 30. In the old days, it would have been unthinkable for someone his age to already have a position in Paris. Usually, Maigret was suspicious of young magistrates full of theories they had only just assimilated and were determined to put into practice immediately. On the outside, Cassure was just like them. He was a tall, thin, supple young man, perfectly dressed, who still had the air of a schoolboy. I assume you've asked to see me because you have something new to tell me. I'd like to bring you up to date on the progress of the investigation. Yes. Usually the police wait until the last moment to get in touch with us, unless they need a detention order. He smiled with a hint of nostalgia. You have the reputation, Maigret, of going everywhere yourself, questioning concierges in their lodges, artisans in their workshops, housewives in their kitchens or dining rooms. It's true. We're not allowed to do that. By tradition, we're confined to our offices, except when the prosecutor's office is called to the scene of a crime, and even then we're lost among all the technicians, so it's really just a formality. I read in the papers that our tramp is a man named Vivien, who used to be a cabinet maker. That's correct. Do you have any idea why he left his family and his workshop to become a tramp? I've talked to his wife and daughter. Neither of them had an answer to that question. I came across a similar case once, and I also remember a very well-known English banker in London who did exactly the same thing. When did our man disappear? In 1945. Did he have another woman? A second family? So far, it's impossible to know. My men are combing the neighborhood. What complicates things is that the only people we can turn to are of a certain age. This morning I questioned a number of local artisans, shopkeepers, and pensioners, but in vain. That was in the bistro where Vivien used to go every morning to have his coffee. They all knew him, but knew almost nothing about him because he didn't make friends with anyone. Odd that 20 years later, someone should suddenly have decided to kill him. That's why I'm desperate to find out about his past. Unless we assume that a maniac suddenly attacked a random tramp, which doesn't seem very likely. What's his wife like? Not very pleasant. Admittedly, she hasn't had an easy time of it. Overnight she was left with nothing, and with a little girl of 8 to bring up. Fortunately, she could sew a little. She started by working for her neighbors, then gradually built up a clientele. She never moved. No, she's still living in the same building in Rue Colincourt that she was living in when her husband was around. She only changed floors to move into a smaller, less expensive apartment. You'd find it hard to put an age to her. She seems to have lost any reason for living. She has the fixed stare and faded eyes of a woman who's suffered a lot. And she doesn't know why her husband left. I couldn't get much out of her. If she does know something, she's keeping it to herself, and nothing will make her change her attitude. What about her daughter? She's 28 now. She's married to the head of a department at Bon Marché, whom I haven't seen. She's a little more forthcoming than her mother, but also quite defensive. She has 2 children, 6 and 4, a girl and a boy. Is she on good terms with her mother? More or less. They see each other almost every Sunday because of the children, but I don't think there's much warmth between them. Odette, that's the daughter's name, worshipped her father and still does. I think this afternoon or tomorrow they'll be going to the Forensic Institute to identify the body. Together? I'd be surprised. No, they'll go separately. I told both of them they could see about the funeral as soon as they like. They're very afraid of reporters and photographers. If you agree with me, I'll make sure that side of the case doesn't get made public. Of course, I understand these 2 women, and you still have no idea who might have committed the murder? So far, there are no leads. I don't think I've come across such a solitary man in my entire career. Not only was he living alone in a disused building without any water or electricity, but it's almost impossible to find out how he spent his days. What does the pathologist say? Was he in good health? Excellent health. On the outside he looked 65, but apparently he was only 55, and all his organs were in perfect condition. Thank you for bringing me up to date. If I understand correctly, this could be a long investigation, unless we get a lucky break. If Madame Vivian decided to be a bit more talkative, I think she could tell us a lot of things. Maigret went back to his office and asked to be put through to the Forensic Institute. Hello, could you tell me if Madame Vivian has been to identify her husband's body? She left half an hour ago. Is there any doubt it's him? She identified him immediately. Did she cry? No. She stood there for a while, not moving, quite stiff, looking at him. She asked me how soon she could arrange the funeral, and I advised her to speak to you. Dr. Lagodinek doesn't need the body anymore. He got what he could from it. Thanks. You will probably also receive a visit from a young woman today. She's the daughter. I'll be ready for her. Maigret went and opened the door to the inspector's room and called Tonos. Anything new? As you asked, 6 men are covering the neighborhood of Rue Lepic and Rue Corancourt, questioning the shopkeepers, the customers in bars and cafes, even people in the street who were old enough to have known Vivien before he disappeared. There was nothing to indicate that having left his family and his workshop without a trace, he had become a tramp overnight. He might have moved to a different neighborhood, or perhaps lived for a number of years in the provinces. Since he couldn't cover the whole of France, Maigret was keeping to Montmartre. He couldn't have said exactly why. A little later, he telephoned Madame Vivien, whose number he found in the directory. She was back home by now. She responded to his call like someone who always expects bad news and is constantly suspicious. Hello? Who is this? Maigret. I just heard that you've identified the body. Is it definitely your husband? She replied with a curt, yes. Had he changed much in 20 years? The same as anybody else. I'd just been to see the examining magistrate. I mentioned the funeral to him. He's happy for the body to be returned to you so that you can make the arrangements. He's also happy for the press to be kept out of it as much as possible. Thank you. I assume you aren't planning to transfer the body to Rue Corancourt? Of course not. When do you think the funeral can take place? The day after tomorrow. I was waiting to hear from you before I called an undertaker. Do you have a plot in one of the Paris cemeteries? No, my parents weren't rich people. In that case, he'd probably be buried in the cemetery at Ely. My mother's already there. Have you been in touch with your daughter? Not yet. Could you please keep me informed of the time of the funeral? Are you planning to be there? There was no friendliness in the question. Don't worry, you won't even notice I'm there. Unless some reporters latch on to you and follow you, I'll make sure that doesn't happen. I can't prevent it, can I? She was bitter. She had been bitter for 20 years. Was it in her character? Had she already been like that when she was living with her husband? Maigret was asking himself every possible and imaginable question, including those that might seem ridiculous. He was trying in vain to reconstruct in his mind the personality of Marcel Vivien, the most solitary of men. Most people, however strong they are, need human contacts. He hadn't. He had moved into a large, empty building that might be knocked down at any moment and collected the most useless, most unlikely objects in his room. The other tramps had only known him by sight. Some had tried to talk to him, but he had gone on his way without replying. At Monsieur Joseph's hairdressing school, where he went 2 or 3 times a week to earn a 5-franc coin, he didn't talk either, just looked straight in the mirror in front of him. "The funeral will take place the day after tomorrow," Maigret told Torrance. "I promised we'd do our utmost to make sure the press doesn't mention it. There are reporters phoning 2 or 3 times a day. Just tell them there's no news. That's what I've been doing, and so have the other inspectors when I'm not in the office. They aren't pleased. They're convinced we're hiding something from them." And it was true, of course. Wouldn't an enterprising reporter manage to discover what Maigret had discovered? The next day, the men of the police judiciaire continued showing the photographs of Marcel Vivien and asking questions, but to no avail. Maigret had telephoned Odette de Laveau. She, too, had identified her father. "Do you know when the funeral is taking place?" "Hasn't my mother told you?" "The last time I was in touch with her by phone, she hadn't yet seen the undertaker." "The funeral will be held at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Will there be a service?" "No, we won't be bothering with the church. There'll only be my mother, my husband, and I, following the hearse to Ivry." It was a pity that Maigret had to promise that the newspapers would not be kept informed. The murderer might have loitered around the Forensic Institute or in the cemetery, as often happens. Had he really known Vivien 20 years earlier? There was nothing to indicate that. The tramp could just as easily have aroused someone's hatred more recently. Or might another tramp have thought that he was hiding savings in his room? It was unlikely. A tramp rarely if ever owns a firearm, let alone a .32 caliber pistol. But how many things could have happened in 20 years? And yet Maigret kept coming back to Vivien's disappearance, to the day he had left home as he did every morning, and had never shown up in his workshop in Rue Lepic. Was it because of a woman? Why, in that case, would he have subsequently left her and become a tramp? Among the letters received of the police judiciaire after the publication of the photographs and the articles, not one mentioned an unknown woman in Vivien's life. That evening, to avoid constantly mulling over the same problem, which was starting to sicken him, Maigret watched a western on television. After washing the dishes, Madame Maigret came and sat next to him, taking care not to bother him with questions. "Tomorrow morning wake me up half an hour earlier than usual." She didn't ask why. It was he who went on, "I'm going to a funeral." She knew at once whose funeral it was, and she brought him his first cup of coffee at 7 in the morning. He had asked Torrance to pick him up at 8:30 in one of the little cars of the police judiciaire. Torrance was punctual. "I assume we're going to the Forensic Institute first?" "Yes." The hearse was already parked at the curb, along with another car provided by the undertaker. The 2 women and Odette's husband were in this car, and Torrance stopped far enough away not to be noticed. There were no reporters or photographers. 4 men brought out the coffin, which looked very heavy, and a few minutes later the cortege set off for Ivry. Since the day before, the sky had grown overcast, and it wasn't as hot as before. The weather reports forecast rain in the west, and in Paris by the end of the day. Torrance kept his distance from the car occupied by the family. Maigret smoked his pipe, without saying a word, looking straight ahead of him, his thoughts unreadable. Torrance respected his silence, which wasn't easy for him, being the most talkative inspector in the police judiciaire. The hearse drove through half the cemetery and stopped at last in front of an open grave in a new area where there were still many gaps. Maigret and Torrance remained more than 100 meters away. Madame Vivien, her daughter, and de Laveau stood motionless by the grave as the coffin was lowered into it. The 2 women were holding bouquets of flowers. The shovel was offered to Madame Vivien so that she could be the first to throw earth into the grave, but to Maigret's surprise, she shook her head and simply threw in the flowers she was holding. Odette did the same, and in the end it was only de Laveau who threw in the first earth. He had never met Marcel Vivien. He was too young. Maigret put him at no more than 30 or so. He was dressed in black, which was probably what he wore at the Bon Marché store. He was quite a handsome man, and his moustache was almost black, like his hair. It was over. The ceremony, if it could be called a ceremony, had lasted only a few minutes. The car reserved for the family set off again. Maigret had scanned the surrounding area and seen no suspicious figures lurking. It seemed to him that, now that his tramp was buried, the truth had receded even further. He was in quite a bad mood. He remained silent. as if constantly going over the problem with which he had been presented. Why kill Marcel Vimier without even gutting his straw mattress, which is where poor people usually hide their money? Despite himself, Maigret kept going back 20 years, and that was why he had sent 6 inspectors to Montmartre. He had a pleasant surprise when he got back to headquarters. One of his 6 inspectors was waiting for him in a state of some excitement. "What have you found out?" "What was the date Vivian went missing?" "The 23rd of December. And nobody's seen him since?" "That's right." "Did he buy his daughter a Christmas present?" "I didn't think of asking his wife." "Do you know Cyrano's, the brasserie on Place Blanche?" "Yes." "I showed the photographs to one of the waiters who's in his 60s, and he recognized Vivian." "When did he meet him?" "After the 23rd of December. It was the end of January the following year." "How can he be sure after so long?" "Because he didn't start at Cyrano's until January." "Did he see Vivian more than once?" "At least 10 times, in January and February 1946. He wasn't alone. He was with a very young woman, a little brunette, who kept putting her hand in his." "What time did the 2 of them come to Cyrano's?" "About 11 or 11:30, when the cinemas closed." "Is the waiter sure he recognizes Vivian?" "He says he does, because he only drank mineral water, whereas the girl with him would order a Cointreau. It was his first job as a cafe waiter. Before that, he was a room service waiter in a big hotel on the boulevard." "Did he ever see them anywhere else?" "No. Julien, that's the waiter's name, lived quite far away, on Boulevard de la Chapelle." "When was the last time he saw them?" "About 2 months later." "And he's never seen Vivian since?" "No." "Or the young woman?" "No." "Did he ever hear the man call her by her first name?" "No. Apparently that's all he knows." What emerged from this story, if Julien wasn't mistaken about the dates, was that Vivian hadn't left his family and his workshop to become a tramp. He had left because of a woman. He had presumably planned to start a new life. How come he hadn't avoided the neighborhood? Cyrano's was a few hundred meters from his workshop and less than a kilometer from the apartment where his wife and daughter were still living. Wasn't he afraid of being recognized? Didn't he care? Had he told his wife that he was going to live with another woman? Was that the reason for Madame Vivian's mistrustful attitude? Go back to the neighborhood this afternoon and keep questioning people. It's possible there are other waiters of a certain age at Cyrano's, even the owner. The owner's still in his 20s. He's the son of the former owner who's moved to the country. Find out where. All right, Chief. There are lots of little hotels in the neighborhood. They'll have to be checked, too. In those days, it was almost impossible to find an apartment. Maigret knew that in the end he would go to Cyrano's himself and roam about the Auchois neighborhood. He went home for lunch, but first had an aperitif at the Brasserie Dauphine, and then took a taxi. As he had foreseen, Maigret found himself at about 2:30 in front of the terrace of Cyrano's. Place Blanche was bustling thanks to the coaches and the tourists moving about in groups, as if in clusters, cameras around their necks. All of them, or almost all of them, were photographing the Moulin Rouge, which was right next door to the brasserie. The terrace was full, and there wasn't a single chair free. The waiters, insinuating themselves between the tables, there were 3 of them, were quite young, but in the gloom of the interior, Maigret saw one who couldn't have been far off 60. He went in and sat down on a banquette. A draught beer. He hadn't brought Tonnels with him because he was slightly embarrassed by his growing interest in Marcel Vivien. "Is your name Julien?" he asked when he was served. "Did one of my men talk to you this morning?" "Are you Inspector Maigret?" "Yes." "It's an honor to meet you. I think I told your inspector all I know." "These memories of yours definitely go back to 1945. "Yes. The reason I'm so sure, like I said this morning, is because it was my first job working in a place like this." "End of December, beginning of January?" "There, I'm less sure. At the end of December, because of the holidays, it's a madhouse here, and we don't really have time to look at the customers closely." Someone called him from a table in the second row, and he went and took the order, and returned with 2 glasses of beer. "I'm sorry, but I'm alone inside. The others are dealing with the terrace. What was I saying? January, yes. Probably February, too, because I got used to them, and that must have taken a while." "You have no doubt about identifying Vivien?" "I didn't know his name, but he was definitely the man who came almost every evening in the company of a pretty girl." "Almost always at the time when the cinemas close?" "Yes. That struck me. I don't know why. Would you recognize the young woman? Oh, you know, with women, it's harder to recognize them after 20 years. An idea occurred to him. But I'd recognize that one. Why? She had a little birthmark on her cheek. Left or right? Let me think. They almost always sat at that table, so it would have been the left cheek I saw when I served them. He had to move away again to attend to another customer who ordered a brandy with water. Did you ever see this young woman with anyone else? No, I don't remember. I think it would have struck me because I'd got used to her face and the way she dressed. How did she dress? Always in black, a little black evening dress and a black coat with a fur collar. Did the couple have a car? No, they came on foot, as if they lived nearby. Did they ever take a taxi? There was a taxi rank just opposite the brasserie. Not as far as I know. And when they left, did they ever head for the metro station? No, I assumed they were local. After midnight, it's another matter because the nightclubs fill up with customers from all over the world. But here, it's like being on the other bank of the river. There's a big difference between the two sides of the boulevard. He struck his forehead. What did I tell you before? Did I say 1945? But now, after answering all these questions, it was 1946, of course. In 1945, I was still working as a room service waiter at the Grand Hotel. This time, he had to go to yet another table to take a payment. When he came back, he said, I love this neighborhood. It's different from the rest of Paris. There are still lots of artisans who have their workshops in the courtyards of buildings, a lot of office workers too, civil servants, shop assistants, plus pensioners who are too fond of Montmartre to retire to the country. Is there anything else I could do to help? I don't think so. If you should happen to remember anything interesting, don't hesitate to phone Quai des Orfèvres. I'm coming, he called out to 4 new customers who were getting impatient. Clouds were starting to gather in the west, even though half the sky was still more or less clear. Every now and again there was a slight gust of cold air. Maigret drank his beer slowly, vowing that there wouldn't be any more today. He was getting ready to pay for his drink when his neighbour leaned over in his direction. Did I hear correctly? Are you Inspector Maigret? I hope you don't mind me speaking to you like this. He was very fat and very red, with 3 chins and a huge belly. I was born in Montmartre, and I've lived here all my life. I used to have a picture-famous shop on Boulevard Rochois. I sold the business 3 years ago, but I've kept my old habits. Maigret looked at him curiously, not sure where he was going with this. I didn't intend to, but I overheard part of your conversation with the waiter. You were talking about the tramp who was murdered in a run-down building in Les Halles, weren't you? I had a good look at his photographs in the newspapers, and I'm sure I'm not wrong. So you know him? Yes. Have you seen him recently? No, this goes back nearly 20 years. I recognized him best in the photographs where he didn't have a moustache. Did you ever go to his workshop in Rue Pique? No. If I'm to believe what the papers say, he wasn't there anymore. Like Julien, I met him in 1946. At what time of year? Starting in February, unless I'm mistaken. I saw him regularly for about 6 months. Did he live near you? I don't know where he and his girlfriend lived, but they always had lunch in the same restaurant as me, La Bonne Fourchette in Rue d'Ancourt. It's a little restaurant where everyone's a regular, and there are only half a dozen tables, so you all end up knowing each other. Are you sure this went on for 6 months? I saw them in August, just before I went off to spend 3 weeks on the Riviera. And when you got back? I assumed I'd see them, but they weren't there anymore. I asked Bouton, the owner, about them, and he told me that one day they'd suddenly stopped coming. Maybe they were also on holiday. No, they would have come back in the autumn. I never saw them on the boulevard or in any of the streets either. Maigret was quite troubled by what he was hearing. The man was clearly genuine and seemed to have an excellent memory. Adding his memories to those of the waiter, the only conclusion was that as soon as Marcel Vivien had left the family home in Rue Caulaincourt and abandoned his workshop in Rue Le Pique, he had more or less lived with a very young woman, not much more than a girl, without taking the trouble to change neighborhoods. For 2 months, they had gone to Cyrano's quite regularly after leaving the cinema. Subsequently, up until mid-August, they had frequented a little restaurant in Rue d'Ancourt, a few blocks away. What did they live on? Did Vivien have savings? Could he really have taken them without leaving anything for his wife and daughter? That was another question he would have to ask Madame Vivien, because her daughter wouldn't necessarily know. But would she answer him? He sighed, paid for his beer, thanked Julien, then his neighbour, the picture framer. Could what I've told you be useful? Definitely. As he walked along the boulevard, he filled a pipe. In Rue d'Ancourt, he immediately found the restaurant called La Bonne Fourchette. The main room was small, and the door had been left open to let in a little air. A middle-aged man in a chef's uniform was leaning on the counter reading a newspaper. It was an old-style restaurant, but still had pigeonholes in the wall for the regulars' napkins. You just had to walk through a glazed door, and you would find yourself in the kitchen. At this hour, of course, there were no customers. Can I get you a drink? Maigret walked over to the tin counter. I'm not thirsty, but I'd like to ask you a few questions. What are you? I'm a detective chief inspector from the police judiciaire. I thought the police would show up sooner or later. Why? Because Vivien, that weird tramp, came here over several months. What year was that? 1946. Was he alone? No, he was always with a pretty girl who never missed the opportunity to cuddle up to him. How come you remember them? Because the waiter and the customers automatically smiled when they saw them come in. They looked so much in love. They'd even stop eating to kiss on the lips in front of everyone. Didn't that surprise you? You know, in this business we see all sorts. It takes a lot to surprise us. True, he looked about 15 years older than her, but there are lots of couples like that. Do you know where they lived? No. In the neighbourhood, probably, because they came on foot, arm in arm, like people who have all the time in the world. Did they ever leave in a taxi? Not as far as I know. Did they sometimes come for dinner? No, but I didn't think anything of that. At lunchtime, we get people who work locally and they go home at the end of the day, so in the evening we have a different set of customers. When did they stop coming? Around the 15th of August. I closed for 2 weeks to take my wife to the country and go fishing. When I got back, I didn't see them again. I guess they found another restaurant. Maigret thanked him and found himself back on Boulevard Auchois, where he walked idly, just like the locals. He didn't understand. There was something grating about this story. Marcel Vivien had left home 2 days before Christmas. Even though he seemed to have loved his 8-year-old daughter, he hadn't waited another 3 days before vanishing. Had he only just met the young woman, the girl he was going to join? There was a phone booth nearby, and he shut himself up in it. He found Madame Vivien's number and heard her curt voice. What is it? It's me again, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. This time I have just one question to ask you, but it's extremely important for how the investigation continues. When your husband disappeared, did he leave you any money? No. Did he have a bank account? A savings book? He had a bank account because customers paid by check. So he took everything he had in credit? Yes. Were you expecting him to leave? How could I have expected it? Did you know he was having an affair? No, and I have no desire to hear about it. And with that she hung up. In August 1946, Marcel Vivien was still living in Montmartre with his girlfriend. But then all trace of him had been lost. Had he moved to the provinces, or gone abroad? Or was it then that he had opted for the life of a tramp? What had become of his girlfriend, who made the regulars at La Bonne Fourchette smile tenderly with her displays of affection? Maigret was lucky to catch a bus with an open platform. It was one of the last, and soon there wouldn't be any more of them at all. He calmly smoked his pipe and gazed out at the ever-changing spectacle of Paris. What conclusion could be drawn from the little he knew? Basically, he knew how it had started, when Marcel Vivien, a man with a good trade, a wife and a daughter, had overnight decided to abandon them all and go off with a young woman. How long would his savings have lasted? And what would he have done when they were exhausted? It was like an abrupt break in his life. There he was in August 1946, in Montmartre, a regular of Cyrano's and La Bonne Fourchette. After that, a huge gap, another disappearance. Had he tired of his girlfriend? Or had she tired of him? He was nowhere to be found until 19 years later he was discovered dead in a dilapidated building. He had been living alone. He didn't spend time with anyone. 2 or 3 times a week he went to the hairdressing school and put himself in the hands of a pupil. Whoever had killed him hadn't done so at random. You don't generally walk around with a .32 caliber pistol in your pocket. Was the reason for the murder to be found in the past, in those last months in Montmartre, or else in whatever Vivien had done in the subsequent years? They didn't even know how long he had been living in the neighborhood of Les Halles. What had become of his girlfriend? What was her name? Without thinking, he walked to Impasse du Vieux Four. There was an officer at the door of the house where Vivien had lived. He must have lived there quite a long time to have accumulated the bric-a-brac cluttering the room. Had he become a fanatic? Was he still in his right mind? Monsieur Joseph, the owner of a hairdressing school, didn't seem to have noticed anything abnormal. Admittedly, he was more used to seeing alcoholics and eccentrics than normal people. Maigret went upstairs. It was the first time he had come alone to this dark, damp building with its unexpected creaks and squeaks. He wasn't searching for anything in particular, he just wanted another look at the setting in which Vivien had lived. In the room, no prints had been found apart from his, which suggested that his killer had been wearing gloves. There was even a dismantled oil ceiling light on the floor. What had he been planning to do with it? Unmatched shoes of different sizes, a ripped suitcase that had once been elegant. Had he by any chance occupied other rooms in the building, only abandoning them when they were full? Maigret climbed the stairs, which weren't very solid and had several steps missing. On the 4th floor, there were no more windows, no more doors, and the only things on the floor were old crates and old cardboard boxes. He walked back down, still rummaging, trying not to get covered in dust. He imagined Vivien coming back alone in the evening, striking a match and setting off up the dark staircase. The question now was no longer who he was or what he had done in the distant past. Now it was, how long had he been leading this life? He nodded to the officer on duty, walked to Rue des Prouvaires, and entered the police station. Ascan didn't make him wait for long. Maigret sat down in his office. "I think I'm going to need you." "Do you know anything more apart from what the papers have said?" "Yes, but I don't want it to be talked about just yet. When he left his home on the 23rd of December, Vivien didn't move out of the neighborhood. I don't know where he went, but in January he was seen in the company of a pretty girl in a brasserie in Place Blanche, Serrano's. Not far from his workshop." "Yes. He didn't seem to be hiding. I don't know if it was thoughtlessness. 1 month later, still with the same girl, he starts to have lunch in a little local restaurant in Rue d'Ancourt. He doesn't leave the neighborhood. He's taken out everything he had in the bank. I may be able to find out how much. He left his wife and daughter with nothing. He frequented the same restaurant until mid-August. After that, we lose track of him until we find him living alone as a tramp in Les Halles. This is where you come in. Les Halles is within your jurisdiction. There are lots of tramps there, just as there are lots of ex-convicts and former prostitutes. Among your officers, there must be some who are very familiar with such people. There are 4 of them, no more than that. Can you get them to ask questions for me? My men wouldn't know who to talk to or how to go about it." "That's easy. To have the photographs, especially the ones with the moustache and beard." "I have a set here, but I'll call my office to have more sent to you. I'm not sure my men will get anywhere, but they'll do their best. What exactly do you want to know?" "How long Vivien has been living as a tramp. It might have been a few months, it might have been nearly 20 years. Tramps know each other, at least by sight, and take an interest in any newcomers, even if they avoid asking questions." "Yes, the ones from Les Halles aren't the only ones who need questioning, though. There are also those who live by the river." "That's what I'm planning to do. Do you mind if I use your phone?" Once he had got through to the police judiciaire, he asked to speak to Meurs. "Maigret here. Is Mestrel there?" "Yes, I'd like him to print 4 or 5 sets of photographs for me urgently, especially the ones with the goatee and the moustache. They need to be taken to the police station in Rue des Prouvaires before the day's out and handed over to Chief Inspector Ascan." "Thanks, Meurs. Goodbye." And to Ascan, "You'll have them in an hour. I'll put my men on a job tonight." By the time Maigret left, the rain was pouring down, and a few hailstones were bouncing off the cobbles. The sky had darkened completely, and Maigret was lucky to hail a free taxi. "Police judiciaire," he said. He was tired of constantly asking himself the same questions and not knowing the answers. In the inspector's room he asked, "Who's free tomorrow morning?" They looked at each other, and 3 of them raised their hands. You will need to get photographs from criminal records. Go to Montmartre, especially around Boulevard Auchois, and do the rounds of all the little hotels and rooming houses. There's a good chance Marcel Vivien and his girlfriend lived in one of those places for about 6 months. I'm particularly interested in the girl. You could talk to the local shopkeepers too, especially those selling food. Good luck, boys. He went back into his office, where Torrance came and joined him. Anything new, Chief? He didn't feel up to telling his story again. Tomorrow, he said, Jean-Pierre can call back his 6 men. He dozed for a good half-hour in his armchair while the rain came in through the open window, soaking the wooden floor. Chapter 4. The next morning he was in the office bright and early, and by the time the inspectors arrived he had already gone through his mail. He always said that the more quickly a case is dealt with, the greater the chance of solving it. The men of the first arrondissement must have been working for him during the night, but he avoided calling Chief Inspector Haskin. He didn't want him to feel he was being put under pressure. Janvier was handling the day-to-day cases with a few inspectors available. The offices were almost empty. It had stopped raining. The sky was blue, with just a few small white clouds edged in pink by the sun. Let's go, Torrance. He wasn't following a well-defined plan, but trusting rather to his instinct. What plan could he have come up with in a case like this anyway, where there was nothing solid to hold on to, no material clues? Let's go to Hula Peak. I think I saw a branch of Crédit Lyonnais just across the street from Vivian's workshop. They got there quickly, there being little traffic, especially at this hour. Try to park somewhere and wait for me. He went to one of the counters. I'd like to speak to the manager. Who shall I say? Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. Good in luck. He got back from holiday yesterday. He didn't have to wait. He was shown into an office, but a man in his 40s with an open, sunburned face invited him to sit down. What can I do for you, Inspector? If you've been reading the newspapers lately, you will know about the Vivien case. Marcel Vivien had his workshop just opposite this bank. That was 20 years ago. I'd like to know if you still have his statements. After 20 years, no. When an account is closed, that is, when a customer withdraws the whole of his balance, we keep his file for a few months, then send it to our head office on Boulevard des Italiens. And do they keep these papers for a long time? I don't know exactly how long, but certainly no more than 10 years. If that wasn't the case, imagine the premises we'd need to file everything away. I saw an older man behind one of the counters. That's Fauchot, our oldest employee. He's been working here for 40 years. He's retiring at the end of the month. Could I have a word with him? The manager pushed a button. A young man half opened the door. Send Monsieur Fauchot in here. The man had a mischievous face and eyes that sparkled behind his thick glasses. Please take a seat, Monsieur Fauchot. This is Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. He'd like to ask you a few questions. It's an honor. Do you have a good memory, Monsieur Fauchot? That's the reputation I have here. The customer I'm going to talk to you about left the neighborhood 20 years ago, and I have reason to believe that he closed his account. Marcel Vivien? How did you know? I read the papers, and for you to come all this way. You're right. Do you know approximately how much Vivien had in the bank? His account was fairly small and fluctuated quite a bit depending on his income. So on average he had between 10 and 15,000 in credit. At the end of every month he'd withdraw what he needed to live on, about 2,000 francs. When did you last see him? One morning, just when I'd opened my counter. He told me he was leaving and wanted to withdraw the balance of his account. I asked him where he was going to live, and he told me he was moving to Montparnasse. How much did you hand over to him? About 12,500 francs. Did he strike you as nervous? No, he was a cheerful man, and he was really good at his trade. Even major antique dealers entrusted him with furniture to repair. How long did he have his workshop in Rue Pic? Just under 10 years. 8 or 9. He was a quiet man. His home address was in Haucourt. Many thanks, Monsieur Fauchot. Oh, wait, just one more question. Did you ever bump into him in the street after he left? Once he'd gone, I never saw him again. I don't understand how he could have become a tramp. He always struck me as such a well-balanced man. Maigret walked back to the police car in which Torrance was waiting. Did you find what you were looking for, Chief? Yes and no. The little I found out doesn't get me very far anyway. Where shall I drive you? The little barrows full of fruit and vegetables were under attack from the local housewives, and their voices formed a continuous rumble. Back to headquarters. At that very moment, 3 inspectors were doing the rounds of the local hotels, looking for traces of Vivian. It might take many days, given how many small hotels there were in the neighborhood, or they could just as easily be lucky and knock on the right door immediately. In part, that was what happened. Maigret had only just sat down at his desk when one of the 3 men, Inspector Dupeur, was put through to him. Where are you phoning from, Dupeur? The Hôtel de Morvan, Rue de Clignancourt. Vivian used to live here, and the owner remembers him well. I think I should talk to him. Let's go, Torrance. Torrance liked nothing better than to be outside, and he enjoyed driving the chief around. Rue de Clignancourt, Hôtel de Morvan. They found Dupeur smoking a cigarette in the street. Next to the door of a hotel, a terrazzo plaque announced rooms by the month, week, and day. All 3 of them went in. The owner was a man with a large belly and flat feet clad in carpet slippers. He was unshaven. He looked as if he hadn't even washed, and his shirt was open, showing his hairy chest. He seemed perpetually tired, and his eyes were watery. So, you're Maigret, he said, holding out a hand of dubious tenderness. I'm told you were here in 1946. I was here well before that. So you found the name of Marcel Vivien in your registers? I don't keep registers for 20 years. But you do remember him? I remember him very well. He was a good-looking man, quite friendly. How long did he stay here? From January to June. Are you sure he didn't stay till August? I'm sure of it because his room was immediately taken over by a bitch who put on airs, and who I had to show the door. Vivian wasn't alone. Do you know the name of his girlfriend? I assume you filled out a form for her too. There was no need for a form, because she didn't sleep here. Do you mean they weren't living together? That's right. Maigret was astonished. This was the last thing he would have expected. Did she ever come to the hotel? She sometimes came for him when it was nearly midday. He was a late riser, because he didn't usually get in until 2 or 3 in the morning. Are you sure he was alone? If he wasn't, I'd have been forced to register his girlfriend. A hotel agency don't joke about things like that. Did she ever go up to his room? Quite often. But during the day, I can't stop that. And you don't know her name? I heard Vivian call her by her first name, Nina. Did she have any distinguishing marks? She had a birthmark on her cheek. How did she dress? Always in black, whenever I saw her anyway. Did Vivian have a lot of luggage? Just one suitcase, a new one, quite cheap, which he probably bought just before he got here. The 3 men looked at each other. They had learned only one thing, that Vivian had left the Hôtel du Morvan in June, which meant that he had spent July and part of August somewhere else. As for the girl, they still didn't know anything about her, not even her surname. Had she been living in another hotel or with relatives, or had she rented a little apartment? It was a morning of comings and goings. The previous day's rain hadn't cooled the air. On the contrary, it was hotter than the previous 2 days, and a lot of men were carrying their jackets over their arms. Maigret had only been back at the police judiciaire for a quarter of an hour when the telephone rang. This time it was Lofty, also calling from Montmartre. They had both been dealt a lucky hand. I'm on Place des Abbesses, Chief. I'm phoning from a bistro opposite Hôtel Journal. The owner doesn't seem to know much, but I thought you'd rather question him yourself. Let's go, Torrance. What's the address this time? Hôtel Journal, Place des Abbesses. The facade was covered in white ceramics, and garlicky cooking smells filled the entrance hall. I told your inspector all I know. The man wasn't talkative. He wasn't cheerful either. Do you remember him well? I wouldn't exactly say well. I remember him because he had a cute girlfriend. Was she a guest? No, she never spent the night here. She sometimes went up to his room during the day. When did he move in here? In June, if I remember correctly. And when did he leave? Sometime in August. closer to the end of the month than the beginning. He was very proper, very polite, which isn't the case with all our guests. It was discouraging not to have the slightest information about the girl, apart from a birthmark on her left cheek. You can go back to headquarters, Maigret said to Loti. As for himself, he asked Tolons to drive him to the police station in the first arrondissement. Chief Inspector Ascan, whose door was open, came out to greet him. Did they tell you about my phone call? No, I've just come from Montmartre. I called you to say that we have a few results. Nothing amazing yet, but I think it may help you. Take a seat. Maigret slowly filled his pipe and mopped his brow before lighting it. My inspectors have laid their hands on the oldest tramp now. Everyone calls him Toto. Mind you, we only moved to the area 15 years ago. I kept him for you just in case, because these people aren't always easy to find. An officer went to fetch this Toto. He was a middle-aged man who smelled of wine, but wasn't drunk. The boy could have been caged up for much longer. I'm a free man, aren't I? Don't even have a police record. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret has a few questions to ask you. Where were you living before you came to Lial? Toulouse. What were you doing there? Pretty much the same as here, except that in the provinces you get hassled a lot more. Have you ever had a regular job? He seemed to give this a great deal of thought. I've always lugged crates and baskets. What about when you were young? I left home when I was 14. I was taken back 3 times, and each time I ran away again. They should have tied me up. How long have you been in Paris? 15 years. I've known all the traps. I've seen the old ones die, seen new ones arrive. Did you know Marcin Vimier? I didn't know his name until this gentleman told me. He was here before me. He wasn't catty. He was always on his own, and whenever you said anything to him, he'd give you a one-word answer, or sometimes not answer at all. Where did he sleep? At that time, I don't know. I sometimes ran into him at the Salvation Army. Then I heard he'd moved into some dump that was due to be knocked down. Did you ever see him with a woman? He started to laugh as if the question were really funny. No, Inspector. You don't get much of that here, especially for a man like him, who I'd bet used to be someone respectable. Mind you, we did have an ex-doctor once, but he drank, but he didn't last long. Did you ever see Vivian with someone you didn't know? No, not that I had any reason to take any notice of him. Thank you for your help. Toto turned to Ascan. Can I go? Yes. Bring the woman in, Ascan said to his officer. A woman? Yes. She looked more like a monster. She was so huge she could barely sit on a chair. Her legs were swollen and so were her wrists. She was at least half drunk, and looked at those around her as if challenging them. What are you going to blame Nana for this time? Nothing, Ascan replied. We just have a few questions to ask you. Will you give me something to buy later with? All right. She stood up and held out her hand. She preferred to be paid in advance, and Ascan put 5 francs in her filth-encrusted hand. Hurry up, I'm thirsty. You told the inspector who questioned you last night that you saw someone go into the house in Impasse du Vieux-Fort. That's the honest truth. When was this? 3 or 4 days ago. I never know which day it is. They're all much of a muchness to me. What I can tell you is it was the night before they found the body of a tramp there. What time is it? About 3 in the morning. What kind of man was he? Middle-aged, but not old. He was very upright. You could tell he wasn't from round here. How could you tell? I don't know. You could feel it right away. Had you ever seen him before? Yes. When? That same night about 10. He came out of Pharamon's, the restaurant, and stood there watching the fruit, vegetables and fish being unloaded. You could see he wasn't used to it. He looked as if he was interested in everything. Was Marcel Vivian there? The one who had his picture in the papers. I think he was helping with the unloading. And did the man you saw again at 3 in the morning speak to him? No. Actually, I don't know. With all these questions of yours, you're mixing me up. And I'm getting really thirsty. Maigret signalled that he had finished with her, and she was allowed to go. In an hour, with a litre of cheap red wine she was going to buy, she would be found lying dead drunk on the pavement. Ascan said, My men will keep looking tonight, but I thought those two had interesting things to say." "Yes," Maigret replied, relighting his pipe, which he had allowed to go out. "First of all, we now know that Vivien had been here for more than 15 years. Secondly, that a man who didn't seem used to Léal was in the area that night Vivien was killed. He must have seen him unloading vegetables. Had he been looking for him? We don't know, but we do know that he showed up in Impasse du Vieux-Fort at about 3 in the morning. If he was the one who shot Vivien, it's likely that in the meantime he went home to fetch his gun, because it's highly unlikely he had dinner at Theramon's with a weapon of that caliber in his pocket. Only, we don't have any idea who this man is or where he lives. He could just as easily have come from the provinces." "Do you think the woman might have made him up?" "I'd be surprised if she did. Tramps don't like getting on the wrong side of the police, and it can get them into a lot of trouble. There's still a gap of 5 years to cover, with all the little hotels in Montmartre and Léal. It's quite possible Vivien spent them here. We don't have any tramps older than Toto. People like that don't live to a ripe old age. The hairdressing school wasn't around in those days. As for the tradesmen, they do good business and retire to their villages as soon as they can. It won't be easy finding one who was here in 1946. "Thank you," Maigret said with a sigh, getting to his feet. "The information you provided is very useful. I wish I could say the same about what I've learned in Montmartre." "You haven't found any trace of him?" "Oh, yes. Not only in one hotel, but in 2. Only his girlfriend didn't stay with him. She never spent the night in either of the 2 hotels. Either she lived in another hotel or she had a place of her own. If she'd been living with her parents, she probably wouldn't have stayed out until the early hours every night. We don't have a surname. We don't have an address. All we have is a birthmark on her left cheek. You'll get your hands on her in the end?" "That'd be a real stroke of luck. As for the customer from Theramon's, it's highly likely he'll come back to Léal. If he did kill Vivien, he won't want to be seen." "We'll keep looking anyway." "Thanks, Asker." Maigret walked to the car and had Torrance drive him back to Quai des Orfèvres. The intense heat had returned after all too short an interval. Maigret would have liked to carry his jacket over his arm like everyone else. Once in his office, he took it off. "Anything new?" "A woman phoned. Madame Delaveau. Vivien's daughter. Did she say what it was about?" "No. You could call her back. She won't be going out any more this morning." Maigret asked for her number and heard her voice at the other end of the line with the cries of children in the background. "Hello, Inspector Maigret?" "Yes, madame." The young woman's voice had lost the aggressive quality it had had on their first encounter. "I don't know if the little I have to tell you is worthwhile, but if you'd like to drop by early this afternoon, I'll tell you what I know. Later, I have to take the children for a walk. I think that when I've talked to you, I'll feel more at peace with myself." He went home for lunch, and his wife served him coq au vin. It was one of his favourite dishes, but he ate distractedly without even complimenting her. "You're on edge, aren't you?" she ventured to say. "Since this case started, you haven't been yourself. It's as if something's getting you down." "You know, in every case, there's always a moment when I lose confidence in myself. Well, this time those moments just keep coming. I think I've taken a step forwards and I realize that I'm actually still in the same place. Don't forget that I'm mainly trying to establish what happened 20 years ago. On top of that, there are times when Marcel Vivien, the man who was killed in Léal, strikes me as a sympathetic character, and other times when I hate him. You'll find your way through, you'll see. I'll have to, one way or another. Oh, which reminds me, I should pay the examining magistrate a visit." He dropped by Quai des Orfèvres and Torrance resumed his driver's job. "Léal? Montmartre?" "Montmartre. Odette Delaveau's apartment in Rue Marcadet." She was wearing a brightly coloured floral dress, and looked particularly fresh. "Please, sit down." The children must have been taking a nap. They weren't in the living room, and there wasn't a sound from them. In addition, Odette Delaveau spoke in a low voice. "Have you found out the girl's address?" she asked. The newspapers hadn't mentioned her yet. It was an aspect of the case he hadn't wanted disclosed too soon. He asked with feigned innocence, "What girl?" She smiled slyly. "You're afraid of giving too much away, aren't you? You don't entirely trust me." "You haven't answered my question." "The girl my father left us for. I didn't know it at the time. My mother didn't tell me anything. Contrary to what she says, my mother was very jealous and followed my father several times when he left his workshop. So she knew he was having an affair before he left us. She didn't say anything to him about it, but she'd already started to withdraw into herself. Even later, when I was old enough to understand, it wasn't me she told. It happened several years ago, when I was still living with her. I have an uncle in Meaux, Uncle Charles, who had a big fertilizer business, and always dropped by to see my mother whenever he came to Paris. When we didn't have any money or anyone to support us, I'm sure he was the one who helped my mother until she could earn her own living. Maigret had automatically filled his pipe, but hadn't lit it. It's all right, you can smoke. My husband smokes all evening when he watches television. Anyway, one day, I was in my room, and the living room door was ajar. Uncle Charles was there, and I heard what they were saying. I can still hear my mother's voice. To be honest, it was good riddance. I couldn't have stood it much longer, living with a man who'd been with another woman. Are you sure of what you're saying? I followed them several times. I've started to know their habits, and I know where she lives. They didn't even take the trouble to leave the neighborhood. Marcel's besotted with her. I've never seen a man in such a state. He'd do anything not to lose her. You heard what my mother said to Uncle Charles. I know where she lives. That's what suddenly came back to me. It's why I phoned you. Did she give your uncle the address? No. They talked business. My uncle asked if there were any bills to pay, if any customers owed us money. I suppose you're interested in the address? Very much so. I have several inspectors spending their time looking for it, so far in vain. We don't even know her name. I'm sure my mother knows it. Don't tell her it was me who sent you to see her. Don't worry. I'm very grateful to you. I don't suppose you remember a very tall, very thin man with a long face and blue eyes. When would I have seen him? I don't know. Perhaps 20 years ago, perhaps recently. I can't think of anyone who answers that description. Is it important to find him? According to a witness, he may have been your father's killer. Her eyes clouded over slightly. No, I don't know him. She shook his hand when he left. Good luck with Mother. He had himself driven to Corancourt. It took a while for the door to be opened. It's you. Madame Vivian sighed in an irritable tone. You'd have to wait in the hall. I'm in the middle of a fitting. She motioned him to a chair that wasn't at all comfortable, and he sat there quietly, his hat in his lap, his still unlit pipe in his right hand. He could hear women's voices in the next room, but they were muted, and he couldn't make out more than the odd word. His wait lasted about half an hour. The customer was a blonde with big breasts and a broad smile, who looked at him curiously as she walked to the door. Once she had gone, Madame Vivian turned to face him. Are you ever going to leave me in peace? I assure you I'm bothering you as little as possible. What would it be like if you weren't so thoughtful? I realize you're in mourning. To which she retorted in a harsh voice, It has nothing to do with being in mourning. I only went to the funeral at your insistence. Now that he's finally buried and I was there to see it, you must be happy. You seem to hate him. I do. They had moved into the next room, where a dress bristling with pins lay on the table. Because of his girlfriend? She shrugged, as if the question were ridiculous. Listen, Inspector, it may be best if I speak frankly. For years Marcel was an extraordinary man, a very hard worker as well as a devoted husband. He almost never went out without either his daughter or me. Then one fine day, everything changed. He was out almost every evening, and he didn't even bother to make up an excuse. He went out, and that was it. And he'd get back well after midnight. So you followed him. Isn't that what any woman would have done? Had she ever loved him? That was far from certain. He was her companion and the family's breadwinner, but had she ever felt real love? I followed them, yes, because of course he wasn't going out alone. They were like young lovers who constantly have to shake themselves because they can't believe they're together. She was barely 20 and he was 35. I guess he didn't realize how ridiculous he was. He'd hold her round the waist. They'd sometimes do a little dance on the pavement, then they'd kiss and burst out laughing. You know why? Because once again they'd kissed under a street lamp. I followed them into a cinema. You should have seen how they behaved themselves in there. Then they went for a drink in a nearby brasserie. Cyrano's. So you know about that. It must have been in January or February 1946. January, yes. He'd just left me. But I'd already followed them when he was still living here. Did you ever speak to him? No, I had nothing to say to him. I couldn't force him to come back, could I? He'd become a different man anyway. Someone I'd never even suspected. Was he staying at the Hôtel de Morvan? How do you know all this? In June, he moved to the Hôtel Jonard on Place des Abbesses. By then, I'd lost track of him. His girlfriend wasn't living with him. She had her own apartment on Boulevard Auchois, an apartment she'd inherited from her mother, who died a year before. Do you know the girl's name? Yes, I asked the concierge. Her name's Nina Lasave. Have you ever seen her again in the last 20 years? No. You never went back to Boulevard Auchois to find out what had become of her? Certainly not. I'd started working by then. She said all this in a cold, hard voice without the slightest trace of emotion. Do you know the number of the apartment block on Boulevard Auchois? No, it's not very far from Place Pigalle. There's a pharmacy on one side and a bakery and pastry shop on the other. Weren't you surprised to learn that your husband had become a tramp? It just proves he wasn't with her anymore. How long was he in the Halles? At least 15 years, probably longer. Serve him right. He had to stop himself from smiling. She was literally brimming with hate. Thank you for agreeing to see me. Now that you know how I feel, are you going to leave me alone? I'll do my best to bother you as little as possible. You did say Nina Lasave, didn't you? Do you know if she had a job? When their affair started, she was working in a lingerie shop in Rue de Pique, but she soon gave that up. She'd found an easier source of income. Thank you, madame. He said goodbye almost ceremoniously and left her alone with her long-held, long-nursed resentment. He joined Torrance, who was reading the afternoon paper. Go via Rue de Pique. By the workshop? No, look for a lingerie shop. I think I noticed it near the bottom of the street. There it was, with a narrow display window. Inside, a skinny old maid stood behind the counter, folding women's slips. She seemed surprised to see a man come into her shop on his own. How can I help you? I'm from the police judiciaire. I'm looking for a woman who used to work here. How long have you had this shop? 40 years, monsieur. So you were here in 1945 and 1946? I haven't taken 3 months' holiday in my life. Before I had my sister with me, but she died last year. Do you remember Nina Lasave? She worked for me for 2 years. She wasn't yet 18 when she started here, a sweet young thing, quite pretty. Did she ever give you cause for complaint? At the end of her time here, her behavior did bother me. I'd noticed a man waiting for her at closing time. He was a lot older than her. This went on for about 2 months. Then she told me she had to leave me. To get married, I asked her, and she burst out laughing as if I'd said something very funny. Did you ever see her again? No, I don't know what became of her. I'm afraid she may have turned out badly. And yet, like I said before, when she started, she was so sweet. So nice. Maigret thanked her and went back to the car. So you're taking an interest in ladies' underwear now. I finally have the name of Vivien's girlfriend. She worked in that shop 20 years ago. And now we're going to see the building where she lived at the time. She may still be living there. It's an apartment she inherited from her mother. What's the address? Boulevard Auchois, not far from Pigalle. There's a pharmacy on one side and a bakery and pastry shop on the other. Got it. Was it the woman in the shop who gave you the address? No, it was Madame Vivien. She literally spat it out. I've never seen so much hate as I have in that woman's eyes when she talks about her husband and his girlfriend. The streets and boulevards were quiet. They spotted the pharmacy first, then the bakery. Between the two, a brown-painted carriage entrance with a smaller door embedded in it. The second door was open. Through the porch, a cobbled courtyard was visible with a magnificent lime tree. Maigret knocked at the door of the lodge. He glimpsed a pleasant young woman in a white apron who came and opened the door. Who are you looking for? Given your age, I assume you haven't been here long. Well, I have been here for 5 years. Would you still have a tenant named Nina Lasave, by any chance? Never heard of her. Have you heard the name Vivien? The man who was murdered near the hell? I read about it in the papers just in the last few days. Do you know what became of the former concierge? She retired and went back to her village. She has a son who owns a vineyard. It's near Sancerre. Do you know her name? Hold on. I didn't see much of her. Michaud. That's it. It's an easy name to remember, actually. Clémentine Michaud. Many thanks. And to Tonos, "Let's go back to headquarters." "Without even having a beer?" They each had one in a bar in Rue Notre-Dame-de-Lorette. Maigret was starting to see a little chink of light. Now that he had the girl's name, he was sure he'd soon track her down. "When we get back to headquarters, I want you to go up to records and see if we have anything on a Nina Lassave. If there's nothing, you might as well try the Vice Squad. You never know." "Got it." Back in his office, Maigret began by taking off his jacket and filling a pipe, standing by the window. In spite of everything, he wasn't completely satisfied, and Madame Maigret would have said he was on edge. It was true. He had conducted the investigation to the best of his ability, looking into both the present and the past. He had obtained some significant results, but he had the feeling he had missed something out. What? He couldn't put his finger on it, and it made him feel uneasy. "Could you put me through to the gendarmerie in Sancerre, mademoiselle? If he's in his office, I'll speak to the captain. Of course, if he isn't there, get me someone from his office." He began pacing up and down. In 2 weeks, he told himself, this case would probably be closed, and he and his wife would be able to go and relax in their house in Meung-sur-Loire. It wasn't all that far from Sancerre. "Hello. The captain of the Sancerre Gendarmerie? Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, Police Judiciaire. I'm sorry to bother you, just for a piece of information, but it's information that may be very important. You have in your town a vineyard owner named Michaud?" "We have two. The funny thing is, they're not related. One of them has probably had living with him for about the last 5 years, his mother, who was a concierge in Paris for a long time." "Yes, Clémentine Michaud." "Is she still living with her son?" "She died last year." It was always the same thing, 1 step forwards, 1 step back. "Would you like to talk to her son?" "No, only she could have answered my questions. It's a case that goes back 20 years. "Let me guess. The Viviac case, right? How's it going?" "Not very well, especially now. I was rather counting on old Madame Michaud, and now it turns out she died a year ago. Anyway, many thanks, Captain. Oh, what's the wine going to be like this year? If this weather continues, it'll be an exceptional year." "I hope so." "Thank you." He went and sat down at his desk. He had taken the call standing up, looking through the window, fascinated by a black and red tug pulling 4 barges. "I've just come from upstairs, Chief." "Anything?" "Nothing on her in records, and the boys in Vice have never heard of her." The telephone rang. "Someone who won't give me their name, sir." "Put them through anyway." The voice at the other end of the line sounded muffled. Whoever it was must have been speaking through a handkerchief to disguise his voice. "Do you want a good tip, Monsieur Maigret?" "About what?" "About the case you're dealing with at the moment. Make a note of the name I'm going to give you. Mercier. That's all. It's up to you now." And the man hung up. Chapter 5. "Tonos, bring me the telephone directory that's in the inspector's room." Maigret looked for the name Mercier. He never imagined he would find 11 people of that name in Paris alone. Which of them had the anonymous caller meant? Maigret began making telephone calls, having warned the switchboard operator that he would be asking to make a number of calls. The first call he made, to a Mercier whose name was not followed by his profession, went unanswered, as did the second. Next, he ended up with a florist in Passy. "Is your husband there?" "I don't have a husband any more. I've been divorced for 5 years. Next came another unresponsive number. Most Parisians were clearly on holiday. He was next in touch with a school of shorthand and typing on Boulevard Voltaire. Another unanswered call. That made 4 already. There were 7 in all, and Torrance, standing by the window, was amazed at Maigret's patience. He didn't call the next number, a doctor in Place des Vosges, but then came to a painting and decorating business in Avenue Trudaine. "Hello, who do you want to speak to?" "Monsieur Mercier, please." "Monsieur Mercier left for La Baule yesterday." "Will he be away for a long time?" "At least 3 weeks, maybe 4. Who's calling?" "Is this his home number?" "No, these are the office and workshops. Monsieur and Madame Mercier have an apartment in Rue de Turbigo." "Do they have a villa in La Baule?" "Yes, they Palm Parasol. They've been going there for about 12 years. Avenue Trudaine brought him back to Montmartre, and Rue de Turbigo was not far from Les Halles. He began pacing up and down. Even in front of Tons, he was a little afraid of looking ridiculous. Wouldn't he be giving too much credence to an anonymous telephone call? "Would you call Air Inter for me? Ask them if there's a flight for La Baule tomorrow morning, and if it's possible to get there and back on the same day." Torrance went to phone from the next office. He returned a few minutes later. "There's a plane at 10:10, and for the return journey, a plane leaves La Baule at 18:30. Should I book it for you?" "Please." Maurcier. Maurcier. Maigret kept repeating the name, making an almost painful effort to remember. He knew it from somewhere. He had heard it anyway, or read it on a shop front. He went up to the examining magistrate's office. "Something new, Monsieur Maigret?" young Cassio asked amiably. "Not much, except that I now know the name and former address of the young woman Vivien left his wife and daughter for." "What became of her?" "The concierge of the building where she lived is new. The previous concierge retired to Sancerre and died there. The current tenants are all under 40. He hesitated for a moment, then took his courage in both hands. "I've just received an anonymous telephone call." "A madman?" "I don't know. It's a chance we have to take. The caller mentioned someone named Maurcier. There are 11 of them in the phone book. 7 are on holiday. Among the other 4, the only one who seems like a possible suspect is a man who runs a painting and decorating business." "Are you going to see him?" "With your permission. In fact, he and his wife left yesterday for La Baule, where he owns a villa. He won't be back for another 3 weeks. I have no proof he's involved in the case, but I don't know why my mind won't be at rest until I've seen him and talked to him." "You want to go to La Baule?" "I have an Air Inter flight in the morning, returning to Paris late in the afternoon." "You're in charge of the investigation." "Thank you. It might be a good idea if I took a letter rogatory with me, in case he turns out to be an awkward customer." Examining Magistrate Casseur issued it immediately. "Good luck, Maigret." He went home early, had a dinner of cold meats, cheese, and salad, then spent the evening watching television. From time to time he muttered in a low voice, like an incantation, "Maurcier. Maurcier." But no specific memory came back to him. "By the way," he told his wife, "I will be home for lunch tomorrow." "Do you have a lot of work?" "Not particularly, but I have to go to La Baule." "La Baule?" "Yes, there's someone there I think I need to see. I'm going by plane and coming back the same way. I'll be back about 8:30. He knew from experience that many criminals are only arrested thanks to an anonymous phone call or a tip-off from an informer. When he woke up, the sun was already high, still as bright, and there wasn't a breath of air. He was pleased. He didn't particularly like travelling by plane, which always gave him a feeling of confinement. "See you this evening." "You may have time to bathe in the sea," she joked. She was referring to the fact that Maigret couldn't swim. It was one of the reasons they never took their holidays by the sea, but always in the country. The plane was a small 2-propeller craft that looked like a toy next to the huge transatlantic machines. It could only carry 8 passengers. Maigret looked at them vaguely. There were 2 children who couldn't keep still and wouldn't stop talking. He tried to nap, but couldn't. At last, after a 2-hour flight, the plane touched down in the airfield at La Baule. For some time now, the sea had been visible, sparkling down below, and in the distance a ship that seemed to be following the horizon. He found a taxi. "Do you know a villa called Les Pins Parasol?" "Do you have the address?" "No." "What about the name of the people who live there?" "Yes, Maurcier. Louis Maurcier." "Hold on a minute." The driver walked over to a little bar where he looked through the local telephone directory. "Got it," he announced, coming back. "Is it far?" "Behind the Hotel Hermitage." The sense of disorientation was total. Here, the men were in shorts, with shirts open on their chests. All along the beach, which stretched for several kilometers, there were rows of parasols and thousands of holidaymakers were baking in the sun, while others bathed in the sea. The villa was a large one, located down a well-shaded drive quite far from the road. Maigret looked for a bell, but couldn't see one. The white-painted door was ajar. There was a garden table and chairs on the terrace. He opened the door by a few centimeters and called out, "Is there anyone at home?" There was no response at first. It was only when he called out for the third time that a very young maid in a white apron emerged from the gloom of the corridor. "What is it?" "I'd like a word with Monsieur Mercier." "At this time, Monsieur and Madame are on the beach. If you'd like to come back this afternoon." "I'd rather see them now, on the beach." "Do you know them?" "No." "At the end of the first street on the left, there are stone steps going down to the beach. Their hut's the fourth one. It has the number 24 printed on the canvas." "Could you come and point out your employers to me?" "I can't leave the villa unattended." "How old is Monsieur Mercier?" "I don't know exactly. I only work for them during the holidays." 50, maybe?" "What does he look like?" "Oh, he's still a handsome man. Very tall, very thin, with grey hair and the ears." "And Madame Mercier?" "Oh, she's much younger. Probably no more than 40, I'd say." What number hut did you say?" 24. Families were passing, already in their bathing costumes, some with skin peeled by the sun. He found the steps down to the beach and made his way between the bodies lying on the sand. He had no difficulty in finding the orange canvas hut that bore the number 24. Outside it, a woman whose face could not be seen was lying on her stomach. Her back, coated with tanning lotion, was glossy in the sun. He looked around him in search of a man likely to be Louis Mercier. Not far from the place where the sea nasally licked the beach, some 20 men in a row were doing physical exercises, led by an instructor. One of them was taller and thinner than the others. Was he Mercier? Maigret couldn't interrupt the lesson. He stood there 1 meter from the woman outside hut 24. Would she eventually become aware of his presence? She readjusted the top of her two-piece bathing costume, not much less skimpy than a bikini, and turned on her side. She seemed surprised to see a man in a suit standing near her. Maigret must have been the only person dressed like that on the whole beach. "Are you looking for something?" she asked. Her face was coated with oil or ointment. She was quite plump and seemed to be of a cheerful disposition. "Madame Mercier?" "Yes. How did you know?" "Your maid gave me the number of your hut. I'd like a word with your husband." "You'll have to wait." "What time is it?" "Nearly 12:30. In a few minutes he'll have finished his workout." "He's the tallest one, isn't he?" "Yes, the third on the right. He may be thin, with not a gram of fat on him, but when we're in La Bourle he never misses his exercises." She was looking at him curiously, and didn't dare ask him questions that were too direct. "Did you get here this morning?" "Yes." "By car?" "By plane." "We'd take the plane too if we didn't need the car here. Are you staying at the Hermitage?" "I'm not staying in a hotel. I'm leaving again this afternoon." The workout was over, and the tall, thin man came walking towards the canvas hut. He frowned when he saw Maigret in conversation with his wife. "This is someone who's come from Paris to see you. He flew here this morning and is leaving again this afternoon." Mercier clearly didn't like this. "Monsieur Maigret, police judiciaire. And I'm the person you want to speak to?" "Yes. I'd like to ask you a few questions." He answered the description he had been given of the man who had left Pharamond's, had stood watching Vivian unloading vegetables, and was later seen in Impasse du Vieux Four, entering the dilapidated building where the tramp had sought refuge. "You own a painting and decorating business, is that right?" "Yes." This interview he was initiating was quite strange, because of the setting, the commotion of the beach, the cries of the children, and last but not least, the fact that the man he was interviewing was in bathing trunks. "How long have you had it?" "About 15 years. "And before?" "I worked for an employer." "Also in Montmartre." "What's the point of these questions, Inspector? I'm here on holiday. I don't see what right you have to come bothering me." Maigret showed him the letter of rogatory, which he read carefully. "What's this all about?" "A few days ago you had dinner in Pharamond's in the Halles." He looked at his wife as if asking her to refresh his memory. "That was the evening my mother came over to have dinner with me. As you can't stand her, you decided to have dinner out." "What did you do after that?" "I went for a walk, and then I went home." Maigret saw Madame Mercier's cheeks flush slightly. She opened her mouth to say something, but changed her mind. "Yes, you did in fact go home, for a while." And looking the man straight in the eyes, Maigret asked point blank, "What caliber is your gun?" "I don't own a gun." Be careful, Monsieur Mercier. I warn you not to tell a lie that might come back to harm you. If you don't give me an honest answer, I'll ask for a warrant to search your workshop as well as your apartment in Rue de Tobigo." The woman was looking at her husband in amazement. As for Mercier himself, a hard look had come into his eyes, and it seemed as if he might throw himself on Maigret. "Yes, I do have an old automatic, but it must be rusty, and I don't even know where I put it." "A .32 caliber? I suppose so. I don't know much about guns." "It's a pity you don't know where you put it. You could have asked one of your staff to hand it over to me." "Once again, do you mind telling me what this is all about?" "It's about something very serious, Monsieur Mercier. A murder, in fact. When I find your gun, I'll know in a few hours, thanks to our ballistics department, whether or not you're involved. Do whatever you like. I'm not even going to answer any more of your ridiculous questions." He shook hands with a fat man in a bathing suit who passed by and went and lay down 3 huts further on. 20 years ago, you made the acquaintance of a young woman named Nina Lasave, didn't you? Then, through her, you met Marcel Vimier. The tramp from Real? He wasn't a tramp in those days. He had a cabinet-making workshop in Rue-de-Pique. Am I supposed to know that? Yes. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't know these people. What about Boulevard Rochois? This was definitely the first time Maigret had ever interrogated anyone on a beach. Mercier's wife had lifted herself onto one elbow and was following the interview with obvious interest. Like all Parisians, I know Boulevard Rochois, of course. Where were you living in 1946? It's a long time ago. I moved about a lot in those days. I mainly lived in small hotels. In Montmartre? Yes. My employer had his business in the neighborhood. The Hôtel du Morvan? I don't remember. The Hôtel Journal on Place des Abbesses? Maybe. Was there a time during that summer when you had your meals at La Bonne Fourchette in Rue d'Ancourt? Old man Bouton is still alive and could identify you. He has an excellent memory. I don't know about any of this. You don't know that restaurant? It's possible I had lunch or dinner there once or twice. Do you have any more questions to ask me? Not many, especially if they get evasive answers. I assume you can tell me what year you got married. 1955. Had you broken up with Nina by then? You're out of your mind, Inspector. Haven't you remembered about the gun yet? You still not know where you put it? I don't even know if I still have it. When did you buy it? I didn't buy it. One of my workers gave it to me. He has 2 children, and he didn't like having a weapon at home. Do you still have this worker? Yes. What's his name? Oscar Raison. He was there on Avenue Trudaine. He was one of the first people to start working for me. This time I hope you have nothing more to ask me. No, nothing. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry, madame, if I spoiled your sunbathing. She didn't reply, but looked at her husband with a questioning air. In a side street, Maigret found a little Italian restaurant where on a sudden whim, seeing the oven, he decided to have a pizza. While waiting for it, he ordered some seafood and a bottle of Muscadet, as there were no half bottles. He was calm and serious. He had the feeling he hadn't wasted his day. After having his coffee, he took a taxi to Saint-Nazaire, where he was sure there would be a branch of the Police Judiciaire. He checked with the town hall and was sent to Nantes. There he found just 3 inspectors in fairly cramped premises. The 3 men recognized him and were clearly surprised to see him. Is La Baule part of your territory? Yes, but we're not called out there often. Nothing ever happens there. It's a family resort. I'd like a man who's spending his holidays there right now to be watched day and night. Is that possible? Anything's possible, obviously, but there aren't many of us. Maigret showed them the letter rogatory. We'll do whatever you ask, Chief. He described Louis Mercier and his wife and gave their address. If either of them leads La Baule, I'd like to be phoned immediately at home, if necessary. He gave his home telephone number. Of course, I'd also like to know which direction they went in. All right, Chief. Will you come and have a glass of Muscadet with us? I've just had one. My doctor tells me I should cut down. He left them and returned to La Baule by taxi. On the embankment were a few men dressed like him in city clothes, and they were carrying their jackets over their arms. He followed their example. From Orly, he took a taxi straight home. Madame Maigret was waiting for him on the landing. She couldn't help laughing. "How would it be if you spent a month by the sea?" "What do you mean?" "You weren't even there a day, and you really caught the sun. Go and look at yourself in the mirror." It was true. Maigret's face was red, and he was in a hurry to take off his shoes, which were full of sand. He hadn't been able to resist the childish desire to walk the length of the beach, 1 meter from where little white waves lapped the shore. He had walked for almost 2 hours like that, in a noisy, colourful universe, dodging balls thrown by children as best he could. "Have you had dinner?" "I had something on the plane. I have to phone headquarters." He was put through to the inspector's room and was surprised to hear Janvier's voice. "Are you still in the office?" "There was a post office raid, and we've had a lot of work. We've arrested the 2 main perpetrators and recovered the money. The third man, who was the lookout, is still on the run." "How about you, Chief?" "It'll be a few days before I know if my journey was worth the trouble. In the meantime, do you have 2 inspectors who can each do a stakeout, starting this evening?" "I think I do, though we're down to a skeleton team right now." "Write this down. Avenue Trudaine, near the Lycée Rollin. The premises of Louis Maussier, who runs a painting and decorating business. I haven't the slightest idea what might happen, but I'll feel more at ease knowing the place is under surveillance. The second stakeout is outside the apartment of the same Maussier in Rue de Tourbigot. The apartment isn't empty. An elderly cook is alone there at the moment." "Got it. What do we do if Maussier shows up at one of these 2 places?" "Follow him and keep track of where he goes and what he does." Maigret slept badly, because as soon as he started sweating his face began to tingle. He still had the noise of the sea in his ears, and he felt as if the bright colours of the beach had imprinted themselves on his retinas. The next day, he woke up early again and took a taxi to Rue de Tourbigot. It was one of those old buildings in the Marais that had been restored, and on the outside looked again like what it had once been, a rich man's mansion. "Excuse me, madame. Monsieur Maussier's apartment, please." "He isn't here. He and his wife are in La Baule, where they have a villa." "I know, but I also know that the cook, Mademoiselle Berthe, is in." "As you wish. First floor on the right. Actually, it doesn't matter if you turn right or left. I have the whole floor." There was no lift, but the staircase was wide and not too steep. He rang the bell beside a door of old polished wood. It took a long time before there was any response. At last, there were muted footsteps in the apartment, and the door opened. "Monsieur and Madame Maussier are in La Baule, I know. It's you I'm here to see." "Me?" "You are Mademoiselle Berthe, the cook." "Come in. Don't stand out on the landing." She admitted him to a very large drawing-room, lit by 3 tall windows and furnished more or less in the style of the building. "Please, sit down. Are you selling vacuum cleaners?" "No, I'm from the police judiciaire." She looked him up and down, shamelessly. She was clearly a woman who feared nothing and would always speak her mind. "You're not Inspector Maigret, are you?" "Yes, I am." "Are you dealing with that tramp whose name I forget? I don't have a good memory for names these days." "Vivien." "That's right. It's a strange idea to kill a tramp, don't you think? Unless he was one of those fake tramps who hide their money in their mattress." "That's not the case on this occasion. I saw your employer in La Baule yesterday." "Oh." "Did you know him before he was married?" "I first met him when he was engaged to Mademoiselle Cassegrain. I've worked for them ever since. Monsieur Cassegrain is a notary on Avenue de Villiers. His wife is often ill. There was a maid to look after her and do the cooking. It was Monsieur Cassegrain who insisted I stay with his daughter when she got married." "How long ago was that?" "About 15 years. The difference here is that there's no maid and I do everything. Actually, that's not quite true. Madame helps me a lot, and she's as good a cook as I am." "Do they go out a lot?" "Not often, and then just to the theatre or the cinema. They have a few friends round sometimes, always the same ones." "Do they get on well?" "They don't argue over every little thing, if that's what you're asking." "You think they still love each other?" Her reply was in her silence. "Is Monsieur Maussier having an affair?" "I don't know. He certainly wouldn't tell me if he was." "Does he sometimes go out alone in the evening and get back very late?" No, never. Oh, actually, it did happen last week. At about 11, when Madame was out, her mother had had dinner here and she was seeing her home. He came rushing back and went straight to his room. Then he went back out as quickly as he'd come in. When Madame got back, she decided not to wait up for him and went to bed. I don't know if she heard him come in because he made as little noise as possible, but I know it was after 3 in the morning. How long have they slept in separate bedrooms? Seems after the first few months. Monsieur gets up very early so that he can be on site early. That used to wake Madame up, and she likes to stay in bed until mid-morning. You just had to watch her as she spoke about Mercier to realize that she didn't like him, whereas she spoke about her mistress with real adoration. How old was she when she got married? She was a month over 20. Do you know where they met? No, she used to go out a lot when she was a girl. These days, girls go out without chaperones. Is she happy? Another eloquent silence. Has her marriage been a disappointment to her? She's not the kind of woman who complains or puts on a show of being upset. She takes life as it comes. Maigret spotted a photograph of a couple on the piano. In it, Louis Mercier had a moustache she had since abandoned. As for the woman, she had very curly blonde hair. Following the direction of Maigret's gaze, the cook asked suddenly, "What has he done?" "Why do you ask that? He hasn't necessarily done anything. You wouldn't be here if he was blameless. When a man like you goes out of his way, would you mind showing me his room? If he knew, he'd be furious. But I don't care. I'm not afraid of him." They walked through the dining room, then along a corridor. "Here," she said, opening a door. "This is Madame's room." It was cheerful-looking, all in pale greys with a little blue. The white carpet was the kind into which your feet would sink. Mercier's room, which was next door, was more sober, of course, but in good taste. Who chose the furniture and fittings? Madame. She attended art history courses at the Louvre, and also went to the École des Arts Décoratifs. Is she the one who plays the piano? Yes, only when she's alone. Here, everything was beige and brown. Tell me, does Mercier own a gun? Yes, I saw it just 2 weeks ago. Is it one with a barrel? You mean with a kind of cylinder you put the bullets in? Yes. No, it's a flat revolver. An automatic. Say for yourself? She went to the night table and opened the top drawer. A look of surprise came over her face. It's not there. Could he have taken it with him to La Baule? Definitely not. I was the one who packed the bags. Could he have put it somewhere else? She opened the other 2 drawers, which contained keys, a penknife, and membership cards for various clubs. Ever since I've been here, that gun has always been in this drawer. And you say you saw it 2 weeks ago. Were there any cartridges in the drawer? There was a box full of them. That's gone too. She looked in the cupboards, in the chest of drawers, and even in the bathroom. When she looked at Maigret again, her face was grave and a little pale. I'm starting to guess why you're here. Does it surprise you? A little? Not so much. The reason I'm going to give you will probably make you laugh. He doesn't like animals. He won't have a dog or a cat in the apartment. Madame had a cocker spaniel that kept her company, and he forced her to get rid of it. I think it'll be best if you don't leave Paris in the next few days. I may need you quite soon. I'll be here. And after a moment, as she led him back to the drawing room, Did you see Madame in La Baule? Yes. I bet she was sunbathing. Yes, she was. When she's by the sea, she spends her days in the sun. She used to go to La Baule with her parents when she was a child. Don't they want children? They haven't confided in me, but I don't think they care much about that. Thank you, Mademoiselle Berthe. You've been very helpful. I've done my best to help you. She didn't add, and to put my boss in a difficult situation. A taxi took him back to Quai des Orfèvres. Torrance told him there had been a telephone call from Nantes. No developments at the Villa Les Pins Parasol. They were asking if they should continue with the stakeout. Call them, and tell them yes. Did you send men where I told you? He asked Janvier, who was at his post. He was often quite informal with Janvier, and sometimes also with Lapointe, the newest member of the team. With the others, he maintained a certain formality, except sometimes when he was distracted or under pressure. Who did you send to Rue de Torbio? Whoever it was is well hidden. I've just come back from there and didn't see anyone. True, there's a bistro just opposite the building. It's Baron who's there. Neveu is in Montmartre. Maigret headed for the corridor where the examining magistrates had their offices and knocked at Cassure's door. The magistrate called out for him to come in. Any news? In a way, yes. I even think it's worth signing a custody order. Tell me all about it. And Maigret, sitting down on an uncomfortable chair, started telling him about his travels of the last 2 days. I definitely don't know for sure that Mercier murdered Vivien, but I think we have enough on him to bring him in for questioning, and not have to do it on the beach. I think so too. How will you go about it? Will you send 2 men to fetch him, or will you ask the local gendarmerie to handle it? I'll send 2 men if I find any available. We're working with such a reduced staff that if the criminals find out, they'd have a field day. I'll sign the custody order for you. He filled out a form that Maigret knew well. First name? Louis. Mercier with an H. I don't know why I feel like putting an R instead. Thank you. Have you been to Avenue Trudaine? I'm planning to go there this morning. He went back to see Janvier. I absolutely need 2 men. Poor Janvier didn't know where to turn. Do you need them for long? Long enough to fetch someone from La Baule. He looked Maigret in the eyes, and they understood each other. Got it. Take Vivien and Loubet. Maigret led both of them to his office, gave them instructions, and handed over the custody order. There's a plane in an hour. You can take it, but I'd rather you came back by train. Should we handcuff him? If he looks like he's planning to run away, yes. Otherwise, I don't think there's any point. He called Tonos. Come on, driver. That was indeed pretty much all Tonos had been doing in the last few days. Avenue Trudaine, opposite the Lycée Rollin. Are you arresting him? Taking him into custody. We'll decide what to do once I've questioned him a little more seriously than I could on the beach. There was a large yard, dotted with ladders, and a kind of garage full of huge cans of paint. On an enamel nameplate was the word office, and an arrow which Maigret followed. There was only one room, quite large, where a short, grumpy-looking man sat bent over invoices. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. Is it me you want to talk to? What's your name? Vanier. Gérard Vanier. And I don't see what the police— This isn't about you. One of our workers. They're all out on jobs. They're hard-working people. They've all been with us for several years. Is this desk on the left your boss's? Yes. He's not there often. He's always out on one site or another. Is the business doing well? We can't complain. Are you a partner? Unfortunately not. I'm just the accountant. When was the business established? That I don't know. What I do know is that in 1947 the then owner went bankrupt. That's because he spent most of his time in bistros, and there was a lot of waste. Monsieur Mercier took over and changed all the staff. And you? At first he only needed an accountant 2 evenings a week. Then, as the business expanded, he took me on full-time around the end of 1948. Does he work hard? Everything goes through him. He barely even has time for lunch. How is he with the men? He's very friendly with them, but there's a line they can't cross, and they know that. How many workers are there? 8 at the moment, that's including the apprentice. Have you ever seen a gun in the desk? A gun? No. What would we want with a gun? The money comes in mostly in the form of checks, and they're paid straight into the bank that's on the corner of the avenue. Do you mind? Much to the little man's indignation, he went straight to Mercier's desk and opened the drawers one by one. There was no gun in any of them. Why exactly are you here? It's in connection with an investigation of mine. When Monsieur Mercier finds out, I saw him yesterday. You went to La Baule? Yes, and by tomorrow morning at the latest, he'll be in Paris. He wasn't supposed to be back for another 3 weeks, or a month. I asked him to change his mind. Didn't you object? Little Monsieur Vanier was on his high horse by now. I'd like to know what this is all about. You'll soon find out. Opening drawers as if this was your home, asking ridiculous questions, and claiming you've made the boss come back from La Baule." Maigret left without saying another word, leaving the fellow to continue his tirade. Chapter 6. Maigret had just got back to headquarters when he received a phone call from La Baule. It was Vera, one of the 2 inspectors he had sent there to fetch Mercier. "How did it go?" "Quite badly at first. He started by looking down his nose at us and refusing to come with us to Paris. He said he had friends in high places, and he'd start an almighty row." "How did his wife react?" "She was listening, looking surprised. I let him argue for a few minutes, then took the handcuffs from my pocket, and told him that if he didn't come quietly, he'd have these things on his wrists for the whole journey. His face turned red. 'You dare do that?' 'Yes.' 'But why, for God's sake?' I think what hurt him most was being humiliated. In the end, he went with us to the station to catch the night train. His wife wanted to come along, but he refused, telling her he'd be back within 48 hours. They have nothing they can pin on me, do you understand? They're the ones who'll end up looking stupid." The following morning, Maigret took his seat at his desk, chose a pipe, filled it slowly, and motioned to Tonge to sit at the end of the table with a notepad. Usually, or as often as possible, it was Lapointe who recorded interrogations, since he was the best stenographer in the police judiciaire. But Torrance didn't do too badly. Maigret pushed a button, and Dehaene brought Mercier in. His features were hard, his eyes fixed. "Take a seat. I object to this arrest. There's no justification for it, and I reserve the right to file a complaint, even if you are Maigret." Maigret didn't flinch. "You mind telling me, Monsieur Mercier, where your gun is?" "What gun?" "The one that was still in the top drawer of your night table a few days ago. A .32 caliber, unless I'm mistaken." "I don't know anything about guns, and I couldn't tell you what caliber that one is. It was given to me a long time ago." "Where is it now?" "In the same drawer, probably." There was a bad-tempered tone in his voice, and when he looked at Maigret, his eyes expressed intense hatred. But wasn't there also fear in those eyes? "The gun isn't in the drawer anymore." "What have you done with it?" "I'm not the only one with access to the apartment." "You mean Mademoiselle Berthe might have grabbed it?" "Please, don't make jokes. It won't get you anywhere." "I didn't say it was the cook who took it." "Could it have been your mother-in-law? She was in your home the night you had dinner alone at Pharamond's, and got home at 3 in the morning." "I've never got home at 3 in the morning." "Would you like me to bring in the witness who got a good look at you and is sure to recognize you?" Torrance was writing as quickly as he could, his forehead bathed in sweat. "Not only did someone I have here see you enter a building in Impasse du Vieux-Fort just before 3 o'clock, but another witness heard you come home a few minutes after that hour." "My wife, I suppose." The tone was ironic. "If it was your wife, she wouldn't be able to testify against you." Maigret, unlike Mercier, was very calm. "So it's that old bitch Berthe. Just because she was slightly involved in raising my wife, she's so jealous of anyone else going near her that she can't stand me." "Where did you meet Marcel Vivien?" "I don't know who you mean." "Don't you read the papers?" "I don't take any notice of the human interest stories." "But you know he was murdered, don't you? He was asleep in his bed when he was shot 3 times in the chest." "Is that any concern of mine?" "It might be. It would be wonderful if you could find your gun." "I'd first have to find out who took it or moved it." He was the kind of man who would deny things in the face of all the evidence. As he lit a cigarette, his hand shook. It might have been with anger. "I don't suppose you've ever been in Impasse du Vieux-Fort?" "I couldn't even tell you where it is." Maigret abruptly changed the subject, throwing Mercier. "What became of Nina Lasave?" "Am I supposed to know her?" "The name doesn't mean anything to me." "In 1945 and 1946, you were living in Montmartre, in a hotel not far from Boulevard Auchois." "I used to live round there, but I don't remember what year it was." "Nina had an apartment in Boulevard Auchois." "It's possible. So did lots of people. Am I supposed to know them too?" "It's likely you met her and Marcel Vivien, who was her lover. Think before you answer. Were you also Nina Lasave's lover?" "I don't need to think. The answer is no. I wasn't married yet, and I had a few girlfriends at the time, but she wasn't one of them. and I've never met anyone called Marcel Vivien. So you have nothing to do with any of this. Nothing at all." He was becoming insolent, but he was also growing increasingly nervous and couldn't stop his hands shaking. "To give you time to think, I'm going to send you to the cells." "You have no right." "You're forgetting the custody order duly signed by the examining magistrate. If you're planning to question me again, I want my lawyer present." "I could refuse. Your lawyer can step in when you're with the examining magistrate, but I want to give you every chance." "What's his name?" "Maître Loiseau. His address is 38 Boulevard Beaumarchais." "I'll inform him in good time." Maigret stood up and walked heavily over to the window, which was open on a maddeningly blue sky. Except for those on the beaches, everyone was desperate for rain, but still it wouldn't fall. If anything, the temperature was rising. Inspector Maigret led Mercier to his cell. "He'll get what's coming to him," the man muttered, presumably referring to Maigret. Maigret, for his part, said to Tonals, "He's tough. Type up the notes you took. We'll get him to sign the statement next time." "Do you really think he knew Nina Lasave?" "It's possible. I was just putting feelers out, but I think I got a reaction. He wasn't expecting me to talk about her." He changed pipes and put on his hat. "If I'm needed urgently, I'll be at the offices of the Parisien Libéré." Torrance looked at him in surprise, but said nothing. Maigret began by having a beer at the Brasserie Dauphine, then hailed a taxi. "To the Parisien Libéré." He remembered that it had been one of the first newspapers to appear after the liberation. He himself hadn't been in Paris in 1946. That was the time when he had done something to displease the then Commissioner of the Police Judiciaire, who had retired a few months later. He had been sent to Luçon, where there was very little to do, and in order to kill time he had played billiards almost all day long. He had moped there for nearly a year. Madame Maigret, too, had found it hard to adjust to life in the Vendée. Fortunately, the new commissioner had recalled him to Paris. He wasn't yet a detective chief inspector and didn't yet lead the crime squad. That period in Luçon was a kind of gap in his career and in his memories. "I'd like to speak to the editor." "Who shall I say?" "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." The editor, whom he didn't know, and who was very young, came out of his office to greet him. "To what do I owe the honor?" "It's a work matter." "How can we help you?" "I assume you keep all issues of your paper." "Of course, they're classified by year." "I'd like to look at the years 1945 and 1946. "Come with me." They went down tortuous corridors and finally came to a dark room where rows of huge tomes bound in black canvas sat on shelves. "Would you like someone to help you?" "I don't think it'll be necessary, especially as it may take hours." This was something Maigret should have done at the beginning of the investigation. He had thought about it briefly, then it had gone out of his head. "I can have some beer brought up for you. The bistro opposite is used to it." "I've just had a drink, thanks." Once alone, he took off his jacket, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and looked for the volume for the year 1945. After an hour, he had finished with that year. Of course, he read only the headlines. None of them seemed to refer to Marcel Vivien, Nina Lasave, or Louis Mercier. He went and put back the volume, and with a heavy head started on the year 1946. Twice the editor came to make sure he didn't need anything. "Still not hungry?" "I could certainly do with a beer now." The air was blue with pipe smoke. The room smelled of old paper and printer's ink. There were headlines that surprised him, cases that had created a lot of stir in their day and were now completely forgotten. January, February, March, April. He eventually came to August, and finally, dated the 17th of August, there was the headline, "Young Woman Strangled on Boulevard Auchois." It wasn't in bold lettering, or even on the first page. Nobody seemed to have attached much importance to the story. A young woman of 22, Nina Lasave, was found strangled in the bedroom of her apartment on Boulevard Auchois. She was lying naked on her bed. Nothing had been disturbed in either the room or the rest of the apartment. The concierge, when questioned, was unable to provide any information that might help the investigators. For several years, Nina Lasave worked as an assistant in a lingerie shop in Rue Lepic, where the owner was very pleased with her work. It was at the end of 1945 that she suddenly stopped working. There was a man in her life, but he seldom came to see her at home. What happened the night she died? That is what the investigation must try to establish, but it will not be an easy task. The concierge is quite elderly and does not take much notice of comings and goings in the building. Chief Inspector Maigret is in charge of the investigation. The following issue featured the headline, "No New Developments in Boulevard Auchois Murder." Only a few lines to say that the police were looking further into the victim's private life. The pathologist's report established that she had indeed died from strangulation, but had not been sexually assaulted. The concierge had been questioned again. She had confirmed that a man who appeared relatively young sometimes came back with her and went up to her apartment, but never spent the night there. She had caught sight of him once or twice, but she would find it difficult to recognize him. For about 2 months, another man, this one easier to describe, had been coming to see her in the afternoon, and the light being better, the concierge had got a good look at him. He was very tall and very thin, with blue eyes. He would climb the stairs 4 at a time and leave alone an hour later. It was only 3 days later that the Parisien Libéré announced, "Subject has been questioned by Chief Inspector Maigret." Not much is being revealed about the interrogations that have been taking place at the police judiciaire. We do know, however, that the tall, thin man who came several times to Nina Lassave's apartment on Boulevard Auchois has been identified as one Louis M., a house painter who lives in a small hotel in the neighborhood. He does not deny having been the young woman's lover, but claims he did not see her on the day she died. The concierge, though, has stated that she was on the stairs when he came to see Nina Lassave that day at about 4 in the afternoon. Due to lack of evidence, M has been released, although the police are continuing to investigate him. As for cabinet maker Marcel B., who had been Nina Lassave's lover for more than 6 months, he has been able to establish that he was in a café on Boulevard de la Chapelle at the time of the murder. Maigret was taking notes in his old black notebook. A waiter from a local brasserie had brought him a nice frothy beer, and the interest he was taking in what the newspaper was revealing to him had made his headache go away. He tried to walk back to the editor's office, but got lost in the corridors and had to ask for directions. "Would you mind my having someone photograph a number of articles in your archives?" "Not at all." "Is it all right if I use your phone?" He got through to Meurs. "Is Mestral there? Could you send him to the Parisien Libéré for me? In the offices, he should ask for the archives. I'll be there." Maigret went back to his seat and continued leafing through old issues of the newspaper. Nina Lassave was mentioned less and less, and then only in a few lines, because a big political trial had grabbed all the attention of the time. It now appears that Louis M., whom the concierge thinks she saw going up to Nina Lassave's apartment at about 4 in the afternoon, also has an alibi. Chief Inspector Maigret is continuing his investigation, as are his inspectors, but it does not seem as if anything new has been discovered. That was almost the end of the Boulevard Auchois murder case as far as the newspaper was concerned. No photographs had been published of either Maigret or Marcel B. Maigret had been questioned 2 or 3 more times at Quai des Orfèvres. He had been taken to see examining Magistrate Camelio, who was still alive at the time, but no charges had been brought against him. Mestral arrived half an hour later with a whole battery of cameras and flashes. "Are there a lot of pages to photograph?" "Only half a dozen fairly short articles." Maigret watched him go about his task, pointing out the articles as he went along. "Would it be possible to have the prints in the course of the afternoon? Let's say about 4, if I'm allowed to have lunch." Maigret went to thank the editor. "Did you find what you were looking for?" "Yes." "I don't suppose we can talk about it yet?" "When the time comes, I promise, you'll have the scoop." "Thanks. I hope to hear from you soon." It was just after midday. From Rue d'Orient to Boulevard Richelieu was only 15 minutes' walk, and Maigret, in a good mood, looked at the passers-by, the shop windows, and the coaches as he walked. There were 2 or 3 coaches at the Bastille, which the foreigners were photographing as they had photographed the Arc de Triomphe, Sacré-Cœur, and the Eiffel Tower. Most looked tired, but didn't want to miss any of the sights they'd been promised. He was humming as he walked into his apartment. "I get the feeling things are going better," Madame Maigret said as she served the starter. "I think I've done a good job. I don't yet know what the result will be, but there's sure to be one. A pity there's a man who can't talk anymore." "Who?" "Marcel Vivien. By the way, I know something new that I have no reason to hide. Nina Lasave was murdered in her apartment in August 1946. Shot. Strangled. No wonder you couldn't find her. Precisely. I've been questioning Mercier, but he's clamming up more and more. He ate heartily. There was a leg of lamb, a lovely pink color, with just a hint of blood near the bone. It's wonderful, he sighed, taking another slice. Do you think you're getting to the end? I can't say yet, but we've come quite a long way. The funniest thing is that what I discovered this morning in the archives of the Parisien Libéré is probably in the files at headquarters in much greater detail. The only reason I didn't think of looking there is that we were in Luçon at the time. I've never been so bored in my life. What about me? Would you like a peach? They're very ripe and juicy. A peach would be fine. He was at peace with the world, and himself. This time, he took a taxi back to the office. The windows were wide open, as they had been on the previous days, and there was the occasional breath of cooler air playing about the room. Tonos? Yes, Chief. Have you finished typing up the transcript? I finished before lunch. Could you bring me a copy? When he had it on his desk, he continued, I want you to go up to records. In the files for 1946, there must be one about the murder of Nina Lasave in Boulevard Auchois. I thought I recognized that name. It's coming back to me now. It was Chief Inspector Maigret who dealt with it. Exactly. I'd like the file as soon as possible. With only the occasional pause for thought or to relight his pipe, he reread, word for word, the questions he had asked Mercier that morning, and his answers. Each sentence was important in its own way. As set down in black and white, Mercier's words appeared much more confused than when they had been spoken out loud. When he had finished, Maigret sat motionless, eyes half closed. Anyone would have thought he was dozing, but his mind was more active than ever. He was trying to remember the smallest details of his investigation, stringing together the disparate parts. He was in no hurry to bring things to a conclusion. All at once, he decided to call Asquin, the chief inspector from the 1st arrondissement. Sorry, Maigret, my men haven't found anything new. That's not why I'm calling. If possible, I'd like them to get their hands back on the 2 tramps I questioned in your station, the man and the woman. If they do find them, would you be so kind as to send them both to me? You may end up with fleas. It wouldn't be the first time. It's one of the risks of the job. In this neighborhood, we get more than our fair share. When would you like them? About 4, if possible. We'll try. I have just the men we need for that. Maigret asked the switchboard operator to put him through to Maître Loiseau in Boulevard Beaumarchais. She soon called back to say that he wasn't in his office and must be in the Palais de Justice. Tried to get hold of him there. This time it took nearly a quarter of an hour. They had to look for him everywhere. Maître Loiseau speaking. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret here. Allow me to explain what this is about, Maître. In connection with a recent murder investigation, I have in custody here a client of yours, Louis Mercier. I tried to ask him a few questions this morning, but got virtually nowhere. He'll only talk if you're there, and I see no objection to that. Could you be in my office at about 4? Impossible. I have to be in court at 3. But if you can make it 5... 5 o'clock. That's fine. Maigret had only just hung up when Torrance brought him a fairly slender file, the one on the Nina Lasave case from 1946. He took off his jacket, lit another pipe, and sat down to look through the papers. First up was a statement by the concierge made in the local police station. Not having seen her tenant come down by 2 in the afternoon, even though she had got back early the previous evening, she had gone up and knocked at her door. The door was slightly ajar, and the concierge walked into the apartment. It wasn't untidy. The drawers hadn't been looked through. In the bedroom, where everything was tidy too, the poor young woman was lying on the bed, completely naked, with her tongue sticking out. Her empty eyes were turned up to the ceiling. Next came the statement of a local chief inspector, a man named Mailfer, who had visited the scene of the crime with Officer Patou. He had found the victim in the state described by the concierge. Her clothes, including a print dress, were on a chair not far from the bed. Robbery did not appear to have been the motive. In addition, given her nakedness, the victim must have known her killer well, since she had made no move to cover herself and had let him get close to her. Maigret had called the police judiciaire from the bedroom. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret had told him he would be there immediately, had advised him not to touch anything, and had asked him to call the prosecutor's office. If Maigret's memories were correct, Maigret must have been just under 55 at the time. He was a man who knew his job and wasn't easily taken in. In fact, he was quite hard and lost patience easily. He had been accompanied by 2 inspectors, one of whom now worked for Special Branch. Maigret's report was quite long and had a plan of the apartment attached to it. None of the furniture seems to be out of place in the various rooms, and I found 300 francs in the victim's handbag, clearly visible on the night table. He gave an account of the visit by the prosecutor's office, which is never anything but a formality. 2 reports were attached to Maigret's, as well as a number of photographs of Nina in the state in which she had been found. The first report was by Meurs. In it, he stated that his men had looked for fingerprints and had found none except for the victims and on the door handles, those of the concierge. Maigret was taking notes. The next report bore the signature of a man he had long worked with and who was now unfortunately dead, Dr. Paul, pathologist and knowledgeable gourmet. In more scientific terms, he concluded that it had been death by strangulation. The young woman's neck bore marks left by the killer's fingers. The killer had had particularly strong hands. The tenants of the building had been questioned. There weren't many of them. Nobody had heard anything. Nobody had passed anyone suspicious on the stairs. Did Nina Lesave have lots of visitors? No. But did she see someone quite frequently? 2 men came to see her. Together? No, separately. The tall man would come mostly in the middle of the afternoon, the other would come in the evening, and they would go out together. I don't know where they went, but I spotted them one day, or rather one evening, on the terrace of Serrano's. Which one had she been seeing for longer? The one in the evening, the other one maybe only for 2 months. Did you see either of them on the stairs on the day of the murder? To tell the truth, I didn't leave my apartment until 6 in the evening. The other tenants knew even less. One of them, a middle-aged bachelor who worked in a bank in the Grand Boulevard, left home at 8 in the morning and didn't get back until 9 at night. I didn't even know the woman existed, let alone that she sometimes had lovers coming to see her at home. It was thanks to the concierge that they had tracked down Maigret. One afternoon, she had seen him arrive in a van bearing in yellow lettering the words Lesage Angelo, painters and decorators, Boulevard des Batignolles. More reports. The slightest question asked of a witness was the object of a report full of stereotyped phrases. How could Maigret fail to smile, rereading a report from that period? On the orders of Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, I proceeded to a premises of the Lesage Angelo painting and decorating business at 25 Boulevard des Batignolles. I was able to speak to Monsieur Gillot, Monsieur Lesage being absent. I asked him how many workers he had, and he replied that it was the off-season, and he only had 4. He supplied me with their names. I asked him their ages. 3 or 4 of them were over 40, one of them was even 60. Only a certain Louis Maigret was younger, 26, in fact. I had to wait nearly 30 minutes because he had gone to deliver material to a site. He was driving the van described by the concierge of the building in Boulevard Rochefort. Maigret was not at all pleased. He asked me what right I had to question him, and began by claiming that he did not know Nina Lesave. I asked him to come with me to Boulevard Rochefort, and there the concierge recognized him immediately. He was the same man she had seen on the stairs 2 days earlier, at approximately the time when the young woman had been killed. As a result of which I asked him to come with me to Quai des Orfèvres, where I handed him over to my superior, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. Maigret mopped his brow. There had been 4 interrogations of Maigret, who had not varied in his statements. He claimed that day, at about the time the murder had been committed, he was in his van, carrying cans of paint to Rue de Courcelles. His colleagues who had received the paint confirmed what he said, but were less specific about the time. Examining Magistrate Camillo had asked to see him, and had asked him a number of questions. Marcel Vivien had also been questioned, as had the owner and the waiter in the café in Boulevard de la Chapelle. Vivien was in a terrible state. The death of his girlfriend seems to have drained him of all his energy. They had found nothing against him, and he had gone back to his little hotel in Place des Abbesses. Marcier had been investigated more thoroughly, but in the end, due to the lack of any real evidence, they had decided to drop him from their inquiries. The file did not carry the words, "case closed," because the police never close an unsolved case, but it was as good as. "Torrance, in a quarter of an hour I'd like you to fetch Marcier from the cells." That gave him enough time to go and have a beer at the Brasserie Dauphine. If Maître Oiseau was as tough to crack as his client, the interrogation was likely to be a difficult one. By the time he got back, Marcier was already sitting on a chair in his office, and Torrance was ready with his shorthand notebook. "We have to wait for Maître Oiseau." Marcier gave no indication that he had heard. Maigret casually leafed through the file, reminding himself of certain details. Maître Oiseau arrived in his robe through the door that joined the Police Judiciaire and the Palais de Justice. "I'm sorry, my case was delayed by a quarter of an hour. Please take a seat. I'm going to ask your client a number of questions. So far, he systematically denied everything. Do you know what he's accused of?" "Accused? That's going rather far. I didn't know the legal examination had even started yet." "Let's say that we suspect him of the murder of a tramp named Marcel Vimier in a disused building in Impasse Beauvieux-Four." Maigret turned to Marcier. "I'm first going to establish that you were in Les Halles that night. Do you have witnesses who can be trusted? Judge for yourself." He sent Torrance to fetch the man known as Toto, who had been brought by an inspector from the first arrondissement along with Fat Nana. Toto, not overawed in any way, like a man who is used to the police, looked at everyone in turn. When his gaze fell on Marcier, his face lit up. "I know that guy. How's it going, my friend? I hope you're not in any trouble." Maigret asked, "Where and when did you meet him?" "In Les Halles, of course. That's where I spend my nights." "Could you tell us where you were exactly?" "Less than 10 meters from Pheromones. I was watching a lorry being unloaded. A pal of mine was there, if you could call him that. He wasn't really friends with anyone. Vivien, his name was. He was unloading vegetables and I was waiting for another lorry to arrive so I could get hired." "What happened next?" "The door of Pheromones opened, and this fellow came out of the restaurant. He stopped for a while to watch the men unloading. I took advantage to go up to him and ask him for enough to buy myself a glass of red wine. Instead of giving me a 1-franc coin, he gave me a 5-franc one, which meant I could afford a whole bottle." "Had you seen him in Les Halles before?" "No, never." "And you're there often?" "Every night for the last 15 years. "I'm quite happy for you to ask the witness a few questions, Maître. What day did what you just told us happen?" "As if I keep count of the days. All I know is it was the night Vivien was bumped off." "Are you sure of that?" "Yes." "You weren't drunk?" "By 3 in the morning, yes, but not at 10 in the evening." "And you're sure you recognize him?" "He recognizes me, too. I could see it in his eyes." Maigret turned to Marcier. "Is that true? I've never seen this human trash before." "Human trash? Human trash?" Torrance pushed the man outside and brought in the fat woman with her swollen legs and fingers like blood sausages. She hadn't yet drunk too much, but all the same was swaying a little. Once seated, she too looked around her and reached out her right hand towards Marcier. "Pat Seaton?" she said in a husky voice that must have been her usual voice. "Who are you referring to?" "The man who came out about 10 in the evening from the restaurant where the rich folk go to eat tripe." "Do you know the name of this restaurant?" "Pheromones." "Are you sure it was this man?" "Absolutely. I even saw Toto talking to him. He told me afterwards that the man had given him 100-sou coin. He even bought me a glass of wine." "Do you recognize her, Marcier?" "Not at all. I've never seen this woman, and she's never seen me in Les Halles." Maigret turned back to Nana. "Did you see him again after that?" "The same night, about 3 o'clock. I was sitting in a doorway at the corner of Rue de la Grande Truanderie and Impasse du Beaufort. I heard footsteps, and a tall, thin guy walked right past me. He was easy to recognize, especially as there's a street lamp right on the corner." "Do you know where he went?" "Into a house they've had marked down for demolition for 10 years now, and it's going to collapse one of these days." "Marcier, do you recognize this woman?" "I've never seen her before. Maître Loiseau sighed. If all your witnesses are like this, you can take her back into the corridor, Torrance. Shall I bring in the third witness? In a moment. The first time I questioned you, you denied having dinner at Simenon that evening. Do you still deny it? Yes, I do. Where did you have dinner then? Not at home, you told me, because your mother-in-law was there, and you don't get on well with her. In a snack bar in the Grand Boulevard. Would you recognize it? Possibly. Did you have a drink? I never drink except for a glass of wine with my meals. So you never set foot in Simenon? Maigret signaled to Torrance, who admitted a man in his 50s dressed in black from head to toe. Please, take a seat, Monsieur Jean-Ly. In my profession, I'm more often called Robert. Would you mind telling us what profession that is and where you practice it? I'm assistant head waiter at Simenon's. And as such, I assume you keep an eye on who comes in and out. Most of the time, I'm the one who shows them to a table. Is there anyone in this office you've seen before? Yes. And he pointed to Mercier, who this time turned slightly pale. When did you last see him? I've only seen him once, on Monday evening. He was on his own, which is quite rare among our customers. He ate quite quickly. I opened the door for him when he went out. Do you agree with that, Monsieur Mercier? I haven't set foot in Simenon's in more than 10 years. This man claims to have seen me just once in a room full of people. How do you know it is full of people? I assume it was, given the reputation of the place. The thing is, Monsieur Jean-Ly remarked, I've rarely seen a customer who was so tall or so thin. Any questions, Maître Loiseau? No, I'll keep that for the official examination by a magistrate. Thank you for your help, Monsieur Jean-Ly. I won't keep you any longer. Do you have any other witnesses, Inspector? We've finished with this case for today. The lawyer stood up as if he were relieved. We're going on now to the second case. There's a second case. Isn't it enough to accuse my client of murdering a tramp he's never seen? But this time, Mercier had definitely turned pale. It brought out the bags under his eyes and the bitter crease of his tight lips. Oh, all right. Go ahead. Do you remember the 16th of August, 1946, Mercier? Absolutely not. I have no reason to remember it. I suppose I worked like any other day. In those days, I was trying to put money aside, and I didn't take holidays. You worked for Lesage and Gillot. That's right. He seemed surprised and worried. You often drove a van with those two names on it. Quite often, yes. That day you had some cans of paint to take to your workmates who were working in Rue de Courcelles. I don't remember. I have here the statement you made to Chief Inspector Pierbeuf. I assume you admit you were questioned several times by him? And Maigret showed him the file. What are you trying to prove? Where were you living? I don't remember. I was living in hotels and often moved around. Let me refresh your memory. You were living in the Hotel Jonard in Place des Abbesses. Do you know who else was living there? I didn't know anyone there. You just met him again in Les Halles after 20 years. I'm talking about Marcel Vivien, whose girlfriend was Nina Lasave. That's nothing to do with me. On the contrary, she often visited Vivien. I don't know if you followed her, but the concierge recognized you and stated that during the last 2 months you visited her quite often. Monsieur Loiseau asked, Is this concierge here? She died several years ago in her village where she'd retired. In other words, she won't be able to testify, which is very convenient for you. So far you presented us with 2 filthy half-witted drunks, a man who lives off tips, and now a dead woman. Who's next, I wonder? All in good time, Maigret said, filling another pipe. Chapter 7. The lawyer checked his watch, which presumably, like Maigret's, showed 6:10. He was still a young man and was trying hard to seem important. He sprang to his feet. Have you finished with my client, Inspector? I don't know. I'm afraid I have to go. I have a meeting in my office in 20 minutes and I can't miss it. Maigret made a vague gesture as if to say, That's up to you. Loiseau turned to Mercier. A word of advice. If you're asked any more questions, don't answer them. That's your absolute right. Nobody can force you to talk." Mercier didn't react. He had grown more solemn, less aggressive. It was as if he were starting to realize the seriousness of his situation, and in addition that his lawyer was only concerned with showing himself in his best light. Maître Loiseau walked out with the same self-important air with which he had come in. As if in passing, Maigret murmured, "A word of advice. If you go to court, get a different lawyer. That one will only antagonize the magistrates and the jurors." He added, "It is indeed your right not to answer, but many people will see that as an indication, even evidence, of guilt. I won't ask you any more questions, but you can always interrupt me if you so wish." He was observing Mercier with a great deal of attention. It struck him that the man was less aggressive than he had been in La Baule or at the beginning of this interrogation. Rather, he now seemed like an overgrown schoolboy who keeps sulking even if he no longer wants to. Detective Chief Inspector Pierrebeuf was an excellent policeman who wasn't determined to be right at any cost. By the way, Nina Lasave had a birthmark on her left cheek, didn't she? Is this a trap? Not even that. The file my colleague put together is proof enough that you were the woman's lover. A concierge is dead, but we still have her statements. There's a transcript here from when she was brought face to face with you. You challenged her. How did you find out my name? You were convinced she wouldn't be able to answer, but this is what she said. One afternoon, I was in my lodge with a friend who comes from time to have something to eat. I can give you her name and address. After a while, this man, she pointed to you, came in through the arch, and we could see him clearly through the glazed door. She seemed surprised. Oh, look, my painter. He's the one who painted my kitchen and laid the carpet in my dining room. His name's Louis Mercier, and he works for a company on Boulevard de Batignolles. This friend, Lucille Gosset, was questioned and confirmed this conversation. In fact, it was thanks to her that you were tracked down so quickly. About 4 in the afternoon on the day Nina was strangled, you were working in Rue Balu, in Lucille Gosset's apartment. She'd gone out shopping. You rushed over there. Mercier was looking at him with a frown. It was as if there was something he couldn't seize hold of, something he was trying to understand. I could read you the concierge's testimony. A postman brought an express letter for a tenant on the 3rd floor, and she went upstairs. On the way down, she passed you as you were going up to see Nina. Do you still deny it? There was no reply. As Maigret spoke, Louis Mercier grew calmer, although he remained tense. You were both crazy about her. I don't know what she had that inspired such passion. Marcel Vivien left his wife and daughter for her, and yet she didn't want to live with him. She never spent a whole night with him, or with you, for that matter. I don't know if it was a sign of her upbringing. Maigret was speaking in a slightly muted voice. Every now and again he would mechanically turn the pages of the file he had in front of him. To get back to the afternoon when Nina was strangled, Marcel Vivien did of course have an alibi, but there were gaps in it. Mercier looked at Maigret with closer attention. This morning, I came across a note written in the margins of the file by my colleague. Let me read it to you. An elderly regular of the bistro in Boulevard de la Chapelle came forward of his own free will. He was clearly a little drunk. His name is Arthur Gilson, but he has the nickname Wooden Leg because he has a stiff leg that makes him walk as if he had an artificial leg. He claims that during that afternoon, Marcel Vivien came into the bistro at about 3:30 and had 2 cognacs one after the other. What made that particularly startling was that he usually drank only coffee. Again, according to Arthur Gilson, Vivien then headed for Boulevard Rochefort. Maigret fell silent for a moment and looked intensely at Mercier. I should tell you immediately that none of the other people who were in the bistro confirmed that statement. Or rather, the owner admitted that the scene did take place, but the day after Nina died. One of them's right, and the other's wrong. My colleague seems to have leaned towards the owner. Mercier could not help asking, And you? I'm tempted to believe Wooden Leg. He was old, but he had his wits about him. He's dead now. All that's left is this note by Chief Inspector Pierrebeuf. Vivien had been Nina's lover for more than 6 months. After cutting all ties with his family, he thought of her as his. She met you and gave herself to you while still having intimate relations with Vivian. Vivian didn't often go to see her in the afternoon. It was the evenings he spent with her, although he also had lunch with her in a little restaurant. Marcier's features hardened again. During the investigation, the concierge didn't remember seeing him come in or go out. She was asked what she was doing at the time, and she answered that she was knitting by the window and listening to the radio. Now, sitting by the window, it wouldn't have been easy for her to see people coming in under the arch. Where does this lead you? To suspect Vivian of killing his girlfriend, who was also yours. Maybe he even saw you come out of the building. We'll never know. The fact remains, he was furious, literally destroyed by the pain of it. He might not have come to Boulevard Rochois to kill her, and he didn't have any weapon with him. Maybe he only wanted to catch you with her. He found her lying naked on the bed. Who would she have undressed for if she wasn't expecting him? As far as he was concerned, he had done it all for her. He was ashamed of having left his wife and daughter with nothing, and now she was cheating on him with the first man she found. I don't know what they said to each other, but she couldn't get him to calm down. She wasn't afraid, we know that from the position she was found in, but he was in an agitated enough state to strangle her. Now his whole life had come to an end. He didn't see how he could ever go back to Rue Colincourt, or even to his workshop in Rue. Nothing mattered to him anymore. He might not have been upset for the police to pin the crime on you. That's pretty much what they did. What you yourself did at first. I always said I didn't kill her. When did you find out that she was dead? 15 minutes later. I saw Vivian come running out and setting off in the direction of Place Blanche. I wanted to ask Nina what he was doing there. I went into the building, and it was as I was climbing the stairs that I passed the concierge. When I got to the apartment, the door was ajar. That struck me as suspicious. 2 minutes later, I discovered the body. That was when I erased my fingerprints, wiping everything I touched even in the last few days. In doing that, I must have wiped Vivian's prints too. Why didn't you accuse him? Because I decided to punish him myself. Courtolans was struggling to keep up with the rapid pace of what was no longer a monologue from Maigret, but a genuine conversation. Maigret had found the weak spot, and Marcier had lost his stiffness. You were that much in love with her? She's the only woman I've ever really loved. What about the woman you married? I like her a lot. She likes me too, but I don't think she's ever really been in love with me. It all happened 20 years ago, Marcier. I know. All the same, I think about her every day. Don't you think that was true of Vivian too? He was as much in love as you were, enough to commit murder. He didn't try to make a new life for himself. He preferred to go downhill immediately. He became a tramp. A tramp you met by chance, after 20 years. Chapter 8. Marcier was silent, staring down at his shoes. His face had changed. He had lost his arrogance and become more human. You had 20 good years. He glanced at Maigret, and on his thin lips there was a vague smile, full of irony. I didn't kill her, it's true, but I am the indirect cause of her death. You worked hard, you saved, you managed to establish yourself in your own right and did well in business. You have a nice, pretty wife, you live in a wonderful apartment, and you own a villa in La Baule. And yet you risked all that to kill a man you hadn't seen in 20 years, a man who during that time had become a wreck. I vowed to punish him. Why not leave that to the law? He'd have pleaded that it was a crime of passion and would have got away with a short sentence. By now, he'd have been free for a long time. Your lawyer will plead it was a crime of passion in your case, too. Right now, I don't care. Just yesterday, I was determined to deny it, to defend myself. The evidence against you, whatever you think, is too strong. The telephone rang. Cam here, from the first arrondissement. Is everything all right? Everything's fine. I had Marcier in my office for more than 2 hours now. Has he confessed? Yes. He'd have had to anyway, even if he didn't want to. Some children who were playing on a patch of waste ground next to the dilapidated building where Vivien had made his nest just brought me a .32 caliber pistol. 3 bullets are missing in the magazine. One of my men is on the way to the police judiciaire to hand it over to you. It'll be an extra piece of evidence. Did he also kill Nina Lasave? No. Who was it? Vivien? Yes. You mean that after 20 years, Mortier was still enough in love with Nina Lasave to avenge her? Yes, thank you, Ascan. You've been an enormous help to me. In fact, it's you and your men who've done most of the work in this case. That's an exaggeration. I'll leave you to your interview. Mortier had tried to follow the conversation, but the words Maigret had uttered meant nothing without hearing what had been said at the other end of the line. During these past 20 years, have you looked for him in Paris? Not systematically. I'd look at people in the street. I don't know why, but I was sure I'd meet him one day. I did have dinner at Pharamon's. I'd come to Les Halles on foot. The restaurant reminded me of old memories, of a time when Pharamon's was the height of luxury, something well out of my reach. I went in and had dinner on my own at a table. My mother-in-law can't stand me and never stops needling me. She resents the fact that I started out as a house painter. She also found out that I was born in Belleville and didn't know my father. A few minutes later, old Joseph the usher knocked at the door. An inspector from the first arrondissement is asking to see you. He has a package he needs to hand over to you personally. Show him in. The man was young and energetic. I came as fast as I could, sir. I've been asked to give you this. And he held out his package, which was covered in parcel paper that had been used before and was all cracked. He looked curiously at Mortier. Do you still need me? Not for the moment, thank you. When the inspector had left, Maigret opened the package. Is this your gun? It certainly looks like it. You see, even without your confession, we'd have got to the truth. We'll take out the remaining bullets and compare them with the ones removed from Vivien's chest. You were so afraid of being caught with this weapon in your pocket that you quickly got rid of it, throwing it on a piece of waste ground. Mortier shrugged. It's true I gave a 5-franc coin to a tramp. I also saw a fat woman who looked dead drunk. When I recognized Vivien unloading vegetables, all my anger came back, and I rushed home to get my gun. I waited in the dark. It took a very long time because another lorry arrived, and he and others were hired to unload it. Your hate for him hadn't faded. No. I had the feeling I was doing my duty. Towards Nina. Yes. What made it worse was that Vivien seemed at peace with himself. Wasn't it his own choice to become a tramp? He looked for all the world as if it had brought him peace, and that put me in a rage. So you waited until 3 in the morning? Not quite. 2:30. I followed him when he headed for Impasse du Vieux-Four. The fat woman I'd noticed at Les Halles was lying in a doorway, apparently asleep, befuddled with wine. It never occurred to me she might pose a risk. Maître Loiseau will be furious about this confession, but I don't care. I saw Vivien go inside the building. I went up the stairs right behind him. I heard him close the door. I sat on the step for almost half an hour. Did you want to find him asleep? No. I couldn't make up my mind. What made it up for you in the end? Thinking about Nina. More specifically, the little birthmark she had on her cheek, which made her look so touching. Did he wake up? After the first bullet, he opened his eyes. He looked surprised. I don't know if he recognized me. Did you say anything to him? No. I may even have been sorry I'd come, but it was too late. The only reason I fired 2 more shots was because I didn't want him to suffer, believe it or not. You tried to get away with it. That's right. I think it's automatic. Vivien didn't go telling the police he'd killed his girlfriend either. His face tensed as he uttered the word girlfriend. Then he shrugged again. By the way, what became of Madame Vivien? She's still living in the same building in Rue Colincourt, though in a smaller apartment. She's a dressmaker. Apparently she has quite a lot of customers. He had a daughter, too, didn't he? She's married with 2 children. And they don't seem to have suffered too much. Maigret preferred not to reply. What are you going to do with me? You'll be taken back to the cells. Tomorrow you'll be interrogated by the examining magistrate, who'll probably sign an arrest warrant. Until the examination is over, I assume you'll be kept in La Santé, after which it's quite likely you'll be detained in Fresnes until your trial. Will I be able to see my wife again? Not for a while. When will the newspapers announce my arrest? Tomorrow. In fact, I think a reporter and a photographer are already waiting in the corridor. Maigret was a little weary. He too had suddenly relaxed, and he had a slightly empty feeling. He spoke in muted tones. He didn't seem triumphant, and yet he was relieved. He had 2 murderers instead of 1. Was that what he had obscurely sought? I'm going to make a request which I suppose you'll have to deny. I don't want my wife to find out what's happened to me from the papers, let alone from a phone call from her mother or a friend. She must be having dinner. I'm sure she'll be at the villa. What's your telephone number? 124. Hello, mademoiselle. Can you get me 124 in La Baule? It's urgent, yes. Now, he was the one who was in a hurry to be free again. 3 minutes later, he was put through. The Villa Les Pins Parasols? Yes. Madame Monsieur Maigret here. I have your husband in my office. He'd like a few words with you. Maigret walked over to the window and stood there, puffing at his pipe. Yes, I'm at the police judiciaire. Are you alone? With the maid? Listen to me carefully. This is going to be a shock. Do you think so? Yes. I've just confessed. I couldn't help it. Contrary to what he had expected, she remained calm. Both of them. What do you mean? Both murders? Boulevard Rochefort wasn't me, but Vivien was. I guessed as much. And when you saw him again after 20 years, all your old jealousy came back. You knew? I thought of it right away. Because of what? Because I know you. What will you do now? First, I'm going to finish my holidays here, unless the examining magistrate summons me. After that, I don't know yet. There's never been that much love between us. At the end of the day, I was only ever a substitute. My mother will probably pester me to ask for a divorce. Oh, does that surprise you? No, not really. Goodbye, Odette. Goodbye, Louis. When he hung up, he was almost swaying. He hadn't foreseen that the phone call would turn out that way. It wasn't only what had been said, but everything it implied. 15 years of his life had been wiped out in a few minutes. Maigret opened his cupboard and poured a small glass of cognac. Drink this. Mercier hesitated, looking at Maigret with his eyes full of astonishment. I didn't know, he stammered, that your wife had guessed. She's going to ask for a divorce. What would you want her to do? Wait for you? I don't understand anything anymore. He knocked back his cognac and coughed. Then, without sitting down again, he murmured, Thank you for being gentle with me. Take him back to the cells, Torrance. Torrance, big as he was, seemed shaken. Mercier waited for him in the middle of the office. Curiously, he no longer seemed so tall, and his face, its features blurred, looked quite ordinary now. He almost held out his hand, but didn't do so. Goodbye, Inspector. Goodbye. Maigret felt heavy. He paced up and down heavily while waiting for Torrance to come back. I think there was a moment there when I was quite moved, Torrance admitted. Shall we get a drink at Place Dauphine? Definitely. They left Quai des Orfèvres on foot and walked to the familiar bar. Several inspectors were there, but only one from the crime squad. What'll it be, Inspector? The owner asked. A large draught beer. The largest you have. Torrance ordered the same thing. Maigret drank his beer almost in one go and held out the glass to the owner to be refilled. Makes you thirsty, doesn't it? To which Maigret replied, as if mechanically repeating words whose meaning didn't strike him. Yes, it makes you thirsty. He returned home by taxi. I was wondering if you'd be back for dinner." He collapsed into his armchair and mopped his brow. "As far as my side of things goes, the case is closed." "Has the murderer been arrested?" "Yes." "The man you went to see in La Baule?" "Yes." "Wouldn't you like to go out for dinner? All I have is cold meats and Russian salad." "I'm not hungry." "The table's laid, you might as well eat." That evening he didn't watch television and went to bed at 10.